Chu Changge traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming a divine son of a long-lived imperial clan. From the outset, he encountered an absurd predicament. His fiancée's cultivation had regressed, rendering her unable to practice. His family urged him to annul the engagement with her. With his wealth of experience, he quickly realized that he was, in fact, a formidable antagonist. Fortunately, the destiny selection system activated. In the ethereal realm of the Xiantian continent, within the Chu family's abode, suffused with spiritual energy and resonating with the rhythms of the Tao, stood a room crafted from ancient divine materials. The walls adorned with paintings embodying profound principles of the universe. A purple incense burner upon a table emitted fragrant dragon saliva, as white smoke gracefully ascended, enveloping the chamber in an enchanting aroma. Changge, the girl from the Su family with whom you are engaged, has experienced a mysterious regression in her cultivation 3 years ago. Even the elders of the Su family have been unable to uncover the cause, spoke a stern-faced middle-aged man. You are the divine son of the Chu family, destined to be its future patriarch. Your wife cannot be a waste. Tomorrow, I shall send an elder to the Su family to annul the engagement. Seated before him was a strikingly handsome young man, gazing around with a bewildered expression. What is happening? Am I in a short film? Yet, I see no cameras or directors. Has technology advanced to such an extent? Chu Changge mused inwardly. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped his head, as if struck by a hammer. A piercing pain surged through his mind, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Within his consciousness, a multitude of unfamiliar yet strangely familiar memories surged forth. Xiantian continent, 10 great domains, long-lived imperial clan, divine son of the Chu family. Have I traversed? Chu Changge exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his gaze. He had never anticipated that such an outlandish occurrence would befall him. Moreover, he was fortunate. Upon his arrival, he had not assumed the role of a beggar or a useless youth, but rather the divine son of a prestigious long-lived imperial clan. The long-lived imperial clan was among the most powerful families in the Xiantian continent. Families bestowed with the title of imperial clan were those that had once birthed mighty emperors. The Chu family, to which he belonged, was one of the 4 dominant powers in the eastern wilderness domain of the Xiantian continent. However, a sudden realization struck him, causing the joy on his face to vanish. Annul the engagement. He stared at the stern-faced middle-aged man standing before him. This was his father, Chu Changge, the current patriarch of the long-lived imperial clan and a quasi-emperor. The martial realms of the Xiantian continent numbered 15, ranging from body refinement to emperor. His father was a peak powerhouse, perilously close to the realm of the emperor. Observing his son's peculiar behavior, Chu Changge furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unwilling to annul the engagement with the Su family?" The Su family has fallen into decline over the years. Our families have only just forged a union, yet now, due to the girl's predicament, they refuse to disclose the truth to us. Had it not been for an elder from our Chu family visiting the Su family to discuss your marriage, we would still be in the dark. Such distrust towards the patriarch of the Chu family renders any further association unnecessary. Chu Changge expressed his ire, believing that the Su family's reluctance to reveal the girl's condition stemmed from their fear of the Chu family retracting the marriage proposal. Chu Changge grasped the situation. The regression in her cultivation, coupled with the demand to annul the engagement. He understood the absurdity of it all. After all this, I am bestowed with such an illustrious identity only to play the villain? Chu Changge felt unsettled. In his previous life, he had toiled endlessly, and now, having finally traversed into a world where he held a prestigious status, he was expected to oppose those favored by fate. This exhausting task was not one he intended to undertake. As he voiced his dissent, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Current experiences detected, triggering the destiny selection. Option 1. Agree to annul the engagement. Reward. Chaos Celestial Eye. Option 2. Refuse to annul the engagement. Reward. Solar Divine Body. Please select. Is this a system? The sudden emergence of the destiny selection startled Chu Changge. He scrutinized the 2 options. Both rewards were enticing. However, the Chaos Celestial Eye appeared vastly superior to the Solar Divine Body. Yet, the first option bore significant risk. Drawing from his extensive reading of web novels, he understood that the appearance of such a system indicated the existence of multiple protagonists in this realm. Choosing to oppose one would inevitably pit him against a multitude of fates favored. These protagonists, imbued with great fortune, were akin to indestructible cockroaches, exceedingly difficult to contend with. He had reincarnated to enjoy life, not to endure further suffering. With this in mind, Chu Changge resolved firmly. He gazed resolutely at Chu Changge and declared with conviction, "Father, I refuse to annul the engagement." Chu Changge nodded. "Very well, annulment is." "Wait, He suddenly realized that as a quasi-emperor, he felt a ripple of emotion. Changge, you refuse to annul the engagement. Chu Changge affirmed, indeed, father, I do not agree to annul the engagement. Why? Chu Tianba asked, perplexed, eager to understand his son's reasoning. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Changge replied, because she is my fiancée. To abandon her over such a trivial matter would be an act devoid of humanity. I would be unworthy of being the divine son of the Chu family. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianba gazed at his son in astonishment. Well said, but do you understand the implications of this decision? Your position as divine son will invite doubt from others in the family, and they may even petition to strip you of this title. In response, Chu Changge let out a cold laugh. Humph, the title of divine son is one I have earned. Should they seek to usurp it, I shall ensure they dare not speak of it again. Chu Tianba nodded, saying, very well. I respect your decision. Since you refuse to annul the engagement with the Su family, you shall visit them with several elders to discuss the wedding date soon, for you are no longer a child. Chu Changge acquiesced. Yes, father. With this decision firmly established, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward, Solar Divine Body. Would you like to fuse with the Solar Divine Body now? Chapter 2. Merging with the Solar Divine Body, breaking through to the King Realm. Merge, Chu Changge declared without hesitation. In this secluded space, he felt no apprehension. With his decision to immediately fuse with the Solar Divine Body, a torrent of searing energy surged into his being, igniting the blood within him. A fierce flame enveloped his form. Chu Tianba, who was about to depart, sensed the commotion behind him. Turning around, he was struck with astonishment. Changge, what has happened to you? Father, I don't know why, but an intense energy has suddenly erupted within me, accompanied by a flame. Chu Changge exclaimed. His face contorted in pain. He grimaced, internally lamenting, damn it, why is merging with the Solar Divine Body so excruciating? Amidst Chu Tianba's shock, an immense sun suddenly appeared high above the Chu estate. This radiant orb emanated a dazzling crimson light, casting a glow across the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles, resembling an eternal flame descending from the heavens. Chu Tianba gazed upward, his expression one of disbelief. The sun illuminating the 9 heavens. This is the unique phenomenon of the Solar Divine Body. My son has awakened the Solar Divine Body. The Solar Divine Body is a formidable physique within the Xinjiang continent, known not only for its rapid cultivation speed, but also for granting its bearer the supreme flame known as true solar fire. Chu Tianba was overwhelmed with excitement. Heaven bless my son. Who would have imagined that my son, Chu Tianba, not only possesses the Imperial Fallen dual pupils, but has also awakened the Solar Divine Body. This era is destined to belong to the Chu family. As Chu Tianba expressed his fervent joy, the elders of the Chu family were awakened by this extraordinary phenomenon, emerging from their seclusion to investigate. The Solar Divine Body? Is this the physique awakened by our prodigious child? A divine body. The Chu family has birthed yet another divine entity. Heaven bless the Chu family. At this moment, Chu Changge was diligently refining the true solar fire within him, the essence and key to the Solar Divine Body. Once he fully assimilated this flame, he would successfully merge with the Solar Divine Body. As he drew closer to this fusion, his cultivation began to ascend rapidly, originally at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. The powerful energy from the fusion propelled him past the barriers of the Celestial Realm, advancing with remarkable swiftness. 2nd level of the Celestial Realm. 9th level of the Celestial Realm. King Realm. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation transcended a significant boundary, directly breaking through to the King Realm. An indomitable martial spirit surged forth, radiating in all directions. Countless disciples of the Chu family sensed this terrifying, invincible aura. The elders were left in awe. What? This is the King Realm? Changge has actually broken through to the King Realm? He is yet to reach 20 years of age. The youthful sovereign. A figure of imperial grace. An elder from the Chu family, with an air of celestial elegance, bestowed high praise upon Chu Changge. Throughout history, many formidable figures who ascended to the status of emperors, much like Chu Changge, broke into the realm of kings before the age of 20. It is only through such feats that one can demonstrate the potential to possess the demeanor of an emperor and the capability to traverse the imperial path in the future. As time passed, the celestial phenomena above the Chu family gradually dissipated following Chu Changge's successful fusion with the Sun Divine Body, calming the tumultuous energies within him. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a fierce flame within. Yet, he quickly reined it back in, exhaling in relief with a countenance of ease. At last, he had successfully integrated the Sun Divine Body. In his mind, a system panel materialized following the successful fusion. Name: Chu Changge. Cultivation: King Realm, First Layer. Constitution: Emperor's Eye of the Fallen, Sun Divine Body. Techniques. 9 transformations of the War God, Emperor level, 1st tier. Indestructible 9 blades, Saint level, 9th tier. Stealing Heavenly Leg, Saint level, 9th tier. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Chu Changge felt immense satisfaction. It was rare indeed to possess 2 supreme constitutions in the entire Xinjiang continent. Retrieving the panel, he stepped out of the Patriarch's Hall. Upon encountering several venerable elders who suddenly appeared before him, he respectfully clasped his fists and greeted. Changge pays his respects to the esteemed ancestors. The elders, with benevolent expressions, affectionately assisted Chu Changge to his feet. Ah, young Changge, did we not say that as the son of God, you need not observe such formalities in our presence? One elder remarked. Indeed, as the divine scion of the Chu family, you ought to comport yourself accordingly. Do you understand? The elders encircled Chu Changge, leaving Chu Tianba. His father, somewhat sidelined. Chu Tianba looked on helplessly at the elders, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. How benevolent these ancestors were towards his son. They did not require him to bow, unlike when he himself had sought guidance from them as the Chu family's son of God, where he had to kneel and prostrate himself. Feeling somewhat at a loss amidst the attention of the elders, Chu Changge turned to his father for assistance. Noticing this, Chu Tianba quickly interjected, Esteemed ancestors, might you allow Changge a moment of respite? He has just awakened the Sun Divine Body and requires rest. Moreover, he must soon discuss the wedding arrangements with the young lady from the Su family. The elders, upon hearing this, exchanged puzzled glances. They turned to Chu Tianba, frowning in inquiry. Wedding arrangements? What wedding arrangements? The young lady from the Su family has regressed in her cultivation and can no longer train, correct? How could you, as his father, contemplate such matters for our prodigious son of God? Indeed, Chu Tianba, have you been seated in the position of family head for too long, leading to some lapse in judgment? Chu Tianba looked innocently flabbergasted. It was not he who insisted on continuing the engagement with the Su family, but rather his son's desire. Why was he being reprimanded? Seeing his father's bewildered expression, Chu Changge hurriedly clarified, Esteemed ancestors, you misunderstand my father. The decision to maintain the engagement with the Su family was made by me. Su Jia's Su Ningshuang is the fiancée of Changge, once a prodigious cultivator. It is utterly inhumane to cast her aside simply because she can no longer cultivate. This is not the way of my beloved Chu Changge. As he spoke, Chu Changge's expression transformed. With great conviction, he declared, even if Su Ningshuang becomes an ordinary mortal, I, Chu Changge, will ensure her eternal peace. Upon hearing these words, the elders immediately altered their stance. Indeed, what a commendable son of the Chu family. Well done, Changge. I never expected you to be so devoted. Splendid. We support you. Chu Tianba, observing this scene, felt a profound sense of disbelief. The elders' change of heart was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, they had reprimanded him regarding the continuation of the alliance with the Su family, and now, merely due to a change in leadership, their attitude had shifted entirely. Chu Tianba looked at his son with envy, wondering when he might also receive such favor from the family elders. Meanwhile, in the Su family of the Eternal Life Empire, once a formidable imperial clan and one of the 4 dominant powers of the Eastern Wilderness, they have now fallen into decline. The strongest member of the Su family is merely a royal realm cultivator. The atmosphere within the Su family is heavy, as not long ago, a Chu family elder had discovered that their once revered goddess, Su Ningshuang, could no longer cultivate. That elder departed the Su family without delay. Now, the entire Su family is engulfed in fear that the Chu family will come to annul the engagement. Without the protection of the Chu family, they would be devoured by the wolves and tigers that have long coveted them. Su Nantian, the head of the Su family, is convening a family meeting with the elders. He speaks, Esteemed elders, the truth has been revealed. As an imperial clan, the Chu family will undoubtedly not tolerate their divine son's fiancée being an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. What do you believe our Su family should do next? Chapter 3. The Eternal Life Su Family, the Reborn Su Ningshuang. On the other side, in the Eternal Life Chu family, after several days of rest, Chu Changge has fully acclimated and stabilized his surging cultivation. Today marks the day he will accompany the family elders to the Su family to finalize the wedding date. Dressed in a resplendent black robe adorned with colors, he enters the family hall. Present, besides his father, are several elders. Changge, you have arrived. Come here quickly. We are discussing what gifts to prepare for the Su family. Chu Tianba said with a gentle smile. The elders nodded in agreement. Changge, what gifts should we prepare for our visit to the Su family? One elder inquired, eager to hear Chu Changge's thoughts. Since he had decided to honor the original engagement with Su Ningshuang, according to the traditions of the Xinjiang continent, it is Chu Changge who will determine the nature of the gifts to present to his bride. The more lavish the gifts, the more significant the family's respect for the union. Just as Chu Changge was about to respond, a selection panel appeared before his eyes. Ding. Host's current experience detected. Triggering fateful choice. The choice presented was stark. Option 1. The goddess of the Su family is nothing but a waste. I, the divine son, have decided to honor our engagement, which shows my regard for her. A mere spirit stone shall suffice as a betrothal gift. Reward. The divine weapon, the god whip. Option 2. Despite her inability to cultivate, the goddess of the Su family remains my fiancée, and thus, she deserves the highest standards of a betrothal gift upon her arrival at the Chu family. Reward. The divine weapon, the undying heavenly blade, replica. Upon glancing at these two options, Chu Changge immediately chose the second without hesitation. He addressed the elders and his father with utmost seriousness. Father, esteemed elders, Su Ningshuang is the fiancée I, Chu Changge, have chosen to marry. As my betrothed, we shall welcome her into the Chu family with the most lavish of gifts. Hearing these words, the elders exchanged glances, recognizing the sincerity in Chu Changge's declaration. Initially, they had thought his earlier refusal to annul the engagement was merely a fleeting sentiment. However, this was indeed his decision, and they wholeheartedly supported him. After all, Chu Changge was the most formidable among the divine sons of their lineage. Possessing the emperor's fall-heavy eye and having awakened the solar divine body, he was destined to surpass the ancestors of the Chu family and elevate it to unprecedented heights. Indeed, Changge speaks true. Su Ningshuang is the wife of our divine son. If we were to be miserly simply because she cannot cultivate, it would reflect poorly on the Chu family. Changge, leave the arrangements for the betrothal gifts to us elders. We shall prepare 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, exquisite primordial divine gold, 3 divine weapons, rare heavenly materials, and elixirs. The elders eagerly volunteered to assist Chu Changge in preparing the betrothal gifts, sparing him considerable effort. Chu Changge, grateful, smiled at the elders. Thank you, esteemed elders. Oh, we are family. There is no need for such formalities. With this decision solidified, a notification resonated in Chu Changge's mind. Ding. Host has completed selection 2. Receiving the reward, the undying heavenly blade, replica. Undying heavenly blade, replica forged as a replica of the imperial weapon, it is crafted from various ancient divine crystals. During the forging process, a wisp of the Emperor of Undying's royal essence was infused, endowing it with tremendous power. As Chu Changge beheld the black-hued divine weapon emanating a chilling radiance within the system space, his heart swelled with joy. This is splendid. Its aura resonates closely with the immortal 9 blades I practice. Wielding this blade will surely amplify my prowess. He mused. He then awaited the elders, who would soon procure the betrothal gifts from the treasury for the impending marriage to the Su family. In the eastern wilderness Dao domain, the ancient divine sect resided, a formidable sect, ranking just beneath the 4 imperial clans. At that moment, within the ancient divine sect, a council of elders convened in the meeting hall to deliberate on pressing matters. Master, the once mighty Changqing Su family has now fallen into decline. It is said that the young woman from the Su family, who was betrothed to the scion of the Chu family, lost all her cultivation overnight 3 years ago. The Chu family, a rising imperial clan, would never permit their heir's fiancé to be a cultivational failure. Without the protection of the Chu family, this presents a splendid opportunity for our Taigu Shinzong to avenge past grievances. A group of elders was filled with excitement. Several millennia ago, the Taigu Shinzong suffered oppression from the Su family, nearly facing annihilation. Had it not been for the preservation of some gifted disciples, their sect would have long since become a mere footnote in the history of the eastern wilderness. Now that the Changqing Su family is in decline and the Taigu Shinzong is on the rise, they have long planned to seek revenge. Unfortunately, the Su family had been astute enough to ally with the Changqing Chu family through marriage, which deterred them from acting against the Su family. But now, their opportunity has arrived. The leader of the Taigu Shinzong is a strikingly handsome young man. He glanced at the elders and asked calmly, "If we act now, do you believe you can decisively conquer the Su family?" Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes gleamed with excitement. It seems their leader is indeed inclined to take action against the Su family. They hastily affirmed, "Rest assured, sect leader, within 3 days, we shall reduce the entire Su family to ashes." The leader of the Taigu Shinzong pondered for a moment, and after a while, he nodded slightly and uttered a single word, "Approved." That one word sent the elders into a frenzy, their spirits soaring to their peak fighting state. "Please rest assured, sect leader, we shall not disappoint you." As the elders departed the conference hall, the entire Taigu Shinzong soon erupted in fervor. Countless disciples were eagerly preparing for the impending battle. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard enveloped in ethereal energy, a stunningly beautiful woman sat quietly in a pavilion. her gaze vacant as if lost in thought. Even as butterflies danced around her and landed on her shoulders, she remained oblivious. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and a spark of awareness ignited in her once dull eyes. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Where am I? Wasn't I battling the outer demons? She murmured, only to realize the scenery around her felt oddly familiar. Regaining her composure, she softly spoke. Is this the Su family? Have I returned to 1,000 years ago when my family had yet to be destroyed by the Taiga Shinzong? Chapter 4. The journey to Chongqing's Su family begins. Su Ningshuang was astonished. She had actually been reborn. She had returned to a time when the Su family still thrived, before the Taiga Shinzong had eradicated them, and, most importantly, before the Chongqing Chu family had come to annul the engagement. Clenching her fists tightly, Su Ningshuang resolved to rectify the myriad regrets of her past life in this new chance. In her previous life, the Chongqing Chu family sought to annul the engagement with the Su family, solely on the grounds of her lack of cultivation talent, deeming her unworthy to become the future wife of their divine son. Consequently, the engagement was dissolved, and after this betrayal, she established a 3-year pact with Chu Changge before departing in anger. However, without the protection of the Chu family, the Su family situation grew increasingly dire. As the ancient divine sect, which had nearly obliterated them previously, came to exact their vengeance. Fortunately, she was not present in the Su family at that time and thus evaded this catastrophe. In the pursuit of revenge, she dedicated herself to rigorous cultivation. At that time, the Chu family did not take advantage of her plight. Upon learning of the Su family's misfortunes, they sought to bring her back under their wing. Yet, she attributed all her grievances to the Chu family, believing that had they not annulled the engagement, her family would not have faced such calamity. Reflecting on her past actions, she now deemed herself exceedingly foolish. If she were in Chu Changge's position, possessing extraordinary cultivation talent, she would not have taken a partner incapable of cultivation. With a serene demeanor, Su Ningshuang noted that the ancient divine sect had yet to arrive, nor had the Chongqing Chu family come to annul her engagement. As long as she could restore her cultivation talent before the Chu family intervened, everything would change. The Chu family would not withdraw from the engagement, and the ancient divine sect would dare not act against the Su family. Su Ningshuang mused to herself. The reason I could not cultivate in my past life was due to an affliction within my body. I possess a celestial bone that requires immense energy to awaken, hence my sudden loss of cultivation. Now, she only needed to fully awaken this celestial bone, and everything would transform. Su Ningshuang spoke earnestly. The existence of the celestial bone was revealed to her by a mysterious, powerful figure she encountered while fleeing after her family's annihilation. This enigmatic individual later became her mentor. With this thought, she sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, she left the small courtyard arranged for her by her family and sought out her father, Su Nantian. Father, I wish to resume my cultivation. Could you procure a substantial amount of cultivation resources for me? Su Ningshuang stated directly upon finding her father. Observing his daughter, who appeared both astonished and composed, Su Nantian was taken aback. Swear, is it you who has returned to normal? He recalled how, after her sudden loss of cultivation, she had seemed like a different person, often sitting in silence, rarely exhibiting such fluent speech. Yet now, his daughter had approached him personally, articulating her thoughts so eloquently. Father, I feel my body has recovered. Su Ningshuang affirmed with a nod. Father, the concerns of mother weigh heavily on my heart. She has always harbored regrets. I do not wish to be separated from you and mother any longer. As Su Nantian gazed into his daughter's once empty eyes, now filled with determination, he believed the radiant and exceptional daughter of 3 years prior had returned. Nodding, he declared, Very well, since you wish to cultivate anew, I shall support you, swear. Having concluded his words, he removed his storage ring, which contained numerous precious superior spirit stones, medicinal pills, and rare materials. He directly placed it into Su Ningshua's hands. Swear, feel free to utilize these cultivation resources. Should you find yourself in need of more, simply inform your father, and I shall provide. Su Ningshua gazed at the storage ring in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. In the past, she had endured considerable hardship to activate the celestial bone within her, accompanying her master to various perilous locations in search of rare materials before finally achieving activation. Now, with the treasures at her disposal, she could completely awaken the celestial bone within her. Father, rest assured, your child will not disappoint you, Su Ningshua declared earnestly. She then returned to her cultivation chamber, clutching the storage ring brimming with treasures. In her previous life, she had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Had she not encountered the malevolent beings from beyond the domain, she might have broken through to the emperor realm and even transcended with the might of her celestial bone. She lacked neither cultivation methods nor experience. Su Ningshuang retrieved the storage ring and extracted all the rare materials within. She then stimulated the celestial bone inside her. Boom! A surge of potent energy erupted, insatiably consuming the surrounding spiritual essence. The essence contained within the rare materials she had drawn from the storage ring was entirely absorbed by this voracious energy. Su Ningshuang's beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and fine beads of cold sweat continuously appeared on her fair face. The devouring celestial bone was indeed domineering, regardless of the trials endured. The pain experienced in activating the devouring celestial bone was unparalleled. Su Ningshuang exerted herself to operate her cultivation technique, controlling the devouring celestial bone to refine the surrounding spiritual essence. However, the devouring celestial bone did not reciprocate. To achieve complete activation, it required an immense amount of energy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The Su family's information regarding Su Ningshuang was well concealed. Beyond a few elders and the family patriarch, Su Nantian, no one was aware that Su Ningshuang had returned to normalcy. Meanwhile, the Taiku divine sect was preparing to depart for the Su family. They were not in haste, intending to act against the Su family only after the Changxing Chu family had formally dissolved their engagement with them. On the other side, the Changxing Chu family was abuzz with celebration. Several elders had prepared the betrothal gifts for Chu Changge. They were about to set off for the Changxing Su family. Changge, are you not changing your attire? Today marks the day we finalized the marriage date with the Su family. One elder inquired, puzzled by Chu Changge's choice of a black and gold robe. Chu Changge smiled gently and explained, Elder, this is the most precious garment I possess. It is the sacred artifact robe, the Qilan Xianyao, prepared for me by my mother. It embodies auspiciousness and carries the essence of fortune wherever I go. It brings good luck. Hearing this, the elders looked at Chu Changge with envy. Chu Changge's mother was shrouded in mystery. The elders were unaware of her true identity, only having heard vague rumors suggesting she might hail from the celestial realm, clad in the majestic Qilan robe left to him by his mother, intended for his wedding. Chu Changge deemed it an appropriate show of respect as he ventured to the Su family. Observing that the elders were ready, he smiled gently and declared, Elders, since all is prepared, let us commence our journey. Chapter 5. The Awakening of Immortal Bones and the Restoration of Su Ningshuang's Cultivation Talents. With great momentum, Chu Changge, accompanied by the elders of the Chu clan, set forth towards the Su family. A fleet of colossal warships, borne aloft by several powerful flood dragons of quasi-saint caliber, soared swiftly through the skies. The roar of the dragons echoed thunderously, drawing the attention of myriad factions. The other three great families, also sovereigns of the eastern wilderness, observed the Chu family's movements with keen interest. The ancient Shao family, through their treasured Haotian mirror, witnessed the unfolding spectacle. A gathering of elders engaged in animated discussion, noting the grandiosity of the Chu family's display, which appeared more akin to a betrothal than a cancellation of marriage. Would any family orchestrate such a spectacle to annul a marriage? That would be an affront, remarked a perceptive elder of the Shao clan. They are a supreme imperial lineage. It would be utterly disgraceful to insult another faction without cause. Humph. If it's not an annulment, then what else could it be? Interjected another elder. The Chu family scion, a natural-born emperor with extraordinary talents, has a path to supremacy laid before him. They would never allow their son to wed a spouse incapable of cultivation. The consensus among them was clear. The grandeur of the Chu family's procession hinted at a union with another clan following the annulment. One elder proposed, if the Chu family is indeed breaking their engagement, could this not present an opportunity for our Shao family? It seems that Yinjin is still unbetrothed, a splendid chance for an alliance with the Chu family. Indeed, another elder chimed in, Yinjin possesses remarkable talent as well. And since both our families are imperial clans, a union might enable us to dominate the eastern wilderness. Thereafter, only the voices of the Shao and Chu families will resonate throughout the realm. As the notion of an alliance gained traction among the elders, excitement burgeoned. As imperial lineages, such unions were rare, with only 4 imperial families in the eastern wilderness. A marriage between two would wield enough power to sweep through the domain and easily suppress the remaining 2. In ordinary circumstances, imperial families would abstain from such unions. Yet the Chu family's evident assent toward surpassing the other 3 clans rendered this situation unique. Should the Shao family align with the Chu family, even the other 2 imperial clans would find themselves no match for their combined strength. It can be said that the heir of the Chu family has become a coveted prize. Whoever secures a union with him will undoubtedly ride the coattails of the Chu family's prestige, leading their own clan to unprecedented heights. At this moment, an elder from the Shao family spoke up. Everyone, let us remain calm. Have you forgotten that Yanran is no longer with our Shao family? Due to certain events, she has been fostered in a distant branch of our clan since childhood. According to the guards stationed by her side, it appears she has developed affections for the young master of that side branch. Before the elder could finish, others among them expressed their impatience. What does it matter? As long as Yanran possesses her primordial yin, she can still marry into the Chu family. As for her beloved, compared to the contributions she could make to the family, it is insignificant. Thus, we shall send someone to bring Yanran back. A mere young master from a side branch is unworthy of our Shao family's divine maiden's affections. Yanran must have been sheltered in one place for too long, her vision too narrow, leaving her susceptible to the charms of these rustic youths. With a decree from a high-ranking elder, the others dared not speak further. Soon, the ancient Shao family reached a decision to retrieve their long-fostered divine maiden and prepare for an alliance with the illustrious Chu family. Days passed, and the illustrious Su family became enshrouded in a profound formation, shrouding their affairs from prying eyes. Many curious powerhouses were unable to discern what transpired within the Su family. Only the esteemed elders of the Su family were privy to the truth. At this moment, various extraordinary phenomena manifested in the skies above their estate. Celestial kings descended. Chaotic seeds of blue lotuses emerged, and divine light illuminated the heavens, as the phantoms of emperors flickered into existence. The source of these manifestations lay within the secluded chamber of Su Ningshuang. After several days, she had finally fed her vast resources to the devouring celestial bone within her, successfully activating it. Once this celestial bone was fully awakened, it ceased its indiscriminate consumption of spiritual energy, and the residual aura of heaven and earth in the training chamber was greedily absorbed by Su Ningshuang. A formidable chill radiated from within her being. The Tying divine body, a gift she had always possessed, had been the reason for her ascension to the status of the Su family's divine maiden. Regrettably, however, this divine body was merely a divine physique and could not compare with the might of the celestial bone, thus it had been suppressed. But now that the devouring celestial bone had been activated and was under her control, the Tying divine body was no longer constrained. It began to manifest its inherent talents. Su Ningshuang's cultivation was rapidly ascending, soaring from the realm of a mere mortal to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage in the blink of an eye. Not wishing to hasten her cultivation to the detriment of her foundation, she chose to temper her progress, ultimately stabilizing her power at the peak of the true essence realm. Halting further advancement, Su Ningshuang opened her eyes, feeling the immense essence within her, her exquisite features illuminated with exhilaration. Excellent. This time, I awakened the devouring celestial bone earlier than in my previous life. With the assistance of this celestial bone, I am certain I can transcend to the Emperor realm sooner. However, for now, I must first address the pressing troubles facing my family. The excitement on Su Ningshuang's face quickly subsided, although her innate talent had been restored. Allowing her to cultivate once more, she believed that her current display of talent should be sufficient to sway the Chu family. As long as the Chu family does not sever the engagement with the Su family, the ancient divine sect will pose no threat. Given time to mature, she vows to personally obliterate the ancient divine sect. With this thought, Su Ningshuang clenched her fists tightly. She now lacked nothing but time. Upon her emergence from seclusion, numerous elders of the Su family hurried forward to welcome her. Upon sensing that Su Ningshuang was capable of cultivation and had attained the true essence realm, their excitement was palpable. The goddess can cultivate again. This is splendid. Our Su family is saved. Haha. Heaven bless our Su family. At this critical moment, the cultivation talent of our goddess has finally been restored, and has even become more formidable. The elders of the Su family were beside themselves with joy. Just then, Su Nantian approached Su Ningshuang. After a moment of hesitation, he earnestly spoke. Shuer, the Chu family's people have arrived. The Chu family's son, Chu Changge, has personally come to our Su family. Are you prepared? Su Ningshuang softly murmured, her gaze resolute. She had long anticipated this day. Nodding, she affirmed that she was ready. The members of the Su family were oblivious to whether the Chu family intended to annul the engagement or for some other purpose. After all, the Chu family's imposing presence suggested they were not there to break the engagement. Yet, Su Ningshuang had only just regained her cultivation talent, and it was impossible for the Chu family to be aware of this. How could such a prominent family allow their son to marry a woman who could not cultivate? This was the confusion among the Su family members. Nevertheless, Su Ningshuang was acutely aware of what was to transpire. The Chu family had come to withdraw the engagement. Once the Chu family severed ties, they would have no further relations with the Su family. In the next moment, upon their departure from the Su family, the hidden ancient divine sect would undoubtedly strike without hesitation, using overwhelming force and swift speed to annihilate the Su family. She could not allow such a fate to unfold. Under Su Nantian's guidance, Su Ningshuang made her way to the grand hall of the Su family. The atmosphere in the Su family hall was lively. The arrival of the Chu family's son, Chu Changge, piqued the curiosity of many young disciples from the Su family. They were unaware of the dire circumstances their family was facing, merely speculating whether the Chu family's son had come to annul the engagement. A few young and beautiful women from the Su family gazed at Chu Changge from afar, besotted. Is this truly the legendary son of the Chu family, Chu Changge? It's astonishing that he is as striking as the rumors suggest, tall and elegant. I wonder if he has come to break the engagement. If he were to annul his engagement with that worthless Su Ningshuang, I wouldn't mind sacrificing myself for a union with the Chu family. Haha. Do you really think you could marry the esteemed Lord Chu with that broad face of yours? Dream on. What's wrong with a broad face marrying Lord Chu? Are you not aware that those with broad faces bring fortune to their husbands? A group of women from the Su family began to argue from a distance over Lord Chu Changge. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Su family, Chu Changge sat quietly on a chair, flanked by two elder members of the Chu family. These elders possessed the cultivation of quasi-emperors and represented some of the family's most formidable strength, accompanying Chu Changge only during his outings to protect him in the shadows. The other disciples of the Chu family did not enjoy such privileges. Shortly after a few minutes of silence, footsteps echoed through the hall, drawing closer. The sound indicated a sizable gathering approaching him. Chu Changge lifted his gaze to see a stern-looking middle-aged man, accompanied by several elderly men and a captivatingly beautiful woman, making their way toward him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the woman as Su Ningshuang, the one destined for greatness. As Su Nantian entered and glanced at Chu Changge, the sternness on his face quickly faded, replaced by a rare smile. Changge, Ningshuang has arrived, Su Nantian announced. Although they had met before when their engagement was arranged in their childhood, they had not seen each other since then, making this their second meeting. Chu Changge regarded Su Ningshuang with a gentle smile and nodded slightly in greeting. This unexpected warmth startled Su Ningshuang. How peculiar. He actually smiled at me and acknowledged my presence? How could this be? She recalled that in her previous life, when Chu Changge had come to the Su family to annul their engagement, his demeanor had been far from amiable, cold and unyielding, devoid of any warmth. Su Nantian observed Chu Changge's demeanor with surprise. The attitude displayed by the divine son of the Chu family did not resemble that of someone here to call off an engagement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, as the family head, he moved straight to the matter at hand. Changge, if you have something to discuss during your visit to the Su family, please speak freely. If it is within our capabilities, we will not decline, Su Nantian said, his expression tense as he looked at Chu Changge. As a divine son of a powerful imperial family, he was destined to become the head of the Chu family, a figure of great stature in the Xintian continent. He feared that Chu Changge might adhere to the family's orders and choose to annul the engagement with the Su family, seeking a more suitable partner instead. Should this happen, the Su family would face catastrophic consequences. Not long ago, they had received alarming news that the ancient divine sect, which had nearly obliterated them in the past, was mobilizing its entire sect to exact vengeance for an ancient grudge. Noticing the unmistakable anxiety etched on the faces of the elders, Chu Changge spoke. Family head Su, I have come today to discuss the wedding date between Ningshuang and myself, and nothing else. Chu Change's voice was gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. After he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Su family's hall. The elders and the family head stood frozen, and in that moment, one could hear a pin drop. Su Ningshuang's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Announcing the wedding date? Wasn't he here to call off the engagement? How could this be? Su Ningshuang was astonished. She almost exclaimed, as this unexpected turn diverged sharply from her memories. In her recollection, Chu Changge, the divine son of the Chu family, had come to annul the engagement on the family's orders. How had things changed so drastically? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Su Nantian's expression shifted. Such a statement could lead others to believe that the Su family was eager to dissolve the marriage. He hastily interjected, Chu Changge, Ningshuang did not mean it that way. Please do not overthink. Just as Chu Changge was about to speak, a dilemma presented itself before him. Ding. The system has detected the host's current predicament and triggered a fateful choice. Option 1. Since your Su family perceives my Chu family so poorly, I shall heed your wishes and call off the engagement. Reward. Immortal technique. Indestructible, true scripture. Option 2. Understand the Su family and treat this matter lightly. Reward. Imperial level secret technique. Combat character secret. Please make your selection. Gazing at the options, Chu Changge chose the second without hesitation. The first option promised a reward so lavish that it reeked of deceit. This insidious system seemed intent on casting him as the villain. Chu Changge turned his gaze towards Su Ningshuang, and a panel materialized in his mind. Name, Su Ningshuang, cultivation, true essence realm, peak, physique, tying divine body. Devouring immortal bone. Techniques, celestial devouring demon art, immortal level, first stage, tying demon palm, imperial level, first stage, 9 divine fist, holy level, third stage. Grand heaven refinement method, holy level, 9th stage. Fate, tying demon emperor, gold. Recent events, reborn a millennium later, awakened the devouring immortal bone in advance, resolved the cultivation issue, but faced the Chu family's annulment of the engagement, resulting in the Su family's annihilation by the ancient divine sect without the Chu family's protection. Rebirth? Chu Changge murmured to himself. So that was it. No wonder Su Ningshuang had uttered such words earlier. It stemmed from her past life experience where he had come to annul the engagement. After reviewing the information about Su Ningshuang, Chu Changge smiled gently and said, "Rest assured. Family head Su, I will not overthink this matter. Although Ningshuang is unable to cultivate, she is my fiancée, and I shall not abandon her. I will endeavor to resolve her cultivation issues in the future. Should she remain unable to cultivate, I will protect her for a lifetime, ensuring her peace and longevity." Chu Changge declared earnestly. As he made his choice, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has completed option 2 and received the Imperial level secret technique, Combat Character Secret. Chapter 7. Su Ningshuang's Confusion. At this moment, Chu Changge felt a sudden heaviness in his mind. A method for cultivating an unparalleled Imperial level combat secret technique unfolded within his thoughts. At this moment, Chu Changge was engrossed in assimilating the memories and insights associated with this cultivation technique. However, the members of the Su family present were taken aback by his words. They were astonished that Chu Changge's thoughts could be so unexpected. He had not abandoned Su Ningshuang due to her inability to cultivate. Instead, he was willing to assist her in overcoming her limitations. They had not anticipated that Chu Changge would place such significance on this marriage. A sense of shame washed over the elders of the Su family. Just recently, they had fretted that Chu Changge might disregard the long-standing friendship between the Chu and Su families and dissolve the engagement. Now it seemed that their hearts had been too tainted by suspicion. Su Nantian, recovering from his astonishment, exclaimed excitedly, "Changge, who would have thought you came today to discuss the wedding date with our Su family? It appears we were too cynical, believing you might withdraw from the engagement." The last 2 words of withdrawal lingered unspoken on Su Nantian's lips. Chu Changge paid little heed to this. It was a common human sentiment. Had it been his former self, he might have acted similarly. But now, he was no longer the same person. Master of the Su family. "Shall we proceed to discuss the matter at hand?" Chu Changge said with a gentle smile. Indeed, indeed. Let us discuss the business." Su Nantian and the elders of the Su family chuckled as they guided Su Ningshuang and Chu Changge to another location to deliberate on serious matters. The multitude of Su family disciples outside stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Wasn't it said that the divine son of Chu had come to annul the engagement? Why were they laughing and conversing? This did not resemble a withdrawal of engagement. One of the Su female disciples remarked with confusion. Isn't the divine son of Chu here to break off the engagement with Su Ningshuang? How could they possibly be sharing laughter? The female disciples of the Su family felt a mix of disdain for those who aspired to replace Su Ningshuang in union with Chu Changge. Humph. Do you think the divine son of Chu is so superficial? As the scion of the Chu family, he possesses integrity, formidable strength, and a discerning vision. How could he possibly annul his engagement with the divine maiden Ningshuang merely because she cannot cultivate? You think you can ascend the social ladder? Such delusions. Unbeknownst to them, the mother of the divine maiden Ningshuang was a close friend of the divine son of Chu's mother, although they had only met as children. How could he come to the Su family at such a pivotal moment to dissolve the engagement? The disciples of the Su family analyzed Chu Changge's actions with keen insight. After this spirited debate, the perception of Chu Changge among them underwent a profound transformation. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that his standing among the Su family had surged dramatically. He sat in the tranquil chamber of the Su family hall, with the specifics of the marriage date being deliberated by the elders of both families. He sat beside Su Ningshuang, gazing at her with curiosity. Rebirth? A millennium hence. The lunar divine body, devouring celestial bones. This girl's aptitude was astonishingly superior to his own. Chu Changge recalled the unique constitution possessed by Su Ningshuang. Su Ningshuang, like him, is a dual constitution possessor, one of which is the legendary Yin God body, on par with his own sun God body, while the other is a mythical celestial grade constitution. The devouring celestial bone harbors the essence of ascension within it, thus attesting to Su Ningshuang's superior qualifications compared to him, as he lacks a celestial grade constitution. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed, for with the destiny selection system at his disposal, he too shall acquire a celestial grade constitution in due time. At this moment, Su Ningshuang is still engulfed in astonishment, completely unaware that Chu Changge is scrutinizing her. What is happening? Why is Chu Changge not here to annul the engagement? This is so different from my previous life. despite her millennium of experience and the perspective of a quasi-emperor in her past existence. She finds herself bewildered by the current circumstances. The very nature of reincarnation is enigmatic, and the developments diverge significantly from those of her former life. Unable to fathom it, she shakes her head and decides to let it be. After all, the situation is not as dire as it could be. At the very least, isn't this what I desired? At this moment, the surrounding murmurs have ceased. The elders of the Chu and Su families, grinning widely, gaze from a distance at Chu Changge. Sensing something amiss, Su Ningshuang glances to her side and sees Chu Changge looking at her. His gaze bears no malice or ill intent, merely a mundane, appreciative look. Having never experienced romantic affection in her past life, she feels a tinge of embarrassment under the scrutiny of such a man. "Brother Changge, what are you looking at?" she inquires shyly. Chu Changge responds with a gentle smile. "I heard that you are unable to cultivate, so I wished to see if my dual pupils could discern anything." The elders of the Su family, realizing the situation, have yet to explain, still reeling from Chu Changge's earlier remarks. Just as they are about to speak, Su Ningshuang has already resolved the issue of her inability to cultivate. Her talent has not only returned, but has also become exponentially stronger than before. However, before the elders can articulate their thoughts, Su Ningshuang interjects curiously, "Brother Changge, did you see anything?" Upon hearing her, Chu Changge ponders for a moment. Activating his Imperial Fall dual pupils, his originally dark irises emanate a faint white light, transforming his pupils to a ghostly hue. In truth, he sees nothing. Yet, he has previously examined Su Ningshuang's information panel and understands the reason behind her inability to cultivate. Pointing to his chest, he remarks, "At this position, I perceive a bone imbued with profound domains and boundless celestial light. It is likely the cause of your inability to cultivate." With sincerity in his gaze, Chu Changge looks at the Su family members. Su Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widen in astonishment. "He can actually discern my devouring celestial bone? How is that possible?" The devouring celestial bone is a constitution that surpasses even the Imperial Fall dual pupils, classified as a legendary celestial grade constitution. Brother Changge's eyes are certainly no ordinary dual pupils, Su Ningshuang asserts confidently. However, she had never encountered the celestial realm, nor did she comprehend the enigma behind Chu Changge's eyes. Yet, she was certain that one person possessed the knowledge, her master from her previous life. It seemed she must seek an opportune moment to journey to the fallen Immortal Mountain range to reunite with her venerable mentor, Su Ningshuang murmured. The master she encountered in her past life, as she had been told, hailed from the celestial domain. Chapter 8. Departing from the Su family, the impulsive Taiku divine sect. The elders of the Su and Chu families swiftly determined the date for the wedding. "Lord of the Su family, we have reached an agreement. The wedding will be set for 3 years hence," declared the eldest elder of the Chu family with a smile. "Very well. We shall mark it for 3 years from now," Su Nantian responded. That day would hold special significance, for it would coincide with Su Ningshuang's coming of age. Presently, Su Ningshuang was merely 15 years of age. After the exchange between the Su and Chu families, the Chu family left behind a dowry of considerable worth, a quasi-emperor weapon, several sacred arms, and an abundance of medicinal pills, rare materials, and ancient divine crystals, amongst other treasures. These gifts significantly bolstered the overall strength of the Su family. With these formalities concluded, it was customary for the Chu family to take their leave. Chu Changge rose and bid farewell to Su Ningshuang. "Swear, I shall take my leave now, and I will come to escort you when the time comes," Chu Changge said with a gentle smile. Su Ningshuang's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and nodded slightly. Observing Su Ningshuang's bashful demeanor, the elders of the Su family displayed expressions of satisfaction. It was evident that they were quite pleased with the connection between their divine daughter and Chu Changge. This was fortuitous. Although their union had been arranged by their elders, mutual affection would ensure a harmonious relationship in the future. At this moment, Chu Changge boarded the warship, casting a distant glance at Su Ningshuang. Name, Su Ningshuang. Cultivation, True Essence Realm. Peak, Physique, Tying Divine Body. Devouring Immortal Bone. Techniques, Devouring Heaven Demon Art, Celestial Grade. First Level, Tying Demon Palm, Imperial Grade. First Level, 9 Divine Fist, Sacred Grade. Third Level, Great Heaven Refinement Method, Sacred Grade. 9th Level, Destiny, Tying Demon Emperor, Gold. Recent Events, Reborn after a millennium. Awaken the devouring immortal bone ahead of time. Resolve the issue of cultivation, altered the impending doom of the Su family, and entered the fallen Immortal Mountain range alone a month later to seek her mysterious master from the celestial realm. Su Ningshuang's recent events had undergone significant transformation. Observing this information, Chu Changge felt a surge of astonishment. The young girl's master was indeed from the celestial realm. No wonder she possessed celestial techniques. The devouring heaven demon art must have originated from her enigmatic mentor. Chu Changge hesitated, contemplating whether he should accompany Su Ningshuang into the fallen immortal mountain range to find her mysterious master. At that moment, the Chu family was ready to depart. Changge, it is time for us to leave. The wedding date has been set. You shall be wed in 3 years. The eldest elder of the Chu family said, beaming. Chu Changge nodded in agreement. In that case, let us embark. At his command, the members of the Chu family navigated the warship, guiding the dragon into the skies. Meanwhile, the defensive formation of the Su family was lifted, allowing the protective barrier to be released. At this moment, various factions began to discern the unfolding situation within the Su family. Concealed in the shadows, the ancient god sect was brimming with excitement. Excellent. The Chongqing Chu family is finally departing. It appears that the union between the two families has been annulled. Once they are far enough away, we shall strike at the Su family. The grand elder of the ancient god sect commanded those below him. Many disciples of the ancient god sect were visibly elated. The Su family, an imperial lineage, though now in decline, was once a formidable power. To partake in the annihilation of such a significant force would be an unparalleled honor. In the future, they could boast that the ancient god sect was responsible for the downfall of the illustrious Chongqing Su family. What a remarkable reputation. As the members of the Chu family gradually distanced themselves from the Su family, they prepared to return to their own clan. At this moment, the Su family intended to broadcast a message to inform various factions that they were still allied with the Chu family, aiming to intimidate those who might wish to act against them. However, before they could disseminate the news, the disciples of the ancient god sect, having observed the Chu family's complete departure, did not wait for them to retreat further. They issued the command to attack the Su family. Go. The Chu family has already moved far away, the grand elder of the ancient god sect coldly ordered. In his view, as long as the Chu family was not affected during their assault on the Su family, the distance they had traveled was of no concern. He was confident that the Chu family would not intervene on behalf of the Su family. After all, the ties between the two clans had been severed. The disciples of the ancient god sect, hidden around the Su family, responded to the command and sprang into action. Kill. Annihilate the Su family and avenge the millennium-old grievances of our ancient god sect. The disciples of the Su family, upon hearing the orders, complied and surrendered, pledging allegiance to the ancient god sect in hopes of sparing their lives. In an instant, the skies above the Su family were filled with a dense throng of figures. All disciples of the ancient god sect, capable of standing upon the air, each boasting at least the cultivation of the true essence realm. The members of the Su family were utterly bewildered as they gazed at the faces of the ancient god sect disciples above, each bearing expressions of astonishment. Had they lost their minds? How dare these disciples of the ancient god sect lay hands upon the Su family? Did they not realize that we are still allied with the Chu family? The ancient god sect, having committed countless misdeeds millennia ago, was spared by our ancestors. Yet they failed to cherish their reprieve and now dare to attack us, thinking the Su family is in decline and easily bullied. The members of the Su family exhibited no fear. Instead, they regarded the figures in the sky with fierce determination. At this juncture, various factions that had been monitoring the situation of the Su family witnessed this scene, many choosing to remain in the shadows and observe. Unlike the ancient god sect, they lacked comparable strength to that of a dominant power, being significantly weaker, and could only watch and wait before deciding to act against the Su family. Meanwhile, the not yet departed members of the Chu family sensed the turmoil surrounding the Su family. Several elders of the Chu family wore expressions of anger. Such audacity! Which sect dares to act so brazenly? We have only just departed from the Su family, and they are already eager to strike. It appears they disregard my Chu family entirely. Could it be the ancient divine sect? Thousands of years ago, they committed numerous atrocities, nearly facing annihilation at the hands of the Su family's ancestors. Now, they dare to assault the Su family, believing that my Chu family has severed ties with them? Changge, as the divine scion of the Chu family, what do you propose we do? As the grand elder of the Chu family turned to Chu Changge, the decision fell to him. A prompt materialized before Chu Changge. Ding. Host's current experience detected. Destiny choice activated. Option 1. Stand by and watch the Su family face extermination. Reward. True dragon treasure technique. Option 2. Intervene to assist the Su family. Reward. 1 drop of true dragon blood. Please make a selection. Upon seeing these rewards, Chu Changge unhesitatingly chose the second option. Elders, I implore you to act and eliminate these intruders. He declared coldly. The Su family is our future-in-law. Shia possesses great talent and will surely lead the Su family to resurgence. How dare the insignificant ancient divine sect attack my in-laws under my very nose? They must be punished. At these words, the 2 elders accompanying Chu Changge revealed a fierce intent for vengeance. Changge is correct. The Su family, being our affines, must be defended. The ancient divine sect's audacity to strike against them is tantamount to an attack on our Chu family. Second elder, execute our plan. With that command, the two elders, both at the threshold of imperial power, swiftly made their way to the Su family. An overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the entire Su residence. All disciples of the ancient divine sect found themselves crushed to the ground beneath this tremendous pressure. Ancient divine sect, how dare you act against the family of my betrothed under the watchful eye of the divine scion of the Chu family? You have sealed your own fate. Chapter 9, True Dragon Blood, the challenge from the scion of the ancient divine sect. The sudden intervention of the two elders on behalf of the Su family astonished many hidden forces observing the situation. What is happening? Hadn't the Chu and Su families already resolved their marriage alliance? Yet here they are, aiding the Su family? No. The Grand Elder of the Chu family just stated that the Su family's divine maiden is still the betrothed of the Chu family scion. They did not come to annul the engagement. Many forces began to understand the truth. They had misinterpreted the situation. The Chu family had not come to publicly withdraw from the marriage, but rather to establish a wedding date. These factions could not help but admire the Chu scion. Even though his fiancée is a talentless individual incapable of cultivation, he still chooses to marry her instead of calling off the engagement. Such a scenario might seem trivial among lesser clans, but within a prominent family like the Eternal Life Imperial Clan, it is truly remarkable. As the scion of the Chu family, his choice of fiancé significantly impacts the future of the clan. Individuals of his standing typically lack agency over their marital decisions. Yet this Chu scion has defied the norm. Those from the ancient divine sect now bore grim expressions. Most of their disciples lay immobilized on the ground, overwhelmed by the formidable pressure exerted by the two imperial-level elders. The only one able to withstand the pressure exerted by these two quasi-emperors was the Grand Elder of the ancient god sect, a formidable quasi-emperor in his own right. What do you mean, Chu Changge? Hasn't your Chu family already severed ties with the Su family? What business do you have obstructing the ancient god sect? The Grand Elder remarked coldly. It's the laughing skyblade. Were your ears deafened just now? Did you fail to hear what I just proclaimed? When did our Chu family declare we would break off our engagement with the Su family? Chu Changge responded with a faint smile, his expression rife with derision as he gazed at the Grand Elder of the ancient god sect. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. This was not in line with their expectations. The Su family's divine maiden was unable to cultivate. Hence, the Chu family should have been the ones to initiate the annulment of the engagement. Was this some sort of conspiracy? A scheme aimed directly at their ancient god sect? The laughing sky blade pondered deeply, concluding that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. The claim that the Su family's divine maiden could not cultivate was nothing more than a blatant falsehood, concocted solely to lure their ancient god sect into the open, only to annihilate them and eliminate a formidable adversary for the declining Su family. Realizing this, the laughing sky blade burst into laughter. Ha! Well done, Chu family. Well done, Su family. What a clever ruse you have orchestrated. To draw us out and obliterate our ancient god sect. You have truly gone to great lengths, deceiving the world. His gaze turned increasingly frigid. His words left not only the members of the Su family baffled, but also the two elders of the Chu family in a state of confusion. What does he mean? Is the laughing skyblade mad? Are we, the Chu family, performing a charade, deceiving the world? Chu Changge questioned, perplexed. Changge, let us strike swiftly. The ancient god sect has only one quasi-emperor. They are not to be feared. Chu madman, the second elder of the Chu family, remarked with a calm demeanor. Without hesitation, the two lunged at the Grand Elder of the ancient god sect. Boom, boom. The clash between the three quasi-emperors sent shockwaves through the surrounding space, fracturing it. The laughing sky blade commanded, all disciples of the ancient god sect, heed my orders. Carve out a path of blood and retreat from this place. With that, the Grand Elder of the ancient god sect led the two Chu elders to another battlefield, ensuring that their conflict would not inadvertently harm their own kin. As the most powerful were drawn away, the remaining disciples of the ancient god sect found themselves confronted by the Su family. Kill all disciples of the Su family. Heed my command. Annihilate every last disciple of the ancient god sect, regardless of whether they surrender. Leave no life spared. The head of the Su family decreed. Soon, battle erupted within the Su family. The disciples of the ancient god sect, already heavily wounded from enduring the pressure of quasi-emperors, were now faced with the onslaught of the Su family, and many fell before they could even react. Meanwhile, far away on the Chu family battleship, Chu Changge observed the unfolding scene. He refrained from intervening, deeming it unnecessary. The disciples of the ancient divine sect have now become quite insignificant. At this moment, he gazed upon the suspended essence of the true dragon's blood within the system's space. Ding! Host has completed choice 2. Receiving 1 drop of true dragon's blood as a reward. True dragon's blood, the pure essence of a true dragon, imbued with the tyrannical energy of the dragon lineage. Consuming it not only refines the body, granting one a physique that rivals that of the true dragon lineage, but also allows one to emanate the might of a dragon, instilling fear in all beasts. The efficacy of this true dragon's blood is immensely powerful. The true dragon lineage is exceedingly rare in the Xintian continent today. Once a formidable ancient beast race, the true dragons have become extinct in the Xintian continent. Only the lesser flood dragons or those of diluted bloodlines remain. Genuine pureblood true dragons likely exist solely in the realm of legends, perhaps within the fabled celestial realm. While Chu Changge was lost in thought, a figure suddenly ascended from within the ancient divine sect, hurtling towards him. Young master, be cautious. A figure, sensing impending danger, swiftly intervened to shield Chu Changge. Chu Changge, dare you engage me in battle? It was the divine son of the ancient divine sect, Liu Yan, his body drenched in blood, not his own, but that of several disciples from the Su family. He had carved a bloody path to reach Chu Changge, seeking a way for the ancient divine sect to withdraw unscathed. Shadow, step back. Chu Changge instructed the figure that had appeared before him. This was an elite assassin prepared by his family, each possessing formidable strength, all at least at the Saint Realm. Upon Chu Changge's command, the assassin retreated to stand behind him. Who are you? Why should this divine son fight you? What do I stand to gain? Chu Changge queried. I am Liu Yan, the divine son of the ancient divine sect. How about a duel, Chu divine son? If I emerge victorious, you will command everyone to cease hostilities, allowing all disciples of the ancient divine sect to depart safely. If you win, we shall all take our own lives, sparing you the need to act. Liu Yan proclaimed earnestly. He understood that the entire ancient divine sect was currently injured and could not contend with the Su family. If they persisted, they would inevitably perish here. However, targeting Chu Changge presented an opportunity. After all, he was aware that Chu Changge was merely at the Golden Core realm, while he, Liu Yan, had broken through to the King realm a year prior. With a 2-realm disparity, he was confident of victory against Chu Changge. Moreover, by challenging Chu Changge, the divine son of the Chang family, in front of so many witnesses, he did not believe that the young divine son would dare to refuse. Many eyes were upon them, the Su family, the Chu family, the ancient divine sect, and various hidden powers of all sizes, all watching Chu Changge. Should he decline, regardless of the reason, his image as the divine son of the Chu family would be significantly diminished in the eyes of all. Chu Changge regarded Liu Yan, discerning his intentions. However, he was unperturbed. You seem quite confident in your abilities? Chu Changge inquired. Indeed. Liu Yan nodded affirmatively. Chu divine son, spare us the pleasantries. Will you accept the challenge, or not? With a gentle smile, Chu Changge slowly spoke. Very well, this divine son agrees. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards the Su family and commanded, you may all cease your actions. Upon hearing Chu Changge's voice, the members of the Su family halted their movements. Seeing this, Liu Yan also called out to his fellow disciples of the ancient god sect, you all stop as well. The disciples of the ancient god sect complied and similarly ceased their hostilities. The two factions no longer clashed, but instead focused their attention on the confrontation between Chu Changge and Liu Yan. Once both sides had withdrawn, Chu Changge retracted his gaze and calmly inquired, now, tell me, how do you wish to proceed? Liu Yan replied nonchalantly, there are no stipulations. Both sides may employ any means necessary. If I emerge victorious, you will ensure the Su family releases all disciples of the ancient god sect. Agreed. Chu Changge nodded in affirmation. However, as soon as he consented, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Liu Yan's being. He was a 3rd-level King Realm warrior. Liu Yan's achievement at such a young age, having broken through to the King Realm in his 20s, was nothing short of remarkable. Upon witnessing Liu Yan's prowess, the disciples of the ancient god sect were filled with excitement. Senior brother, you can do it. Defeat the divine son of Chu and secure our survival. Liu Shenxi, do not let us down. Meanwhile, the members of the Su family gazed at Chu Changge with growing concern, anxious for his fate. According to their understanding, Chu Changge was merely at the Golden Core stage. Even Su Ningshuang couldn't help but worry for him. Brother Changge, he remains as impulsive as ever. If I recall correctly, he is only at the Golden Core stage now, even with the Imperial Fallen dual pupils. How can he possibly bridge such a vast gap in cultivation? While the Su family fretted over Chu Changge's predicament and the ancient god sect reveled in triumph, an immense power began to emanate from Chu Changge. He, too, was a King Realm warrior. Liu Yan's previously confident smile instantly froze. A King Realm? How can this be? How could you possibly possess such strength? Panic began to set in for Liu Yan as he realized why Chu Changge had so readily acquiesced. He was indeed a king realm warrior. Very well, if you are a king, then so am I, and my cultivation surpasses yours by several ranks. I shall strike first. Liu Yan bellowed, launching himself into action. Observing this, Chu Changge chuckled softly. You haven't even called for the start, yet you move so hastily. How impolite. As his words fell, a brilliant light suddenly flickered in Chu Changge's dark eyes. In an instant, he perceived Liu Yan's every movement with clarity, identifying all his vulnerabilities. I have found your weakness, your left shoulder, Chu Changge stated calmly before delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, a figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As onlookers gazed upwards, they beheld Chu Changge standing upon the void. His gaze icy as he looked down upon the disciples of the ancient god sect. Coldly, he declared, your divine son has already fallen at my hands. It is time for you to take your own lives. Chapter 10. The Ancient Shao Clan and Shao Yanran. The chilling voice resonated in the ears of all disciples of the ancient divine sect. With a single strike, their invincible divine heir was unexpectedly defeated by Chu Changge. Is this the true prowess cultivated by the Confronting Imperial Clan successor? Does this illustrate the disparity between the sovereign-level powers and the heirs of other factions? The expressions of the numerous disciples of the ancient divine sect turned despondent. Meanwhile, the members of the Su clan were filled with exhilaration. Is this the true strength of divine son Chu? So formidable, defeating an opponent 2 minor realms above him with just one move. When will our Su clan be able to nurture such a prodigy? Divine son Chu is incredible. At such a young age, he possesses the cultivation of a king realm, comparable to the great emperors of antiquity in their youth. Surely, divine son Chu will lead both the Chu and Su clans to unprecedented heights. The Su clan members cheered in jubilation. Observing this, the disciples of the ancient divine sect felt their expressions grow increasingly frigid. They would not choose to end their own lives. Strike, carve a path through blood. A true disciple of the ancient divine sect roared. Though their divine heir had been defeated, they had not yet succumbed. Even if it meant death, they would make the Su clan pay a heavy price. In an instant, the members of the ancient divine sect launched a counterattack. Their sudden aggression incited immense fury among the Su clan. Truly befitting of a sinister sect. Your divine heir has already lost. According to the rules, you should take your own lives. Untrustworthy, indeed, you are all wretched beings. The Su clan had long been aware of the ancient divine sect's character, and they had been closely monitoring the actions of their adversaries. Their counterattacks did not disrupt the formation of the Su clan. On the contrary, invigorated by Chu Changge's earlier triumph over the divine heir of the ancient divine sect, the younger generation of the Su clan met the counterattack with ease. At this moment, in the battlefield beyond the heavens, the grand elder of the ancient divine sect was merely one individual. Although he possessed quasi-emperor cultivation, he was swiftly defeated by the combined might of 2 similarly qualified elders from the Chu clan. Bang! Following a brief exchange, Grand Elder Chu Quangren seized upon a flaw in the laughing skyblade, decisively vanquishing it with a single blow. Boom! The demise of a quasi-emperor resonated throughout the Xintian continent, evoking a profound sorrow from the great Tao. This sorrow emanated from the loss of a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Countless ancient forces were stirred by this wave of melancholy. What is happening? What transpired? Why does the great Tao exude such sorrow? Has a quasi-emperor powerhouse from a certain faction fallen? An ancient being emerged from seclusion, seeking to uncover the source of this sorrowful essence. It was directed towards the Eastern Wilderness Tao domain. Within the Eastern Wilderness Tao domain, a quasi-emperor had perished. Strong individuals swiftly discerned the cause. They gazed into the starry expanse beyond, where 2 figures stood ethereally, grasping a lifeless body. It belonged to the Imperial Clan of the Eastern Wilderness, the Chongqing Chu clan. Heaven above, what is unfolding? What force could compel the Chu clan to dispatch 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses? Many factions that learned of the situation were left perplexed. Soon, under the scrutiny of numerous powers, the 2 elders of the Chu clan vanished without a trace. Returning to the Eastern Wilderness domain, I found myself once more beside Chu Changge. Divine son, are you unharmed? Inquired the eccentric Chu Quangren. He had witnessed the earlier clash between Chu Changge and the divine son of the ancient god sect, and he was exceedingly pleased with Chu Changge's performance. Defeating an opponent by a single move, despite a disparity of 2 minor realms, was no disgrace to their Chu family. I am quite well, esteemed elder. I would appreciate your assistance in dealing with these disciples of the ancient god sect, Chu Changge replied with a calm demeanor. Although it was possible to eliminate these adversaries slowly with the help of the Su family, it would require considerable time and involve casualties on the Su side. It was far more efficient to let Chu Quangren take action. With his quasi-emperor cultivation, he could easily eradicate this group of foes. Very well, Chu Quangren acquiesced. Foregoing further discussion, he immediately took action, unleashing a terrifying divine consciousness that pierced through the ranks of the ancient God sect disciples. In mere moments, their heads exploded like fireworks, one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the invading disciples were dealt with. Divine Son, all are resolved. Chu Changge nodded in acknowledgement, and then called out to Su Nantian. Patriarch Su, I have entrusted the resolution of this matter to the elders of the Chu family. Should the ancient God sect dare to invade again, do not hesitate to inform my family. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall return to the Chu family now. Su Nantian, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure and responded. Thank you for your assistance, Divine Son. Having concluded the matter with the ancient God sect, Chu Changge led his party away from the Su family. The stance of the Chu family had been made clear before numerous factions. They would not withdraw their engagement with the Su family. Anyone who dared to bully the Su family would be met with the relentless wrath of the Chu family, with the roar of dragons echoing through the heavens. The warships of the Chu family resumed their journey homeward. At this moment, the various forces hidden in the surroundings finally came to their senses. They gazed enviously at the Su family. With the protection of the Chu family and having Chu Changge, the Divine Son, as their son-in-law, the once declining Su family was poised for resurgence. It seemed that previous collaborations with the Su family would soon be rekindled. It appears our family must also renew our alliance with the Su family, a cautious member of one faction mused. In the meantime, within the ancient Shao family, they had retrieved their divine maiden, Xiao Yanran, from the collateral branch, albeit not with a welcoming demeanor. The two elders sent to bring her back had encountered some discord with her. Xiao Yanran's expression was frigid as she glared discontentedly at her father. Father, is this your decision? You have not even confirmed whether that so-called divine son of the Chu family has indeed broken off the engagement with the Su family. Yet you forcibly bring me back and allow the elders to harm brother Xiaofan's family. Are you satisfied now? Xiao Yanran gazed furiously at her long-absent father. She had been contentedly residing within the Xiao family's collateral branch. However, on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, just when her brother Xiaofan needed her comfort after his engagement was abruptly annulled, the elders of the Xiao family unexpectedly arrived to take her away. Despite her brother's attempts to intervene, he was grievously injured by two elders. Her family, with whom she had shared many years, also sought to thwart the elders but suffered severe repercussions. Were it not for her intervention as the divine maiden of the Xiao family, those elders would have likely obliterated her collateral branch in their quest to seize her. The patriarch of the Xiao family, with a look of helplessness, spoke. Yanran, do not blame your father for this course of action. The two ancestors of the Xiao family are nearing their end, and should they fall, our standing in the Eastern Desolation domain will diminish significantly. The only way to salvage our situation is through a union with the Chu family. Though I am unaware of why the Chu family has not severed ties with the Su family, it is an undeniable fact that the Su family's divine maiden is incapable of cultivation. I believe a significant faction within the Chu family would reject the notion of accepting a fiancé for their divine son, who is a mere waste incapable of cultivation. In the near future, should you accompany me to visit the Chu family, once the elders and ancient beings witness your talent, they will undoubtedly choose to ally with our Xiao family rather than the declining Su family. Chapter 11. The Choice of Destiny, the Annihilation of the Ancient Divine Sect. After finalizing the wedding date with the Su family, Chu Changge and his entourage returned to their clan. The events involving the Eternal Life Su family had spread throughout the Eastern Desolation domain after several days of fervor. Within the ancient divine sect, the current sect master wore a grim expression. The Eternal Life Chu family. To draw out my ancient divine sect, you orchestrated such a splendid performance. The sect master stated icily. Their sect had dispatched a significant portion of their elite forces, intending to annihilate the Su family following the complete dissolution of ties with the Chu family. Yet, in the end, every member of their sect was utterly exterminated. The ancient divine sect suffered substantial losses, while the influence of the Eternal Life Chu family expanded further across the Eastern Desolation domain, subtly trending toward becoming the region's paramount power. At that moment, the elders stationed at the ancient divine sect wore expressions of deep concern. Sectmaster, what shall we do next? The great elder perished at the hands of that madman Chu, and the Chu family will surely seek to annihilate our sect next. Our strength pales in comparison to the Chu family. Should a confrontation arise, our ancient divine sect is doomed to defeat. The sect master's countenance darkened as he calmly replied, summon back all surviving disciples of the ancient divine sect. We shall relocate our sect to preserve our strength. The sect master made a definitive decision. Remaining in their current position would lead only to annihilation. They must swiftly relocate before the Chu family turned their attention to them, salvaging whatever strength they could. The ancient divine sect may not possess great capabilities, but they excelled in the art of concealment. They could wait for the eternal life Su family to decline, and in due time, they would also witness the fall of the Chu family. With the order from the patriarch of the ancient divine sect, all the surviving members of the sect sprang into action. Upon returning to his family, Chu Changge was visited by numerous elders, who expressed their concern regarding his marital prospects. "Changge, are you alright? I heard from the Grand Elder that the ancient divine sect intends to take action against the Su family, and that their divine son has even issued a challenge to you. You haven't been injured, have you?" One elder inquired with genuine concern. Chu Changge replied with a smile, "I'm perfectly fine, Elder. As you can see, I am in good health." Another elder, with an inquisitive expression, asked, "I heard from the Grand Elder that the young lady from the Su family has regained her cultivation talent. When is your wedding date set?" Still smiling, Chu Changge responded, "Elder, Chua is still quite young. We have set the wedding date for 3 years from now." While the elders were engaged in their gossip, several venerable figures approached. Their presence instantly silenced the inquisitive elders. Without a doubt, these were the pillars of the Chongqing Chao family, their pinnacle of strength, ancestors with peak quasi-imperial prowess, and even half a foot into the emperor realm. One ancestor, with a grave expression, looked at Chu Changge and asked, "Changge, since the ancient divine sect dares to act against the Su family, what do you think our Chao family should do? Should we eradicate the ancient divine sect with an iron fist, or should we choose to disregard them?" Chu Changge understood this was a test from the ancestor. As the divine son, he possessed the authority to determine the fate of a major force, whether to let it thrive or extinguish it. Calmly, Chu Changge pondered and awaited a decision. Soon, a choice materialized before him. Ding. Host's current experience detected, triggering the fateful choice. Option 1. The Su family is a matrimonial ally of the Chao family. The ancient divine sect's audacity to act against them signifies a lack of respect towards our family. We shall obliterate the ancient divine sect with overwhelming force. Reward: the divine art of the 7 demonic blades. Option 2. Do not intervene. Preserve the strength of the Chao family. The Su family is merely a marriage ally. We need not extend excessive kindness towards them. Reward: the divine art of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Please make your choice. Observing the rewards for both options, Chu Changge smiled faintly. System, do you truly wish for me to act against the Su family and oppose the protagonist of my fate? He silently mused. Choosing the second option would mean that if the Chao family refrained from striking against the ancient divine sect, it was inevitable that the sect, having suffered significant losses, would retaliate against the Su family. In such a scenario, the Su family would still face dire consequences, and he would find himself at odds with Su Ningshuang once more. If unnecessary, he preferred not to confront the true champions of destiny, for contending with such extraordinary individuals was exceedingly exhausting. Having made up his mind, Chu Changge spoke earnestly. "Ancestor, I believe we should take advantage of the current weakened state of the ancient divine sect and eradicate them decisively. Otherwise, should they regroup in the shadows, they may pose a future threat to our Chao family." Listening to Chu Changge's words, the ancestors nodded in calm agreement. "Very well. Since this is your wish, Changge, we shall proceed as you suggest. The ancient divine sect dares to act against the Su family, thus showing disrespect to my Chu family. I shall send the Grand Elder to lead a mission to the abyss of demons to eradicate the ancient divine sect." The words of the ancestor startled Chu Changge. It became apparent that the ancestor had already devised a plan to obliterate the ancient divine sect, and they had even located the sect's hiding place. Had he chosen differently, it would undoubtedly have disappointed the ancestors. How fortunate, how fortunate. This system truly has its pitfalls. Indeed, such splendid rewards come with significant risks. Chu Changge secretly rejoiced. Following his decision, a prompt echoed in his mind. The host has completed choice 1 and received a reward. The Imperial level 5th rank technique, the Heaven-defying 7 demon blades. Heaven-defying 7 demon blades, a technique that sacrifices life force to unleash 7 strikes. The execution of all 7 strikes will nearly deplete one's life force. However, if one can endure on the brink of death, they shall rise anew, with their life energy flowing backward, greatly enhancing their power. This technique is quite remarkable. Chu Changge remarked lightly after reviewing the technique's description. It is a standard technique for protagonists, one that poses no risk of death in their hands. Yet for him, Chu Changge secured the technique and then bid farewell to the elders and ancestors before returning to his courtyard. The matters concerning the ancient divine sect would be handled by the elders and ancestors, so he need not worry excessively. His sole concern now was that Su Ningshuang would enter the fallen Immortal Mountain range in a month to meet her mentor from the celestial realm. He would also attend, but before that, he needed to elevate his own strength. System, retrieve the true dragon blood. Chu Changge commanded. Immediately, a drop of exceptionally pure true dragon blood materialized in his hand, brimming with immense energy, perfectly suited to assist him in breaking through. Gulp. As Chu Changge swallowed the drop of true dragon blood, the vast energy coalesced into an ethereal image of a true dragon, appearing above the Chu family estate. Chapter 12. The ninth layer of the King Realm, news of the ancient Shao family's visit. As Chu Changge refined the true dragon blood, the tremendous energy propelled his cultivation to new heights. King Realm second layer. King Realm third layer. His cultivation surged directly to the ninth layer of the King Realm, only then ceasing its ascent. However, the ethereal image of the true dragon, born from the true dragon blood, captured the attention of many. The ancestors of the Chu family curiously gazed skyward. How strange is that a true dragon's ethereal form? Why has a true dragon's image manifested within the Chu family? Could it be that a certain flood dragon with ancestral bloodline has reverted to the true dragon lineage? Pondered one of the ancestors. In the Xinjiang continent, there are few ferocious beasts harboring true dragon bloodlines. Many dragon clans have devolved into flood dragons due to the loss of their bloodlines. And there are several flood dragons within the Chu family. These flood dragons are considered prodigies among their kind, possessing the potential for a bloodline resurgence. Thus, when the ethereal image appeared, they immediately thought it to be a prodigious flood dragon from the Chu family exhibiting ancestral resurgence. However, an ancestor soon discerned the location of the true dragon's appearance. No, that is not right. This is not a mere ancestral return. The ethereal dragon appears precisely at Changge's location. Quickly, let us investigate this matter. A group of elders hastily made their way to Chu Changge's courtyard. They refrained from intruding recklessly, instead choosing to observe from a distance. How peculiar. The ancestral dragon that should have manifested was nowhere to be seen. The elders of the Chu family were left perplexed. The image of the true dragon in the sky grew increasingly faint. If they were unable to locate the ancestral dragon and it eluded them, the Chu family would suffer greatly. Wait, something is amiss. The aura of the true dragon emanated from none other than Changge himself. Has he somehow obtained a treasure infused with the essence of true dragon blood? After a period of observation, one elder discerned the unusual energy surrounding Chu Changge. In a mere few days since his return to the family, he had remarkably progressed from the first level of the King Realm to the pinnacle of the King Realm. Such an acceleration in cultivation was truly astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Changge was the subject of scrutiny by the elders, as he was entirely focused on stabilizing his surging power. After all, this breakthrough had been achieved by consuming the essence of the true dragon. If he did not take the time to consolidate his cultivation, it could have significant repercussions for his future. The ancestors of the Chu family recognized Changge's predicament. He was currently in the process of stabilizing his power. They decided it would be prudent to wait until he had solidified his cultivation before inquiring further. With the most powerful elder speaking up, the members of the Chu family fell silent, standing vigil around Chu Changge to protect him. In the eastern wilderness domain, at the Dragon Cavern, the emergence of the true dragon's ethereal form above the Changxing Chu family caught the attention of the dragon clan residing there. This clan possessed the highest concentration of dragon bloodlines in the entire Xinjiang continent and was highly sensitive to the aura of pure-blood true dragons. Shortly after the true dragon's presence was felt from the Chu family, they reported to the Dragon King, stating that there was a pure-blood true dragon aura emanating from the Changxing Chu family, suggesting the birth of a purebred dragon beast. Within the Dragon Cavern, a young dragon respectfully approached an elder dragon to relay the news. The elder dragon, seated upon a throne, remained silent for a long while. Eventually, he directed his gaze toward a tall, stunning woman below. Long Shi, you shall visit the Chu family and investigate the source of that true dragon aura, commanded the elder Dragon King. Yes, father. I shall certainly uncover the origin of the true dragon offspring born within the Chu family. With that, the alluring woman transformed into a white dragon and soared toward the Chu family. In the eastern wilderness domain, many factions were also devising ways to investigate the situation at the Chu family. The Chu family's strength had already grown formidable. Should they acquire the assistance of a pure-blood true dragon, their power would undoubtedly increase significantly. At that point, even the three imperial forces of the eastern wilderness domain would not stand a chance against the Chu family. In the ancient Shao family, the patriarch gazed proudly at his meticulously adorned daughter, expressing his satisfaction. Indeed, my daughter is truly a vision of beauty. The patriarch of the Shao family expressed his unwavering faith in his daughter, believing that with her beauty, she could undoubtedly captivate the esteemed young master of the Chu family, compelling him to abandon the prospect of an alliance with the Su family in favor of a union with the Shao family. A broad smile adorned the face of the Shao family patriarch, while standing before him was Xiao Yanran, her expression stiff and lifeless, resembling a mere puppet under his control. Old Ninth, I entrust you with the task of visiting the Chu family, the patriarch stated with a gentle smile directed at the mature woman before him, who exuded an aura of ripeness. Rest assured, I shall successfully orchestrate the alliance between the Shao and Chu families, Old Ninth promised, eliciting a satisfied smile from the patriarch. With your assurance, I can relax, he replied, handing Old Ninth a puppet, an instrument to manipulate Xiao Yanran should she prove defiant. Old Ninth accepted the puppet, her demeanor remaining unperturbed. Yes, patriarch. After receiving the puppet, she promptly set off with Xiao Yanran, departing the Shao family estate to head toward the Chu family. Days later, at the Changxing estate of the Chu family, Chu Changge had finally familiarized himself with the surge of his newfound power. As he slowly opened his eyes, a formidable force of vitality radiated outward. Such domineering dragon blood, truly a treasure exclusive to the immortal realm. Just a single drop has refined my body to this extent, he murmured. The elders guarding him, upon witnessing the conclusion of his cultivation, quickly surrounded him with inquiries. Changge, what is this phenomenon? Why does our Chu family witness the manifestation of a true dragon shadow? Have you come into possession of something extraordinary and used it secretly? They bombarded him with questions, leaving Changge feeling overwhelmed. In response to the elders, I am unaware of the recent happenings within the family. During this time, I have been refining the true dragon blood to enhance my cultivation, Chu Changge clarified. The elders' eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing true dragon blood. Such a rare treasure had inexplicably found its way to their family as scion. It was no wonder the shadow of a true dragon had appeared above their estate. It was indeed due to the presence of true dragon blood. They refrained from probing further into its origins, recognizing that every individual possesses their own fortunes and secrets. This was Chu Changge's secret, one they would not pry into. Now enlightened as to the cause of the recent strange occurrences within the family, the elders felt satisfied. At that moment, an elder who had received news spoke up. Scion, we have received word that the divine maiden of the ancient Shao family intends to visit us, proposing an alliance with our Chu family. How shall we proceed? Chapter 13. Rejecting the Shao family alliance. The ancient Shao family's wrath. The ancient Shao family? An alliance? What business do they have meddling here? Chu Changge wore a perplexed expression. Just as he managed to quell one crisis, a new one arose. What intentions did the ancient Shao family harbor? If he remembers correctly, the ancient Shao family is also one of the 4 great overlords of the eastern wilderness. Just like the Chu family, marriages between imperial clans are infrequent, as such unions often disrupt the delicate balance. Now that the Changxing Chu family is flourishing, the ancient Shao family's arrival seems to stir the waters. What must the other 2 overlord factions think of this? Those 2 rival factions would not consider forming an alliance to counter the potential marriage between the Chu and Shao families. Instead, they would likely seize the opportunity to act before any union takes place. Various speculations flashed through Chu Changge's mind. The elders beside him furrowed their brows upon hearing this. The timing of the ancient Shao family's arrival is indeed questionable. What are their intentions? It has come to my attention that the 2 old relics of the Shao family are nearing the end of their lifespans. Their desire to ally with our Chu family must stem from a need for our protection. That said, if the young lady of the Su family is still unable to cultivate, the Shao girl seems to be a worthy alternative. However, since we have already forged an alliance with the Su family, the Shao family is no longer a consideration. After the elders spoke, their gazes turned to Chu Changge. The final decision regarding the marriage would ultimately rest upon him. Changge, what are your thoughts? With the elders posing the question to him, another choice prompt appeared before him. Ding. Current experience detected, triggering the fateful choice. Choice 1. Agree to the marriage with the Shao family. Reward. Innate sword bone. Choice 2. Reject the marriage with the Shao family. Reward. Sacred object. Soul nourishing wood. Please make your selection. Chu Changge cast a glance at the options. From the rewards alone, he could discern that choosing the first option would undoubtedly lead him down a perilous path. He then spoke. Elders, we have already allied with the Su family. Although the Su family's overall strength pales in comparison to that of the Shao family, Shwerer possesses remarkable potential. With her presence, she will surely lead the Su family back to its zenith, perhaps even surpassing the Shao family. The elders nodded in agreement and then turned to one of the elders, saying, Did you hear that? Our Chu family refuses to marry into the Shao family. Let them return, lest the Su family misunderstand our intentions. The elder nodded and promptly departed from the Chu family to convey the elders and the young masteress' wishes. Ding. Host has completed choice 2, receiving the reward, sacred object. Soul nourishing wood. Soul nourishing wood, a 6th-tier sacred treasure, possessing the ability to nourish souls and refine divine consciousness. Observing this treasure, Chu Changge had an inkling that it would prove immensely beneficial in the future. He carefully stored the treasure away, with the matter concerning the Shao family resolved. An elder suddenly turned to him and inquired, Changge, now that your seclusion has concluded, it is time to address the affairs of the ancient divine sect. The Chu family is prepared to take action against them. As the young master of the Chu family, you cannot remain idle. You are the face of our clan and must personally lead the campaign against the ancient divine sect. Chu Changge nodded in affirmation. Yes, elder. Soon, an elite force from the Chu family set out, marching grandly towards the demonic abyss. At this moment, Xiao Yinran of the ancient Xiao family, under the guidance of an elder, was on the verge of arriving at the Chongqing Chu family. Suddenly, a formidable elder obstructed their path. The ninth elder of the Xiao family's expression hardened as she shielded Xiao Yinran behind her. Who dares to impede the Xiao family's way? Begone at once, she admonished icily. The elder, unfazed by the Xiao family's elder's brusque tone, let out a cold snort, reflecting inwardly. The Xiao family is on the verge of decline, yet still speaks so arrogantly. It is wise that our son does not ally with them. Associating with such haughty individuals would surely drag the Chu family down. After contemplating the sagacious decision of Chu Changge, the elder spoke. I am Chu Quangma, the sixth elder of the eternal Chu family. Chu family elder? The ninth elder of the Xiao family's countenance shifted. Realizing her earlier tone, she felt a chill run down her spine, with beads of dew glistening on her exquisite legs. She hastily clarified. It is Elder Quangma. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was unaware it was you. I hope you can overlook my indiscretion. The Xiao family approaches with sincerity, seeking to forge an alliance through marriage with the Chu family. Chu Quangma maintained a calm demeanor, disinterested in the Xiao family's impatience. His tone remained unperturbed. Elder Xiao, there is no need for a visit. I presume your family is already aware that we, the Chu family, have entered into a marriage alliance with the Su family. Our son's wedding to the Su family's daughter is scheduled for 3 years hence. The ninth elder of the Xiao family felt a surge of panic. They had come to negotiate a marriage alliance, only to be turned away without even meeting the Chu family's son. This was a profound humiliation for the Xiao family, given that they had personally sought this alliance. The ninth elder sought to plead further. Surely this decision does not reflect the will of the young master, does it? After all, the union of these two young hearts should ultimately depend on their desires. She presumed that the refusal to ally with the Xiao family was the Chu family's collective decision. To her astonishment, Chu Quangma shook his head and replied with a smile. Elder Xiao, you are mistaken. The decision to reject the alliance is solely that of our son. We, the elders of the Chu family, greatly respect the thoughts of the younger generation. If we were so domineering, we would have ceased our alliance with the Su family long ago. The ninth elder was taken aback, bewildered. The refusal to unite with the Xiao family did not stem from the elder's or ancestors' decisions, but rather from their still maturing son. Meanwhile, seated in the flying carriage, Xiao Yinran sighed in relief upon hearing the Chu family's rejection. She was finally spared from an alliance with someone she had never met, free to be with the one she truly loved. Chu Quangma disregarded the astonished expressions of the Xiao family elders and stated calmly, Elder Xiao, you should return now. Otherwise, if you linger here too long, our son may fear that the Su family might misunderstand our intentions. The ninth elder's beautiful eyes glinted with menace. The scion of the Chu family truly lacks discernment. Forsaking the alluring goddess of the Xiao family, he seeks to forge an alliance with an immature youth. The elder of the Xiao family snorted disdainfully before escorting Xiao Yinran back to their abode. Chapter 14. The Abyss of Demons, the Cataclysm of the Ancient Divine Sect. At this moment, the entire ancient divine sect was hastily packing their treasures for evacuation. The number of those truly departing the sect was exceedingly small. The announcement by the eternal Chu family regarding their intentions to assault the ancient divine sect rippled through the entire eastern wilds. Numerous factions and individuals were astounded upon learning this news. Heavens! The eternal Chu family dares to attack the ancient divine sect? This is the most formidable sect beneath the level of a hegemonic power. What motivates the Chu family to provoke them? It has been millennia since the Chu family last engaged in conflict. One wonders if their overall strength has waned. Let us hasten to the abyss of demons. This is bound to be a cataclysmic battle. Countless factions dispatch their emissaries to witness the unfolding event. This hegemonic power, dormant for a millennium, shall soon reveal its current state. In a remote corner of the eastern wilds, within the martial city of the Xiao family, a young man donned a classic black robe, preparing to depart. Master, your disciple is ready. I can set forth for the abyss of demons at any moment, he declared respectfully into the air. Rest assured, Xiao Fan. Before my demise, I concealed an opportunity within the abyss of demons. The martial city is not far from there. Once you seize this chance, your latent talents shall fully awaken. At that time, You shall avenge your parents and family. The youth, named Xiao Fan, was known for his mediocre cultivation talent in the martial city. However, recent events involving two formidable beings shattered his tranquil existence. They sought to abduct his childhood sweetheart, and when his parents intervened, they were grievously injured by these two powers. The elders of the Xiao family rushed to their aid, but were also left incapacitated. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his childhood companion, Xiao Yinran, the fate of both him and the entire Xiao family would have been sealed by those two formidable beings. Reflecting on these events, Xiao Fan's gaze turned icy. The ancient Xiao family and the eternal Chu family are the architects of my parents' suffering. I, Xiao Fan, shall not let you escape unscathed. Clenching his fists, he learned from the two assailants that the turmoil within his family was instigated by a figure named Chu Changge. They intended to wed his beloved Yanran to this Chu Changge. Sensing her disciples' fury, the enigmatic spiritual entity spoke softly. Xiao Fan, temper your rage. Do not lose your reason. If you seek vengeance, then let us embark on our journey. The injuries sustained by the elders of the Xiao family have been healed by me. You need not worry about their safety. Xiao Fan nodded resolutely and departed the Xiao family, leaving the martial city behind as he set forth for the abyss of demons. Meanwhile, within the eternal Su family, a group of elders rejoiced. They had received news long ago of the ancient Xiao family's request for a marriage alliance with the Chu family. They were initially quite apprehensive that the Chu family would abandon the Su family in favor of the Xiao family, another imperial clan, leading to a formidable alliance that would dominate the eastern wilderness. However, their concerns were unfounded. The Chu family unequivocally rejected the Xiao family's overtures, causing them to depart in disgrace. This news was shrouded in secrecy, with few factions privy to it. The Su family learned of this development thanks to a message from the Chu family. The elder of the Su family spoke with palpable joy, sensing that the Chu family had acknowledged their worth. Consequently, to support the Su family, the Chu family would take action against the ancient divine sect. And the Su family could not remain idle. Convey my orders. Summon the disciples of the Su family to the fallen demon valley to assist the Chu family. The Su family, known for their longevity, became lively at once. All the Su family disciples were filled with excitement, except for one person who appeared utterly bewildered. Ningshuang observed the unfolding situation, feeling perplexed. How had events diverged so drastically from her memories? With the ancient divine sect's premature downfall, would some opportunities vanish as well? Ningshuang pondered silently. Although the circumstances had shifted significantly, the overall trajectory seemed to be favorable. Her sole concern was that these developments might alter the locations and details of certain opportunities she remembered from her past life. It appeared that some opportunities needed to be seized ahead of time. The master of the fallen immortal mountain, the 9 secrets of the sacred cliff, and the sacred fruit within the Taiching's secret realm. Ningshuang quietly recited these opportunities. These were already established prospects, accessible simply by visiting the respective locations. There were also some yet-to-emerge opportunities, enveloped in uncertainty. Goddess, we must set forth. A disciple of the Su family hurriedly exclaimed as he entered Ningshuang's courtyard. Oh, I shall come at once. Ningshuang replied, rising to follow the disciple aboard the Su family battleship. Once all the Su family disciples had boarded, the Su family commenced their expedition to the fallen demon valley to aid the Chu family in their assault on the ancient divine sect. In the fallen demon valley, within a matter of days, the Chu family had arrived and sealed off every possible escape route. The ancient divine sect was now akin to a fattened sheep trapped in a pen, awaiting slaughter. Divine Son, the elders have established formations to seal the entire fallen demon valley. Shall we proceed against the ancient divine sect? Please issue your command. An elder approached Chu Changge to inquire. Proceed. Let us resolve this swiftly. I have other matters to attend to. Chu Changge replied with remarkable calmness. Understood, the elder responded, and his voice reverberated throughout the heavens, reaching every ear of the Chu family disciples. All the disciples surged into action. Meanwhile, within the ancient divine sect, a group stood poised for battle. Upon hearing the elder's thunderous command, they gazed upward to see countless dark specks appearing in the sky. These specks rapidly approached. Growing larger, they were the disciples of the Chu family. Quick, activate the protective formation of our sect. An elder within the ancient divine sect bellowed. Soon, an array of formations was activated, transforming into luminous barriers that kept the disciples of the Chu family at bay. Listen well, members of the ancient divine sect. Surrender obediently, and perhaps you may secure a slender chance of survival. The audacity of the ancient divine sect is astonishing. Despite the Chu family's declaration of annihilation, you dare to resist? Surrender without delay. Waves of divine abilities struck against the protective grand formation of the ancient divine sect. However, the formidable barriers remained utterly unmoved. Observing this scene, The disciples of the ancient divine sect erupted into derisive laughter. Huh. Is this the caliber of disciples nurtured by the Eternal Life Imperial Clan? Their attacks are pathetically feeble. You would be better off retreating to avoid further embarrassment for your Chu family. Humph. The Chu family is hardly impressive. If it weren't for your millennia of head start, our ancient divine sect would have already claimed dominance over the Eastern Desolation domain. As the disciples of the ancient divine sect continued their mockery of the Chu family, an unexpected darkness enveloped the sky. They looked up to behold a colossal hand descending, capable of obscuring the sun. Bang! This immense hand merely grazed the impenetrable protective formation, and in an instant, cracks spread across its surface. With the intervention of a Chu family elder, a thunderous roar echoed from within the ancient divine sect. Chu Changge, you seek death. Chapter 15. The pinnacle of martial intent, the intent of annihilation. At last, a supreme powerhouse emerged from the ancient divine sect. As the protective formations crumbled under the weight of the colossal hand, the last remaining ancestor of the ancient divine sect revealed himself. With a single palm strike, he repelled Chu Changge's attack. Ancestor. The ancestor has made his move. Wonderful. With the ancestor's intervention, we shall finally escape death. Yet, the disciples of the ancient divine sect remained oblivious to their dire predicament. They had but one quasi-emperor ancestor, while the Chu family had dispatched multiple quasi-emperor elders, even ancestors, to besiege the ancient divine sect. Chu Changge regarded the elder who stood before him with a faint smile. Ah, so you have finally chosen to intervene? The elder's expression was calm as he inquired. Chu Changge, what must the ancient divine sect do for you to spare us? Chu Changge replied indifferently, spare you? I regret to inform you, my Chu family's divine son has decreed the complete obliteration of your ancient divine sect. So there is nothing to negotiate. The elder of the ancient divine sect asked, his voice laced with reluctance. Indeed. Chu Changge responded flatly. Then let us battle. The last surviving quasi-emperor ancestor of the ancient divine sect transcended his limits, burning away his dwindling lifespan, rejuvenating his once aged visage. His long hair, previously white, gradually shifted to a rich black, cascading down to his ankles. An overwhelming aura erupted from this quasi-emperor ancestor. Subsequently, Chu Changge led this quasi-emperor ancestor into the outer realms for combat. Without the protection of the quasi-emperor ancestor and the defensive formations, the ancient divine sect found itself once again in the crosshairs of the Chu family. Chu Changge spoke with a calm demeanor. Kill. Leave no disciple of the ancient divine sect alive. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Under his command, the members of the Chu family surged into the ancient divine sect. The disciples of the ancient divine sect fought desperately in resistance. However, one by one, they fell under the overwhelming might of the Chu family. The current leader of the ancient divine sect attempted to strike down the Chu family, but was thwarted by the elder members of the Chu family. Young man, you, a warrior at the great sage realm, dare to lay hands on mere juniors? Allow us old fellows to engage you instead. All elders and stewards of the ancient divine sect who intended to attack the young members of the Chu family were intercepted by the elders, stewards, and guest elders of the Chu family. In less than half a day, the casualties mounted. Those who could still fight dwindled to a mere handful. Soon after, the Chongqing Su family arrived to lend their assistance. United, the two families annihilated all disciples of the ancient divine sect. Even their highly exalted ancestor could not withstand for long, ultimately perishing at the hands of the Chu family's grand elder, Chu Changge. A top-tier force was utterly obliterated in less than a day by the combined might of the Chu and Su families. The entire eastern wilderness region was left in shock. After thousands of years, they witnessed the true strength of the Chu family once more. Throughout this millennium, the Chu family's power had not waned. Rather, it had significantly surged. In an instant, countless factions began to envy the once declining Chongqing Su family. With a union to the Chu family, it would not be long before the Su family could reclaim their status as a dominant force in the eastern wilderness region. Within the ancient divine sect, numerous disciples from the Chu and Su families were scavenging for treasures. Eldest Song of Changge, may I take this heavenly grade technique? An excited disciple from the Chu family inquired, holding a technique aloft. Yes, take it. It belongs to you as spoils of war. Chu Changge responded with a faint smile. Long live eldest Song of Changge. The disciple, elated by acquiring a heavenly grade technique, hastened his search for treasures amid the ruins of the ancient divine sect. The remaining disciples from both the Chu and Su families, witnessing this, began to present their own findings to him. Eldest Song of Changge, I found this heavenly grade tier 4 artifact. May I take it? Chu Changge continued on toward the treasure vault of the ancient divine sect. Along the way, he nodded in agreement to anyone who inquired. After all, these treasures were merely trifles, not particularly precious. Bestowing them upon these individuals not only significantly enhanced their strength, but also won their loyalty. Within the ancient divine sect, the truly valuable items lay within the vault. At this moment, several elders from both the Chu and Su families awaited his arrival at the vault. There, Chu Changge encountered Ningshuang. She glanced at him. But after a fleeting moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned away. Strange. Have I done something to her? Why does she appear so shy upon seeing me? Chu Changge pondered, though he dismissed the thought. Approaching the assembly of elders, he slightly clasped his fists and said, Changge pays his respects to all the elders. Rise quickly. Long Gu. No need for excessive formalities. It won't be long before we are all one family. The elders of the Su family chuckled as they assisted Chu Long Gu to his feet. Long Gu, this is the treasury of the ancient divine sect, filled with numerous treasures. What do you intend to do with it? The eldest of the Chu family inquired directly, without preamble, about Chu Longji's decision. As a pivotal question presented itself before him, a panel materialized in his mind. Beep. Detected the host's current experience, triggering the destiny selection. Option 1. Annihilate the ancient divine sect. Our Chu family will bear the brunt, while the Su family merely stands by. The treasures within the treasury rightfully belong to the Chu family. Reward. Celestial artifact, chaos, source chi. Option 2. Annihilate the ancient divine sect. Both the Chu and Su families will contribute. The treasures within the treasury should be shared equally. Reward. Martial Dao essence, essence of annihilation. Please choose. Upon viewing the options, Chu Longji's expression darkened. This destiny selection system was becoming increasingly uncooperative. To ensure he continued his role as the antagonist, any decision made against the Su family came with exceedingly generous rewards. Unfortunately, the better the reward, the greater the risk. He was reluctant to engage with a protagonist blessed with fortune. Moreover, having just resolved the crisis of his broken engagement, altering his stance towards the Su family now would mean abandoning his progress. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Long Gu smiled lightly and replied, Elders, I believe that in the matter of annihilating the ancient divine sect, both the Chu and Su families should contribute. The treasures within the treasury ought to be divided equally, especially as the Su family currently requires these treasures to enhance their strength. The elders of the Chu family had no objections to their son's decision. They nodded in agreement. Indeed, Long Gu has made a wise choice. Let us proceed as you have suggested. The members of the Su family were taken aback by Chu Long Gu's words. They had long since relinquished any hopes regarding the treasures within the ancient divine sect's treasury. After all, the ancient divine sect was a formidable sect in the eastern wilderness, and the treasures they had amassed were undoubtedly vast. A prominent family like the Chu would likely hoard everything for themselves. However, the outcome had surpassed their expectations. The elders of the Su family clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, divine son. With this successful choice made, a system notification echoed in Chu Longji's mind. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Receiving the reward of martial Dao essence and essence of annihilation. Essence of annihilation. A supreme martial Dao essence. Those who comprehend this essence possess unparalleled killing intent. Gazing at this reward, Chu Long Gu felt immense satisfaction. The martial Dao essence was essential for warriors at the King Realm. When he first entered the King Realm, he had already comprehended the invincible essence. Now, with the attainment of another supreme martial Dao essence, his combat prowess surged exponentially. It was said that within the King Realm, one could comprehend a maximum of 9 martial Dao essences. Alas, most individuals could only grasp a single essence. A select few geniuses possessed the ability to comprehend the profound truths of multiple martial arts. Moreover, the greater the number of martial truths one can grasp within the King Realm, the higher the likelihood of ascending to the Emperor Realm in the future. It is said that the most formidable emperor in history could only fathom 6 martial truths at most. Chu Changge, brimming with excitement, mused that with the destiny selection system at his disposal, he might become the first emperor in history to comprehend 9 martial truths. Chapter 16. The first encounter with Xiao Fan. System, merge with the essence of annihilation. Chu Changge silently commanded within his mind. In the next instant, a wave of dark energy, imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, surged into his consciousness. Alongside this dark essence, a vibrant energy resided within his mind. This colorful essence represented the invincible truth he had comprehended upon breaking through to the King Realm. With the addition of the essence of annihilation, he had now grasped 2 distinct truths. Changge, we must return. A moment later, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated in Chu Changge's ears. While he refined the essence of annihilation, the Chu and Su families had already amicably distributed the treasures from the ancient divine sect's vault, given their pre-existing alliance. The distribution of these artifacts had been devoid of any conflict. carried out in a remarkably cordial manner. Snapping back to reality, Chu Changge nodded and replied, "Indeed. Let us depart." He then glanced towards Su Ningshuang, observing that the recent events she had displayed had remained unchanged. A smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Schwerer, are you planning to venture to the fallen Immortal Mountain range for training soon?" Su Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback by his words. "Brother Changge, I do have such intentions." "Why do you ask?" She responded, her heart filled with curiosity. After all, she had not disclosed her plans to anyone, so how could Chu Changge possibly know? Though perplexed, Su Ningshuang chose not to dwell on it. Chu Changge smiled lightly, saying, "As it happens, I will be free at that time. I shall accompany you to the fallen Immortal Mountain range for your training." He had merely caught a glimpse of this event through Su Ningshuang and remained unaware of her mysterious mentor's hidden location. To seek out this enigmatic figure, he felt accompanying Su Ningshuang was essential. Su Ningshuang hesitated, for this journey held significant importance for her, and she was reluctant for others to learn of it. The elders of the Su family observed the two with knowing smiles. "Schwerer, you should agree to Changge's proposal. It would be an excellent opportunity for you two young ones to cultivate your feelings." "Indeed, Schwerer. It is a rare occasion for the son of Changge to extend such an invitation. Such opportunities are few and far between." The elders wished for the two youths to avoid entering into a marriage devoid of emotional connection. The chance for them to embark on a journey together was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity for emotional development. "Schwerer, it is settled then. I will come to find you when the time comes." Chu Changge did not allow Su Ningshuang the chance to decline, swiftly reaching an agreement. "Very well, son of Changge. When the time comes, Schwerer will take action, and we will inform you." The elders of the Su family responded on Su Ningshuang's behalf. After all, the little girl, being bashful, dared not readily acquiesce, leaving it to the audacious old men to respond on her behalf. Shortly thereafter, as the treasures of the Taiku divine sect were swiftly relocated, the disciples of the Chu and Su families began their exodus from the abyssal Devil Valley. Within the valley, a shadow clad in black darted rapidly among the towering ancient trees. "Master, is that the battle of a supreme power? How can it end so swiftly?" The figure in black was none other than Xiao Fan, who had departed from Wu City. At this moment, he was following his master's guidance to seek his destined fortune. "Xiao Fan, do not be mistaken. This is a confrontation between a sovereign-level force and a top-tier power, a one-sided battle." The enigmatic master corrected Xiao Fan's misunderstanding. A true clash between forces of equal might would not conclude in a mere day. Battles that can be resolved within a day are invariably overwhelming in nature. The Taiku divine sect, as a preeminent force in the eastern wilderness domain, boasted a quasi-emperor presiding over it. Yet, this formidable sect was obliterated within a single day by the united assault of the Chongqing Chu family and the Su family. This revelation instilled a profound sense of pressure within Xiao Fan. How could he possibly reclaim his beloved from such a formidable family? "Do not fret, Xiao Fan. No matter how powerful the Chu family may be, they are but a force from the lower realm. Do not forget my origins. I hail from the celestial realm." Sensing Xiao Fan's unease, the presence within him quickly offered reassurance. Indeed, Xiao Fan suddenly recalled the origin of his master. His master came from the celestial realm, a legendary upper world sought after by countless great powers. In comparison to his master, what do imperial families and sovereign forces amount to? "Yes, with your assistance, master, I shall undoubtedly reclaim my beloved from the Chu family." Xiao Fan had silently marked Chu Changge as his adversary, determined to strive against the one who had taken away his cherished love. Above the abyssal Devil Valley, Chu Changge stood upon one of the warships, surveying the entire valley. Numerous rumors surrounded this valley, the most prominent being that it sealed an ancient malevolent spirit. However, this tale had circulated for millennia, and many forces dismissed it as mere superstition. Yet, Chu Changge held a different perspective. Given his current circumstances, he believed there was a significant possibility that the rumor was, in fact, true. As he gazed down upon the entire abyssal Devil Valley, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure swiftly weaving through the massive ancient trees. Upon closer inspection, he captured the silhouette, and an interface materialized within his mind. Name, Xiao Fan, cultivation level, body refinement realm, peak. Physique, primordial sacred body, technique, great desolation art, imperial level. First stage, fate, true martial great emperor, gold. Recent events, since childhood, possessed the primordial sacred body but unable to cultivate. Regarded as a waste by the Xiao family in Wu City, his childhood sweetheart was forcefully taken away by an elder of the Xiao family. In an attempt to stop Xiao Yanran from leaving, he was severely injured by the elder, and the blood he shed activated a jade pendant he had carried since childhood, awakening the slumbering remnants of the Yaoqi True Immortal. Now, under the guidance of the Yaoqi True Immortal, he ventures into the depths of the demon abyss to seize opportunities. fully activating his primordial sacred body and embarking on the path of cultivation. Is this truly the protagonist of Fortune? Chu Changge remarked with some astonishment. The protagonist of Fortune seemed to harbor some misconceptions about him. If allowed to grow unchecked, these misunderstandings might escalate, leading to potential complications. Clearly, it was imperative to rectify this misunderstanding, Chu Changge murmured. Under unnecessary circumstances, he had no desire to oppose these fortuitous protagonists. After all, contending with such individuals, who possess extraordinary advantages, is exhausting and ultimately futile. He recalled instances in his own world where traversers clashed with children of destiny, despite their prowess. Traversers were merely weaklings in the face of the boundless fortune bestowed upon these favored ones. With this thought in mind, Chu Changge promptly sought out the elders of his family. Elder, I have a matter that requires me to remain in the demon abyss. Chu Changge nodded, subsequently staying by Chu Changge's side, while others continued to transport the treasures of the ancient divine sect back to the family. Chapter 17. Treasures of Heaven and Earth in the Depths of the Demon Abyss. Under the guidance of his master, Xiao Fan was heading towards the hidden location of opportunities. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, warning him. Xiao Fan, be cautious, there is a tail following you. Xiao Fan froze, quickly inquiring, Master, who is following me? I'm not certain. It is a remarkably young and handsome man, replied the cool voice. Xiao Fan abruptly halted, feigning calmness as he addressed the figure behind him. Fellow cultivator, you have been following me for quite some time. It is time for you to reveal yourself. Caught off guard by his swift discovery, Chu Changge was momentarily stunned. So soon to be found out, he mused. Given this lad's cultivation level, he should not have been able to detect him, which meant it must be his mysterious master within him. Chu Changge concluded in his heart. However, it seemed the other party had not noticed the elder concealed in the shadows protecting him. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would not have remained so composed in addressing him. With this realization, Chu Changge calmly stepped out from the shadows. Your perception is quite impressive. I have been concealing my aura so effectively. Yet you were still able to detect me, Chu Changge praised. As Xiao Fan turned around, upon seeing Chu Changge for the first time, he instantly understood why his master had described this individual in such a manner. Handsome, truly handsome. The appearance and demeanor of the man before him were of such caliber that even he, as a man, could not help but find him striking. Regaining his composure, Xiao Fan inquired, what does it mean for you to follow me all this way, fellow cultivator? Chu Changge waited for a moment. But when the fateful option did not appear, he finally responded, I merely observed that you, a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, dare to venture alone into the demon abyss. I must admit, I am quite impressed, which is why I approached you to make your acquaintance. Xiao Fan, ever cautious, found it difficult to trust someone who suddenly wished to befriend him in such a perilous place as the demon abyss. Many factions operated here. Previously, the ancient divine sect held sway, which kept the various demonic forces somewhat restrained. However, with the recent downfall of the ancient demon sect at the hands of the Chu and Su families, these malevolent forces were bound to re-emerge with renewed ferocity. It was entirely possible that the man before him was a disciple of one such faction, seeking to lower his guard for a potential ambush. Xiao Fan clasped his fists and replied, Thank you for your kind words, but I currently have pressing matters to attend to. If you have no other business, I shall take my leave and hope you refrain from following me. As he attempted to depart, a voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Fan, why not invite this individual to accompany you? His strength may prove beneficial in overcoming various challenges along the way. We are still quite distant from the place I mentioned, and I have only regained a fraction of my power. I cannot assist you as much as I would like. Xiao Fan was perplexed. Master, is it wise to allow a stranger to accompany me? What if he turns against me when we arrive at the hidden location of the opportunity? The Yaoqi true immortal replied with a gentle smile, Fear not. A handsome man is unlikely to be a villain. Should you truly worry about him seizing your fortune, remember that I am here to support you. Moreover, when the time comes to approach the hidden opportunity, you can always find an excuse to part ways. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Fan ultimately decided to heed his master's advice. He halted his steps and turned to face Chu Changge, who was still poised to depart. My friend, since fate has brought us together in this vast demon abyss, shall we journey together? He proposed. Chu Changge was taken aback, nearly agreeing immediately, when suddenly a panel appeared before him. The fateful option had emerged. Beep. Host's current experience detected, triggering fateful choice. Option 1. Decline Xiao Fan's invitation and stealthily follow him from a distance, waiting for him to find the hidden opportunity before striking him down and seizing it for yourself. Reward. Imperial Artifact, Primordial Bell. Option 2. Accept Xiao Fan's invitation, and upon reaching the opportunity's hiding place, reveal your true identity to resolve any misunderstandings. Reward. Supreme Martial Dao True Intent, 5 elements, true intent. Please select. 2 choices presented themselves. One offered a remarkable reward, while the other promised a more modest one. After a brief consideration, Chu Changge unhesitatingly chose the second option. The first reward was not so easily attainable. Surely, the mentor from the celestial realm within him would intervene to assist should he attempt to slay Xiao Fan. Those who descended from the celestial realm were never to be underestimated. Though they no longer possessed the strength of their peak, they were still formidable opponents. Chu Changge opted for a more prudent approach. In a world teeming with children of fate, let those who wish to be villains take on that mantle. Chu Changge nodded. Very well. May I inquire about your esteemed name? I am Su Chun. He introduced himself, having crafted a commendable name for himself. Brother Su, I am Xiao Fan. Since Xiao Fan was still a novice, he had no habit of using a false name and effortlessly divulged his true identity. Chu Changge complimented, Xiao Fan. Indeed a splendid name. I wonder, dear brother Xiao, what are your thoughts moving forward? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fan swiftly devised a plan to address Chu Changge. Brother Su, I have heard that within the abyss of the fallen demons, a rare treasure capable of enhancing one's aptitude is nearing maturity. My own talents are lacking. Hence I aspire to seize this treasure to improve my abilities and advance further along the path of martial arts. This excuse was quite plausible, effectively explaining why a mere body-refining martial artist would risk their life to venture into the abyss of the fallen demons. Only such miraculous treasures could inspire individuals to disregard their own safety and venture deep into the abyss. Chu Changge nodded. I see, dear brother Xiao. Fear not. With your elder brother by your side, I shall ensure your safety on this journey. Thank you. Then I shall rely on you, brother Su. The two quickly established a camaraderie akin to longtime friends, engaging in lively conversation. Before long, they ventured deeper into the abyss of the fallen demons. Within the abyss, following the fall of the ancient divine sect, all demonic forces began to run rampant. This place soon became a paradise for disciples of the demonic path. Deep within the abyss, a towering divine tree rose majestically from the ground. On this tree, several fruits radiated with a myriad of colors and exuded a captivating fragrance. These fruits were the coveted treasures capable of enhancing one's aptitude. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the area intensified, and the alluring aroma of the treasures attracted numerous ferocious beasts towards them. Chapter 18. The ancient demon of the abyss emerges. Xiao Fan and Chu Changge hastened their journey to the depths of the abyss of the fallen demons. Under the overwhelming presence of Chu Changge's formidable strength, no beast dared to obstruct their path. Their way was clear. Even if they encountered beasts fortuitously crossing their path, Chu Changge dispatched them with a single stroke. His display of power evoked admiration even from the true immortal of the Yao Pool. Xiao Fan, I must say, my words hold true. This individual, possessing such striking looks, cannot possibly be a villain. Furthermore, his talent is remarkable. At such a young age, he has attained the 9th level of the King Realm and has comprehended 2 martial truths. Should he grasp 9 martial truths in the future, he is destined to become an emperor. Listening to his master bestow such high praise upon Chu Changge, Xiao Fan curiously inquired, Master, what of me? Can I also comprehend the 9 martial truths? The true immortal of the Yao Pool shook his head. This presents a certain challenge, yet with diligent effort, one can indeed grasp the essence of 5 or 6 martial truths. Listening to his master's words, Xiao Fan felt a twinge of discontent within. How could his mentor so disparage him while elevating others? Choosing not to inquire further, he soon followed Chu Changge to the location where the divine tree of the fallen demon valley thrived. Little Fan, take the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. Upon arrival, as he surveyed the area teeming with fierce beasts, the true immortal of the Yao Pool conveyed a telepathic warning to Xiao Fan. Rest assured, Master. When the moment is right, please be sure to signal me. Xiao Fan responded earnestly. Unbeknownst to Chu Changge, Xiao Fan was secretly concocting a plan with his mentor. Observing the multitude of ferocious creatures surrounding them, he calmly advised, Little brother, stay close to me. The number of fierce beasts here is overwhelming. If you stray too far, I may not be able to protect you. Fear not, brother Su, Xiao Fan assured him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Changge then cast his gaze upon the divine tree. Indeed, the fallen demon valley harbored rare treasures. Though not entirely familiar with their nature, the presence of such numerous fierce beasts suggested their significance. A cursory glance revealed that most beasts possessed cultivation levels of the 5th and 6th tiers, while none of the 7th tier beast kings were present, which was fortuitous for him. After confirming the absence of any imminent threats, Chu Changge unabashedly unleashed his profound aura. At the pinnacle of the King Realm, the overwhelming essence of invincibility and obliteration radiated outward, casting a terrifying pressure over all the fierce beasts. In an instant, They found themselves gasping for breath under the weight of his presence. Roar. A martial powerhouse of the human race approaches. He seeks to contest us for the treasures. The ferocious beasts, incensed, turned their attention to Chu Changge, their collective resolve unyielding as they charged towards him. Ah, they show no fear of death. Excellent. I was concerned you might flee in terror. Since you are so bold, it saves me the trouble of chasing you. With a flicker of thought, the indestructible celestial blade materialized in his grasp. Indestructible 9 blades. First blade, slash. With a sweeping motion, Chu Changge unleashed a wave of black blade energy that engulfed the surroundings. At that moment, as Chu Changge made his move, an urgent voice echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Little Fan, now is your chance. Hurry and go. Your brother Su will be occupied for a while. Sensing an opportunity, Xiao Fan heeded his mentor's advice and swiftly made his way toward the location of his impending fortune. Chu Changge sensed Xiao Fan's movements, but chose not to pursue. This was precisely his intention. Allowing Xiao Fan to proceed to the hidden treasure would enable him to fulfill his objective later. However, before that, he needed to address these bothersome beasts. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from within Chu Changge, a scorching essence, the solar, true fire of the sun god. A searing blaze of true fire descended. Under the immense pressure of Chu Changge's 9th-tier king realm cultivation, those fierce beasts beneath the king realm were utterly incinerated, reduced to mere charcoal and powder upon the slightest contact with the sun's true flame. With ease, Chu Changge eradicated this horde of beasts and then prepared to seize the fruits growing upon the divine tree. Human halt. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the demonic abyss. Almost immediately, 2 ethereal figures materialized before Chu Changge. One was aged, the other youthful, their features obscured. Yet the aura they exuded was formidable. Following their appearance, Chu Quangren also emerged beside Chu Changge. Be cautious, divine son, these individuals are no trifles. Their demonic energy is exceedingly potent. Without a doubt, these 2 figures were the ancient demons sealed within the demonic abyss. The elder's visage was amiable, while the youth bore a fierce countenance, brimming with murderous intent. The youth coldly regarded Chu Changge and threatened, "You boy, depart the demonic abyss at once. Do not think that with a peak quasi-emperor guarding you, you are invulnerable. In my prime, I disregarded even emperors. A mere quasi-emperor cannot protect you." After the youth's warning, the elder interjected, "Little one, it would be wise for you to leave obediently. The treasures of this divine tree are beyond your reach, at least not all of them. If you choose to depart without resistance, I can arrange for you to receive a heavenly origin sacred fruit." Upon hearing the name of this treasure, Chu Quangren's expression shifted dramatically. Heavenly origin sacred fruit? Is this not the legendary treasure that can alter fate, extending life by 1,000 years and enhancing one's aptitude? Chu Quangren gazed at the dozen or so heavenly origin sacred fruits adorning the divine tree. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated seizing them all. However, as that thought arose, a wave of murderous intent surged within his mind, rendering him immobile. At that moment, a selection panel appeared before Chu Changge. Ding. Current experience detected. Destiny selection triggered. Option 1. Agree to the bloodthirsty demon lord's proposal. Rewards. True intent of martial arts. True intent of speed. Option 2. Refuse the bloodthirsty demon lord's proposal and seize the heavenly origin sacred fruit tree. Reward. Chaos divine coffin. Please make your selection. Without hesitation, Chu Changge declared, "Senior, I accept your proposal. Once I complete my business, I will leave the demonic abyss and shall not covet the heavenly origin sacred fruit tree." Upon hearing this, the youth's ethereal form fell into disappointment. He had anticipated that Chu Changge would take action, providing him with a feast. However, the elder beside the youth appeared quite pleased. "Ah, a wise choice." With that, he procured a heavenly origin sacred fruit and presented it to Chu Changge. "Here, little one, I have fulfilled my part. Remember your words." As the heavenly origin sacred fruit landed in Chu Changge's hand, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has completed option 1. Receiving rewards. True intent of martial arts. True intent of speed. Chapter 19. Celestial and Demonic Cavern. A misunderstanding encounter. The essence of speed. An extraordinary truth that, once comprehended, allows one's swiftness to surpass that of others by several folds. Chu Changge gazed at the description of this speed essence with a heart remarkably unperturbed. He already possessed 2 supreme truths and 1 superior truth, which did not elate him excessively. System, merge the speed essence. Chu Changge silently intoned within his mind. In the next moment, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness, encapsulating his understanding and insight into speed. As he assimilated yet another truth, a white aura materialized in his mind. Now, 3 distinct auras of varying colors resided within his consciousness, representing the 3 truths he had grasped. Elder, Please keep this heavenly treasure safe for me. Chu Changge entrusted the Tianyuan's sacred fruit to the elder. Certainly, divine son. Chu Changge accepted the fruit. After confirming that Chu Changge was in no peril, he concealed it once more, while the malevolent presence of the bloodthirsty demon lord vanished without a trace. Chu Changge observed the divine tree, which bore 9 Tianyuan sacred fruits. He refocused his thoughts. These 9 fruits surely held significant secrets for the bloodthirsty demon lord. However, at this moment, he felt little inclination to unravel that mystery. His primary concern was to address matters concerning Xiaofan. In the depths of the demonic abyss, a hidden place of opportunity, guided by the Yaoqi true immortal, Xiaofan arrived at this location. Master, is the opportunity concealed here? Xiaofan inquired with excitement. Indeed, it lies within, the Yaoqi true immortal affirmed. They stood before a vast cavern, and upon confirming that the opportunity was within, Xiaofan resolutely stepped inside. At that moment, as he fully entered the cave, Chu Changge's figure arrived soon after. Close call, I nearly missed it. Chu Changge murmured gravely. What manner of place is this cave to obscure perception? He then summoned Chu Changge. Elder. Chu Changge re-emerged from the void, approaching Chu Changge. Divine son, what is it? Elder, can you discern what lies within this cave? Chu Changge inquired, gesturing towards the cavern. The elder, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards the cave, and a powerful divine sense penetrated within. Soon, he frowned. This is a most peculiar place. It seems something is obstructing my inquiry. A location capable of thwarting the exploration of a peak quasi-emperor is undoubtedly extraordinary. Elder, I implore you to accompany me inside. Chu Changge urged, nodding in agreement. Chu Changge followed closely beside him as they both entered the cavern. In the depths of the immortal demon cave, the Yaoqi true immortal led Xiaofan to a pool filled with crystalline, translucent white liquid. At the center of this pool stood a demonic spear. Xiaofan, this is the opportunity one have prepared for you. The pool of white liquid before him was the celestial milk, a precious substance left by his master years ago. Although the years had stripped it of its celestial essence, it remained a treasure of sacred rank, possessing the ability to refine the physical body and harboring immense power. The vast energy contained within this celestial milk was sufficient to open one's meridians and elevate one to the realm of passage. The demonic spear beside it was an artifact left behind by an ancient sacred body cultivated by his master many years ago, usable only by one who bore such a body. The true immortal of the Jade Pool appeared beside Xiaofan, introducing him to these treasures. Xiaofan, astonished, inquired, Master, did you not say that you have been in slumber since arriving in this world from the celestial realm? How could you have prepared these items? At this, the true immortal's beautiful eyes momentarily lost focus, as if recalling some sorrowful memories. She remained in a daze for a while before responding. There is no need for you to know this. Just understand that your master would never harm you. Sensing her reluctance to elaborate, Xiaofan refrained from further questioning. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in the celestial milk, footsteps approached from behind them. Tap, tap, tap. Xiaofan turned to see the true immortal return to his body. Soon, they discerned the source of the footsteps. Xiao, how did you end up here? You've given your elder brother quite the search. The newcomer was none other than Chu Changge, accompanied by an elderly man. Be cautious, Xiaofan. The person beside him is a quasi-emperor. Your elder brother's identity seems rather significant. The true immortal quickly warned, preparing for any potential confrontation. Brother Su? What brings you here as well? Xiaofan replied with a faint smile. Brother Su? Young man, refrain from calling out randomly. This is the divine scion of the Chu family, Chu Changge. The elderly man interjected, correcting him. Chu Changge felt a sense of exasperation, as he had intended to introduce himself. Chu Changge? Upon hearing the name, Xiaofan suddenly froze. Was this not the scoundrel who had taken away his childhood sweetheart? Anger surged within him as he exclaimed, You are the one who seeks to steal Yanran from my side? Why do you wish to take her? As a scion, what kind of women can you not have? Why must you covet Yanran? Xiaofan was visibly agitated. The true immortal, seeing Xiaofan on the verge of losing his composure, quickly urged him, Xiaofan, do not act impulsively. The situation may not be as you perceive. Her words, laden with an icy undertone, quickly calmed Xiaofan's fury. Steal Yanran. You must mean the divine maiden of the ancient Xiao clan, Xiao Yanran. Do not slander my Chu family scion. He has only ever had one betrothed, and that is the divine maiden of the Confronting the Su family. Xiaofan was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't the two old men who took Xiao Yanran from their Xiao family claimed that the Confronting Chu family was to form an alliance through marriage? How had the narrative shifted with Chu Changge? Xiaofan regained his composure and inquired. Why did the two elders who took Yanran from my Xiao family claim that your Chu family's divine heir had taken a liking to her and desired to marry her? Upon hearing this, Chu Changge became exceedingly irate. How audacious! The ancient Shao family dares to spread slander against my Chu family. He responded coolly, young man. That is merely the ancient Shao family's self-deception. Not long ago, they approached our Chu family to discuss a marriage alliance, but our divine heir outright rejected their proposal. At this moment, Shao Fan's mind was in turmoil. Chu Changge, however, seemed indifferent to Shao Fan's state. He cast a glance at the pool and the magical halberd. Shao brother, if it were any other time, the one who dared to slander me would meet their demise. However, I find you somewhat pleasing, so I shall grant you the opportunity to live. Nevertheless, the fortunes here belong to me. After Chu Changge's words, he proceeded to take the celestial milk from the pool. When Shao Fan attempted to intervene, he was met with a gaze from Chu Changge that sent chills down his spine. Do you wish to refuse? Chu Changge inquired nonchalantly. Little Fan, do not act impulsively. After all, this is a misunderstanding on your part. Let him take the celestial milk. Yet Shao Fan protested, Master, if he takes the celestial milk, how will I embark on the path of cultivation? His anxiety was palpable as he sought to elevate his cultivation swiftly and unravel the truth of the matter. The celestial fairy of the Yaoqi pondered for a moment before responding, Do not worry, even without the celestial milk. There are still the sacred fruits of the divine tree outside. Those celestial treasures are sufficient to set you upon the path of cultivation. Hearing that there was an alternative, Shao Fan reluctantly allowed Chu Changge to take the celestial milk. After securing the milk, Chu Changge sought to retrieve the magical halberd. However, despite several attempts, he found himself unable to lift the divine weapon. As he gazed upon the halberd, an inscription materialized in his mind. Ancient magic halberd, a divine weapon specifically designed for those possessing the bloodline of the ancient sacred body, wielding unparalleled power. This weapon was indeed intended for the ancient sacred body? Faced with this revelation, Chu Changge abandoned his efforts to claim the ancient magic halberd. He turned to Shao Fan and stated calmly, Shao brother, the matter has been clarified by the Grand Elder. Our misunderstanding is resolved. Remember, if you seek vengeance, direct it towards the ancient Shao family, not towards my Chongsheng Chu family. Do you understand? Shao Fan nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand. Ding. The host has completed selection 2. Receiving rewards, Supreme Martial Dao Insight, 5 Elements Insight. 5 Elements Insight, a Supreme Martial Dao Insight. Comprehending this insight allows for a better mastery of the 5 elements power, unleashing even greater strength when practicing 5 elements attribute techniques. Chapter 20. The Eastern Desolation Domain Trembles. System, merge the 5 elements insight. Chu Changge commanded inwardly. In the next moment, a flood of understanding regarding the control of the 5 elements power surged into his mind. Within his body, a quintessence of 5 colors flowed into his consciousness. At this moment, alongside this 5-colored essence, for other profound energies resided within his mind. These are the profound truths he has comprehended. Chu Changge opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. Excellent. Having now grasped 4 truths, he is not far from understanding the 9. Before departing, Chu Changge cast a final glance at Shao Fan. Indeed, the information about him had changed after he seized the celestial milk. Name, Shao Fan. Cultivation, Body Refinement Realm, Peak. Physique, Ancient Sacred Body. Technique, Great Wilderness Technique, Imperial Level. First Tier, Fate, True Martial Emperor, Gold. Recent events. After the celestial milk was taken, he could not embark on the path of cultivation. Subsequently, with the assistance of the Yaoqi True Immortal, he forcefully obtained the Tianyuan Sacred Fruit, incurring the wrath of the bloodthirsty demon lord lurking in the depths of the demon abyss. To protect him, the Yaoqi True Immortal expended a significant portion of her essence and sent him away. With the help of the Tianyuan Sacred Fruit, he successfully commenced his journey of cultivation. After glancing at Shao Fan's recent events, Chu Changge was increasingly convinced that the bloodthirsty demon lord harbored an ominous plot. However, now that they had crossed paths with Shao Fan, the protagonist of fate, he felt little need to concern himself with the bloodthirsty demon lord. After all, opposing someone like Shao Fan, who was destined for greatness, would surely lead to the demon lord's demise, provided that Shao Fan could fully realize his potential. Chu Changge then departed the demon abyss with the Grand Elder. Once Chu Changge had left, Shao Fan anxiously inquired, Master, now that the celestial milk has been taken by Chu Changge, what should I do next? After a moment, the voice of the Yaoqi True Immortal resonated within his mind. The celestial milk is gone, but fret not. Take this ancient demon spear with you. I shall assist you in obtaining the Tianyuan Sacred Fruit to aid your cultivation. Moreover, since you harbor no animosity towards the Chu family scion, consider forging a friendship with him. He is no ordinary individual. When I last encountered him, he possessed merely 2 truths of martial arts, yet now he has 4. The voice of the Yaoqi True Immortal was filled with perplexity. She could not fathom how such a genius could comprehend two truths of martial arts in such a short span. Even those ancient beings who transcended to the celestial realm had not achieved such rapid progress. Xiao Fan nodded and assured, "Rest assured, master. I am not one to confuse friend and foe. Since it was not Chu Changge who harmed my family, I shall seek out the true culprit for retribution." A cold glint flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. The ancient Xiao family, akin to the Chongqing Chu family, stood as a dominant force in the eastern wilderness domain. To confront them, he must ensure his own strength is formidable. "Master, let us be on our way." After taking the ancient demon spear, Xiao Fan urged. He then departed the celestial demon cave, hastening towards the Tianyuan sacred fruit tree. Meanwhile, news of the Chongqing Chu family and the Chongqing Su family uniting to annihilate the ancient divine sect quickly spread throughout the eastern wilderness domain. The strength displayed by the Chongqing Chu family established them as the undisputed overlords of the region. At the very least, within the eastern wilderness domain, no faction could stand against the Chongqing Chu family in a one-on-one confrontation. Countless individuals envy the longevity of the Su family. Despite their decline, the Su family has managed to forge a marriage alliance with the esteemed Chu family, a circumstance that stirs admiration among all factions. Moreover, the Su family has received half of the ancient sect's assets, guaranteeing their resurgence and a return to their former dominance. When that time arrives, with the union of the Chu and Su families, who in the eastern wilderness domain could stand against them? Within the ancient Xiao family, the head of the family wore a grim expression upon learning of the failed marriage proposal made by the ninth elder to the Chu family. The Chu family, oblivious to the value of his daughter, who possessed extraordinary cultivation talent, chose instead a worthless individual as their son's fiancée. This enraged him greatly. The head of the Xiao family harbored immense concern. Should the Chu and Su families successfully unite, the Su family would inevitably reclaim their status as a dominant power, and the combined forces would surely act against other hegemonic factions. In such a scenario, the Xiao family would face retribution from the Chu family, and given the displayed strength of the Chu family, the Xiao family would stand no chance. As the head of the Xiao family pondered how to navigate their current predicament, a hurried disciple burst into the main hall. "Master, an elder from the ancient Lin family seeks an audience." The head of the Xiao family was taken aback by this news. The ancient Lin family? What brings them here? Could it be related to the Chu family? Confusion and wariness flickered in his eyes. The ancient Lin family is one of the 4 dominant factions in the eastern wilderness domain, alongside the 10,000 Dragon Cave. With the news of the Chu family's obliteration of the ancient sect spreading throughout the domain, many factions would be restless, seeking alliances to counter the future Chu-Su union. However, what puzzled the head of the Xiao family was the historical enmity between the Lin family and his own. Why would they visit at this juncture? After much contemplation, the head of the Xiao family calmly instructed, "Bring him in." The disciple nodded and soon returned with the elder from the Lin family. The head of the Xiao family regarded the amiable elder with a forced smile and inquired, "Lin Beichen, what business brings your family to mine at this time?" The elder from the Lin family smiled lightly. "Master Xiao, surely you are well aware of my purpose for coming. With the successful alliance of the Chu and Su families, their burgeoning strength positions them to become the preeminent power in the eastern wilderness domain, poised to sweep away all opposition. If we allow them to develop unchecked while we remain passive, we shall become mere prey on their chopping block." The head of the Xiao family responded coolly. "Let us get to the point." The elder from the Lin family clearly stated, "I have come here today for one reason only, a marriage alliance. To confront the Chu and Su families in the future, let us, the Xiao and Lin families, set aside our past grievances and unite through marriage." Chapter 21. The 10,000 Dragon Cave, the Divine Maiden Long Shi. Only a few days had passed since Chu Changge returned to the Chu family. As preparations were underway for his journey to the Su family to accompany Su Ningshuang to the fallen Immortal Mountain Range. At this moment, an unexpected visitor graced the gates of the Chu family. From the depths of the Wanlong Cave, Longshi was dispatched to pay her respects to the Chu household. Clad in resplendent white armor, this strikingly beautiful woman addressed the Chu family with utmost reverence. She was none other than Longshi, the daughter of the contemporary Dragon King of Wanlong Cave and its current Divine Maiden. Her sudden appearance at the Chu family left many elders in a state of perplexity. "Divine Maiden Longshi, what brings you to our Chu family at this time?" inquired one of the elders, their urgency to usher her into the household tempered by caution. Numerous factions were currently fixated on the Chu family, and any misunderstanding could lead the world to believe that the Chu family harbored intentions of an alliance with Wanlong Cave, potentially inciting aggression from various powers. Longshi, with a calm demeanor, elucidated, "Recently, a pureblood true dragon aura emanated from the Chu family. I have come today merely to discuss a collaboration with the head of the Chu family." Should you be willing to part with a true dragon offspring imbued with the true dragon bloodline, Liu Cave is prepared to offer any price. Her words astonished the elders of the Chu family. It became clear that the divine maiden had come for this purpose. Yet it appeared that Liu Cave had misconstrued certain facts. The Chu family had not birthed a true dragon offspring with such a bloodline. Rather, the true dragon aura was merely a byproduct of their divine son merging with true dragon essence. The elders found themselves in a quandary. Unsure of how to navigate this predicament, they discreetly communicated among themselves, "What shall we do? Liu Cave seems convinced that we possess a true dragon offspring. If we fail to clarify this matter, it could provoke Liu Cave to take hostile action against us. Perhaps we should call upon Changge to elucidate the situation? He has refined the true dragon essence, and his aura may provide some clarification. If Changge can explain, we might prevent Liu Cave from becoming our adversary." The elders exchanged their thoughts with utmost caution, aware that a powerful figure from Liu Cave lurked in the shadows, and their discourse must remain undetected. Their desire to clarify stemmed from the need to avert a potential alliance between Liu Cave and the other two imperial families against the Chu family. Although the Chu family possessed the strength to be the foremost power in the Eastern Wasteland domain, they were not yet equipped to confront three dominant forces simultaneously. One elder, having devised an explanation, stepped forward and said, "Young friend Long Shi, regarding the matter of the true dragon offspring, I kindly ask you to step inside the Chu family, where we can discuss this further." Without a hint of trepidation, Long Shi nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well." With that, she accompanied several elders of the Chu family into their abode. As the hidden sentinels of the Chu family observed the unfolding scene, they swiftly relayed the news to their respective clans, instigating an atmosphere of palpable tension across the entire Eastern Wilderness domain. Within the ancient Shao clan, confusion reigned. What? The Dragon Cave is dispatching a goddess to the Chu family at this juncture. What could this signify? Do they also desire an alliance through marriage with the Chu family? The clan leader of the Shao family exclaimed in bewilderment, his irritation evident. His daughter had been sent to initiate a union with the Chu family, only to be turned away without even crossing their threshold. Yet now, a mere beast was welcomed into the Chu family's halls to discuss matrimonial arrangements. Was this a sign of disdain towards the Shao clan, or did the Chu family harbor a peculiar affinity for dragon riders? At the same time, the elder of the Lin family, engaged in discussions regarding the alliance with the Shao clan, received this alarming news from the Shao clan leader. His brow furrowed in concern. It appears that the Chu family is colluding with the Dragon Cave. Our own union must progress swiftly. If the Dragon Cave and the Chu family were to solidify their alliance, they might swiftly turn their aggression towards us. The Shao clan leader nodded in agreement. "Very well. I consent to the union. However, my daughter is exceptionally talented, and I hope the Lin family will not treat the bride price with levity." His tone remained composed, for he was reluctant to see his remarkable daughter wed off so easily. Rest assured, the Lin family will ensure that the Shao family does not suffer any losses. The discussions between the Shao clan leader and the Lin family elder were amicable. Within a short span, the news of the impending union between the Shao and Lin families spread throughout the Shao clan. Confined to her chamber, the newly liberated Shao Yinran trembled with rage upon hearing this news. She felt as though she were merely a commodity, first denied a union with the Chu family, only to be thrust towards the Lin family for another alliance. Her eyes glinted with cold resolve. Her disappointment in her family had reached its zenith. "I must escape this place," Shao Yinran declared resolutely. Meanwhile, in the Chu family, the goddess of the Dragon Cave, Long Shi, was escorted by several elders to meet Chu Changge. "Your Highness, this is Long Shi, the goddess of the Dragon Cave. Recently, the aura of the true dragon bloodline emanating from our Chu family has led to some misunderstandings with the Dragon Cave. How shall we resolve this?" The elders regarded Chu Changge with a readiness to act, prepared to seize Long Shi should the situation not be resolved amicably, fearing that a misunderstanding could prompt the Dragon Cave to strike first. As Chu Changge gazed upon the goddess Long Shi, a panel materialized before him, revealing her details. Name: Long Shi. Cultivation level: King Realm, First Layer. Physique: Ancient Dragon King Body, Ancient Dragon God Body not yet activated. Technique: 9 transformations of the Dragon God, Imperial level. 4th tier. Fate: Eastern Wilderness Dragon King, Purple. Recent events: sent to the Chu family to investigate the emergence of pure-blood true dragon bloodline energy. After clarifying the situation, she was ambushed by the Shao and Lin families during her return journey to the Dragon Cave, resulting in the death of her protector at the hands of their elders. She sustained severe injuries and was taken to an unknown location, subsequently being slandered by the Shao and Lin families, who accused her of being an agent of the Chu family, thereby inciting the wrath of the Dragon Cave towards the Chu family. Is it the Purple Destiny? murmured Chu Changge as he regarded the divine maiden Longxi. It appeared she was but a minor character, yet her recent events were indeed intertwined with my Chu family. Observing Longxi's recent happenings, Chu Changge discerned that the Shao and Lin families had seemingly forged an alliance. At that moment, the divine maiden Longxi gazed back at Chu Changge. "Oh, divine son, might you provide an explanation for Longxi, so she may return with a report." Chapter 22. The Allure of True Dragon Blood. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Dragon Cave makes his appearance. Chu Changge remained silent. Before him, an unexpected destiny selection panel materialized. Ding. Host's current experience detected. Triggering destiny selection. Option 1. Perfect explanation, stating that you have refined true dragon blood. Reward. Imperial artifact, Dragon Emperor Spear. Option 2. Superficial explanation. Reward. 1 drop of true dragon blood. Please choose. Surprised by the two options, Chu Changge realized that the perfect explanation carried considerable peril. He concluded that selecting the perfect explanation was not feasible. With a smile directed at Longxi, he said, "Miss Longxi, may I inquire why you are so insistent on the source of the true dragon bloodline? That essence belongs to my Chu family. And your inquiry at the 10,000 Dragon Cave seems rather intrusive." Ding. Host has completed selection 2, receiving a reward of 1 drop of true dragon blood. With a gentle smile, Chu Changge spoke. His words conveyed his intent to the surrounding elders of the Chu family, who immediately heightened their vigilance. Since the divine son was unwilling to elucidate the matter, should the divine maiden Longxi insist on further inquiries or even resort to force, they would be compelled to take action against her, although this would offend the 10,000 Dragon Cave. As long as their divine maiden remained in the hands of the Chu family, the 10,000 Dragon Cave would not retaliate. Longxi seemed taken aback by Chu Changge's demeanor. A look of surprise graced her exquisite features as she quickly clarified, "Divine son, you misunderstand. I have come seeking collaboration with your esteemed Chu family. Surely you are aware that we of the 10,000 Dragon Cave are descendants of the dragon lineage. However, as time has passed, the dragon blood within us has grown increasingly diluted, and we no longer possess the true essence of the true dragon bloodline. Now that the Chu family exhibits the aura of pureblood true dragon lineage, this is pivotal for the future of the 10,000 Dragon Cave. I implore you, divine son, if your family indeed possesses pureblood true dragon, we are willing to pay any price." The divine maiden Longxi bowed respectfully to Chu Changge. From his vantage point, he beheld a scene of spring, with her ample bosom drawing significant attention. "Miss Longxi, it seems you have gravely misunderstood my Chu family." Chu Changge replied with a faint smile. "The aura of true dragon bloodline you perceive is likely a drop of true dragon blood that I fortuitously obtained." He then produced the true dragon blood he had just acquired, having already refined a drop, which held little significance for him. However, it was perfectly suited for forging alliances for the Chu family. As a time traveler, he understood that no force could thrive in isolation. Only through the continuous formation of alliances could one achieve enduring growth. The drop of true dragon blood he possessed was a valuable asset to win over the dragon's lair. The divine maiden Longxi lifted her gaze, astonished by the essence of a pureblood true dragon emanating from it. "This is the aura of a pureblood true dragon," she exclaimed. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the dragon's lair, who had been concealed in the shadows, made his presence known, appearing directly within the Chu family estate. With his quasi-emperor cultivation, his sudden appearance drew the attention of several peak quasi-emperor powerhouses, whose formidable pressures descended upon him. Boom. He was immediately suppressed to the ground. Grand Elder Longxi, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see the elder who had been protecting her struggling against the overwhelming pressure. She quickly urged, "Chu Changge, please instruct the seniors to cease. This is Grandpa Long, who protects me. He is not an enemy of the Chu family." Chu Changge waited momentarily, but the anticipated destiny panel did not materialize, leaving him somewhat disappointed. It appeared that the level of one's fate would influence the frequency with which the destiny panel appeared. Only Longxi, with her purple fate, consistently refrained from summoning the panel with her decisions. He called out to those behind him, "Ancestors, please retract your pressure. The dragon's lair is not an enemy of our Chu family." Upon hearing this, the ancestors finally withdrew their oppressive auras, allowing the Grand Elder of the dragon's lair to breathe freely. "Are you all right, Elder?" Chu Changge inquired with concern. The Grand Elder shot him an irritated glance, wishing to admonish this impudent junior. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he recalled the terrifying scene of being overwhelmed by the quasi-emperor pressures, sending a shiver down his spine. He was astonished. The Chu family was no ordinary clan among those ancient beings. Some had one foot already poised to step into the realm of emperors. This was the perception of the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Lair. As a powerful elder of a dominant faction, He himself possessed peak quasi-emperor abilities. Logically, those elders of the Chu family, also at peak quasi-emperor level, should not have been able to suppress him so easily. The only explanation for such swift subjugation was that one of the Chu family ancestors was preparing to take that critical step, daring not to act rashly. The Grand Elder smiled faintly and said, "My earlier behavior was inappropriate, leading to a misunderstanding with Chu Changge and the esteemed friends." Chu Changge nodded. The elder's politeness was no surprise to him. After all, the Tianyuan holy fruit obtained from the abyss of demons had been distributed among several of the Chu family's ancestors, significantly enhancing their powers, with some even nearing that pivotal realm. It was only natural that they could intimidate the formidable beings of the dragon's lair. As Chu Changge regarded the elder before him, a panel of information began to materialize in his mind. Name: Long Rishan, cultivation, quasi-emperor realm, pinnacle, physique, dragon king physique, skill, Xinyu dragon king art, saint level 9, fate, guardian of the 10,000 dragon cave, blue. Recent event: after investigating the source of the pureblood true dragon bloodline aura, he perished during an ambush by the experts of the Shao and Lin families on his way back to the 10,000 dragon cave. It appears that this individual has encountered a calamity of bloodshed. Chu Changge mused inwardly. He could not allow this ancient dragon to meet its end. If this ancient dragon were to perish, the 10,000 dragon cave would undoubtedly hold the Chu family accountable. With this thought in mind, he resolved to temporarily retain these two dragons by using this drop of true dragon essence blood. Chu Changge smiled lightly and remarked, "Fear not, for I am not one to harbor such pettiness." He then turned his gaze towards Long Shi. At this moment, the divine maiden with a concealed physique was fixated on the drop of true dragon essence blood in his hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with longing. Her powerful ancient dragon God Physique remained dormant, and she required this drop of pureblood true dragon essence as a catalyst to awaken it. Should she succeed in acquiring this drop of true dragon essence blood, she could activate her ancient dragon God Physique and allow the mixed dragon bloodline within her to revert to its ancestral form, thereby obtaining a truly pureblood dragon lineage. He inquired with a gentle smile, "Lady Long Shi, you mentioned that you represent the 10,000 dragon cave in seeking cooperation with my Chu family. Pray tell, what manner of collaboration do you envision?" Chapter 23, Xiao Yinran's departure. Long Shi's enchanting gaze remained fixed on the drop of true dragon essence blood. She swallowed the jade liquid in her mouth and then stated, "Young Master Chu, my 10,000 dragon cave wishes to engage in a transaction with you. Regardless of the cost, we desire this drop of true dragon essence blood." Chu Changge carefully stowed away the essence blood. Observing his actions, the divine maiden Long Shi grew anxious. At that moment, Chu Changge calmly inquired, "Lady Long Shi, I trust you are aware of the high purity of this drop of true dragon essence blood and its significance to your 10,000 dragon cave. What price can you offer?" The divine maiden Long Shi exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder Long Rishan. Such a high purity true dragon essence blood, if obtained by the 10,000 dragon cave, could potentially lead to the emergence of a pureblood true dragon in this generation. This would suffice to alleviate the current mixed bloodline issues plaguing their clan. After a moment of contemplation, the divine maiden Long Shi earnestly proposed, "Young Master Chu, my 10,000 dragon cave is willing to provide the Chu family with dragon saliva for a continuous century. Dragon saliva is a highly precious healing substance among their dragon kin. This miraculous substance possesses remarkably potent healing properties, capable even of regrowing severed limbs. The current annual yield of high-quality dragon saliva from their clan is limited, given that their bloodlines have lost their former purity. Yet, their willingness to offer a century's worth of dragon saliva in exchange for this drop of true dragon essence blood underscores the 10,000 dragon cave's desperation for it." Chu Changge refrained from making a decision at once, turning to the surrounding elders. "Esteemed elders, I leave this matter to your negotiations with the 10,000 dragon cave. As long as they can meet the price, a mere drop of true dragon essence blood shall be traded." The elders of the Chu family comprehended the intentions of Chu Changge. It was evident that he sought to extract a greater price from the Wanshan cave. However, they also recognized the importance of not cornering their allies, as the Chu family currently depended on their support. "Rest assured, my lord, we old fellows shall handle this matter," said the Grand Elder with a faint smile. Observing this exchange, the goddess Longxi felt a sense of confusion. "Chu Godson, what do you mean by this?" Recalling the recent events concerning goddess Longxi, Chu Changge realized he was attempting to safeguard both her and her protector. Yet, primarily, he wished to avoid bringing trouble upon the Chu family. After all, should anything happen to these two, one dead and the other gravely injured, the Wanshan cave would undoubtedly retaliate against the Chu family. "Miss Longxi, this matter is of great significance and cannot be decided solely by me. It is best that you and the elders of the Chu family deliberate together, Chu Changge explained. It is fortuitous that you are staying with us for a few more days, as departing now would pose a danger. Hearing this, Long Rishan interjected with dissatisfaction. Danger? Chu godson, do you not regard me highly? With my presence, how could the girl Longxi be harmed? Who would dare to strike at the Wanxian cave? He expressed his suspicions, suggesting that Chu Changge intended to retain them at the Chu residence for ulterior motives. Chu Changge shook his head with a wry smile. Elder Long, you have misunderstood me. The current situation outside is quite precarious. Since you both entered my Chu residence, you have already drawn the attention of the Xiao and Lin families. I shall not elaborate further. If you wish to continue the negotiations, please stay. If not, you are free to leave. After clarifying his stance, Chu Changge turned and exited his courtyard, for he had pressing matters to attend to. Observing his departure, the elders of the Chu family turned to Long Rishan and Longxi. Elder Long, have you made a decision? Long Rishan desired to take Longxi away, unwilling to engage in the negotiations. However, Longxi was keen to remain. Grand Elder, the blood of true dragons is of utmost importance to the Wanxian cave. We should stay. Upon hearing this, Long Rishan sighed deeply and acquiesced. Very well, goddess. The compromise of the two from Wanxian cave greatly satisfied the elders of the Chu family. Subsequently, the Grand Elder produced a list and calmly articulated the demands of the Chu family. Meanwhile, Chu Changge was preparing to set off for the Confronting the Su family to forge a bond with Su Ningshuang as they ventured towards the fallen Immortal Mountains. This time, the Grand Elder had pressing matters and could not accompany him for protection. However, he was joined by a figure of even higher status and greater power, Chu Changge, the ancestral elder of the Chu family, a formidable being at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation. Young Changge, let us depart. With Chu Changge leading the way, Chu Changge finally set forth towards the Confronting the Su family. At that moment, those lurking around the Chu family, covertly observing their every move, were taken aback to see such a formidable figure accompanying Chu Changge on this journey. They were all taken aback, subsequently wishing to relay this information back to their hidden powers. However, every one of their movements had already been observed by Chu Xiaoluo. He let out a long sigh, realizing that the Chu family had been too benevolent, with so many lurking around, spying on them. As Chu Xiaoluo's voice fell upon the ears of these individuals, their actions faltered, causing them to forget the task of reporting Chu Changge's impending departure back to their superiors. Blood began to seep from their bodies. In the next moment, under the gaze of Chu Xiaoluo, a resounding explosion erupted as all the spies covertly observing the Chu family met their demise. Once these agents were dealt with, Chu Xiaoluo smiled lightly and said, "Let us continue on our journey, Changge." Chu Changge nodded, feeling a profound sense of security with his ancestor by his side, and they set off towards the Confronting the Su family. With the demise of these spies, the circumstances of the Chu family became unknown to the various factions. However, at the instant their agents perished, a wave of awareness rippled through the factions. In the ancient Xiao family, the family head suddenly sensed the loss of the spies monitoring the Chu family. He sprang to his feet, astonished, and exclaimed, "What is happening? How could all the spies observing the Chu family have been eliminated? Why would the Chu family act at this moment? Have they formed some clandestine alliance with the Wanlong cave?" The head of the Xiao family, along with others, were equally astonished. Their spies had been surveilling the Chu family for quite some time, and although their presence was not a secret to the formidable members of the Chu family, they had not taken action against them until now. This sudden strike indicated that something significant was afoot. With a grave expression, the head of the Xiao family addressed Elder Lin, saying, "Elder Lin, a major incident has occurred within the Chu family. I must send someone to investigate. Please excuse me." Elder Lin nodded. "You may attend to your matters, head of the Xiao family. I shall bring this good news back." With that, Elder Lin departed from the Xiao family. Not long after his departure, as the head of the Xiao family was about to attend to pressing matters, he received alarming news. "Head, it's bad. The Divine Maiden. She." Upon hearing it concerned his daughter, the head of the Xiao family hurriedly inquired, "What has happened to her?" "Head, the Divine Maiden has disappeared." "What?" The head of the Xiao family's countenance darkened. Just days ago, he had finalized a marriage alliance with the Lin family, where the Lin family's young master was to come bearing gifts for their union in 7 days. Now, with her sudden disappearance, how was he to reconcile this with the Lin family? With a serious demeanor, the head of the Xiao family commanded, "Do not let this matter spread. Summon Elder Jiu to me at once." The messenger disciple nodded repeatedly and swiftly exited the main hall, calling for the graceful Elder Jiu. "Head, what has transpired?" Elder Jiu inquired with a calm voice. "Yin Ran has run away from home." "Xiaoran, you share a close bond with Yin Ran. You must know where she has gone. I offer you this opportunity to bring her back. The alliance between the Xiao and Lin families has been secured. There must be no complications at this juncture." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ran felt a surge of internal conflict. Xiao Yinran's departure had been a calculated move on her part. However, now that the Xiao family had reached an understanding with the Lin family regarding their union, the absence of Xiao Yinran could provoke retaliation from the Lin family against the Xiao clan. Xiao Ran nodded resolutely, saying, "Rest assured, head of the family. If I find Yinran, I shall certainly bring her back." Chapter 24. The Fallen Immortal Mountain Range, an unexpected encounter with Xiao Yinran. In the Fallen Immortal Mountain Range, two graceful figures suddenly emerged from the void. "Miss, we should hasten our return. If the head of the family discovers you have ventured out, he will surely be furious," implored a youthful girl clad in a white dress to her companion, who was dressed in a form-fitting black outfit. "Xiaoya, do you wish for me to return only to marry someone I do not love?" replied the second figure, revealing herself as Xiao Yinran alongside her maid, Xiaoya. Xiao Yinran's escape from the heavily guarded Xiao family was made possible by a spatial talisman she possessed, enabling her to traverse vast distances in an instant. This talisman, originally intended for emergencies, was now employed to liberate herself from her family ties. After receiving a reprimand, Xiaoya lowered her head and whispered, "Miss, I do not want you to live a life with someone you do not cherish. I wish for your future happiness." Hearing this, Xiao Yinran nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed. For the sake of my future happiness, we must distance ourselves from the family." Xiaoya, glancing around in confusion, asked, "Miss, where have we been transported to? It seems rather perilous here." Xiao Yinran surveyed their surroundings as well. With night having fallen, darkness enveloped the area, and the moonlight only sporadically pierced through the leaves of towering ancient trees. Uncertain of their location, Xiao Yinran replied, "I am not sure where we are either. Let us find a place to rest, and when dawn breaks, we shall seek a way out." "Yes, miss. Over there is a tree hollow. Let us rest there," Xiaoya suggested. With their agreement reached, they made their way toward a nearby tree hollow that emitted a faint glow. Meanwhile, in the Confronting the Su family, guided by the venerable ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Xiaoluo, Chu Changge swiftly arrived at the Su family estate. At this time, dawn was just beginning to break. The arrival of Chu Changge filled the Su family disciples with immense excitement, for it had been over half a month since they last encountered him. "Lord Chu, have you come to seek the divine maiden Ningshuang? Please come in." The Su family disciples warmly welcomed Chu Changge. Nodding in acknowledgement, he followed the disciples into the estate. In the courtyard of Su Ningshuang, she was diligently preparing her belongings, ready to embark on a journey to the fallen Immortal Mountain Range in search of her master. As fate would have it, Chu Changge had just arrived at the Su residence. How could he have come so swiftly? Su Ningshuang found herself puzzled. Initially, she had contemplated entering the fallen Immortal Mountain Range alone a few days in advance, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. In her heart, Su Ningshuang mused that she could only seek a chance to elude him within the mountain range. Although it felt rather impolite towards Chu Changge, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. She did not wish for him to encounter her esteemed master. Moreover, given the prowess of the Su family's divine progeny, he would undoubtedly face no peril within the fallen Immortal Mountain Range. Once she had retrieved her master, she would return to find Chu Changge, and together they would engage in a brief period of training in the mountains, fulfilling their promise of shared experiences. With this thought, Su Ningshuang felt increasingly confident in the feasibility of her plan. "Very well, this shall be my course of action." Meanwhile, Chu Changge, guided by the disciples of the Su family, swiftly located Su Ningshuang's courtyard. At this moment, she had transformed her attire from her usual garb. Adorned in a sleek gray outfit, her once flowing tresses were now tied back in a ponytail, and a bundle rested upon her shoulder. Upon seeing Chu Changge, she offered a sweet smile and exclaimed, "Brother Changge, you've come." Chu Changge inquired with a smile, "Have you gathered everything?" Su Ningshuang nodded affirmatively. "All is prepared. Let us set forth." The two exchanged few words, their intentions clear, and promptly made their way towards the fallen Immortal Mountain Range. The elder ancestors of the Su family and the elder of the Chu family exchanged knowing smiles at this scene. Choosing not to intrude upon the private moment shared between the two young individuals, the fallen Immortal Mountain Range welcomed Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang. As he gazed at her, he noted the transformation in her attributes. Name, Su Ningshuang. Cultivation, peak true essence realm. Physique, tying divine body. Devouring immortal bone. Recent events. Due to a shift in celestial mechanisms, her devouring immortal bone awakened prematurely. Upon venturing into the fallen Immortal Mountain Range to locate her former master, her master regarded her with caution. Just as her master feared that enemies had traced her whereabouts to eradicate her, she adeptly revealed some ancient skills from her past life, convincing her master of her benign intentions, which led to her being accepted once more as a disciple. However, due to certain circumstances, her master from her past life now possesses a considerably weakened spirit. Observing the recent events, Chu Changge did not dwell excessively on the details. Ultimately, the outcome of her apprenticeship remained unchanged, albeit with a few minor interludes along the way. Most importantly, the final note indicated that her former master now suffered from a weakened spirit. This was likely a consequence of her premature apprenticeship, causing her master to miss certain fortuitous opportunities. However, speaking of a weakened spirit, he possessed a precious item that could nurture the soul-rearing wood. Surely, it could be exchanged for something of great value. Chu Changge contemplated these matters in silence. At that moment, Su Ningshuang beside him proposed an idea. Long song. This time I wish to venture deep into the fallen immortal mountain range in search of a treasure to forge my Tao body. Could you assist me? Su Ningshuang's words were merely a pretext, much like the clumsy excuse she had recently encountered with Xiao Fan. Chu Changge did not expose her ruse. He merely nodded in agreement. Of course, I have declared that I shall accompany you in your training within the fallen immortal mountain range. You may pursue whatever you desire. Su Ningshuang sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Long Song. Let us depart. Without further ado, Chu Changge was eager to meet Su Ningshuang's esteemed master. Nodding in affirmation, the two were about to set off when a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the mountain range. Chu Changge's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the source of the sound. To his astonishment, he beheld two figures being pursued by a colossal gorilla. Was that Xiao Yanyan, the divine maiden of the Xiao family? Was she not in the ancient Xiao clan? How had she come to the fallen immortal mountain range? Chapter 25, The Fate's Choice. A single strike to wound the imperial beast. Long Song, what are you gazing at? Su Ningshuang asked, noticing Chu Changge's fixed stare. Her cultivation was insufficient to discern the distant events, so she inquired aloud. I am observing an intriguing individual, Chu Changge replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Xiao Yanyan's information panel appeared in his mind. Name, Xiao Yanyan, cultivation, Tao body realm, pinnacle, physique, 9 divine body, technique, Xian Emperor's art, imperial grade, first tier. Emperor's seal palm, imperial grade, first tier. Fate, true martial empress, red. Recent events, to avoid a marriage alliance with the ancient Lin family. She became a sacrificial pawn in her family's schemes, using a spatial talisman to escape to the fallen immortal mountain range, only to encounter the ferocious Titan gorilla. Unfortunately, she was severely wounded by the Titan gorilla and fell off a cliff, yet fortuitously obtained the sacred Bodhi seed. The Xiao family has indeed allied with the Lin family. Chu Changge mused. Previously, he had learned about the alliance from Long Shi, but due to his intervention, each individual's recent events varied. Thus, the information he had seen before was merely a rough outline in his mind. Now, having witnessed the information firsthand from the source, he confirmed its accuracy. Following Chu Changge's gaze, Su Ningshuang spotted a towering beast seemingly chasing something, charging toward them. Long Song, that is the ferocious Titan gorilla. It is heading our way. Su Ningshuang's expression turned grave. The sight of the Titan gorilla triggered memories of her past. When the Su family was annihilated by the ancient divine sect, she had miraculously survived. Later, she ventured deep into the fallen immortal mountain range seeking the rumored immortal fortune to avenge her family, only to encounter the Titan gorilla, which relentlessly pursued her. Had it not been for her fortunate stroke of luck, leading her to the vicinity of her master, she would have undoubtedly perished, missing the opportunity for a second chance. Chu Changge regarded the towering Titan ape with an icy demeanor. His gaze then shifted to the two figures whom the creature was pursuing. They had spotted him and were hastening towards his direction. Esteemed sir, I implore you to lend your assistance and save my lady, came a voice filled with urgency, echoing from the attendant beside Xiao Yanran. Xiao Yanran herself had also taken note of Chu Changge. Although she did not recognize his identity, she could sense the formidable aura emanating from the man in black, as well as his composed demeanor, which suggested he was no ordinary individual, well versed in grand spectacles. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yanran spoke again. I beseech you, noble sir, to extend your hand in rescue. I hail from the ancient Xiao family. Should you save me today, I shall return with a lavish gift to express my gratitude in the future. As she uttered her plea, a celestial choice panel materialized before Chu Changge. Ding. Current experience detected for the host, triggering celestial choice. Option 1. Agree to assist and save Xiao Yanran. Reward. Supreme true intent, thunder true intent. Option 2. Refuse to assist. Watch the Titan ape severely injure Xiao Yanran, then strike her down. Reward. A piece of celestial bone. Please make your selection. Upon observing the disparate rewards presented on the choice panel, Chu Changge could not help but scoff. This wretched system. Why are the rewards for each choice so vastly different? Sticking to his usual approach, he disregarded the alluring options. With the indestructible heavenly blade firmly in hand, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloped the weapon. Indestructible 9 blades. Chu Changge unleashed a strike towards the Titan ape, a scarlet blade aura slicing through the heavens, cleaving the earth, and hurtling directly toward the beast. Though this creature possessed the terrifying prowess of the Emperor realm, Chu Changge, at the pinnacle of the King realm and with mastery over 4 martial true intents, wielded an unparalleled power that surpassed that of his peers. His strike bore the weight of a reversal against the Emperor realm. The Titan ape, in mid-flight, suddenly sensed an impending danger approaching. It halted, raising its head to behold a crimson blade aura merely half a fist's distance away. "Who dares?" it bellowed, its muscles tensing in preparation. With a resounding impact, the scarlet blade aura struck the Titan ape, nearly cleaving it in twain. Witnessing this spectacle, the 2 elders, who had been secretly guarding Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang, were taken aback. Hiss! Changge's strength has progressed to such an extent, wounding an Emperor realm beast at King realm prowess. This level of crossing realms to defeat foes rivals that of the ancient emperors in their youth, exclaimed the elder of the Su family, his admiration for his grandson-in-law growing ever more profound. Fortunately, it is the Su family that has allied with the Chu family. Otherwise, such an exceptional son-in-law would have benefited other families. The venerable ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Changge, stroked his long beard, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Changge is truly remarkable. I did not expect that he could silently comprehend 4 truths of martial arts, 3 of which are of the highest caliber. Chu Change's cultivation was vastly superior to that of the elder from the Su family, perceiving nuances that eluded the latter. Upon hearing this news, the elder of the Su family's eyes widened in disbelief. "Friend Chu, you must be mistaken. The son of God Changge has comprehended 4 truths of martial arts?" Chu Changge replied with a faint smile. "I suspect there may be more. At present, I can only sense 4 distinct truths emanating from him. Yet he could break through to the next realm at any moment. His delay in doing so likely indicates his desire to comprehend the 9 truths of martial arts." The elder of the Su family was taken aback by these words. 9 truths of martial arts, a level that no emperor has reached throughout history. Should Chu Changge succeed in grasping these 9 truths, he could potentially ascend to emperor and transcend into the celestial realm. If such a feat were achieved, the Su family would undoubtedly share in the glory, becoming a celestial clan in the eastern wilderness. In the Yushin mountain range, after Chu Changge struck with his blade, he refrained from delivering a second blow. The Titan giant ape exuded an aura of complexity. To forcefully slay it could lead to dire consequences. To err on the side of caution, he opted to merely drive the beast away. The Titan giant ape licked its wound, and the ghastly scar on its body quickly healed under its ministrations. Sensing the unusual nature of Chu Changge, it cast a glance at the man and declared, "Human, I shall remember you." With those words, the Titan giant ape turned and retreated deep into the Yushin mountain range. At this moment, Xiao Yanran and her companions found themselves safe. A notification resonated in Chu Changge's mind. Ding. Host has completed choice 1, acquiring superior truth, thunder truth. Thunder truth, a superior truth. By comprehending this truth, you will master the power of thunder more effectively, unleashing greater might when employing thunder-based techniques. Chapter 26. The Fortunes of Yushin Mountain Range, the Powerful Chu and Su Families. System, fuse with thunder truth. Upon receiving the reward, Chu Changge immediately began to merge this truth. In the next moment, a surge of purple lightning flowed into his being, following the fusion of thunder truth. A purple lightning aura, akin to the other 4 truths, floated within his consciousness. With 5 truths now within his grasp, he felt himself drawing ever closer to the legendary 9 truths. Chu Changge reflected on this with a sense of wonder. At this juncture, the rescued Xiao Yanran approached him. "Thank you, noble sir, for your timely rescue. May I inquire your name and place of residence? I would like to express my gratitude in person on another day," Xiao Yanran said, bowing with sincere appreciation as she stood before Chu Changge. He gazed at the young woman before him. Xiao Yanran's beauty took him by surprise. Unlike Su Ningshuang's youthful visage, Xiao Yanran had matured splendidly. Her exquisite features occasionally revealed an air of coldness, adding a layer of allure to her presence that compelled one to conquer her. Most notably, her figure had blossomed. Her ample curves, even when enveloped in a tight black outfit, were difficult to conceal. "Brother Changge, someone is asking you a question. Quickly tell this Miss Xiao your name," Su Ningshuang remarked sarcastically from the side. Although her bond with Chu Changge was not profoundly deep, she was, after all, the fiancée yet to be married. It was only natural for her to feel incensed at his blatant gaze directed towards another girl in her presence. "Changge?" Xiao Yanran, overhearing this, cast a surprised glance at Chu Changge, harboring a timid thought that she dared not voice. Chu Changge cleared his throat, offering a sheepish smile to Su Ningshuang before turning away, his expression sobering as he introduced himself. "Miss Xiao, this humble one is called Chu Changge. There is no need for gratitude. It was merely a trivial matter. Both Xiao Yinran and her maid, Xiaoya, stared at Chu Changge in shock. They had not anticipated that their savior would be none other than the Chu family's divine son, who had recently rebuffed their family's proposal for an alliance. Most astonishingly, they were now encountering him here, alongside his fiancée. The very villain intent on usurping another's betrothed was face to face with the betrothed herself. What an absurd predicament. Xiao Yinran's complexion paled slightly as she glanced awkwardly at Su Ningshuang. Young Master Chu, Miss Su, I am Xiao Yinran. She introduced herself. This was the first time Su Ningshuang learned of Xiao Yinran's identity. Upon realizing the situation, she exchanged glances between Chu Changge and Xiao Yinran, her heart filled with suspicion. Brother Changge, saving her. Could it be that you are concealing something from me? Yet, this seemed unlikely. If her memory served her correctly, Xiao Yinran was destined to become the wife of the illustrious Zhenwu great saint, Xiao Fan. Su Ningshuang shook her head, concluding that Chu Changge's intervention was indeed, as he had stated, an act of casual benevolence, devoid of ulterior motives. Now, it was imperative for her to attend to more pressing matters. With a smile, Su Ningshuang turned to Xiao Yinran. Miss Xiao, is it just the two of you who have ventured into the fallen immortal mountain range? If no elders accompany you, I advise you to leave at once. This place is exceedingly perilous. Xiao Yinran nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your warning, Miss Su. We inadvertently entered the fallen immortal mountain range and had intended to depart. However, we encountered some troubles along the way, being pursued by a Titan giant ape. Thankfully, we met you too, and your timely assistance allowed me to survive. Upon hearing this, Su Ningshuang gestured towards a path behind her. Miss Xiao, should you wish to depart, simply proceed in that direction. This is the path I have traversed alongside Brother Changge. All the ferocious beasts along the way have been vanquished, rendering it exceedingly safe. A look of delight graced Xiao Yinzhen's countenance. She expressed her gratitude profusely, saying, Thank you, Miss Su, thank you, young Master Chu. I see that you both have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude any further. After bidding farewell to Chu Changge and his companion, Xiao Yinzhen hurriedly made her way in the direction indicated by Su Ningshuang. Once the two were out of sight, Su Ningshuang smiled gently. Brother Changge, let us continue our journey. The treasure that can aid in the formation of my Dao fetus lies in the direction from which the Titan great ape fled. With a smile, Chu Changge replied, Then let us proceed. The duo hastened towards the fallen immortal mountain range. Along the way, they encountered no ferocious beasts to impede their passage. The towering ancient trees had been trampled and broken by the fleeing Titan great ape, leaving the surroundings in disarray. As they ventured deeper into the fallen immortal mountain range, the surrounding mist gradually thickened. In a mere moment, the scenery just a few meters away became obscured. Both above and below, Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang ceased their flight, landing on the ground. Schwer, the atmosphere here is rather peculiar. Exercise caution, as this mist seems capable of obstructing divine consciousness. Chu Changge spoke with a grave expression. Su Ningshuang mirrored his concern. Brother Changge, do not worry. I shall be careful. Though she reassured him, her heart was brimming with joy. How wonderful it is to finally arrive at this place. Master is nearby? Su Ningshuang had always remembered the location of her master. Delving into the depths of the fallen immortal mountain range, reaching the fog-laden area, locating the site where purple vines flourished, and then identifying a singular black vine among the purple ones, she would descend into a gorge following the black vine, ultimately leading her to a cave where she would reunite with her master from a past life. Su Ningshuang reminisced about the various details of her initial encounter with her master, every nuance etched in her memory. However, her foremost concern now was how to extricate herself from Chu Changge's company. She plotted silently in her heart. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the mist. Amidst the dense fog, a radiant burst of colorful light flickered into view. Both Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang gazed in wonder at the luminous spectacle, inhaling the fragrant air. Chu Changge exclaimed in astonishment, That is the seven-colored spirit fruit, a celestial treasure used for the formation of the Dao fetus. Schwer, that must be the treasure you seek. Su Ningshuang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the very item she had casually mentioned would manifest before her. She recalled from her previous life that during this very moment, a rare celestial treasure had also emerged in the fallen immortal mountain range, attracting fierce competition among various factions. Could this treasure truly be the seven-colored spirit fruit? At that instant, a burst of colorful light shot skyward. In a brief span, the once clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and a vibrant flower blossomed amidst the ominous overcast. This was an extraordinary omen. Only when the rarest treasures of heaven and earth are born do extraordinary phenomena manifest. Within the Yushin mountain range, numerous sects have established their presence. Beyond its borders, There are also many formidable forces drawn by the extraordinary occurrences deep within the mountains. Haha. The colorful phenomenon heralds the emergence of treasures in the Yuxian mountain range. This phenomenon rightfully belongs to our Xiantian sect. A powerful figure from the royal realm appeared in midair, his voice resonating through the heavens before he charged into the depths of the mountain range. Such treasures that can evoke such phenomena are indeed exceedingly rare. Does the insignificant Xiantian sect dare to covet them? Begone. A dignified voice emerged from a royal realm expert of a major sect, directly injuring the fastest royal realm warrior. Subsequently, this expert extended his hand, condensing immense true essence into a palm that could encompass a 100-meter radius, reaching for the location of the colorful spirit fruit. The hand was poised to seize the spirit fruit right before the eyes of Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. This opportunity has already been claimed by the Chu family. Depart. With this simple declaration, the royal realm expert's true essence hand was shattered. Two elders appeared in the skies above the Yuxian mountain range. Their mere presence was suffocating. Swear, the ancestors have made their move. Quickly, retrieve the colorful spirit fruit. Chapter 27. Treasures in the Cave, Bodhi Seeds. Su Ningshuang looked up at the sky. Although it was still shrouded in a thick mist, obscuring the view of the outside world, she had heard that powerful voice. Surely, it was their protecting ancestor who had taken action. Su Ningshuang did not wish to miss this opportunity. Perfectly, she could take this chance to gather the colorful spirit fruit, shake off Chu Changge, and then seek her mysterious master. With a smile, she said, "Brother Changge, wait here for me. I shall return shortly." With that, she dashed towards the location of the colorful spirit fruit. Chu Changge saw through her intentions, but did not stop her. It was just as well. Letting her think she had evaded him would allow her to find that enigmatic master. He followed her at a distance, ensuring he remained perfectly behind her. Standing still, he watched Su Ningshuang until her figure was engulfed by the thick mist, and only then did he begin to move. Outside the Yuxian mountain range, a group of powerful beings was obstructed by the two suddenly appearing elders. Their expressions were grave. One voice had severely wounded a royal realm expert. Who were these two elders? An equally powerful royal realm expert stepped forward, saying, "Respected seniors, Lin Yuan merely wished to contend for the treasures. Your actions in severely injuring him seem overly tyrannical. Indeed, treasures belong to the capable. You esteemed elders possess great strength and could easily drive him away to claim the treasures for yourselves, but to severely injure him and destroy his foundation is rather excessive." A group of individuals, deeply dissatisfied, confronted Chu Changge and the elder of the Su family. All of them were forces surrounding the fallen immortal mountain range, where numerous conflicts were anticipated the following day, yet such severe injuries had never before occurred. The sudden emergence of two formidable beings, capable of inflicting grave wounds at will, left them apprehensive. If they did not unite, they would surely become victims of these two powerful figures in the future. Chu Changge regarded the crowd with a disdainful gaze. Arrogant, I merely uttered a few casual words, and that individual could not endure them. Such is his weakness. Had I truly been domineering, not only would he have perished, but you all would have met the same fate. His words dripped with murderous intent. As he spoke, the temperature in the surrounding area plummeted by several degrees, a thin layer of frost forming upon the abundant foliage. Senior, who exactly are you? Someone inquired, recognizing the audacity of the duo and pondering the formidable force backing them. Chu Changge replied nonchalantly, "Did I not make myself clear? The Chu family, the eternal Chu family." At the utterance of these four words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The eternal Chu family was one of the four dominant powers in the Eastern Wilderness domain, a formidable entity with an imperial-level figure overseeing it. They had unwittingly provoked such a force while contending for opportunities. Panic ensued, and their attitudes underwent a drastic transformation. "It is indeed an honor to meet you, Senior. I was blind to your stature. Should I have offended you, I beseech you not to take it to heart. Consider me insignificant and let it go. Senior Chu, my previous behavior was impudent. I hope you will show magnanimity and not hold it against me." Upon learning of Chu Changge's identity, the crowd promptly acquiesced, refraining from any further defiance. Chu Changge cast a cold glance at them and declared leave. Seeing that he bore no intent to pursue the matter, the individuals hastily departed, abandoning any thoughts of claiming opportunities within the fallen immortal mountain range. Meanwhile, at the Xianqing sacred sect, a powerful force surrounded by towering mountains and ethereal energy, Crane soared gracefully through the sky. This was a formidable power near the fallen immortal mountain range, guarded by a saintly figure. Lin Yuan, the imperial-level expert who had attempted to seize an opportunity, hailed from this sect. At that moment, he returned, wounded and pale. "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" A young man rushed over in alarm upon seeing Lin Yuan's ashen face. Zhongxiao, I am unharmed. I simply encountered an individual I failed to recognize and attempted to seize an opportunity, only to be taught a lesson. It is of no consequence. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, yet blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, an unsettling sight. Grandfather, who is it? To inflict such injuries over a mere opportunity is exceedingly tyrannical. Lin Zhongxiao exclaimed, his anger palpable. In his view, rare treasures and opportunities were rightfully contested by all who encountered them. To suffer such a fate for pursuing an opportunity was an egregious display of dominance. Lin Yuan looked at his grandson, shaking his head in resignation. His grandson possesses remarkable qualities, exceptional talent in cultivation and extraordinary comprehension, but he tends to be somewhat obstinate and harbors overly idealistic notions. Zhongxiao, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Should you offend that formidable individual, our Xianjing sacred sect may face annihilation. Furthermore, do not let Tinger learn of this. Do you understand? Lin Zhongxiao fell silent. How could he not intervene when his grandfather had been gravely injured? He was on the verge of informing his brother, Lin Tong, who was cultivating at the Taixing Imperial Gate, urging him to return and avenge their grandfather. Zhongxiao, are you even listening to your grandfather's words? Lin Yuan's voice became tinged with anger. As his rage flared, it exacerbated his internal injuries, causing him to cough violently, expelling copious amounts of blood. Grandfather, please do not be angry. I promise I will not tell brother. Lin Zhongxiao hastily began to channel his energy to heal Lin Yuan. Very well, with your assurance. I can rest easy. Lin Yuan replied with a faint smile. Yet, he remained oblivious to the perilous thoughts swirling in Lin Zhongxiao's mind. Grandfather is so severely wounded. I cannot simply disregard this enmity. Once grandfather has recuperated, I shall seek out brother Teng and bring him back with reinforcements to exact vengeance. In the Yushin mountain range. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the radiant glow from the seven-colored spirit fruit, Chu Changge realized that Su Ningshuang had secured it. He hurriedly followed in her wake, stealthily trailing her until he discovered the hidden location of her enigmatic master. Before long, Chu Changge found himself at the edge of a cliff alongside Su Ningshuang, who leapt down without hesitation. He swiftly approached the precipice, peering over the edge. Below lay a chasm, seemingly cleaved by a sword, splitting the earth asunder, a fathomless abyss. Nevertheless, with Su Ningshuang already having taken the plunge, he too sprang forth without a moment's hesitation. After a brief period of freefall, he landed safely on the ground. Before him stood two caves. Glancing around, he realized he could no longer discern Su Ningshuang's figure and was uncertain which cave she had entered. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for the cave devoid of creeping vines. As he ventured inside, he found the cave to be shallow, resembling a simple tomb chamber. Many items appeared to have succumbed to the ravages of time, turning to dust as Chu Changge's presence disturbed the air. The only intact artifact was a seed nestled within a sandalwood box. Is this a Bodhi seed? Chapter 28. The Northern Underworld Sword Immortal, Ningshuang. Chu Changge beheld the delightful surprise before him. Was this not the opportunity that originally belonged to Xiao Yanran? Now, this fortune had fallen into his hands. Contemplating the chance before him, information related to it surfaced in his mind. Bodhi seed, a sacred-level first-order treasure. Upon consumption, it greatly enhances one's comprehension, making it easier to grasp profound techniques. Without hesitation, Chu Changge swiftly collected this opportunity. Now that Su Ningshuang was no longer in this cave, she would only appear in another cavern. After securing the opportunity, Chu Changge proceeded towards the other cave. Deep within the abyss, in another cavern, Su Ningshuang navigated through the vines on the ground, traversing various tunnels until she reached the innermost depths. In this dimly lit cavern, there lay a massive block of ice emanating a blue glow. Within this icy prison was a frozen soul. Her expression reflected a mix of excitement. Master, I have come to find you. Are you well? Su Ningshuang murmured softly. She gazed at the soul encased in ice, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The soul, now exceedingly fragile, sensed a presence before her, causing her to feel a measure of surprise. Who is it? Who has come? The soul slowly opened her eyes and beheld a girl of around 15 or 16 years standing before her. The sight of this girl elicited a hint of astonishment in the soul's gaze. Who is this? Such a familiar figure. A flurry of images flashed through the soul's mind, fragments of a future she had once glimpsed. Among these visions, she quickly identified a moment featuring Su Ningshuang. However, in those images, Su Ningshuang did not appear as radiant as she did now. Upon arriving here, she looked utterly disheveled, dusty, ragged, and remarkably haggard, lacking the prowess of the peak of the true essence realm. Most importantly, the devouring celestial bone within Su Ningshuang had inexplicably activated. There was an aura about her reminiscent of her own cultivation of the heavenly devouring demon technique. This was her unique practice, and she couldn't recall imparting it to anyone else. How could another possess such knowledge? The soul was enveloped in myriad questions. Who are you? A clear, ethereal voice resonated in Su Ningshua's mind. Suppressing her joy at the unexpected reunion with her master, she respectfully replied, Esteemed one. I inadvertently fell from the cliff and stumbled upon this place, unaware that it was your sanctuary. If I have disturbed your peace, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The soul remained silent for a moment before inquiring, Did you truly stumble here by accident? Why do you bear the aura of the technique I practice? Su Ningxue seemed to have anticipated this question. After a prolonged pause, she began her explanation. Esteemed one, I do not comprehend what you mean. The technique I practice was imparted to me in a dream by a senior. While cultivating in the fallen immortal mountain range, I suddenly sensed a familiar presence guiding me. Following this guidance, I ultimately fell from the cliff and arrived at this location. Listening to this explanation, the soul pondered in silence for a long while. It appeared she was contemplating, perhaps channeling the scant celestial energy she possessed to gaze upon the endless river of time. Gaining insight, her tone softened considerably. I see. How intriguing it is that such events unfold in this world. The ethereal spirit whispered gently, her gaze softening as she peered through the thick layer of ice into Su Ningxue's eyes. She slowly spoke, Dear child, the one who imparted cultivation techniques to you in your dreams shares a profound connection with me. Since you have been guided to this place, it signifies a bond between us. Are you willing to take me as your master? This was precisely what Su Ningxue had been awaiting. She yearned to rekindle her past connection with her master. In her previous life, due to her naivety, she had inadvertently summoned an unparalleled enemy from across time, who came seeking her demise at the peak of her cultivation. In the end, it was her master who, to protect her, sacrificed the remnants of her celestial power to battle that formidable foe through the currents of time. The outcome remained an enigma, even as Su Ningxue ascended to the realm of quasi-emperors. Now, she had ample time to rectify it all. Bowing respectfully, Su Ningxue clasped her fists together, declaring, Disciple pays homage to master. The ethereal spirit chuckled softly. Rise, dear child. Since you have chosen to take me as your master, you ought to be acquainted with my name. Su Ningxue was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. In her previous life, she had been unaware of her master's true title. The only information she possessed was that her master's surname was Ning, whom she affectionately referred to as Aunt Ning. She hailed from the celestial realm and was an unparalleled master of swordsmanship. Beyond that, she had been unable to uncover more about her master, receiving only vague responses to her inquiries. You need not know my name just yet. Knowing too much could be detrimental to you. When the time comes for you to ascend to the celestial realm, you shall learn it. At that moment, Su Ningxue listened intently. The spirit, encased in ice, gradually revealed her name. Remember, dear child, my title is Beiming Sword Immortal, Ningshuang. Sword Immortal? Beiming. Su Ningxue firmly etched her master's name in her memory. She would never forget it in this lifetime. Dear child, my name must not be spoken carelessly. Remember this. My enemies are likely still searching for me. Should they sense someone across the realms uttering my true name, they will undoubtedly come to this world. And all beings within the Xinhuang great world will suffer. Su Ningxue inquired. Then master, how should I address you in the future? Aunt Ning. Or simply refer to me as master, Ningshuang replied. Su Ningxue nodded and then approached the ice, saying, Master, I understand. You have been trapped here for so long. Allow me to free you. Ningshuang smiled and shook her head. Dear child, there is no need for you to intervene. Let that young man hiding behind you, who has been eavesdropping on our conversation, take action instead. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue turned to look behind her. A handsome young man emerged from the shadows. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. I have just arrived and could not bear to interrupt your engaging conversation. Chu Changge sensed that Ningshuang bore no ill will and would not harm him. He finally felt at ease and stepped out. Approaching Su Ningxue, he spoke with a face full of regret. Schwerer, my apologies. I was following closely behind you earlier, worried as I watched you fall from the cliff. And I leaped after you in concern. I hope you do not hold it against me. Chapter 29. Assisting Ningshuang's escape. A new destiny choice reward. No, it's all right. Su Ningxue shook her head, feeling a bit anxious. A tension enveloped her, as if some unmentionable secret had been uncovered. Chu Changge arrived before the massive ice block and glanced at the soul entity before him. An array of information materialized in his mind. Name, Ningshuang. Cultivation, Sacred Realm, Peak True Immortal Stage. Physique, Extreme Immortal Body. Techniques, Devouring Heaven Demon Art, Celestial Level. First rank, Beiming Sword Classic, Celestial Level. First rank, Tine Demon Palm. Imperial Level. First rank, Nine Divine Fist, Sacred Level. Third rank, Great Heaven Refinement Method, Sacred Level. Ninth rank, Fate, Beiming Sword Immortal, Red. Recent events. Thousands of years ago, after a fierce battle in the immortal realm, She was severely injured and cast down to the mortal realm. Despite being at the peak of the sacred realm, she attracted the attention of many emperors from the Ningshuang great world who sought her chance to ascend. However, these emperors perished in a calamity, leaving no one aware of her whereabouts. She remained trapped in slumber for many years until she fortuitously encountered Su Ningshuang, who possessed devouring celestial bones, and took her as a disciple, successfully escaping. Upon examining the information about Ningshuang, Chu Changge gained a clearer understanding of her situation. At the peak of the sacred realm, she was a formidable presence, yet fortunately, she bore no hostility towards him. Ningshuang smiled gently. Young man, you possess the solar divine body. Might you unleash the true fire of the sun within you to free me? Chu Changge hesitated before responding, casting a glance at Su Ningshuang beside him. Brother Changge, you must have heard my earlier words. This esteemed individual is my master. I earnestly request your assistance. Su Ningshuang implored with utmost seriousness. After a brief moment, a panel appeared before Chu Changge. Ding. The host's current experience has been detected, triggering a destiny choice. Choice 1. Refuse to assist. She is your master, not mine, and I shall not release her. Reward. 1 drop of true immortal blood. Choice 2. Agree to help Su Ningshuang, using the true fire of the sun to melt the ice block and release Ningshuang. Reward. Supreme true intent. Yin-yang true intent. Please make your choice. Gazing at the destiny choice panel, Chu Changge exhaled a sigh of relief. With a gentle smile, he assured, rest easy. Swear, this divine sun shall act forthwith to free your master. As his words fell, a surge of scorching energy erupted from within Chu Changge. Swear, step back a bit. Be cautious not to get hurt. Su Ningshuang nodded and quickly retreated. Despite possessing only royal-level prowess, Chu Changge's strength surged beyond that of a low-tier emperor, emanating an overwhelming aura that made her, at her true element level, hesitant to withstand such formidable power. As Ningshuang, encased in ice, gazed in astonishment at Chu Changge, she pondered the notion of 5 paths of true meaning. Could it be that such a prodigious talent existed in this realm? Ningshuang was utterly taken aback. It is worth noting that even among the celestial beings, not every formidable figure who transcended to true immortality could comprehend so many truths during their time in the King's realm. Moreover, each of these truths was of superior quality, some even belonging to the highest echelon. Unaware of the musings swirling in Ningshuang's mind, Chu Changge was wholly engrossed in controlling the blazing sunfire to consume the massive ice block. Under the intense heat of the sunfire, the ice was gradually melting away. After a considerable duration, the ice that had imprisoned Ningshuang for millennia finally vanished, granting her the freedom she so desperately sought. At that moment, the sound of the system notification echoed in Chu Changge's mind. Ding. The host has completed choice 2 and received the reward. Supreme true meaning. Yin-yang true meaning. Yin-yang true meaning. A supreme truth that, once comprehended, enables a better mastery over the forces of yin and yang, and in the future, may even lead to the understanding of formidable divine powers such as life and death. Chu Changge felt a surge of excitement. The yin-yang true meaning appeared to be quite remarkable. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, System, fuse the yin-yang true meaning. In the next instant, a torrent of insights regarding the yin-yang true meaning flooded into his mind. Chu Changge was quietly absorbing this newfound understanding. Though free at last, Ningshuang, having been trapped in the ice for millennia, found her original injuries irreparable. She now appeared exceedingly frail, her entire essence almost transparent. Master, are you all right? Seeing Ningshuang finally liberated from her icy prison, Su Ningshuang rushed forward, her concern palpable. I am fine. I have been trapped here for far too long. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and I require time to recuperate, Ningshuang replied weakly. Su Ningshuang, feeling anxious, observed her master's condition and recognized that Ningshuang was on the brink of slipping into slumber. Brother Changge, do you possess any treasures that can restore spiritual essence? Su Ningshuang turned to Chu Changge, recalling that someone of his stature likely carried items capable of reviving spiritual energy, perhaps rare materials or treasures. However, as Su Ningshuang glanced over, she found Chu Changge standing still, eyes closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. She was momentarily taken aback. Has he comprehended yet another true meaning? Su Ningshuang was astounded. How could it be that Chu Changge, in such a state, had arrived at a new understanding of a truth? Ningshuang too wore a look of surprise. As a being from the celestial realm, she had encountered countless prodigies. Yet, a talent like Chu Changge was a rarity she had never witnessed before. In the celestial domain, even the most renowned geniuses required months, if not years, of arduous cultivation to grasp a true meaning. Yet, here was Chu Changge, who, without any apparent effort, had suddenly achieved enlightenment through a mere exchange of words. Such aptitude was nothing short of miraculous. Swear, do not disturb him. He is currently grasping a profound truth, and this is his opportunity. Ningshuang hurriedly restrained Su Ningshuang, who was eager to step forward. Rest assured, Master, I would not engage in such foolish actions, the disciple assured. As the master and apprentice exchanged brief whispers, careful not to interrupt Chu Changge. After a while, Chu Changge successfully refined the essence of the yin-yang truth. A surge of enlightenment flooding into his mind. At this moment, 6 orbs of varying colors floated within his consciousness. Upon witnessing Chu Changge awaken, Su Ningshuang comprehended that he had fully assimilated the truth he had just grasped. She hurriedly stepped forward to congratulate him. Brother Changge, congratulations on successfully comprehending another truth. Chu Changge responded with a smile. It was merely luck, nothing more. Upon saying this, he noticed Ningshuang's soul becoming increasingly translucent, on the verge of dissipating. Elder, what has happened to you? Why is your soul power so feeble? This is the soul nourishing what I have prepared for healing souls. You must use it to restore your essence. Chapter 30. The blade of heaven and earth strikes again. And the reappearance of Xiao Yinran. Ningshuang gazed in astonishment at the soul-nourishing wood in Chu Changge's hand. It was substantial and rigid, smooth to the touch and pleasantly cool. Brother Changge, how did you come by such a precious item? Su Ningshuang inquired, her face filled with surprise. Though the soul-nourishing wood was merely a sacred-grade treasure, it possessed the remarkable ability to nourish and refine the spirit, making it highly sought after throughout the vast realm of Ningshuang. After thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years of contention among numerous factions and powerful beings, such treasures had become exceedingly rare. Often, the mere discovery of a piece the width of a finger could incite conflict between 2 sacred-grade powers. The piece in Chu Changge's possession was as thick as an adult's thigh, if outsiders were aware of such a substantial piece. Even sovereign powers would stop at nothing to acquire it. With a gentle smile, Chu Changge explained, "This soul-nourishing wood is a treasure I discovered in an ancient tomb long ago. I have not had the opportunity to utilize it. So since this esteemed elder is your master, I shall lend it to her." Su Ningshuang was deeply moved, realizing that Chu Changge had brought forth this precious item for her sake. "Thank you, Brother Changge," she expressed gratefully. Chu Changge smiled knowingly, given our relationship. There is no need for such formality. At the mention of their relationship, Su Ningshuang's cheeks flushed crimson. Ningshuang, observing their interaction, understood their bond. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to reciprocate the young man's kindness. "Young one, I appreciate your soul-nourishing wood. It is of great importance to me at this moment. However, I cannot accept your kindness without offering something in return. How about I bestow upon you an opportunity and grant you a divine ability?" Divine ability? Chu Changge felt a surge of excitement. Such a thing was typically attainable only by those in the Nirvana realm. In the vast expanse of the Ningshuang Great World, the concept of divine abilities is solely understood through comprehension. There are no specific techniques for cultivation. Indeed, Ningshuang is a person of the celestial realm, possessing methods for cultivating divine powers. Should he master such abilities and attain several realms ahead, his combat prowess would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Changge expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Ningshuang inquired, "Do you have a particular type of divine ability in mind? For instance, sword techniques, blade techniques, or fist techniques, among others?" Chu Changge felt a profound astonishment. It was evident that Ningshuang was not a simple figure in the celestial realm, for she possessed extensive knowledge of divine abilities and even allowed him to choose. After a moment of contemplation, he clarified, "Esteemed elder, I am adept at wielding a blade. Thus I desire a technique related to blade mastery." Ningshuang nodded and closed her eyes. Within her vast sea of consciousness lay information regarding blade techniques. After a brief interval, she finally made a breakthrough. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "You are indeed fortunate. I possess a 9th-tier divine ability, and I shall now impart it to you." Upon finishing her words, she raised her hand and lightly touched the center of Chu Changge's forehead. In an instant, the cultivation method of a blade technique surged into his mind. Heaven and Earth One Blade Slash, 9th-tier divine ability. Concentrates the energy of the entire body to a single point, then unleashes an unparalleled strike. Note, there is nothing in this world that cannot be severed by a single slash. If there is, it is advisable to flee. Chu Changge gazed at the information appearing in his mind, astonished. He had not anticipated that the divine ability he acquired would be this one. He felt immense satisfaction with this technique. Opening his eyes, he expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." At that moment, having completed the transmission of knowledge, Ningshuang appeared even more fatigued. No need for formalities. I am weary and require rest. I shall not intrude upon your time together," she stated before retreating into the soul-nurturing wood. Thus, the vast cavern was left with only Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang. The presence of a lone man and woman in such close quarters tinted their cheeks with a blush. "Brother Changge, may I keep the soul-nurturing wood for now?" After a while, Su Ningshuang broke the silence, asking Chu Changge for the wood. "Of course, Schwer. Your master still requires the soul-nurturing wood to restore her spirit, so it is best left in your care." Chu Changge generously handed over the substantial piece of wood, as thick as a man's thigh. "Thank you, Brother Changge," Su Ningshuang replied sweetly. Subsequently, the two departed the cavern, soaring back into the depths of the fallen immortal mountains. Upon exiting the precipice, Chu Changge turned to Su Ningshuang, noticing recent developments in her circumstances. Name: Su Ningshuang. Recent events: 1 month after becoming a disciple of the North Sea Sword Immortal. The North Sea Sword Immortal has regained a fragment of spiritual power through the soul-nurturing wood. Under the guidance of the North Sea Sword Immortal, she has journeyed to the Wanjian Mountain to procure a suitable sword for her cultivation. However, within the depths of the 10,000 Sword Mountain, they unexpectedly encountered Lin Tong, a true disciple of the Taicing Imperial sect, who had brought others to surround and launch a surprise attack, resulting in severe injuries. Upon witnessing this latest development, Chu Changge could not help but furrow his brow. What audacity the Taicing Imperial sect possesses to dare lay hands on someone under the protection of this divine son. Chu Changge mused inwardly. The Taicing Imperial sect had once been a formidable imperial power in the eastern wilderness Dao domain several millennia ago, a dominant force of the region. Regrettably, their lack of ambition led to their decline from such a prestigious status. Although they still claimed the title of an imperial sect, the imperial legacy they once boasted had been nearly exhausted. It was even doubtful whether the entire sect had a single quasi-emperor to safeguard it. Such a feeble force would still dare to act against Su Ningshuang. Did they not realize that the Chang family stood behind the Su family? It seemed imperative to find a time to deal with this Lin Tong. Chu Changge began to contemplate his next course of action. At that moment, Su Ningshuang approached him to bid farewell. "Brother Changge, I have found what I was looking for. It is time for us to leave the fallen immortal mountain range. Remaining here for too long is unsafe," she stated earnestly. The mountain range bore its name because a celestial being had perished there. From her past life's memories, she recalled that lingering too long in the fallen immortal mountain range could cause physical ailments for the human race. She could not afford to stay there for an extended period. To endure the strange forces within the mountain range, one would need to possess the cultivation of the holy realm, lest they fall victim to its peculiar energies. Chu Changge nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us depart." With that, the two of them soared towards the exit of the fallen immortal mountain range. Yet, just as they had nearly escaped the fog-laden region, two graceful figures appeared before them. "Young Master Chu, please wait," a gentle voice called out. Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang exchanged astonished glances at the sight of the two figures ahead. "Xiao Yanran, did you not leave the fallen immortal mountain range? What brings you back here?" Chapter 31. Xiao Yanran's request: assassinate the Lin family's divine son. Seeing Xiao Yanran before them, both Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang were taken aback. They calculated the time. After parting ways with Xiao Yanran and her companions, they had spent several days within the mountain range. This meant that the two had remained in the fallen immortal mountain range for such an extended period, presumably to await their return. Was there a matter of significance at hand? Xiao Yanran glanced at Su Ningshuang, feeling quite embarrassed as she spoke. Chu divine son, I have something to ask of you. I hope you will agree." Su Ningshuang crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yanran, curious about what the esteemed lady of the Xiao family wished to request, especially in front of her fiancé. Chu Changge smiled and inquired, "Miss Xiao, please share your request. Only after I have heard it can I decide whether to assist you." Xiao Yanran nodded and began to articulate her request. "Yanran sought your assistance, esteemed Chu Changge, in the matter of taking a life." Upon completing her request, her beautiful eyes fixed earnestly upon Chu Changge. "Oh, whom do you wish to eliminate?" Chu Changge inquired, astonished. Given Yanran's status, it seemed peculiar that she would enlist his aid for such a task. The wealth of the Xiao family could easily procure the services of an assassin. The very fact that she chose to approach him, a scion of the Chu family, suggested that the target was of considerable significance. With a cold tone, Yanran declared, "I wish to kill Lin Jiugao, the scion of the Lin family." Upon hearing the name of the intended victim, both Chu Changge and Su Ningshuang exchanged bewildered glances. "Xiaogu, are you quite all right? You wish for this deity to slay the scion of the ancient Lin family?" Chu Changge chuckled, though it was not his intention to find humor in such a grave matter. His incredulity was overwhelming. Yanran, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Chu Changge, I am entirely sincere. If you agree to collaborate with me in eliminating the scion of the Lin family, I can offer you a commensurate reward. Chu Changge's mirth vanished, his expression turning grave. I understand your desire to eliminate the Lin scion, likely stemming from a reluctance to enter into an alliance through marriage. However, if you do not wish to engage with them, perhaps a discussion with your family would suffice. To pursue Lin Zhuogao, I fear your family may not withstand the ensuing wrath. Moreover, to require me to slay a scion from another clan. I doubt you can afford the price for such an undertaking. Listening to Chu Changge's reasoning, Yinran maintained her stance. Chu Shensi, unlike you, my voice carries little weight within my family. As a woman, I am bound to obey the arrangements made by my kin. Should you be willing to assist, I can offer a substantial reward. Have you ever heard of the Tai secret realm? Yinran revealed her trump card, keenly observing the changes in Chu Changge's expression. The Tai secret realm, once the domain of an extraordinary genius who transcended this world to ascend to the celestial realm, was said to harbor the secrets of transcendence and immortality. She intended to leverage this knowledge to barter for Chu Changge's aid. However, despite being the scion of the Chu family, Chu Changge was not omniscient. Upon hearing about the Tai secret realm, he merely furrowed his brow. The Tai secret realm? Is it truly a formidable domain? He pondered silently. He refrained from speaking, as anything uttered by the future wife of the child of destiny was undeniably significant. Nevertheless, while Chu Changge might be unaware, the reincarnated empress beside him was well informed. Su Ningshuang's eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "The Tai secret realm? Yinran, do you possess knowledge of the Tai secret realm?" Her reaction was unexpected for Yinran, who had anticipated Chu Changge to respond in such a manner. Instead, it was Su Ningshuang who expressed astonishment, leaving her somewhat disappointed. After all, if only Su Ningshuang were aware of the Tai secret realm, the likelihood of persuading Chu Changge to take action would remain quite low. Xiao Yinran nodded and remarked, "It seems that Sister Ningshuang is knowledgeable about the Tai secret realm." Chu Changge, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly is this Tai secret realm?" With a heavy sigh, Xiao Yinran realized that since she had decided to reveal this intelligence in exchange for the opportunity to enlist Chu Changge's aid, she could no longer withhold information. Taking a deep breath, she articulated, "Young Master Chu, the Tai secret realm is a domain left behind by an extraordinary being from the eastern wilderness, one who transcended this world and ascended to the celestial realm. Within this realm lies the method to transcend this world and ascend to the celestial realm. The location of the Tai secret realm is said to be inscribed on a map, which was shattered into 5 pieces during a great battle thousands of years ago. I have been fortunate enough to obtain the location of one fragment of this map." Xiao Yinran divulged her information, and this fragment's details served as her assurance. At that moment, upon hearing Xiao Yinran's words, Su Ningshuang's past enigmas were finally unraveled. So that was it. It was no wonder that the true martial emperor, Xiao Fan, managed to transcend early and ascend to the celestial realm. He must have encountered the fortune of the Tai secret realm. If I could seize this opportunity in advance, my strength would soar, allowing me to alter many circumstances from my previous life. A firm light shimmered in Su Ningshuang's eyes. She was determined to acquire the fragment of the Tai secret realm's map, for it might contain elements advantageous to her. Chu Changge was profoundly astonished. He couldn't help but reflect, this child of destiny truly lives up to their title, possessing an abundance of fortuitous opportunities. Indeed, it is wise to refrain from opposing them. However, he pondered whether he should accept this endeavor. If he did, wouldn't it imply that he was usurping the fortune of the child of destiny, thereby unwittingly placing himself in opposition to them? As Chu Changge deliberated over whether to accept the transaction, a choice panel appeared before him. Beep detected the host's current experiences, triggering a fateful choice. Option 1. Accept the transaction with Xiao Yinran and assist her in assassinating the divine son of the ancient forest clan, Lin Zhuogao. Reward: supreme true meaning of life and death. Option 2. Decline the transaction with Xiao Yinran. Reward: 1 celestial bone. Please make your selection. Gazing at this fateful choice, Chu Changge sensed something amiss. Accepting the transaction seemed tantamount to subtly opposing the child of destiny. Historically, options that involved confronting the child of destiny were typically of high caliber. Why then was this one so elementary? Conversely, the option that did not involve opposing the child of destiny offered a highly esteemed reward. After contemplating the choice panel for a moment, he resolved firmly, "Miss Xiao, let us collaborate harmoniously." Chu Changge ultimately chose to follow his previous pattern, deliberately opting for the lower tier reward. After all, the higher the reward, the more pitfalls there were likely to ensue. Chapter 32, Chu Changge's decision, departing from the fallen immortal mountain range. "Young Master Chu, have you agreed to our transaction?" Xiao Yinran believed she had misheard, and thus inquired once more. May I ask, Miss Xiao, When do you intend to take action? When shall we obtain the map upon your success? Chu Changge nodded and asked. In half a month, Divine Sun Chu. We shall act in half a month. Xiao Yinran responded earnestly. According to the intelligence she had gathered during that particular time frame, the scion of the ancient Lin family would be venturing into a perilous location for training. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. Furthermore, due to the restrictions present in that treacherous area, the Guardians could not intervene, making it an ideal venue for an ambush on the Lin family's scion without the fear of being discovered or obstructed by the family's protectors. Chu Changge nodded, then produced a jade pendant and handed it to Xiao Yinran. Very well. I understand. This item is for you. Contact me before you make your move. After passing the communication jade pendant to Xiao Yinran, he began to examine her recent information. Name: Xiao Yinran. Recent events. In an attempt to thwart her family from forcing a marriage alliance with the Lin family, she endeavored to assassinate Ningshuang at the Sacred Cliff. However, due to a disparity in strength, she was easily subdued by Ningshuang, who subsequently sealed her powers and took her back to the Lin family. Xiao Yinran's recent events had undergone a significant alteration. However, the information appeared somewhat peculiar, leaving Chu Changge in a state of bewilderment. What is this? Did something go awry? Why did only she make a move? Observing the latest update on Xiao Yinran's recent events, he found himself deeply puzzled. Could it be that during the assassination attempt on Ningshuang, unforeseen circumstances arose, resulting in only Xiao Yinran confronting him? Chu Changge remained perplexed, yet he would have to wait for half a month to ascertain the full details. He averted his gaze, no longer paying heed to the notifications regarding recent events. Calmly, Chu Changge remarked, Miss Xiao, given that this is our first collaboration, I must request that you provide the remuneration up front. He inquired, might I ask if the map of the Tai's secret realm is currently in your possession? Xiao Yinran had not anticipated such a sudden request from Chu Changge. She appeared somewhat flustered. Divine Sun Chu, the map is not with me at the moment. However, I assure you that after we take action, I will definitely honor my word and deliver the map to you. Chu Changge seemed to grasp the underlying reason for the peculiar update on Xiao Yinran's recent events. It dawned on him that the issue was her failure to provide the remuneration. With a hint of resignation, he smiled gently. I apologize, Miss Xiao, but given our inaugural cooperation and considering the current relations between the Xiao family and the Chu family, it is challenging for me to extend any measure of trust towards you. He shook his head with a sense of inevitability. His principle was clear. One must provide compensation to elicit his assistance. Principles cannot be compromised. That is the rule. Xiao Yinran wore a troubled expression, glancing left and right, unsure of how to proceed. The map was not in her possession, but rather with Xiao Fan. However, at present, Xiao Fan's whereabouts remain a mystery to her, leaving her at a loss on how to acquire that map. Clearly, Chu Changge appeared anxious to depart. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Xiao Yinran hastily assured, Divine Sun Chu, rest assured, I shall procure that map for you within half a month. If I fail to do so, as long as you agree to assist me in secretly eliminating Ningshuang, I will ensure that you receive the map to the Tai's secret realm, even swearing a great oath to that effect. Chu Changge, however, harbored skepticism towards such oaths, particularly from those fortunate individuals favored by the heavens. For them, such solemn vows held little weight. He shook his head, saying, Miss Xiao, let us consider this. You seem to know the location of that Tai's secret realm map. Simply disclose its whereabouts, and I shall personally retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinran hesitated. It was indeed a sound proposal. Yet the map was in the possession of her brother, Xiao Fan. Would Chu Changge's direct intervention not pose a threat to him? Moreover, would it not lead Xiao Fan to misunderstand her intentions? Reluctantly, she replied, Divine Sun Chu, that map is with a friend of mine, but I currently have no knowledge of his whereabouts. At the mention of friend, Chu Changge's thoughts immediately turned to Xiao Fan, and he blurted out, Is it someone named Xiao Fan? Xiao Yinran's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, Divine Sun Chu, how did you know? With a faint smile, Chu Changge responded, I encountered him previously in the Fallen Demon Valley. You might consider revisiting that place. Perhaps you will chance upon him and retrieve the map to present to me. This suggestion would allow her to obtain the Tai's secret realm map and thus collaborate with him. Xiao Yinran found this idea appealing, nodding in agreement. Thank you for your guidance, Divine Sun Chu. I will strive to secure the map as soon as possible and finalize our collaboration. Chu Changge smiled gently. Very well. I shall await your good news. With that, he bid farewell to Xiao Yinran. Once the two had walked some distance away, Su Ningshuang, puzzled, inquired, Brother Changge, do you already know whose hands the Tai's secret realm map resides in? Why then, pursue a collaboration? Isn't the prospect of assassinating the Lin family's scion rather perilous? Su Ningshuang voiced her concerns. In her view, now that they were aware the map was with Xiao Fan, they could easily locate him and seize it by force. After all, She vividly remembered the locations of the other 4 maps. They had no need to collaborate with Xiao Yinran, which could bring unnecessary enmity with the ancient Lin family. Observing the confusion etched on Su Ningshuang's delicate features, Chu Changge couldn't help but pinch her cheek playfully. Partnering with her will indeed yield greater rewards for eliminating the Lin family scion. Leave this matter to me. In half a month's time, you shall understand the reasoning behind it. Su Ningshuang felt her cheeks pinched by such an affectionate gesture, and her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. She playfully swatted away Chu Changge's hand, shyly exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Changge, please do not." Chu Changge chuckled softly, refraining from further teasing. After all, the lady had expressed her discontent. To persist would be to disregard her wishes, which could lead to dire consequences. Once their playful banter concluded, the two departed from the fallen Immortal Mountain range and returned to the Confronting the Su residence. Chapter 33. The Transaction with the 10,000 Dragon Cavern. Visitors from the Taiji Sacred Land. Upon returning to the Confronting the Su family, Su Ningshuang eagerly sought to enter seclusion and break through to the Dao embryo realm. Chu Changge, however, did not linger at the Su residence, as he and the ancestral figure began their journey back to the Chu family. There remained an unresolved matter concerning the divine maiden, Long Shi, from the 10,000 Dragon Cavern, who was still residing at the Chu household. Prolonging her stay could provoke unwarranted speculation from various factions. Once they arrived back at the Chu family estate, before Chu Changge could rest, he was approached by the divine maiden, Long Shi. "Young Master Chu, you have finally returned. I have conferred with several elders of the Chu family, and for the next century, the 10,000 Dragon Cavern shall not only provide the Chu family with dragon saliva, but will also become our ally. Every decade, we will select outstanding maidens for matrimonial alliances with the Chu family," Long Shi articulated, delineating numerous conditions that had emerged from her discussions with the elders. Chu Changge nodded in agreement. "Well, since you have reached an accord with the elders, this drop of true dragon blood shall belong to you." As he spoke, he produced the precious drop of blood. The moment it was revealed, Long Shi felt an enigmatic force drawing her in, as her dragon lineage instinctively yearned to seize the blood and consume it. Watching Long Shi accept the true dragon blood, Chu Changge noticed no immediate change in her demeanor. Just as she prepared to take her leave, she addressed him, "Young Master Chu, the 10,000 Dragon Cavern honors its commitments, and we shall fulfill our promises." She had pressing matters to attend to within her clan and intended to depart. With a furrowed brow, Chu Changge interjected, "Wait. Miss Long Shi, I advise you to reconsider. 2 ancestral figures from the Lin and Xiao families are currently observing the Chu family. Should you leave, it may pose a danger. It would be prudent for you to remain here temporarily while notifying your kin to send reinforcements for your safe return. This interval also provides an opportunity for you to refine the true dragon blood, does it not?" Chu Changge's suggestion plunged Long Shi into contemplation. Just then, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Dragon Cavern appeared, his expression grave. "Divine Maiden, as young Master Chu has indicated, there are indeed 2 presences lurking around the Chu family's perimeter, whose strength is not inferior to my own. I recommend that you promptly inform your clan to dispatch someone for your protection." Long Rishan, despite his formidable true dragon blood and robust physique, recognized the peril of confronting 2 quasi-imperial powerhouses alone, even within the same realm. Long Shi nodded, her face brimming with gratitude as she said, "Thank you, Divine Son Chu. For your reminder, I shall heed your counsel and remain in the Chu family for a while longer." Following Long Shi's decision, her recent circumstances began to transform. Name, Long Shi. Fate, Eastern Wilderness Dragon Emperor, Orange. Recent events, under the guidance of Chu Changge. She stays in the Chu family to refine the pure blood of a true dragon. Influenced by the pure blood, her lineage undergoes a reversion, elevating her from the ancient Dragon King physique to the ancient Dragon God Physique. Chu Changge observed these developments and noted not only the changes in Long Shi's recent events, but also a shift in her fate. "Well, it seems that the Chu family is unlikely to face peril any longer," he mused inwardly. He then arranged for a secluded place for Long Shi to engage in her cultivation. However, just as one matter settled, another arose. A few days later, a young man clad in a black and white Taoist robe hastily arrived at the Chu family, seeking out Chu Changge. "Senior Brother Chu, grave news. Something has happened to our master. She wishes to see you." After only a few days of respite, trouble had once again befallen him. He regarded the young man who had come to him, recalling his information panel. Name, Zhang Pingfan. Cultivation, Dao Embryo Realm, 5th Layer. Physique, Azure Wood Spirit Body. Technique, Xianqing Technique, Earth Grade. 4th Tier. Fate, Inner Disciples of the Taiching Sacred Land, Yellow. Recent events, none. He was an unremarkable character, one of his junior disciples from the Taiching Sacred Land, residing on the same peak and under the same master. Junior Brother Zhang, What has transpired? Why do you appear so flustered? Chu Changge urged him to speak calmly, alleviating his anxiety. In his memory, his master was a sword saint of the Taiqing's sacred land, possessing unparalleled strength, though only at the great sage level. Her exceptional swordsmanship had earned her the reputation of having defeated holy sages. When he initially ventured to the Taiqing's sacred land to study, it was her sword techniques he yearned to learn. Zhang Pingfan took a few sips of tea to soothe his throat before he began to explain. Senior brother Chu, you may not be aware, but our master recently returned from a perilous location, and it seems her cultivation has vanished. Now, our Taishan peak is being bullied by disciples from other peaks. Our master wishes for you to return and advocate for us. Zhang Pingfan cautiously regarded Chu Changge. After all, he was the divine son of the Chu family, and Zhang Pingfan had his own intentions when entering the Taiqing sacred land. Now that his goals had been achieved, he could, in theory, disregard such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Chu Changge fell into a moment of silence. His stillness was not one of contemplation, but rather a wait for the appearance of the Destiny selection panel. Unfortunately, it seemed that summoning the Destiny panel was far too challenging for Zhang Pingfan, who possessed only a yellow fate. Without the Destiny selection panel, Chu Changge found himself in a quandary, uncertain of the most prudent choice to make. Alas, forget it. I shall venture to the Taiqing's sacred land to comprehend this matter of causality. After all, that individual is my nominal master. Chu Changge mused within. Ultimately, he resolved to extend his assistance to this unorthodox mentor. Indeed, he had gleaned considerable knowledge from the sword saint, and now that his master faced adversity, it was only fitting for him, as a disciple, to intervene. Moreover, he could resolve this thread of causality. For a martial artist or cultivator, it is imperative to avoid leaving behind entanglements, lest even minor causes transform into formidable inner demons in the future. Rising, Chu Changge declared, "Let us proceed, junior brother Zhang. I, the divine scion, shall accompany you back to the Taiqing sacred land. I am eager to discover which fool dares to bully the disciples of our Taishan peak." His tone remained calm, yet a frigid aura enveloped him. Zhang Pingfan, witnessing this, beamed with delight. "Very well, senior brother Chu, I shall lead the way." Chapter 34, The Taiqing Sacred Land, Taishan Peak. Upon returning to the Taiqing sacred land, the arrival of Chu Changge astonished numerous disciples. In a brief span, the news of the divine scion's return spread throughout the sacred land, prompting a throng to gather in eager anticipation. Good heavens, is this truly the divine scion Chu? What brings him back to the Taiqing sacred land? Could it be related to the affairs of Taishan Peak? Exclaimed an astonished voice. Within the Taiqing sacred land, many were aware of Chu Changge's identity and lineage, yet after his return to the family several years prior, he had not set foot in the sacred land again. All presumed he had severed ties with it. Clearly, such notions were mere rumors. For Chu Changge remained a disciple of the Taiqing sacred land. Who would have imagined the divine scion would return? Those who had tormented Taishan Peak were in for a reckoning. With his return, the divine scion would undoubtedly seek retribution for his peak. Some relished the misfortune of others, thankful they had not taken advantage of Taishan Peak in its time of decline, fully aware of the formidable elder brother residing there. The disciples of the Taiqing sacred land observed from a distance as Chu Changge re-entered Taishan Peak. Word of his return soon reached the ears of the elders within the sacred land. Upon hearing this news, their expressions mirrored astonishment. Hiss, why has the divine scion returned? What could he possibly seek? An elder furrowed his brow, visibly displeased by Chu Changge's reappearance. Indeed, among those who had bullied Taishan Peak were his own subordinates. Old Mu, I have instructed you to temper your actions. Although Shen Jingqiu possesses no cultivation, she is the master of the Chu family scion. Your disobedience has led to this predicament. Someone remarked with a sense of schadenfreude, entirely disregarding the grim visages of the elderly. The elder known as Old Mu's countenance darkened. Casting a disdainful glance at the assembly, he retorted, "Umph. The divine scion of the Chu family has not graced our Taiqing sacred land in many years. Even 2 years ago, when we nearly faced calamity, he did not extend a hand in aid. His return now is clearly an unforeseen circumstance." Listening to these words, the crowd fell silent. 2 years ago, a significant incident had befallen the Taiqing sacred land, nearly leading to its annihilation. They had even sought the assistance of the esteemed son of the Chu family. However, Chu Changge showed no inclination to offer help. Had it not been for their fortunate discovery of a solution, the Taiqing sacred land would likely have been obliterated 2 years prior. Now, with Shen Jingqiu in trouble, Chu Changge's arrival hinted at an undisclosed secret. The sacred lord of Taiqing spoke up. Should we, the elders, pay a visit to the Chu family's son upon his return to the Taiqing sacred land? Although he is a disciple of the Taiqing sacred land, and ought to come to pay respects to us. He also bears the identity of the Chu family's son, and we cannot allow him to simply visit us. Indeed, let us meet him and discern his intentions. The Chu family's son has stirred quite a number of affairs recently. Following the Sacred Lord's suggestion, the elders promptly set off to Taishan Peak to encounter the son of the Chu family. Upon returning to Taishan Peak, Chu Changge was taken aback by the drastic changes that had transpired. Once a lush and vibrant mountain, it now appeared desolate, with the ground littered with pits left by the uprooted spiritual herbs and grasses. The disciples of Taishan Peak had also dwindled significantly. Chu Changge sighed. I never anticipated that my absence would result in such profound changes. Zhang Shidi, how many disciples remain at Taishan Peak now? Zhang Pingfan cautiously followed behind Chu Changge. Upon hearing the question, he replied, in response to your inquiry, Senior Brother Chu, there are currently only 10 disciples at Taishan Peak, including you and me. For some time now, the peak has been managed by a newly accepted disciple of our master. Chu Changge, intrigued, asked, oh, this junior disciple, what is his talent like? Zhang Pingfan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he spoke of the junior. His aptitude is nothing short of exceptional. Before his arrival, life for the disciples of Taishan Peak was exceedingly difficult. However, since he joined us, our circumstances have greatly improved. Whenever he sees anyone bullying our disciples, he is always quick to act with justice. Recently, he even secured first place in the outer sect competition, bringing back a wealth of cultivation resources for us. Listening to Zhang Pingfan's words, Chu Changge felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Their master had lost his powers, and yet this new disciple was single-handedly turning the tides. Could it be that this junior disciple was indeed a child of fortune? Chu Changge mused silently. Observing the admiration in Zhang Pingfan's eyes, he remarked, it seems this junior disciple possesses quite remarkable talent. Zhang Pingfan, snapping back to reality, mistakenly believed that Chu Changge was displeased. He hurriedly added, in comparison to you, Senior Brother, this junior disciple still has a long way to go. After all, Master sent me to invite you back to take charge of the situation. Chu Changge understood that Zhang Pingfan had clearly misinterpreted his sentiments. Nevertheless, he found no inclination to clarify. Under the guidance of Zhang Pingfan, he arrived at the summit of Taishan Peak. The few remaining disciples were all present, engrossed in their own cultivation. It seemed they sensed someone's arrival. As they halted their activities and turned to gaze at Chu Changge, their initially wary expressions softened upon realizing it was him. Senior Brother, you have finally returned. This is wonderful. With you here, Taishan Peak will no longer be bullied. These remaining disciples were well aware of Chu Changge's existence. They chose to stay, knowing that as long as their esteemed senior brother, the current divine son of the Chang family, returned, Taishan Peak could once again ascend to become the foremost sacred ground of Tai Ching. Recognizing familiar faces, Chu Changge nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, my junior brothers and sisters. It has been a long time. The disciples greeted him warmly, and he smiled in return. Once all the pleasantries were exchanged, he continued, let us reminisce later. For now, where's Master? I would like to check on her. Senior Brother, Master is waiting for you at the old place. Please go and see how she is. Chu Changge nodded, fully aware of what the old place referred to. It was the spot where he had practiced swordsmanship under Master's tutelage. Just as he was about to head there, a youth of unremarkable appearance, yet with resolute eyes and an extraordinary demeanor, approached him. Chapter 35, Master, Shenjingqiu. Senior Brother. This is Master's newly accepted disciple. His name is Chu Yang. Zhang Pingfan introduced the plain-looking boy with enthusiasm. Intrigued, Chu Changge remarked, oh, another with the surname Chu? As he observed the approaching Chu Yang, information about him surfaced in his mind. Name, Chu Yang. Cultivation, True Essence Realm. Peak. Physique, Pure Yang Divine Body. Technique, Great Sun Devouring Technique. Saint level, 9th rank. Nine Yang Fist, Heaven level, 3rd rank. Rising Sun Palm, Heaven level, 6th rank. Fate, 9 Yang Divine Emperor, Gold. Recent events. After securing first place in the Outer Sect Grand Competition of Tai Ching Sacred Ground, he fought for a greater share of cultivation resources for Taishan Peak. However, he has become a target for elders within the sect who wish to undermine Shenjingqiu. During an outing 7 days hence, he was severely injured by a true disciple dispatched by the 9th elder of Tai Ching Sacred Ground, falling into a ravine where he obtained the heavenly spirit fire, 9 Yang Sacred Fire. Observing this young disciple, Chu Changge felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. This junior brother was also a child of destiny. Furthermore, it seemed that this child of fortune harbored significant animosity toward him. Though Chu Yang's expression remained neutral, his eyes burned with fury. Junior brother, this is our senior brother from Taishan Peak, who has returned. We shall surely live as we once did. Zhang Pingfan exclaimed with excitement. However, Chu Yang remained unappreciative, his gaze fixed upon Chu Changge. Is there still a senior brother at Taishan Peak? Where was he when calamity struck our sect? Now that the situation at Taishan Peak has finally shown signs of improvement, what purpose does his appearance serve? Chu Yang's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. As a disciple of Taishan Peak, he was somewhat aware of Chu Changge's esteemed status. He could not fathom why someone of such formidable stature failed to lend assistance during the tribulations faced by Taishan Peak. Had the scion of the Chu family intervened, their disciples would not have endured such hardship, nor would their former brothers and sisters have been lured away by the leaders of rival peaks. The once illustrious Tai Ching's sacred land, the pinnacle of peaks, had now fallen to the depths of disgrace. The surrounding disciples observed Chu Yang's demeanor and felt compelled to intervene, urging him to temper his anger. Yet, Chu Yang dismissed their attempts. If you wish to refer to the divine son, Chu, as senior brother, then do as you please. In my eyes, there is no such figure as senior brother. With that, he turned and departed. Chu Changge watched the retreating figure of Chu Yang, while the surrounding disciples believed that he was aggrieved and hastily offered their reassurances. Senior brother, do not take offense at young Chu. He has been tirelessly working for Taishan Peak during this time and is unfamiliar with the circumstances. His anger is entirely understandable. Indeed, senior brother, Chu Yang has only been at Tai Ching's sacred land for a little over 2 years, and many matters are beyond his knowledge. Most of what he knows about you he has heard from others. Please do not hold it against him. Chu Changge observed his disciples defending Chu Yang and felt a sense of helplessness. Was his reputation among these disciples truly so tarnished? Did they perceive him as a villain who annihilated entire families and silenced dissent? He shook his head, offering a resigned smile. Rest assured, my dear disciples, I am not one to harbor grudges. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pingfan and the others finally exhaled in relief. The senior brother was known for his integrity. If he vowed not to harm the younger disciple, he would assuredly keep his word. After bidding farewell to his disciples, Chu Changge made his way to the familiar spot. Taishan Peak, the old place. This location afforded a sweeping view of the entire Tai Ching sacred land. It was one of the few verdant areas left on Taishan Peak, vibrant with life. Here stood a quaint wooden cabin, beside which stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Her long, dark tresses cascaded down her back, dancing gracefully in the gentle breeze, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that wafted towards Chu Changge. Master, Changge has come to see you. Chu Changge cupped his hands in reverence towards the woman's silhouette. Changge, you have finally arrived. A cool, melodious voice resonated as the woman turned to face Chu Changge, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite features. This was his master, Shun Jingqiu, a peerless powerhouse known as the Blade Saint of Tai Ching. Chu Changge approached his master, his concern evident in his voice. Master, how is your health? Shun Jingqiu asked with a resigned smile, shaking her head. What can be done? It remains as it has always been. Ever since my journey to the Graveblade Mountain, my cultivation has been in constant decline. Now, I have completely lost my powers, and the blade aura that once resided within me now torments me incessantly. Shun Jingqiu spoke of her recent condition with a calm and gentle demeanor, appearing as if she were unaffected. Yet, the occasional twitching at the corners of her eyes and the furrowing of her brow revealed to Chu Changge the immense pain she was enduring, pain that would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Unable to contain his thoughts, Chu Changge pondered the future of his esteemed master. Name, Shun Jingqiu. Cultivation, mortal. Peak, Great Sage 9th level. Physique, Metal Saint Body. Technique, Overlord Blade Sacred Art, Saint level 6. Indestructible 9 Blades, Saint level 9. Fate, Supreme Clarity Blade Saint, Red. Recent events. After seeking the Blade Emperor's opportunity at Graveblade Mountain in vain, she was afflicted by the mountain's blade aura, leading to a steady decline in her cultivation. Now, her powers are entirely lost, and her lifespan is nearing its end. She has yet to encounter a pure yang entity to dispel the chilling blade aura within her. At midnight, the long-dormant chilling blade aura erupted violently. Fortunately, her disciple Chu Yang passed by, and under the purifying power of his pure yang saint body, a portion of the chilling aura was finally expelled, allowing her cultivation to partially restore. Reflecting on these recent events, Chu Changge realized that it would not be long before his master regained her cultivation. However, he was astonished to discover that the one to aid her recovery was none other than his junior disciple. Truly, the child of destiny is extraordinary. He mused that Shun Jingqiu must have accepted Chu Yang as her disciple due to his pure yang saint body. Chu Changge contemplated that he, too, possessed a semblance of pure yang power, as he bore a solar god body even more formidable than the pure yang saint body. The genuine solar fire within him belonged to the realm of pure yang. With this thought, an idea took root in his heart. Should he attempt to heal his master? At that moment, With his support, Shun Jingxiu and he settled in a small pavilion beside a wooden cottage. Shun Jingxiu interrupted the silence. Changge, I have heard of your recent endeavors. Congratulations. You are soon to grow up and marry, she said with a smile. Witnessing the growth of her disciple filled her with pride. Chu Changge replied with a gentle smile. All of this is due to your excellent guidance, master. Shun Jingxiu shook her head. As the saying goes, the teacher opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Your achievements today are the fruits of your own labor. Suddenly, she brought up another aspect of Chu Changge's physique. Changge, I have heard that you awakened another kind of physique recently, one that is pure yang and transcendent. I have a humble request. Would you be willing to assist me? A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Changge, yet he reminded himself that this was his master. When master faces difficulties, his disciple must extend a helping hand. Thus, he spoke. Master, please express your needs. Whatever I can assist with, I shall exert every effort to help. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingxiu replied, I wish for you to use the solar true fire to purge the cold, sinister energy within me. Chapter 36. The Visit of the Elder from Ta Qing Holy Land. The Inquiry of Chu Changge. Chu Changge was momentarily taken aback by his master's request. The solar true fire is indeed a substance of utmost purity and brightness. According to the panel's information, this radiant essence could indeed aid Shun Jingxiu in expelling the cold energy plaguing her body, thereby healing her. However, should it not be Chu Yang's duty to attend to his master's injuries? Why was it now his responsibility? With her red fate mark, Shun Jingxiu effortlessly activated the Destiny Selection panel. Ding. Current experiences detected, triggering Destiny Selection. Option 1. Agree to heal master. Reward. Imperial level healing secret technique, the character secret. Option 2. Refuse to heal master. Reward. Immortal body, longevity, immortal body. Please make a selection. 2 rewards, 1 superior and 1 inferior. This left Chu Changge in a state of confusion. To agree to heal his master would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen circumstances, typically reserved for the protagonist of fate. Now, it seemed to be thrust upon him. Was he not usurping the fortune meant for the main character? To seize the fortune of the protagonist was tantamount to opposing him. An unfavorable position indeed. Yet, historically, any options involving the protagonist that entailed conflict bore the finest rewards. But this time was different. Chu Changge hesitated, contemplating the 2 options before him. Ultimately, he resolved to stick to his usual pattern of opting for the lesser reward, seeking stability. He swiftly made his decision and earnestly stated, Master, fret not. I promise to attend to your injuries right away. Upon finishing his words, he summoned the solar true fire from within, prepared to heal Shun Jingxiu. Wait. Shun Jingxiu interrupted hastily. At that moment, the solar true fire materialized in the palm of Chu Changge's hand, radiating a scorching aura that significantly improved Shun Jingxiu's pallid complexion. This substance of utmost brightness truly had the power to expel the sinister energy within her. She had finally discovered the remedy for her ailment. Feeling the shift within her body, Shun Jingxiu smiled softly. Master, what troubles you? Is healing not feasible now? Chu Changge queried, perplexed. Was this not the appropriate place for treatment? Must it truly adhere to the conventions of protagonists and tales, necessitating healing in a hidden chamber? Chu Changge had no desire for such a scenario, for being alone with his master could lead to significant complications. He merely wished to heal her and subsequently claim his reward. Shun Jingxiu chuckled lightly, clarifying, Changge, this place is not suitable. The solar true fire is too unruly. You must direct it into my body. However, in doing so, the garments of my master would be reduced to ashes, thus rendering the situation rather inconvenient. As Shun Jingxiu concluded her statement, a delicate blush graced her refined visage. Had this been in her youth, Chu Changge would have been entirely unembarrassed. Yet now, he had matured from a mere child into a strikingly handsome man, his stature tall and robust, and his features having developed into those of a dashing and charismatic young adult. He could no longer be perceived as a mere child. He was now a grown man. Observing his master's demeanor, Chu Changge realized that to provide her with treatment, it would necessitate a visit to the secret chamber. He sighed deeply and said, Master, since it is currently inconvenient for you to receive treatment, please seek me out when you are ready. I shall attend to some matters. With that, he rose to depart. Shun Jingxiu cast a glance at him, quickly discerning his intent. She softly cautioned, Changge, do not let your actions lead to dire consequences. After all, your master must remain within the Ta Qing sacred grounds. Chu Changge nodded in silence before leaving the familiar premises. Watching her disciple's retreating figure, Shun Jingxiu sighed, hoping that Changge would exercise prudence in his endeavors. Upon returning to Taishan Peak, Chu Changge found a gathering of elders from the Ta Qing sacred grounds awaiting his arrival. As he stepped into the vicinity, they swiftly surrounded him. Young Master Changge, What brings you to the Ta Ching's sacred grounds today? One elder queried, feigning ignorance about the pressing matters at hand. Indeed, young Master Changge. Is there something of great importance that requires your attention? They continued, their expressions portraying a comical ignorance, despite the stark reality of the desolate Taishan peak before them. Ah, esteemed elders, it seems that the years have not been kind to you. Your eyesight appears to have waned. Chu Changge stated bluntly, sparing them no courtesy. Had a commoner spoken thus, they would surely have faced retribution. Alas, the one who spoke was no ordinary individual. He was the scion of the Chu family, a formidable figure recently responsible for the downfall of the ancient divine sect. Noting the chill in Chu Changge's expression, they persisted in their pretenses. Young Master Changge, what do you mean by that? Have we erred in some manner? One elder asked. Indeed, if we have faltered in any respect, we earnestly seek your guidance. Young Master Changge, they implored. Chu Changge surveyed the assembly, then remarked, esteemed elders, given the current state of Taishan Peak, I trust you have played a significant role in its decline over the years. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged puzzled glances, feigning surprise. Ah, young Master Changge, if you are referring to the situation at Taishan Peak, we must clarify that it is not our doing. You too are a member of the Ta Ching's sacred grounds and should be aware that the cultivation resources for each peak are earned by the disciples of that peak. The current predicament of Taishan Peak cannot be attributed to us. It is due to the lack of ambition among its disciples that it has fallen into such disarray. Just as the divine child of Long Song returned, he was offered the opportunity to assume the role of his master in guiding the disciples of Taishan Peak in their cultivation. It would not be long before Taishan Peak could reclaim its esteemed position as the foremost peak of the Tai Ching sacred land. Chu Changge listened with an impassive expression to the words of the elders. In merely a few short years, despite the lack of ambition among the disciples of Taishan Peak leading to a dwindling allocation of cultivation resources, it was inconceivable that the entire peak could have fallen into such a dismal state in such a brief span. There must be foul play afoot. Chu Changge immediately activated his unique abilities and cast his gaze upon the group of elders. Soon, he identified a suspicious old man among them. Elder Mu, he stated, how is it that Taishan Peak has transformed from a vibrant mountain to this barren visage in such a short time? Did you not meddle in these affairs? Chapter 37. The Identity of Chu Yang. Chu Changge fixed his gaze upon Elder Mu. It did not take long for him to discern the reason behind the elder's targeting of Taishan Peak during Shun Jingqiu's moment of vulnerability. Name: Mu Wenliang. Cultivation level: Saint Realm, 3rd layer. Physique: Wood Spirit Body. Cultivation method: Greenwood Sacred Art, 1st stage of Saint level. Destiny: Elder of Tai Ching Sacred Land, Blue. Recent events: upon learning of Peak Master Shun Jingqiu's loss of cultivation, he aimed to acquire fragments of the Tai E secret realm map that Shun possessed, seeking to coerce her into surrendering the fragments. However, his schemes have yet to succeed after several years. 7 days hence, upon discovering that Shin's newly accepted disciple, Chu Yang, was out on a journey, he dispatched his disciples to pursue and eliminate Chu Yang in an attempt to force Shin to yield the map fragments. Chu Changge was astounded by this revelation. His master possessed yet another fragment of the map? This was indeed a stroke of fortune. If Xiao Yanran had procured the map fragments, I would then have 2 pieces of the Tai E secret realm map in my possession. Chu Changge felt immense joy at having effortlessly acquired 2 fragments. As for the remaining pieces, he could consult Su Ningshuang. Having never reincarnated, she was likely aware of the whereabouts of the other fragments. At that moment, Elder Mu felt a chill run down his spine under Chu Changge's penetrating gaze. Observing the silence of the others, who did not come to his defense, Elder Mu forced a smile and attempted to explain. Divine Child Changge, do you harbor any misconceptions about me? I have never engaged in any underhanded dealings against Taishan Peak. Elder Mu's justification sounded exceedingly hollow, for the majority of the disciples of Taishan Peak had been lured away by him. Chu Changge replied with a smile, Elder Mu, if I am not mistaken, most of our disciples have migrated to Taishan Peak. If you had not intervened to entice them away, would they have chosen to go to Taishan Peak? Elder Mu's expression shifted, and he retorted angrily, Divine Child Changge, these disciples merely sought a more conducive environment for cultivation. Taishan Peak has fallen into decline, and they possess exceptional talent. Remaining here would only squander their potential. Moreover, as disciples of the esteemed Ta Ching sacred land, they inherently possess the right to choose any elder's peak for their cultivation. The notion that the current predicament of Taishan Peak is solely attributable to me, as suggested by Changge, is rather presumptuous. Elder Mu's face was adorned with a frown of indignation. The transformation of Taishan Peak into its present state over a mere few years indeed involved his intervention. However, he harbored doubts regarding Chu Changge's possession of evidence. In the absence of proof implicating him, Changge could not act against him, even if he were the scion of the Chu family. Should he resort to force, it would tarnish the reputation of the Chu family's progeny. Chu Changge cast a glance at Elder Mu, realizing he was presently at an impasse with the old man. After all he knew was derived from the information provided by the system. To take action against this elder, he would need tangible evidence. Nevertheless, he was not in a rush. He was aware that Elder Mu's objective lay in the fragmented map belonging to his master. As long as the map fragment remained, he could expose Elder Mu's true intentions. With a faint smile, Chu Changge acknowledged Elder Mu's assertion that all matters should be substantiated by evidence, admitting his own impulsiveness. Subsequently, he refrained from directing his ire at Elder Mu and turned his attention to the surrounding elders. Esteemed elders, Taishan Peak is, after all, a part of the Ta Ching sacred land. Given the recent upheavals that have led to our current state, it must be perceived as a loss for the entire sacred land. I humbly inquire whether you would be willing to assist Taishan Peak by allocating your cultivation resources for this year. I would be immensely grateful. Chu Changge personally appealed to the elders for cultivation resources. The elders, not daring to refuse, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Changge is correct. Taishan Peak is the foremost peak of our Ta Ching sacred land. In light of these circumstances, we ought to extend our support. Rest assured, Changge, the affairs of Taishan Peak are of concern to us all, and we shall allocate the resources rightfully belonging to Taishan Peak. Observing the unanimous agreement among the others, Elder Mu forced a grim smile. Though there was a misunderstanding between myself and Changge, since he has expressed such sentiments. As a member of the Ta Ching sacred land, I too shall extend my assistance to Taishan Peak. Soon, the matters concerning Taishan Peak were effortlessly resolved by Chu Changge, the once barren Taishan Peak. Under the combined efforts of several sacred land elders wielding their profound abilities, was revitalized, once again teeming with life. Towering ancient trees surged from the ground, and precious spiritual herbs emanated a gentle fragrance, enveloping the entire Taishan Peak in an atmosphere reminiscent of its former grandeur, suffused with spiritual energy. Many disciples of the Ta Ching sacred land, witnessing this scene, gazed upon Taishan Peak with envy. Those who had once resided at Taishan Peak but had since sought refuge elsewhere bore expressions of regret. They had not anticipated that Taishan Peak would rise again, and at this moment, they were filled with remorse. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 or so disciples at Taishan Peak expressed their gratitude to Chu Changge. Thank you, senior brother. We are fortunate to have your intervention, allowing Taishan Peak to rise once more. Indeed, currently cultivating on Taishan Peak, free from worries. The journey of self-improvement is indeed progressing at an astonishing pace. The crowd expressed their gratitude towards Chu Changge. Even the previously aloof junior brother Chu Yang exhibited a noticeable change in demeanor. Thank you, senior brother. Chu Changge replied with modesty. There is no need for formalities between us as brothers. It is my duty as your senior. Having said that, he found himself intrigued by Chu Yang's lineage. After all, the son of destiny sharing the surname Chu piqued his curiosity, especially since the fate selection system persistently tempted him to embrace the role of an antagonist. There must be some hidden complexities within this scenario. Many narratives unfold in such a manner. The family of the son of destiny appears ordinary, yet harbors significant influence, suggesting that without some semblance of a background, an ordinary individual could scarcely ascend to greatness. Contemplating this, Chu Changge inquired, Junior brother Chu, sharing the surname Chu. Might I ask where you hail from? Perhaps we share some blood relation. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang regarded Chu Changge with a knowing glance and, feigning mystery, replied, Does the esteemed son of Changge truly wish to know? Chu Changge nodded affirmatively. Observing this, Chu Yang revealed his identity, to not conceal from the esteemed son of Changge. I hail from the Chu family of the great Feng dynasty, which indeed connects us by blood, as my family is a collateral branch of the illustrious Chu clan supporting you. Chapter 38. The circumstances of Chu Yang's family. Shun Jingqiu's injuries erupt. A collateral branch? Upon learning of Chu Yang's origins, Chu Changge pondered. Within the Eastern Wilderness domain, the Chu family indeed possessed numerous collateral branches, established by relatives cast aside by the main lineage. Though these branches flowed with the blood of the Chongqing Chu family, they had lost the privilege of associating with the main line. Given Chu Yang's standing, there might be undisclosed matters at play. For instance, a direct disciple from the main lineage might have ventured to the collateral branch's home during a training expedition and severely crippled the proud talents of those families. With this thought in mind, Chu Changge asked, Junior brother Chu, what is the situation of your family? Upon hearing this, Chu Yang seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and coldly remarked, Thanks to the esteemed son of Changge's concern, my Chu family fares adequately. Chu Changge discerned an unusual tone in Chu Yang's words and inquired, Junior brother Chu, This is our first meeting. Yet why do I sense a significant hostility towards my Chu family from you? Chu Yang, unyielding, replied, does the esteemed son of Changge truly not know? Several years ago, a direct descendant from the main Chu family visited the Great Feng dynasty, arriving at my family's abode to challenge the prodigies of our collateral branch. At that time, my father was heralded as the family's greatest talent, with hopes of leading us back to the main lineage. However, that direct disciple not only gravely injured my father, but also rendered his cultivation and talents utterly wasted, leaving him unable to cultivate in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Changge sighed deeply. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Such melodramatic plots were bound to transpire. With a look of helplessness, Chu Changge inquired, it appears that in this world, I am destined to become the villain. Even if I do not wish to embrace this role, those around me seem to influence my path, compelling me towards villainy. However, it is fortunate that all is not yet lost. There remains a chance to rectify the situation. He turned to Chu Yang and said, I am indeed unaware of this matter. Pray tell, what is the name of this individual? Our family has a clear mandate. Any direct descendants of the Chu family venturing out for training must not deal ruthlessly with the collateral relatives. Observing the serious expression on Chu Changge's face, Chu Yang could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. How curious. His demeanor suggested genuine ignorance. Could it be that he is entirely oblivious to this affair? Chu Yang had believed that the orchestrators behind his father's grievous injuries and the destruction of his powers were linked to Chu Changge. Yet now, it seemed increasingly plausible that the esteemed son was indeed uninformed. Those who had come to their family had only invoked Chu Changge's name. Having gained clarity, Chu Yang spoke. Esteemed son Changge, the individual in question was named Chu Langtian. Are you familiar with his true identity? Chu Langtian. So it is this fellow, Chu Changge murmured. Repeating the name, Chu Langtian was the 10th in the true lineage of the Chu family's top 10 rankings. Within the primary lineage of the Chu family, aside from the esteemed son who receives focused cultivation, the family selects 10 exceptionally gifted disciples for training. These 10 individuals form the true lineage of the Chu family, destined to become elders upon their ascension to the saint realm, assisting the family head in managing affairs. Chu Langtian had initially fallen to him in the competition for the position of the esteemed son. However, he had remained resentful, frequently challenging him in an attempt to usurp the title. Chu Changge murmured, it seems there are many within the family who harbor ill will towards me, using my name to engage in nefarious deeds. No wonder I am unjustly burdened with such grievances and animosity. Understanding much about the situation, Chu Changge looked at Chu Yang and reassured him, fear not, my junior brother. I shall ensure justice for you and your father. Since Chu Langtian brazenly employs my name for wrongdoing, I shall not let him escape unscathed. Chu Yang was taken aback that Chu Changge would take action on his behalf against a fellow clansman. While he felt immense gratitude, he nonetheless spoke up, esteemed son Changge. There is no need for such measures. The family's vendetta, my father's revenge, I, Chu Yang, shall undertake myself. As soon as his words fell, a panel appeared before Chu Changge, leaving him utterly astonished. What? This can trigger an option? He thought, before intently examining the choices presented. Ding. Current experiences detected. Triggering fateful choice. Option 1. Agree with Chu Yang, refrain from taking action, and allow him to seek vengeance himself. Reward. 1 drop of chaos, celestial blood. Choosing option 2. Reject Chu Yang, and take matters into my own hands to subdue Chu Langtian, thereby establishing order. The reward remains as it has always been, with 2 distinct tiers of benefits. Upon glancing at the choices, Chu Changge immediately comprehended how to proceed. He shook his head and remarked, Junior brother Chu, I fear this matter cannot be acquiesced to. Chu Langtian, while outside, has disregarded family regulations and shamelessly acted under my name. Such transgressions are unforgivable. If I do not personally intervene to set an example, incidents like this will only proliferate in the future. Chu Changge's stance was resolute, leaving no room for Chu Yang to refuse. He added coolly, should you find the time later, Junior brother Chu, you are welcome to accompany me back to the family. After speaking, Chu Changge raised his gaze to the darkening sky. Night had fallen, and he recalled the impending affliction of his revered master. He could not afford to linger any longer. He then rose and bid farewell to Chu Yang before making his way towards his master's abode. Watching Chu Changge depart, Chu Yang felt a wave of emotion. It seemed that the main lineage was not as dismissive of the collateral branches as the elders had claimed. The godson Changge held a profound respect for them, and was even willing to support their pursuit of justice. Father, at last, I can seek justice for you. Chu Yang clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Upon returning to the familiar place, Chu Changge found no sign of his master outside, and approached the small wooden cabin. As he drew near, an intense chill emanated from within. His countenance shifted as he recognized the frigid energy surging from within Chu Changge's body. Master, are you well? Chu Changge, hearing his voice, weakly replied. Ah, Changge, you have arrived. Come in. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 39. I have become a rebellious disciple. Chu Changge pushed open the door. With the threshold no longer obstructing him, a wave of even more potent cold rushed forth. Feeling the sharp sting against his skin, he swiftly summoned the solar true fire, which alleviated the discomfort significantly. As the warmth of the solar true fire enveloped the cabin, the temperature began to rise. Master, I have entered. Chu Changge called out to the indistinct figure within. Chu Changge responded softly. Master, shall we begin? Chu Changge approached her side and whispered. At that moment, Chu Changge lay nestled in her bedding, only her head protruding as she gazed at Chu Changge. Changge, you must first cover your eyes, she instructed, her voice barely above a whisper. If not for Chu Changge's acute hearing, her words would have been nearly inaudible. Certainly. Without further ado, Chu Changge produced a black cloth and blindfolded himself. Once assured that he could not see, Chu Changge emerged from her cocoon. She wore scant clothing, trembling slightly. However, with the solar true fire nearby, the icy energy could not claim her life at that moment. The long song can commence. After Chu Changge readied herself, she spoke. Upon finishing her words, she grasped Chu Changge's hand, placing it upon her own body. How smooth, how soft, how fragrant. Upon feeling the velvety skin, a thought surged within Chu Changge's mind. Changge, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Let us proceed. Chu Changge's bashful voice echoed. It was then that Chu Changge remembered to focus on the task at hand. He steadied his emotions and cautiously channeled the purest essence of solar fire into his master's body. As this radiant energy flowed within, the chilling blade aura that resided in Chu Changge began to gradually dissipate from her being. My cultivation is starting to recover, Chu Changge exclaimed with excitement. The prowess that had vanished for years finally showed signs of revival. It appears this method of healing is indeed effective, her face aglow with exhilaration. However, neither she nor Chu Changge noticed that alongside the emergence of the chilling blade aura, a faint, peculiar fragrance emanated from Chu Changge's form. Master, do you perceive a strange scent? Chu Changge, possessing a keen sense of smell, quickly detected an unusual aroma in the air. This scent was remarkably distinct. It seemed to awaken desires within one's heart, igniting a primal fire in the lower abdomen. Upon hearing this, Chu Changge twitched her nose, realizing the peculiar fragrance as well. Is it a floral scent? This aroma feels so familiar, she murmured, suddenly recalling its origin. She hastily urged Chu Changge to halt. Wait. Changge, stop. This is the fragrance of the Hahuan flower. It is toxic, and it activates upon contact with the purest solar essence. Before Chu Changge could finish her warning, she found her mouth silenced. As their bodies came into contact, they both forgot everything else, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Engage. Meanwhile, atop Taiching Peak, Mu Wenliang paced with a darkened expression. Damn that Chu Changge, returning at such an inopportune moment. If he allows that wretched Chu Changge to regain her cultivation, how can my plans be executed? How can I obtain the map to the Tai secret realm? Mu Wenliang's face darkened further. Chu Changge's appearance thwarted all his schemes, rendering them futile. Alas, I must report this matter to that significant individual. Mu Wenliang sighed deeply. For now, he could only abandon any plans against Chu Changge. After all, with Chu Changge present, attempting to act against Taixian Peak or Chu Changge would be tantamount to courting death. Subsequently, Mu Wenliang entered a hidden chamber. Within this sanctum stood an altar, a conduit for communicating with the entity behind him. Approaching the altar, he produced an incense burner, lighting 3 sticks of incense. 3 wisps of azure smoke rose, coalescing into a singular cloud. After a moment, a hazy voice emerged from within this cloud, a raspy tone that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Speak. In response to the esteemed Ningshuang divine son, the plan has faltered. Chu Changge, for reasons unknown, has returned to the Taijing sacred land. With his presence, I, the old servant, dare not lay a hand on Chu Changge. Mu Wenliang spoke respectfully. Useless. A hazy voice echoed with a thunderous rebuke. The intensity of this reprimand sent Mu Wenliang trembling in fear, causing him to kneel upon the ground. I am incompetent. I beseech the Ningshuang divine son to mete out punishment, he implored, bowing repeatedly. Observing his demeanor, the indistinct voice seemed disinterested in further discourse. Very well. Chu Changge's identity is indeed complex. Your reluctance to act against him is understandable. Here's what we shall do. I have heard that Chu Changge has recently taken on a new disciple, one she seems to hold in high regard. Find an opportune moment to draw that individual out, capture him, and then attempt to use him as leverage for the map of the Tai secret realm. Mu Wenliang nodded. Rest assured, Ningshuang Divine Son, this time I shall not disappoint you. Let us hope so. With that, the nebulous figure gradually faded from view. Witnessing this, Mu Wenliang exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. I have survived, he murmured. His eyes soon glinted with cold resolve as he gazed towards Taishan Peak. I apologize, Chu Changge. Since the Ningshuang Divine Son has taken an interest in you, for his grand design, you shall have to make a sacrifice. Within his mind, Mu Wenliang swiftly devised a plan to capture Chu Yang and use him to threaten Xinjingxiu. The following day, at the familiar location of Taishan Peak, the gentle warmth of the surroundings had lulled Chu Changge into a slumber, but he was abruptly awakened by a notification resonating in his mind. Host has completed Choice 1. Receiving the reward of the Imperial Level Secret Art, the Xia Character Secret. Xia Character Secret, an Imperial Level Secret Art, a healing technique that can instantly restore any injury, no matter how severe. In the next moment, the methods, insights, and experiences pertaining to the Xia Character Secret flooded into his consciousness. Within mere moments, he had fully mastered this technique. At last, I have obtained this reward, Chu Changge exclaimed, filled with gratitude. However, he soon felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body. His head throbbed painfully. Strange, did I not heal my master last night? Why can I remember nothing? And why do I feel so frail? Chu Changge sensed a debilitating fatigue, with his vision blurred and disoriented. He swiftly activated the Xia Character Secret. The waning sun true fire within him began to regain its former vigor, blazing fiercely. As this pure and potent force surged back, he felt a significant restoration of his strength. At that moment, he glanced beside him and beheld his master, Xinjingxiu, with a rosy complexion, smiling gently as she slept. Chu Changge's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth transpired last night? Have I become a rebellious disciple? Chapter 40. The Letter from Xiao Yanran. Preparations for the assassination of the Lin family's divine son. Hearing the commotion beside her, Xinjingxiu slowly opened her eyes. She regarded Chu Changge's presence without much surprise. In comparison to her disciple, she appeared remarkably composed. Master, Chu Changge, find myself at a loss on how to face you. The healing process has unexpectedly transformed into this state. He appeared utterly bewildered. Xinjingxiu consoled him, saying, Changge, there is no need to concern yourself. This is not your fault. Just consider it a dream. However, Master Chu Changge wished to articulate something further. Xinjingxiu lightly laughed. What is it? If your master is not troubled, why should you be? It is I who has borne the brunt, not you. Chu Changge looked at his master, who was teasing him, and involuntarily recalled some wild scenes from the previous night. He hurriedly shifted the topic, asking, Master, has your injury improved? Xinjingxiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring what? Do you still wish to tend to my wounds? No. Chu Changge dared not agree so readily. He was unsure of the method Xinjingxiu had employed last night, which had nearly drained him completely. He feared that if it happened again, he might truly be depleted. Xinjingxiu then subtly released a hint of her own aura. Peak of the sacred realm. Her cultivation had nearly returned to its former state, only one major realm away from full restoration. Changge, you performed admirably last night. My cultivation is close to being fully restored. I shall no longer require your assistance. I can manage the remaining frigid blade energy within myself. Seeing Xinjingxiu's current cultivation, Chu Changge breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that his master had recovered. He had matters to attend to soon, and with his master's restoration, he could feel at ease. Xinjingxiu smiled and remarked, It is truly rare, in all these years. It is the first time I have seen you so concerned for your master. Chu Changge stood and dressed. Master, you must be cautious of Elder Mu from Taiching Peak. It seems you possess something he desires. Chu Changge warned with a grave expression, hoping to convey to Xinjingxiu that someone harbored ill intentions towards her. Oh, so it is that old ghost Mu. I am well aware of what he seeks. Over these years, he has meddled with Taishan Peak, hoping to compel me to hand over that map. Unfortunately for him, he likely did not anticipate that my cultivation has finally been restored. Xinjingxiu clenched her delicate fist, a glint of calculation flashing in her beautiful eyes. It seemed she had devised a strategy to deal with Mu Wenliang. All right, Changge, you may leave for now. I shall step out shortly. Chu Changge nodded, and, once he had tidied himself, exited the small wooden cabin. However, once Chu Changge vanished, the previously composed Xinjingxiu's expression changed dramatically. The calm demeanor she had moments ago dissipated, leaving her in utter disarray. What to do? What to do? What to do? What happened last night? Did I truly engage with my own disciple? What does this mean? Am I defying my role as a master? Xinjingxiu felt her face flush with embarrassment. She still could not comprehend why such events had transpired. Why had the fragrance of the Hahuan flower appeared? Why did it linger upon her? Enough of this. I shan't dwell on it any longer. After all, only heaven knows, earth knows, Changge knows, and I know. No one else shall be aware of this. Jingqiu consoled herself in her heart. She swiftly rose to her feet, gathering the scattered garments from the floor. Just as she was about to don them, she noticed a blood-red plum blossom mark had inexplicably appeared on one part of the white dress, causing her to furrow her brow. A searing flame engulfed the white dress, incinerating it completely. I cannot leave any evidence of my prior conflicts, Jingqiu murmured, before retrieving a brand new white gown to wear. She then styled her hair and adorned her delicate visage with makeup designed to give her an appearance of fragility. Having completed these preparations, she finally stepped out of the small wooden cabin. Her intent was to conceal her restored abilities from prying eyes for as long as possible. That old wood spirit, possessing only the strength of the sacred realm, dared to scheme against her. There was undoubtedly more at play here. A powerful figure must be supporting that old wood spirit from behind. Upon exiting the cabin, Chu Changge awaited her outside. At that moment, he noticed that the communication jade pendant he had once given to Xiao Yanran was buzzing with incoming news. He promptly retrieved the pendant, and a gentle voice emanated from it. Chu Changge, the item you desired has been secured by Yanran. When might you be available? We can meet to discuss our strategy. Hearing this, Chu Changge smiled faintly, realizing he was about to acquire the first fragment of the Taichi's secret realm map. He swiftly sent a reply. I am free at any time. You may choose the place. Just as he finished his message, his master emerged from the cabin. Changge, are you conversing with that girl? You seem quite pleased. Jingqiu had overheard Xiao Yanran's voice, and from its gentle tone, she was certain that this girl was extraordinary and undeniably beautiful. This prompted her to inquire further. Noticing the peculiar tone in Jingqiu's words, Chu Changge felt an unidentifiable strangeness lurking beneath. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and replied, Master, that is the divine maiden of the Xiao family. I have established a cooperation with her. Upon learning that the voice belonged to the divine maiden of the Xiao family, Jingqiu scrutinized Chu Changge from head to toe before exclaiming, Scoundrel! Master, what do you mean by that? Chu Changge asked, puzzled. Changge, did you not already refuse the marriage alliance with the Xiao family? Are you still harboring thoughts of this person? Do you not fear that the little girl from the Su family will find out? Jingqiu teased. Chu Changge hurriedly clarified, Master, you truly misunderstand me. My relationship with her is purely one of collaboration. Jingqiu ceased her jests, simply smiling and saying, I understand. Since you have matters to attend to, you may go about your business. I shall handle the affairs of the sacred land. Seeing the look in his master's eyes, Chu Changge realized his image in her mind had shifted since the events of last night. With a long sigh, he said, Master, please take care. I must attend to urgent matters now. Without waiting for Jingqiu to respond, he turned and hurriedly departed from the Taijing sacred land. Watching as his figure gradually faded into the distance, Jingqiu murmured, This child runs remarkably fast. After her mutterings, she retracted her gaze, her beautiful eyes gradually revealing a coldness. It was now time to attend to serious matters. Chapter 41. The Abyss of 10,000 Demons. Lin family's divine son, Ningshuang. In the eastern wilderness domain, outside the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, after leaving the Taijing sacred ground, Chu Changge immediately arrived at this location, where he found Xiao Yanran. Chu divine son, here is the fragment of the Tai's secret realm map I promised you. Upon seeing Chu Changge, Xiao Yanran decisively produced a piece of the map fragment. Chu Changge glanced at it, and the information that surfaced in his mind confirmed the authenticity of the object. Tai's secret realm map fragment. A fragment of the map that records the Tai's secret realm, a total of 5 pieces. Chu Changge nodded, subsequently accepting the map fragment. Excellent. Since you have already compensated this divine son for taking action, when do you wish to proceed? Xiao Yanran replied, In a few days. Ningshuang will enter this abyss of 10,000 demons to undergo trials. We must ambush him within. Chu Changge surveyed the abyss of 10,000 demons behind him. It was a place perpetually shrouded in mist. One could not discern the interior from this vantage point. Similar to the situation at the fallen Immortal Mountain range. Even divine senses could not probe the conditions within. He even sensed a peculiar aura of restriction at the entrance of the abyss, which seemed capable of preventing any powerful beings above the Imperial realm from entering. An intriguing matter, Miss Xiao. Do you know why the Lin family's divine son wishes to enter this perilous place for trials? Chu Changge inquired with curiosity. Logically, since Xiao Yanran did not wish to marry Ningshuang, she should not be so well informed about his whereabouts. Yet, she seemed to have a comprehensive understanding of the divine son's movements. Xiao Yanran responded, This matter is not for you to delve into, divine son Chu. Yanran has her own channels to obtain news about the Lin family's divine son. Noticing Xiao Yanran's reluctance to elaborate, Chu Changge refrained from further questioning. He nodded, Very well. It appears I have overstepped my bounds. So, Miss Xiao, Have you devised a strategy to deal with the Lin family's divine son? Xiao Yinran nodded. Rest assured. Divine son Chu, I have already formulated a plan. Let us enter the abyss of 10,000 demons. She seemed reluctant to discuss further outside, as if fearing that her scheme might be discovered by the Lin family's divine son. Subsequently, the three of them, Xiao Yinran, Chu Changge, and her attendant, Shia, entered the abyss of 10,000 demons. Once inside, Chu Changge sensed a restraining force pressing upon him. Fortunately, his cultivation was at the pinnacle of the king realm, and this restraining power posed no threat to him. Had a being with cultivation far exceeding the imperial realm entered without swiftly suppressing their strength, they would undoubtedly be severely subdued by this restraining force. The trio ventured deeper into the abyss of 10,000 demons, maintaining a distance of no more than half a meter between each other, wary of becoming too dispersed. The mist was exceedingly thick here. Should they stray apart, they would surely risk becoming lost. Once the trio separates, it is likely that unfortunate events will ensue. Miss Xiao, this misty expanse is rather obscure. What are your intentions here? Inquired Chu Changge, his brow furrowed in confusion. Rest assured, esteemed Chu, this is not the site of our conflict. Ningshuang has ventured into the perilous realm of the 10,000 demons primarily for a divine weapon, replied Xiao Yinran with an air of calm. What kind of treasure could entice Ningshuang, the scion of the ancient Lin family, to risk his life in such a treacherous place? Chu Changge questioned, his perplexity evident. A divine weapon, the 10,000 demons' blade, Xiao Yinran elucidated. With her words, the trio emerged from the shrouded mist into a vast, clear meadow. At the heart of this expanse stood a black magic blade, embedded in the earth. The surrounding fog had been dispelled by the blade's fierce aura, which held sway over the mists. Upon their arrival, Xiao Yinran paused and produced a formation plate. Esteemed Chu, shortly, I shall establish a formation here that will restrain Ningshuang and his accompanying guardian. However, the formation's power alone will not suffice to vanquish them entirely. I will require your assistance for the final blow, she explained while meticulously arranging the formation. Chu Changge grasped Xiao Yinran's intent. She sought his involvement primarily to shield the Xiao family from repercussions should the Lin family trace the incident back to them. If he were to slay Ningshuang, the Lin family's deductions would ultimately implicate the Chu family rather than the Xiao family. Recognizing Xiao Yinran's ulterior motive, he remained unfazed. After all, he had already obtained fragments of the map to the Tai Chi secret realm. He had no qualms about taking action. Yet, whether Ningshuang would meet his end at his hands or Xiao Yinran's remained uncertain. Very well, Miss Xiao, proceed with your formation. I shall take care of the rest, he affirmed with a nod. Outside the perilous realm of the 10,000 demons, days later, several figures arrived at its threshold. Leading them was a young man, followed closely by 3 elderly men. Each of these elders possessed formidable strength, with the most powerful among them nearing the Emperor realm, while the others had varying degrees of saintly authority. This group was none other than Ningshuang, the scion of the ancient Lin family. Young master, do you truly intend to enter this perilous realm today? Might it not be prudent to choose another time? One of the elders, sensing an unsettling foreboding, expressed his concern. I cannot shake the feeling that something significant is about to unfold. The most powerful elder urged caution, aware that he could not enter this domain due to its restrictions, which barred anyone above the imperial realm from entry. The 2 venerable elders possessed the ability to suppress their cultivation to the imperial realm. However, this quasi-emperor is unable to lower his prowess to such an extent. Should he enter, he would undoubtedly be obliterated by the restrictions of this place. Upon hearing this, Ningshuang shook his head and declared, No, today this divine offspring shall enter the perilous realm of myriad demons. Esteemed elders, you may not comprehend, but within my dreams, I have discerned that the opportunities contained herein can only be seized today. The treasures within are extraordinary, for one of them is a divine weapon, an impeccable imperial artifact. Chapter 42, The Fury of the Ancient Lin Clan. Ningshuang's words rendered the expressions of the elders instantly grave. In this era devoid of great emperors, each imperial artifact significantly augments the overall strength of a faction. If the Lin family could acquire an impeccable imperial artifact, why would they require a union with the Xiao family to contend with the Chu family? They placed immense trust in Ningshuang's words. Even if they did not venture into the perilous realm of myriad demons, their faith remained steadfast. This trust stemmed not only from Ningshuang's status as the divine offspring of the Lin family, but also from his remarkable ability to obtain opportunities through dreams. Each time Ningshuang glimpsed something within his dreams, he could subsequently locate that opportunity in the waking world. Ningshuang had aided the family immensely through this ability. Divine offspring, time is of the essence. Let us proceed. One elder of the saintly realm urged. Divine offspring, you may enter. I shall await your return outside. The elder of Quasi-Emperor Cultivation stated calmly. Unable to enter the perilous realm, he was tasked with guarding the exterior. Very well, Ningshuang nodded, not dwelling further on the matter. And then, accompanied by the two elders, he ventured into the perilous realm of myriad demons. Upon entering, the two elders immediately suppressed their cultivation to the imperial realm, thus evading obliteration by the restrictions within. Ningshuang, with a mere first-layer king's cultivation, did not require such suppression. Esteemed elders, do ensure you stay close. Do not stray, Ningshuang said with a serious countenance. He sensed something amiss about the perilous realm of myriad demons from his dreams. Lingering too long in the mists could lead to dire consequences. Hence, he cautioned the elders. Rest assured, divine offspring, we shall follow your lead. The two elders replied. Ningshuang nodded and promptly took the lead, hastening towards the location of the imperial weapon, the myriad demon blade. At the sight of the myriad demon blade, Chu Changge and Xiao Yanran had already arranged the formation. All preparations had been meticulously executed. They merely awaited Ningshuang's arrival to activate the formation and conclude their scheme. Xiao Yanran turned to Chu Changge and said, Divine offspring Chu, please conceal yourself for now. Timing suggests Ningshuang will soon arrive. Chu Changge nodded and swiftly found a hiding spot. Following his lead, Xiao Yanran, accompanied by her maid Shia, also sought a concealed position to conceal herself. As their figures vanished, the treacherous land of myriad demons returned to its former silence. The only sounds that lingered were the gentle whispers of the occasional breeze and the sporadic tremors of the myriad demon blade. At this moment, Chu Changge concealed himself in the void, shifting to another hiding spot. After lingering in the emptiness for a while, three silhouettes emerged from the mist. Chu Changge sensed their presence and turned his gaze toward them, instantly fixating on the young man at the forefront. Information about this individual materialized in his mind. Name, Ningshuang. Cultivation, King Realm, First Layer. Physique, Dream Spirit Immortal Body. Cultivation Method, Great Dream Immortal Technique, Immortal Level. First Stage, Fate, Eastern Wilderness Divine Monarch, Orange. Recent events, through the Dream Spirit Immortal Body's entry into dreams. He learned of a flawless imperial artifact hidden within the treacherous land of myriad demons. Consequently, he brought along family elders to retrieve this artifact. Unfortunately, the news leaked, and it was discovered by the goddess of the Xiao family, Xiao Yanran. Subsequently, they encountered an ambush set by Xiao Yanran in the treacherous land, but fortunately, his formidable strength allowed him to break through the ambush and capture her, coercing the Xiao family into acquiescing to the unreasonable demands of the Lin family. This was the original future of Ningshuang, and as Chu Changge perused his information, he found it exceedingly intriguing. The Dream Spirit Immortal Body was remarkable, capable of discerning opportunities through dreams. Such a physique was indeed impressive, Chu Changge mused. At that moment, Ningshuang, spotting the myriad demon blade embedded in the open grassland, was filled with exhilaration. Thankfully, the opportunity had not yet been seized by anyone. With this flawless imperial artifact, a marriage alliance with the Xiao family would place the Lin family in a position of advantage, compelling the Xiao family to provide a more substantial dowry. Ningshuang exclaimed with enthusiasm. The two elders behind him shared his excitement. Possessing the myriad demon blade, this flawless imperial artifact would undoubtedly significantly enhance the strength of the Lin family. While they may not directly annihilate the Chu family, it would at least instill a sense of trepidation within them. The gazes of the two elders and Ningshuang were irresistibly drawn to the flawless imperial artifact, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding them. Concealed in the shadows nearby, Xiao Yanran watched Ningshuang's arrival with immense anticipation. Excellent. Once they enter the formation, I can immediately activate it, Xiao Yanran murmured softly, just as she had anticipated. Ningshuang and the two Lin family elders strode directly toward the myriad demon blade. The three of them swiftly entered the array that Xiao Yanran had set up. Activate. Xiao Yanran, brimming with excitement, produced the formation plate and initiated the process. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous roar echoed. Surrounding the myriad demon blade, runes burst forth from the ground, ascending into the sky, radiating a dazzling golden light. Each rune emitted a chain, interlinking with the surrounding runes. In an instant, a sacred grade formation was successfully established. This unexpected scene startled Ningshuang and the two Lin family elders. A formation? What is happening? How could there be a formation here? Ningshuang exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled that in his dream, when he had obtained the myriad demon blade, no formation had appeared. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events left him somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Xiao Yanran stepped forward and declared, Chu Changge, it is time to take action. Upon hearing her voice, Ningshuang and the two elders of the Lin family turned to look. To their astonishment, The individuals who had ambushed them were none other than the Shao family, who were on the verge of an alliance with the Lin family. Moreover, the one taking the lead was none other than the divine maiden of the Shao family. What could she possibly be plotting? Before the union had even commenced, did she intend to murder her future husband? The expressions of Ningshuang and the two Lin family elders turned grim. Divine maiden of the Shao family. What is the meaning of this? Why have you laid an ambush for us here? Does your family not wish to ally with the Lin family to confront the Chu family? One elder of the Lin family bellowed in anger. Divine maiden of the Shao family, I advise you to reconsider and promptly dismantle this formation. Halt your advance. There is still a chance for an alliance with us. Otherwise, prepare for your family to face the wrath of both the Lin and Chu families. Xiao Yanran glared at the two elders of the Lin family and Ningshuang. Her beautiful eyes filled with malice. It was their actions that had forced her to part ways with her brother, Xiao Fan. Coldly, she remarked, Chu Changge, reveal yourself. Now is the moment for you to act. As her words fell, a figure emerged from the void. Ningshuang and the two elders of the Lin family turned to gaze upon the newcomer, utterly stunned. One elder seemed to grasp the truth, and he glared at Xiao Yanran and Chu Changge, shouting in rage, shameless. You, the Shao and Chu families, are utterly disgraceful. To ambush our Lin family divine son here. You have deceived the world. What nonsense about a rejected alliance. You have colluded all along. Haven to you. Chapter 43. Chu Changge strikes. Slaying Ningshuang with a single blow. The two elders of the Lin family glared at Chu Changge and Xiao Yanran, having finally comprehended the situation. The notion that the Chu family had rejected an alliance with the Shao family was a fabrication. How could the Chu family possibly refuse such a powerful union? The dissemination of false information was merely a ploy to mislead the world and, more importantly, to allow the Lin family to walk into their trap. One elder of the Lin family erupted in fury, shouting, Chu Changge, do you dream of annihilating us here? As the elder roared and attempted to regain his sacred status. Ready to sweep away all opposition, he found his cultivation barely restored to the quasi-saint level. Just as he surpassed the imperial realm, the forbidden power embedded within the abyss of 10,000 demons instantaneously reduced the Lin family elder to mere fragments. The remaining elder, witnessing this scene, wore a grave expression. What a strange restriction, he murmured. Chu Changge regarded the two remaining individuals and spoke with indifference. Gentlemen, I wish not to soil my hands. You may end this yourselves. His words incited discontent in the Lin family divine son. They were contemporaries, and he was confident that he was no lesser than Chu Changge. How could a mere formation possibly confine him? Ningshuang raised his icy gaze. Chu Changge, do you believe you have us at your mercy? Accompanying this divine child to this place are not merely a handful of individuals. Outside, several esteemed ancestors of the Lin family await my presence. Should I fail to emerge within the designated time, they will undoubtedly breach the premises to seek me out. Ningshuang aimed to use this as a threat. However, Chu Changge remained remarkably composed. He scoffed and remarked, Enter? If he could have entered at the outset, why would he not have come in with you? This place is fortified with restrictions that prevent quasi-emperors from entering. As for your ancestors outside, you need not worry. Once you perish, there will naturally be others to deal with them. Upon finishing his words, Chu Changge initiated his attack. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike. This formidable blow, infused with 6 distinct truths, nearly suffocated Ningshuang. Divine child, step aside. An elder of the Lin family, whose cultivation was merely at the emperor realm, shoved Ningshuang aside, only to receive the full brunt of the strike. He gasped as blood spewed forth from his mouth, with astonishment in his eyes. The elder gazed at Chu Changge, incredulously exclaiming, 6 distinct truths. How have you comprehended 6 distinct truths? Hearing this, Ningshuang looked at Chu Changge with sheer disbelief. 6 distinct truths? How is this possible? We are of similar ages. How could you effortlessly grasp so many truths? He murmured. Since breaking through to the king realm, he had only comprehended 2 truths, and that pursuit had significantly slowed his cultivation progress. Among his kin, many who had also broken through to the king realm in the same year as he had already ascended to the 5th or 6th level of the king realm. Chu Changge replied with a faint smile, 6 distinct truths? No, you are mistaken. By eliminating you, this divine child shall comprehend the 7th truth. As his words fell, Chu Changge grasped the indomitable heavenly blade, his gaze sharp as he swiftly executed a strike. Divine technique, heaven and earth one-blade slash. Chu Changge concentrated his entire aura, leaving nothing to chance to ensure Ningshuang's demise. This technique, famed for its unparalleled lethality, transformed into a formless blade of light, slicing toward Ningshuang and his companion. Divine child, be cautious. The elder of the Lin family sensed the impending danger and quickly pushed Ningshuang aside. In the next instant, his body was cleaved in 2 mid-air. Blood and entrails erupted forth, warm crimson splattering onto Ningshuang's face. Elder. This was the first time Ningshuang had witnessed such a gruesome scene, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. Divine child, flee. I shall clear the path for you. Though the elder had been severed in two, he still clung to a breath of life. In his final moments, he chose to self-destruct, aiming to create a fissure in the formation that ensnared them. Chu Changge observed with regret that his blade had not claimed both lives. What a pity. I could not fell them in a single strike. As he spoke, he retrieved the celestial milk he had intercepted from Xiao Fan. Gulping it down, he felt the weariness gradually dissipate. Chu Changge. Today's events have been duly noted by me, Ningshuang. Seizing the moment when the formation was disrupted by the self-detonation of an elder, he dashed forth from within. This day shall forever be a stain upon his honor, and he vows to exact revenge in the future. Attempting to flee, Chu Changge gazed at Ningshuang, who had swiftly distanced himself. He lifted his leg and took a step forward. With the heavenly stealing leg, he executed the Chu family's supreme technique. It appeared as if he had merely taken a single step, yet he traversed hundreds of miles, materializing directly before Ningshuang. His eyes were devoid of emotion as he cast a glance at Ningshuang before wielding the undying heavenly blade. In an instant, a head soared into the sky, as the esteemed scion of the Lin family was effortlessly dispatched by the Chu family's scion, without a hint of resistance. With this demise, a prompt resonated in Chu Changge's mind. Ding. Host has completed choice 1, receiving the reward of supreme truth, the truth of life and death. System. Integrate the truth of life and death. Chu Changge declared without hesitation. Instantly, a torrent of profound knowledge surged into his consciousness. Meanwhile, within the ancient Lin family, the disciples were engaged in their usual pursuits, practicing diligently and enjoying moments of leisure, laughter echoing throughout. Suddenly, a terrifying, overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire Lin family. An oppressive presence emerged, leaving everyone gasping for breath. Who dares to harm our family's scion? Two furious voices erupted, causing all present to tremble under the weight of their aura, silenced by fear. The entire ancient Lin family was left in utter shock. What? Our scion is dead? How can this be? Who could have done such a thing? The Lin scion had ventured out for training, accompanied by 2 elders of the Saint Realm, with a quasi-emperor ancestor guarding him in secret. How could he possibly perish? Confusion reigned, as no one could fathom how, under such formidable protection, their scion could be slain without a trace. The quasi-emperor ancestor of the Lin family mobilized, willing to expend their own lifespan to deduce the identity of the murderer. However, they had only just begun their calculations when, one after another, they spewed blood, their faces etched with disbelief. How could this be? They found themselves unable to deduce anything. Chapter 44. The Fury of the Lin Family. The faces of several ancestors of the Lin family were grim as they regarded the results of their divination. They were utterly incapable of uncovering who had slain their family's scion, and even the location of his demise remained a mystery. This was simply unfathomable. Such an occurrence could stem from only 2 possibilities. One was that the Lin scion had perished in a location shrouded in chaos, beyond their capacity to penetrate the veils of mist to locate Ningshuang. The other was that a formidable force had utilized a powerful artifact to obscure their divination methods. They were more inclined to believe in the latter. Where has Zhuge gone today? Inquired one of the Lin family's ancestors. It seems he has ventured into the abyss of 10,000 demons. In the 9 songs, it is said that a great opportunity appeared in the abyss of 10,000 demons. An informed elder of the Lin family declared, "Let us go and see." The patriarch of the Lin family coldly stated. They then set off towards the abyss of 10,000 demons. At this moment, within the abyss, Chu Changge had already integrated the essence of life and death into his consciousness. Here, 7 luminous orbs floated in the air, representing the profound truths he had comprehended. Slowly, Chu Changge opened his eyes, shimmering with brilliance. Excellent. 7 truths attained. Only 2 more to go, he murmured, regaining his focus. He collected everything he could from Lin Zhuogao and the elder of the Lin family. He turned to Xiao Yanran and said, "Miss Xiao, we have resolved our matters. Let us hasten our departure from this place." Chu Changge was eager to leave this cursed location. Although the Lin family's quasi-emperors could not enter, those below that rank could still suppress their cultivation to enter. If they lingered too long and were spotted by the Lin family, it could lead to dire consequences. After all, with the death of the Lin family's divine son, they would be informed promptly. The Lin family would surely dispatch individuals to the abyss of 10,000 demons. Xiao Yanran nodded. "All right, divine son Chu, follow me. I have already found a route for our escape." She, too, wished to avoid bringing trouble upon her family. Seeking only to evade a marriage alliance with the Lin family, her objective had been achieved. As Chu Changge was about to follow Xiao Yanran, He glanced at the 10,000 demon blade, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to take this treasure with him. After all, it was a flawless imperial artifact. Approaching the blade, he grasped it firmly. Wait, divine son Chu. Xiao Yinran attempted to dissuade him. Yet, in the next instant, he effortlessly extracted the blade. Nothing unusual occurred. The 10,000 demon blade remained in Chu Changge's grip without any extraordinary incident. Xiao Yinran was momentarily taken aback. Miss Xiao? What is the matter? Chu Changge inquired curiously. Noticing her apparent anxiety. And nothing. She shook her head, feeling quite perplexed. She was well aware of the origins of the 10,000 demon blade. It was a cursed weapon, capable of eroding the minds of others. Anyone who touched it would be consumed, potentially becoming a mere killing machine under its control. Had she found a way to counteract its corrupting influence, she would have taken it long ago. After all, it was still an imperial artifact. Observing Xiao Yinran's expression, Chu Changge was filled with curiosity. He regarded the 10,000 demon blade once more. This blade is indeed remarkable, a flawless imperial artifact, perfect for enhancing my family's strength. He then stowed the blade away and declared, "Let us proceed, Miss Xiao." With that, Xiao Yinran and her maid swiftly led the way, quickly locating another path to exit. Shortly after the three of them departed, several figures emerged from the mist. They arrived at the place where Lin Jiugong met his demise. They were the elders of the Lin family, the divine son Jiugong. Upon their arrival, they were confronted with the sight of the Lin family elder's body severed in two and the head of Lin Jiugong, gruesomely decapitated. The elders who rushed over bore grim expressions. Damn it, who could it be? How audacious to ambush our divine son in the depths of the abyss of 10,000 demons. One elder exclaimed in fury, nearly unleashing a pressure far exceeding the imperial realm due to his inability to restrain his cultivation, only to be nearly suppressed by the restrictive power of the place. This cursed location is imbued with a prohibitive force. No one may release an aura surpassing the imperial realm, lest they be slain on the spot by its constraints. Investigate immediately. The assailant is undoubtedly formidable. They may not have yet left the abyss of 10,000 demons. Dispatch orders to seal off all entrances and exits of the abyss, commanded the sixth elder of the Lin family, his voice icy. In an instant, the entire ancient Lin family braced for battle, mobilizing numerous powerful figures, shaking the entirety of the eastern wilderness. Within the ancient Xiao family, the head of the family, who had originally planned to ally with the Lin family through marriage, received the news of Lin Jiugong's death at once. His expression remained unchanged, though he furrowed his brow. Lin Jiugong is dead? How sudden? Yet, whether he lived or perished is inconsequential. Our divine maiden of the Xiao family shall marry the Lin family's divine son, regardless of whether he is Jiugong or beige, as long as he is human. The head of the Xiao family stated coldly, undeterred by the turmoil engulfing the Lin family. To him, the identity of the individual was of little importance. What mattered was that the person must hold the title of divine son of the Lin family, for only such status could befit his daughter. In the Chongqing Chu family, several ancestors learned of the news regarding the Lin family's divine son. Their expressions were neutral as they remarked, "Lin Jiugong is dead. It appears Changge's scheme has succeeded." One elder observed. They were well aware of the dealings between Chu Changge and the Xiao family's divine maiden, Xiao Yinran, and had tacitly approved of his actions, not for any other reason, but because they were eager for the reward promised for collaborating with Xiao Yinran. Fragments of the map to the Taichi secret realm. This Taichi secret realm was known, to some extent, by those of their cultivation level. It was precisely due to the significance of the map fragments that they allowed Chu Changge to devise a plot against and eliminate the Lin family's divine son, even if it meant engaging in war with the Lin family. One elder inquired, now that the Lin family has surrounded the entire abyss of 10,000 demons, and Changge has yet to emerge, shall we not take action to extract him? This elder was seldom seen outside. Upon his words, another composed elder replied, "There is no need for concern. I have ventured deep into the abyss of 10,000 demons before. The route in differs from the route out. Within the abyss, there are numerous teleportation arrays that can transport one to every corner of the eastern wilderness. Thus the Lin family's blockade of the abyss is a ludicrous endeavor." Chapter 45. The Valley of Yin and Yang. The Yin and Yang flower. Xiao Yinran's domineering nature. Within the perilous realm of the 10,000 demons, Chu Changge trailed closely behind Xiao Yinran as they made their way toward a designated location. "Chu Shensi, hurry. The teleportation array lies just ahead," Xiao Yinran elucidated, her urgency palpable. In this treacherous land, there existed no exit. The only means of departure was through the teleportation array. Chu Changge maintained a serene expression, trailing behind her with an air of calm. The peculiarity of the situation did not elicit any significant astonishment from him, for the eastern wilderness was rife with oddities. Some ancient sites possessed only exits, devoid of entrances, and one could only access these mystical places by discovering specific methods. The 10,000 Demons realm was akin to these ancient sites. As they journeyed in silence, they soon entered a secluded valley under Xiao Yinran's guidance, where a teleportation array awaited. Chu Changge, step inside, Xiao Yinran called out, urgency creeping into her voice. Currently, two unfamiliar auras were approaching them, unmistakably belonging to the Lin family of the ancient wilderness. They needed to activate the teleportation array before those from the Lin family could locate them. Chu Changge and Xiao Yinran swiftly entered the array. Miss, the formation is ready to be activated, the maid Shia announced, placing spirit stones at various corners of the array to energize it. Xiao Yinran nodded, her countenance now serious. Chu Changge, the destinations of these teleportation arrays are random. Should we arrive in a perilous location, you must exercise caution. With a calm smile, Chu Changge reassured her, rest assured, Miss Xiao, once we depart this place, no threat shall pose a danger to me. Upon concluding their conversation, Xiao Yinran decisively activated the teleportation array. With a thunderous roar, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping the three of them. In the 10,000 Demons realm, numerous disciples and elders of the Lin family witnessed this radiant beam. Immediate realization struck them. Not good. That is the teleportation array. They seek to escape. They are the murderers of the Jiu Changge. Do not let them flee. Quickly, stop them. Someone shouted. Although several Lin family elders could only exert imperial-level power, they might remain formidable. From a distance of several thousand miles, they raised their hands and unleashed a powerful strike. Yet, their imperial-level strength was insufficient to dismantle the teleportation array, leaving them helpless as the assassins of their Shinsi vanished before their eyes. Scoundrels! Everyone! Hasten to the location of the teleportation array, pursue them. The Lin family was in a frenzy. Their pride as one of the four dominant powers of the Eastern Wilderness shattered. With their Shinsi slain, they could not bear to watch the murderers escape. A group of Lin family members rushed to the teleportation array previously utilized by Xiao Yinran and her companions. However, upon attempting to activate the array again, they discovered it was bound by restrictions, rendering it unusable for a considerable duration. The expression of the sixth elder of the Lin family grew increasingly grim. He bellowed at the surrounding disciples of the Lin family. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry, move and search for the other teleportation arrays. At the sound of the sixth elder's furious command, the crowd began to disperse, scouring the vicinity for alternative teleportation arrays. In the Eastern Wilderness domain, within an obscure valley, a flash of white light flickered, and two figures materialized. Where's this place? Chu Changge pondered, surveying the lush valley with a look of curiosity. The valley was peculiar, with towering ancient trees obscuring the sky, preventing sunlight from penetrating. Vibrantly colored and exotic flowers flourished abundantly on the trees and the ground, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. At that moment, a voice reached Chu Changge's ears. Chu godson, you've arrived here as well? He turned to see that the speaker was Xiao Yinran, which took him by surprise. Wasn't it agreed that each person's teleportation destination would be different? How could he and Xiao Yinran have arrived at the same location? Moreover, Xiao Yinran seemed to be in a rather peculiar state. Although the area was shrouded in darkness without sunlight, he could still vaguely discern her condition. A faint blush graced her fair, delicate face, indicating she was struggling against some anomaly in her body, distancing herself from him in fear. Miss Xiao, what is wrong with you? Do you know where this is? Chu Changge attempted to approach her. No, Chu godson, don't come any closer. This is the Yinyang Valley, and the flowers around us are Yinyang flowers. If we get too close, something terrible will happen. Xiao Yinran exclaimed, her face flushed and her body trembling. The Yinyang Valley? Is this not the domain of the Yinyang divine sect? Chu Changge frowned, realizing this was not good news. The Yinyang divine sect was a notorious demonic faction, famed for its dual cultivation practices. The Yinyang flowers possessed the extraordinary ability to incite desire within others. Anyone who inhaled their fragrance, even the most virtuous of women, would become utterly debauched. The Yinyang divine sect had ruined many respectable families with the allure of these flowers. Noticing the unusual pallor on Xiao Yinran's face, Chu Changge understood the impending trouble. She was a woman of great fortune, and if he were to touch her, it could lead to dire consequences. Miss Xiao, your condition seems alarming. Do not dwell on other matters. He retreated hastily, wishing to distance himself from the potential calamity that was Xiao Yinran. However, inexplicably, as he harbored thoughts of avoiding her, he began to feel an unsettling sensation within his own body. A surge of wicked fire ignited in his lower abdomen, and a painful throbbing enveloped him. Cursed fate! Have I been ensnared as well? Chu Changge's face contorted in confusion. Moments ago, he felt no such anomaly. Yet now he was overwhelmed. If he did not find a remedy soon, he feared his body would succumb to the overwhelming force. It is often said that where poisonous plants grow, a cure can be found within a 10-meter radius. Chu Changge suppressed his physical discomfort as he searched for the antidote to the Ningshuang flower. However, after surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but the malevolent blooms. An antidote? Where could it possibly be? Frustration welled up within him. Surely, the cure could not be a person. He scoffed internally. If it were a person, he would be left with no choice at all. At that moment, a flicker of rationality remained within Chu Changge. He understood that this method was a last resort. But it was not yet time to surrender to despair. Just as he intended to continue his search for the antidote, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld Xiao Yanran, her eyes glazed and walking towards him. "Miss Xiao, wait." Chu Changge attempted to intervene, but it was too late. A pair of strawberry-flavored lips sealed his mouth. Instantly, a celestial selection panel materialized in his mind. Beep. Host's current experience detected, triggering celestial choice. Choice 1, accept. Relish in it. Reward, 1 celestial bone. Choice 2, reject. Self-detonation. Reward, 1 celestial bone. Please select. This was the first time Chu Changge encountered such an unusual choice. Both options offered the same reward. What could this mean? Did it imply that both choices bore equal peril? He had little time to deliberate. Since the rewards were identical, he naturally opted to accept. After all, self-detonation was an experience he had no desire to endure. Yielding to the moment, he ceased to resist and responded accordingly. In an instant, the dim Ningshuang Valley blossomed with a vibrant spring. Beep. Host has completed choice 1, receiving the reward, 1 celestial bone. Meanwhile, in the abyss of demons, a young man was immersed in his own trials. Suddenly, he felt a wild beating in his heart, as if something were slipping away from him. He involuntarily halted. "Master, why do I feel so strange?" The young man, Xiao Fan, clutched his heart, bewilderment etched on his face. Strange? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, a graceful figure materialized beside him. She examined Xiao Fan's condition closely before shaking her head. "Little Fan, you are overthinking it. Your body is perfectly healthy. There is nothing amiss." The immortal of the Yao Pool remarked, playfully touching Xiao Fan's abdominal muscles. However, her hand passed through him as if he were a mere illusion. "Is everything truly fine?" Xiao Fan queried, still perplexed. He did not doubt his master's words, but he genuinely sensed something unusual within himself. "Little Fan, do not fret. This is likely due to your activation of the primordial sacred body. Your vitality is abundant in your youth, naturally causing some peculiar sensations. Just find a moment to release it." The immortal of the Yao Pool chuckled softly. "Master, I only love Yanran. I would never act indiscriminately," Xiao Fan asserted with earnestness. With a swift motion, the immortal of the Yao Pool playfully tapped the back of Xiao Fan's head. "I did not instruct you to venture into such unsavory places. I merely meant for you to take matters into your own hands. Very well, let us conclude today's training here. Since you are feeling unwell, it would be prudent for you to rest." The following day, within the depths of the Ningshuang Valley, Chu Changge slowly rose from a cave. A throbbing pain pulsed in his head as he surveyed his surroundings, his expression one of bewilderment. How peculiar. How did I come to this place? He distinctly recalled that the last memory he possessed was not of this cave, but rather of the valley outside. When had he been brought here? As he scanned the area, his gaze fell upon the flushed face of Xiao Yanran, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Clad in a simple robe that did little to conceal her modesty as she glanced toward him. "Miss Xiao," Chu Changge began, eager to speak. However, Xiao Yanran interrupted him, her tone tinged with an assertive edge. "Chu Changge, nothing transpired yesterday, understood?" Chapter 46, The Disciples of the Ningshuang Sect Seeking Trouble? Chu Changge nodded in acknowledgement. And upon seeing his compliance, a semblance of relief washed over Xiao Yanran's features. She was determined not to let these matters tarnish her brother Xiao Fan's opinion of her. "All right, Chu Changge, we must depart from here," she declared, rising to her feet. Suddenly, an acute, unfamiliar sensation coursed through her, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort. "What is it, Miss Xiao?" Chu Changge inquired, noticing her unusual gait. "It's nothing, mind your own business," she retorted, her voice laced with irritation. After inhaling the fragrance of the Ningshuang flower once more, they no longer detected any anomalies. "Let us proceed," Xiao Yanran said as she exited the cave. Yet, at that moment, Chu Changge halted, his gaze fixed upon her silhouette, as a panel of information materialized in his mind. Name, Xiao Yanran. Fate, True Martial Empress, Red. Recent events. Entered the Ningshuang Valley. Before departure, discovered by patrolling disciples, who, upon learning of her possessing the 9 divine body, sought to take her back to the Ningshuang sect as a resource for dual cultivation. His expression turned increasingly grave. "Wait," Chu Changge called out, having processed the latest information. "What is it, Chu Changge?" Xiao Yanran turned, her tone unperturbed. She was not inclined to see him now, for the mere sight of his face evoked memories of the previous day's events. There is a situation. We must delay our departure, Chu Changge warned. Xiao Yinran assumed this was merely a ploy to keep her from leaving. She opened her mouth to respond. But at that moment, several figures appeared in the sky above the Ningshuang Valley. These figures were patrolling disciples of the Ningshuang sect, gliding directly over the heads of the two. The patrolling disciples quickly recognized Chu Changge and Xiao Yinran. In an instant, the men were captivated by her beauty, while the women were drawn to Chu Changge's charisma and appearance. They swiftly descended toward them. Well, who would have thought that a patrol would yield two exquisite resources? Quite delightful. One disciple of the Ningshuang sect remarked with a grin. His cultivation is quite impressive, possessing the strength of the king realm. Yet his appearance bears the marks of age, indicating he is the leader of this group. This woman exudes a rather peculiar aura. Within her resides an extraordinary force of pure yin. Some have noticed the anomaly surrounding Xiao Yinran. They have detected the overwhelming essence of yin energy within her, a characteristic of the 9 yin divine body. If the 9 yin divine body remains undeveloped, it will not emanate externally, making it difficult for others to perceive its bearer. However, once the primal yin is unleashed, the inexhaustible yin energy it generates will radiate outward, endowing the possessor with an innate allure. If harnessed wisely, this allure could become a calamity for the world. If mishandled, it could lead to endless troubles, even resulting in capture by those with ulterior motives, relegating one to a life of dual cultivation servitude. Clearly, Xiao Yinran has yet to fully harness her 9 yin divine body. The charm she currently exudes has already brought her misfortune. This is the 9 yin divine body. The middle-aged man with king realm cultivation gazes greedily at Xiao Yinran. The 9 yin divine body? Is this not the fabled dual cultivation physique recorded in the ancient texts of our sect? It is said that the founder of the Ningshuang sect possessed this very constitution. How splendid! To think we have encountered a 9 yin divine body. Should we claim her as our own, breakthroughs to the king realm, emperor realm, or even the nirvana realm may well be within reach. The disciples of the Ningshuang sect are filled with uncontainable excitement, their eyes fixated on Xiao Yinran, completely disregarding Chu Changge's presence. This is the unique allure of the 9 yin divine body, captivating attention and overshadowing all else. At this moment, Xiao Yinran's expression darkens. With so many loathsome men staring at her, her delicate face is already clouded with frost. Seeking death, enraged, Xiao Yinran strikes out with a palm. Yet, upon striking, it feels as though she has merely struck the air. Nothing occurs. What is happening? Why can I no longer sense my true essence? Panic grips Xiao Yinran as she realizes there are two forces within her. One belongs to the yin energy, her original power, while the other is the yang energy, a force infused by Chu Changge. The two energies intertwine within her, and she has yet to merge them. Last night, she indulged in pleasure rather than refining this power, leaving her incapable of summoning any energy now. Frustrated, she glances at Chu Changge and exclaims, "It's all your fault. I can't move. Why aren't you acting quickly?" Xiao Yinran shouts. Chu Changge scratches his head, bewildered. What has happened? Why has the blame suddenly fallen upon him? In the moment Xiao Yinran directs her gaze toward him, the disciples of the Ningshuang sect also recall the presence of another individual. Oh, there's a pretty boy here too. Let us quickly eliminate him. We cannot allow him to impede our enjoyment. The powerful warrior of the king realm spoke, and his companions immediately sprang into action. A punch, a palm strike, a sword, a blade. 4 distinct forms of assault surged toward Chu Changge. Bang! Chu Changge stood immobile, allowing these 4 attacks to strike him. How feeble you are, he remarked in a tone devoid of emotion. These individuals were undeniably weak. A surge of pure, radiant energy erupted from within him. The king realm warrior, sensing this aura, was left in astonishment. What is this? It is the solar divine body, a physique that rivals the 9 yin divine body. Upon realizing that Chu Changge possessed the solar divine body, the king realm warrior was overwhelmed with joy. What a remarkable day! Not only have I encountered the 9 yin divine body, but I have also met the solar divine body. I shall take both of you back to the sect, and I will be the next sect leader. The warrior was so astonished by the presence of these 2 exceptional physiques that he forgot everything else. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming to seize Chu Changge. Seeking death, Chu Changge slashed with his blade. The blade flickered, and several figures in the sky were cleaved in 2 with a single stroke. A bunch of trash. How dare you covet the body of this divine son? Chu Changge declared indifferently. After dispatching these foes, he cast a glance at Xiao Yinran, noticing that her recent events had not altered with the demise of these individuals. The matter is not yet concluded. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted within the Ningshuang Valley. Who dares to kill disciples of the Ningshuang divine sect on my territory? Chapter 47. the diminishing intelligence aura of the fortunate child. A terrifying roar resounded. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared in the sky above the Ningshuang Valley. This figure swiftly located Chu Changge. Nirvana realm? This was a powerful being 2 major realms higher than him. Chu Changge gazed calmly at the young man who had materialized before him. To possess Nirvana realm cultivation at such a young age indicates an extraordinary background. Information about this Nirvana realm powerhouse appeared in Chu Changge's mind. Name: Ningshuang. Cultivation: Nirvana realm, 3rd layer. Physique: heavenly fragrance spirit body. Techniques: Yin-Yang harmony art, spirit level. 3rd stage: Yin-Yang great demon palm, heaven level, 9th stage. Transformation of demons, heaven level, 9th stage. Fate: elder of Yin-Yang divine sect, purple. Recent events: none. From the information, Chu Changge deduced that this individual was an elder of the Yin-Yang divine sect, an elder personally intervening in their affairs. Yet, Chu Changge felt no fear. After all, he was the divine son of the Chu family. Should anyone attempt to harm him, the ancestor lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly intervene. Ningshuang regarded the calm Chu Changge with some surprise. This young man is rather extraordinary. Upon seeing me, he exhibits no sign of fear. Moreover, at such a tender age, he possesses peak king realm cultivation. Could he be a descendant of a significant force? Ningshuang made no move to attack, despite Chu Changge having slain members of his sect. Such formidable strength and cultivation at such a young age. If the adversary possesses an extraordinary background, the Yin-Yang divine sect may face imminent peril. Ningshuang inquired softly, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the territory of my Yin-Yang divine sect and slain its disciples?" "I am Chu Changge," he replied calmly. "It was purely by misfortune that I wandered into your esteemed sect's sacred ground. I had intended to depart today, but unexpectedly encountered your disciples. They offered me no opportunity for discourse and attempted to attack me. Thus, they met their demise." The name Chu Changge resonated with Ningshuang, though he could not fathom why it felt so familiar. It was as if an invisible force obstructed his recollection of the identity and background associated with that name. Furrowing his brow, he cast a glance at Chu Changge and Xiao Yinran. In the next moment, he became enraptured by the aura emanating from Xiao Yinran. This is the aura of the 9 Yin divine body. Upon seeing Xiao Yinran, Ningshuang comprehended why those individuals had chosen to assault Chu Changge and his companion. The 9 Yin divine body, a legendary physique for dual cultivation, could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Should he acquire this 9 Yin divine body, he could, within a decade, ascend beyond the quasi-saint realm, and in a century, attain the holy realm. At that moment, Ningshuang, captivated by Xiao Yinran's unique aura, completely disregarded all else. Chu Changge frowned, noting the change in Ningshuang. This Nirvana realm expert had initially regarded him with trepidation. Even upon hearing his name, he seemed to ponder, as if recalling its significance. Chu Changge had presumed that, while he was not widely known, mentioning his name would evoke thoughts of the everlasting Chu family and the identity of the Chu divine son. However, it appeared he had overestimated his renown. Moreover, Ningshuang's demeanor was peculiar. Upon seeing Xiao Yinran, he resembled a mindless figure. Is this the influence of the so-called fortune of the fated child affecting his intellect? Chu Changge mused. He recalled that some fated children bore a protagonist's aura, which could diminish one's intelligence. It was clear that despite knowing he was extraordinary, possessing miraculous abilities to escape death and the capacity to slay foes beyond his level, they would still provoke him. Gazing at Xiao Yinran, Chu Changge seemed to grasp something. Originally, Xiao Yinran was destined to be a woman of great fortune, a future empress. It was only natural that she would possess such formidable protective fortune. With a wry smile, he realized he had become entangled in the halo of the fated child. Ningshuang retracted his gaze, concealing the glint of greed in his eyes. "Young man, while I may overlook your transgressions against my Yin-Yang divine sect's disciples, you must leave this one to me. Otherwise, I shall take your life." Ningshuang stated coldly, no longer concerning himself with the identity of Chu Changge, regardless of whether he hailed from an imperial lineage with a powerful background. He remains indifferent, fixated solely on a singular objective, to take Xiao Yinran away. At worst, he would hide in a secluded place, skillfully utilizing the 9 Yin divine body to transcend into the realm of saints upon his emergence. Observing Ningshuang treating her as a mere commodity for trade with Chu Changge, Xiao Yinran's expression darkens considerably. Had she not been incapacitated at this moment, she would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against this disrespectful individual. Ding. Current experience detected, triggering fateful choice. Option 1. Agree to Ningshuang's proposal, hand over Xiao Yinran, and depart. Reward. An immortal grade artifact, a turtle shell. Option 2. Reject Ningshuang's proposal. Xiao Yinran is the woman of this divine child. How dare you covet her? Execute. Reward. A piece of celestial bone. Please make your selection. Chu Changge pondered over the options presented, caught in a dilemma. Both choices promised rewards of celestial caliber, yet he was uncertain which path to take. The allure of high rewards was accompanied by equally formidable risks, and he could not fathom the dangers that might arise from either selection. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinran, angered by Chu Changge's hesitation, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why aren't you acting swiftly?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Changge cast aside his indecision. Since both options promised celestial rewards, the dangers encountered would likely be comparable. Thus, he resolved to choose the one that resonated with his desires. He lifted his gaze towards Yi Wuxing, declaring, "You, a creature of duality, dare to covet the woman of this divine child?" With that, Chu Changge unsheathed the Wanma blade, an impeccable imperial weapon he had retrieved from the treacherous lands of Wanma, a fearsome instrument of death. The moment the blade was drawn, its overwhelming aura threatened to shatter the surrounding space. Unyielding 9 blades, he bellowed, wielding the Wanma blade as a terrifying, dense surge of demonic energy coalesced into a black blade of light, cleaving towards the heavens. Chapter 48, Xiao Yinran's Scheme. The Nirvana realm expert, witnessing Chu Changge's audacity, sneered. "A mere king, daring to strike at me, a being of Nirvana? Remarkable courage." As Yi Wuxing's words fell, he raised his palm and struck downwards. Boom. The terrifying force obliterated the blade of light that Chu Changge had unleashed. Chu Changge's countenance shifted slightly. Yi Wuxing's strength was formidable. "Boy, regardless of your identity or background, you shall meet your demise today," Yi Wuxing declared coldly. With both parties now engaged in combat, it was evident that neither would relent until one lay defeated. Chu Changge heard a voice resonate in his mind. "Ding. Host has completed option 2, receiving a piece of celestial bone." With this celestial bone, he now possessed 2. Chu Changge, his tone now untroubled, acknowledged the reward. He addressed the void, stating, "Elder, it is your turn to make a move." As he spoke, Yi Wuxing suddenly felt a chilling sensation envelop him, his body freezing as if an ancient beast had set its sights upon him. "Who goes there?" In the stillness of the night, Yi Wuxing sensed a chilling presence emanating from behind him, prompting him to spin around abruptly. At that moment, a massive hand emerged from the void, seizing his face with alarming ease. The Ningshuang divine sect? What audacity to lay hands on the heir of the Chu family. This was a quasi-emperor elder, grasping Yi Wuxing as effortlessly as one would a small chick. Upon hearing these words, Yi Wuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The heir of the Chu family? The eternal life Chu family? At that instant, clarity dawned upon him, and he finally understood why he felt such familiarity with the identity of Chu Changge. The heir of the Chu family, Chu Changge. Was this not the renowned figure embroiled in numerous recent events in the eastern wilderness? What had possessed him to act against Chu Changge? Confusion enveloped Yi Wuxing, as he felt like a mindless puppet, manipulated by an invisible hand, having dared to attack Chu Changge. Elder, this is a misunderstanding. I was unaware of his identity as the heir of the Chu family. I implore your forgiveness." Yi Wuxing pleaded desperately, unwilling to meet his demise. He possessed the potential for greatness and aspired to become a formidable ruler. The elder, known as Chu Quangren, scoffed at his words. "A misunderstanding? Yet I distinctly sensed your murderous intent just moments ago. This is no mere misunderstanding." Without further hesitation, Chu Quangren tightened his grip on Yi Wuxing's head. With a resounding explosion, Yi Wuxing's head shattered. Chu Quangren shook his hand and turned to face Chu Changge, observing the distant figure of Xiao Yinran. A smile reminiscent of a doting ant graced his aged visage. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Chu Changge shook his head, responding, "I am well. Elder, please eliminate the Ningshuang divine sect." The audacity of the Ningshuang divine sect to target him would not go unpunished. Chu Quangren nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, young master, this matter shall be handled by me. You and Miss Xiao should depart from here at once." With that, Chu Quangren vanished, setting out to locate the Ningshuang divine sect. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chu Quangren refer to her as Miss Xiao, a faint blush appeared on Xiao Yinran's delicate features. "Let us go, Miss Xiao. We must leave this place," Chu Changge remarked with a gentle smile. Xiao Yinran nodded silently, following Chu Changge as they hastened toward the exit of the Ningshuang Valley. Shortly after their departure, thunderous shouts erupted from within the valley. "Chu Quangren, your Chu family is exceedingly tyrannical. Do not presume that your status as a dominant force in the eastern wilderness grants you the liberty to act as you please. When have we, the Ningshuang divine sect, wronged your family? Why seek to annihilate us?" A towering figure appeared above Ningshuang Valley, embodying an androgynous presence with a duality of voices. This is the ancestral figure of the Ningshuang divine sect, a supreme being whose power is infinitesimally close to that of a quasi-emperor. It is said that this ancestor is a unique fusion of both male and female, the offspring of the two original founders of the Ningshuang divine sect. At this moment, the madman Chu arrived and, without any prior discourse, initiated a confrontation, inciting their wrath. Chu, with an expression of calm indifference, regarded this figure and stated, "You of the Ningshuang divine sect dare to lay hands on the scion of the Chu family. You have indeed chosen the path to your demise." The ancestral figure of the Ningshuang sect paused in bewilderment. He was uncertain as to when such an event had transpired, and why the Ningshuang sect would take action against the scion of the Chu family. It seemed utterly unfounded to him. In his perception, this was merely a pretext fabricated by the long-lived Chu family to obliterate their sect. The Ningshuang ancestor scoffed, "Nonsense. Why would my Ningshuang divine sect strike against the scion of Chu? This is sheer folly. It is, in fact, your Chu family seeking a pretext to annihilate us." Chu remained silent, resolutely taking action. A tremendous surge of true essence ascended towards the heavens, and a searing fire cloud enveloped the entire expanse above the Ningshuang divine sect. Shortly thereafter, this formidable fire cloud coalesced into a colossal hand, blotting out the sun as it descended upon the Ningshuang sect. Bang! Damn it! The Ningshuang ancestor watched in fury as numerous disciples succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of a quasi-emperor, their bodies bursting apart. In a fit of rage, he soared into the sky. In that instant, two figures clashed in the air, engaging in a battle befitting quasi-emperors. Each confrontation sent shockwaves that reverberated hundreds of miles away. Under the onslaught of these shockwaves, the entire Ningshuang Valley was reduced to ruins, with the ferocious beasts and spiritual entities within being obliterated into dust. The majority of the Ningshuang sect's members perished beneath the sheer force of these waves. Their battle drew the attention of countless factions, including the ancient Shao clan, the archaic Lin family, the Dragon Cave, and the Sword Pavilion, among others. At this time, Chu Changge had departed from the Ningshuang Valley with Xiao Yanran. Having evaded the tumult of the battle, Chu Changge sighed in relief. He glanced at Xiao Yanran and perceived that her recent circumstances had shifted once again. Name: Xiao Yanran. Fate: True Martial Empress. Red. Recent events: after defeating the Lin family scion and escaping the Ningshuang Valley, she returned to the Shao family, hoping to be free of concerns regarding a marriage alliance. However, she discovered that her father had already resolved to forge a union with the Lin family. Furthermore, her loss of virginity had been uncovered by her father. To avoid jeopardizing the alliance between the two families, her cultivation was entirely sealed, and she remained confined within the Shao family, awaiting the Lin family's arrival for marriage a year later. At this moment, as Xiao Yanran prepared to depart, Chu Changge cautioned her, "Miss Xiao, I advise you to delay your return to your family. The Shao clan is still intent on marrying into the Lin family. If you return now, your condition is certain to be detected by the powerful members of your family. What do you believe will become of you then?" Chapter 49. Fusion of Celestial Bones. Comprehending the 9 True Intentions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanran considered the wisdom in Chu Changge's words. Returning now, given her father's temperament, he would undoubtedly refuse to compromise. He would insist on her marriage to the Lin family, even after the demise of the Lin family's prodigy. He would seek a union with others from that clan. However, the crux of the matter lies in her physical condition. Her primordial yin has already been compromised, and while it may be feasible to conceal this from others, how could she possibly hide it from a powerful sage like her father or the venerable ancestors of their lineage? Xiao Yanran was now in a state of panic, uncertain of her next steps. Once her condition was revealed to the family, her standing within the Shao clan would undoubtedly plummet. Thus, for the time being, returning to the family was not an option. She gazed at Chu Changge, reminding herself that there must be a solution. After contemplating for a moment, she inquired, "Since you have alerted me, Chu Changge, do you possess any means to resolve this predicament?" Chu Changge shook his head, replying, "None. Miss Xiao, you might find a place to reside temporarily. Once your cultivation improves, returning to the Shao family will not be too late." Xiao Yanran furrowed her brows. Where could she possibly find a place to stay? She was at a loss, unable to fathom a secure location for herself. After some deliberation, she shifted her focus back to Chu Changge. "Chu Changge, my current plight stems from you. Surely you can devise a solution for me?" Chu Changge was left speechless. Was this truly his fault? He recalled how it was someone who had approached him first. He had merely reacted, never daring to take the initiative. After a moment of thought, an idea sparked in his mind, and he suggested, "Miss Xiao, how about this? I shall arrange for you to stay somewhere safe." "Where?" she asked. "At the Su family. At my fiancé's place." Chu Changge replied with a smile. "This location is secure, and Su Ningshuang has met you before. Being of the same gender, you should find it easy to get along." Xiao Yanran's displeasure was evident as her beautiful eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by that? Chu Changge, are you seriously sending me to stay with Su Ningshuang? Do you harbor some peculiar inclination? She had not forgotten the events that transpired between them. Although it had been an accident and she had initiated it, she had not dwelled on it excessively. However, Chu Changge's suggestion left her feeling somewhat unsatisfied. What? Do you wish to go to my Chu family? Or would you prefer to remain in the Ta Ching Sacred Land? The Ta Ching Sacred Land is hardly safe. The only secure place now is the Su family. Listening to Chu Changge's words, Xiao Yanran also realized that the Su family was indeed the only safe haven. After all, going to the Chu family would be far too conspicuous, and although the Ta Ching Sacred Land had been where Chu Changge once cultivated, it was said that his master had lost all power and could not protect her. Thus, the Su family remained the sole refuge. Xiao Yanran asked, "Is it truly safe to arrange it this way?" Chu Changge nodded and reassured, "Rest assured, all will be well." Ultimately, Xiao Yanran acquiesced to Chu Changge's arrangement. Instead of returning to the Xiao family, she followed him to the Su family, where she would temporarily reside. As she made her choice, her recent circumstances began to shift. Name: Xiao Yanran. Destiny: True Martial Empress. Red. Recent events: complied with Chu Changge's arrangement to move to the Chongqing Su family, residing in Su Ningshuang's courtyard. After 2 months of companionship, the two became close friends, and in 3 months, they would embark on a journey to cultivate together upon the opening of the Cave of Fortune. Observing the latest developments, Chu Changge nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a transformation had finally occurred. However, as he glanced at the events that were to transpire in 3 months, a frown creased his brow. The Cave of Fortune is to be opened? Could it be the Lijizu Cave? He pondered inwardly. The Lijizu Cave was not only a vast site for cultivation in the eastern wasteland, but also a training ground for several surrounding realms. It was said to be a fragment of the celestial realm, severed from the heavens by an unknown supreme being for reasons unknown. Within the Lijizu Cave lay numerous opportunities, including the chance for ascension. However, entry to the cave required a ticket, making it accessible primarily to individuals from powerful factions. The timing of the cave's opening was uncertain, so having advanced knowledge of it was indeed fortunate. It seems the world will soon be abuzz with activity, Chu Changge murmured. Once inside the Lijizu Cave, he was certain to encounter many individuals of great fortune, potentially leading to significant connections. This was a fortuitous circumstance, for forging relationships with such fortunate individuals could trigger numerous fateful choices. In the Chongqing Su family, Chu Changge discreetly brought Xiao Yanran to Su Ningshuang. During this period, Su Ningshuang had utilized previously acquired spiritual fruits to forge a powerful Dao fetus, greatly enhancing her overall strength. Additionally, her master had regained considerable power through the restoration provided by the soul-nurturing wood. As Chu Changge observed Su Ningshuang, her information had also evolved. Name: Su Ningshuang. Cultivation: Dao fetus realm, 3rd layer. Destiny: Moonshadow Demon Empress, gold. Recent events: upon learning that Xiao Yanran would be residing in her home, she felt immense joy. After 2 months of companionship, they became good friends, and in 3 months, they would enter the Lijizu Cave together in search of opportunities. Gazing at Su Ningshuang's recent events, Chu Changge let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their recent circumstances were nearly identical, with no significant discrepancies. This provided him with a sense of reassurance. After escorting Xiao Yanran to the Su family, he hastily returned to the Chu family. Now, he aimed to merge 2 celestial bones, striving to comprehend the 9 true principles before the opening of the Lijizu Cave, and subsequently break through to the Emperor realm, seeking the path of invincibility. In the Chongqing Chu family, upon returning to his family, Chu Changge retrieved 2 celestial bones and resolutely commanded, "System, merge these 2 celestial bones." As his words fell, the 2 celestial bones suspended in the air transformed into a surge of pure energy that flowed into his body. Host merges void celestial bone, comprehending the true essence of space. Host merges chaos celestial bone, comprehending the true essence of time. Chapter 50, Breaking Through to the Emperor Realm. The ancient Shao clan's plans. As the comprehension of these 2 profound essences surged into his mind, 9 spheres of true intent began to merge within Chu Changge's consciousness. An enigmatic and indescribable aura of true essence emanated from within him. Boom! With the fusion of the 9 spheres of true intent, Chu Changge shattered the shackles of the King realm and ascended to the Emperor realm. A dominating and unparalleled presence swept across the entire Chu family, awakening countless prodigies. What? I am on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Why has the spiritual energy vanished? Has our Chu family's spiritual vein run dry? Where has all the spiritual energy gone? Furious, the Chu family's prodigies rushed outside to investigate. However, upon discerning the situation, they were struck with astonishment. Heavens! What is the Divine Son doing? Why is all the family's spiritual energy converging towards his estate? Realization dawned. The Divine Son was undergoing a breakthrough. They had thought a powerful being had descended upon the Chu family, above the divine son's estate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be forcibly drawn by an invisible force, transforming into a colossal visible vortex that surged into the depths of his estate. Entering Chu Changge's body, a chaotic and ethereal figure illuminated the sky. This was Chu Changge's Emperor Tao manifestation, embodying 9 true intents. At the moment his eyes opened and closed, 9 beams of light erupted forth, and the terrifying pressure compelled anyone daring to meet his gaze to kneel. Bang! At this moment, Chu Changge was refining the energy bestowed by the 2 celestial bones, leading to a rapid surge in his cultivation. Emperor Realm, 2nd layer. Emperor Realm, 3rd layer. The ancestors of the Chu family, who were in seclusion, were stirred and emerged to investigate. Upon witnessing Chu Changge's Emperor Tao manifestation, their usually tranquil hearts were shattered. The 9-colored Emperor Tao manifestation. This was a marvel. Long Gu had comprehended 9 true intents and broken through to the Emperor Realm. Heavens! 9 true intents, unprecedented throughout history. If Long Gu were to attain the status of an emperor, he would undoubtedly be the greatest emperor of all time. Blessings upon the Chu family. Blessings upon the Chu family. The ancestors of the Chu family were overwhelmed with excitement, dancing in jubilation. They had lost hope, as during their own King Realm days, they had only comprehended 2 or 3 true intents. But Chu Changge had grasped 9 true intents. Such talent. If he could attain the path of the emperor, his future would be limitless. Perhaps he could not only transcend into the immortal realm, but also lead the entire Chu family to ascend alongside him. At the moment Chu Changge broke through to the emperor realm, countless forces felt the resonance. Within the ancient Shao family, news conveyed through the eyes of the Chu family reached them. What? The scion of the Chu family has actually comprehended the 9 true meanings and has broken through to the imperial realm? How is this conceivable? How long has he been cultivating to grasp the 9 true meanings? Damn it! How could the Chu family produce such a prodigious offspring? If this young man is allowed to mature, will there still be a place for the Shao family in the eastern wilderness? The elders of the ancient Shao family wore expressions of deep concern. With such a figure emerging from the Chu family, the future for the Shao family seemed bleak. Once the Chu family rises, the eastern wilderness will indeed become a realm dominated by the Chu family. As the elders of the Shao family pondered their future course of action, a young man entered with composure and poise. Esteemed elders, there is a way to break the impasse. The audacious young man who dared to interrupt the elders was none other than Shao Changsheng, the current scion of the Shao family. He was a prodigious talent, endowed with the longevity divine body and supreme divine bone. Originally, the Shao family had kept him hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to unveil him to the world. The elders, initially displeased by the interruption, felt their irritation dissipate upon recognizing the speaker as Shao Changsheng. Changsheng, what do you propose? Inquired one of the elders. With a smile, Shao Changsheng replied, Elders, to eliminate the threat posed by Chu Changge, we must incite the Chu family to turn against him. The elders of the Shao family frowned at the suggestion. Incite the Chu family to act against their own scion? Changsheng, have you lost your senses? You are well aware of their unity. The Chu family's solidarity was a truth known throughout the eastern wilderness. To persuade them to turn on one of their own seemed an insurmountable challenge. Observing the solemn expressions of the elders, Shao Changsheng maintained his serene demeanor. Esteemed elders, during my recent travels, I befriended a disciple of the Chu family, and it appears they are not as united as we have presumed. Over a decade ago, a scandal erupted within the Chu family. Their young scion harbored ambitions towards the physique of a certain clan member. On a moonless, stormy night, he took decisive action against that clan and its lineage, slaying their ancestors and elders, and extracting the source of that individual's physique. As he recounted this little-known dark history of the Chu family, astonishment spread across the faces of the elders. Clearly, they had been unaware of such a past, and had not anticipated that the seemingly united Chu family could engage in such underhanded actions. Changsheng, is this information credible? Can you substantiate its occurrence? Inquired an elder. Shao Changsheng stated, Elders, the individual who suffered at the hands of his own kin is named Chu Hao. He is a genius I encountered during my travels, and I trust his character. The elders listened intently, their brows furrowed in contemplation. But Changsheng, how do you believe he would be willing to assist us in acting against the Chu family? Intuition, Shao Changsheng replied after a moment of solemn reflection, his voice earnest. Old ancestor, you may rest assured that this matter will be entrusted to Changsheng. However, Changsheng hopes that the esteemed ancestors can assist in staging a splendid performance, enabling Chu Hao to successfully earn the trust of the Chu family and infiltrate their ranks. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Shao family hesitated for a moment. It seemed they had not anticipated a solution and could only nod in agreement, saying, Very well, Changsheng, How may we assist you? Xiao Changxing replied nonchalantly. It is quite simple. You, esteemed ancestors, should issue an order to hunt down Chu Hao in your name, and pursue him straight to the Chu family. Chu Hao is a prodigy. Once he is being hunted by our Xiao family, the Chu family will undoubtedly come to his aid. Agreed. The elders of the Xiao family readily acquiesced to Xiao Changxing's plan. Days later, a piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. A genius from the Changxing Chu family had infiltrated the ancient Xiao family and set fire to their scripture pavilion. The entire Xiao family was incensed. The patriarch even personally issued a decree. Anyone who could slay this Chu family disciple would receive a generous reward. In an instant, factions of all sizes and wandering cultivators across the eastern wilderness began searching for this young prodigy from the Changxing Chu family, eager to capture him and claim the bounty from the Xiao family. Chapter 51. The New Child of Fortune, the Perfect Emperor Chu Hao. The Changxing Chu family, along with the elders and ancestors, received the news. They were all aware of the genius who had infiltrated the Xiao family and set fire to their scripture pavilion. Truly, our Chu family is blessed with talent in this generation. To infiltrate the ancient Xiao family and burn down their scripture pavilion. Remarkable. One elder of the Chu family exclaimed. Such audacious acts had not been seen from the Chu family in a long time. Esteemed ancestor, could this be a bit rash? After all, he is one of our Chu family members. Will the ancient Xiao family retaliate against us because of this? An elder from the Chu family expressed his unease. Burning down the Xiao family's scripture pavilion was no trivial matter. If not handled properly, it could ignite a war between the two great families. The Chu family patriarch dismissed the concern, stating indifferently, "Humph. If the ancient Xiao family dared to act against us, they would have done so long ago. Why do they only dare to pursue an obscure prodigy from the Chu family now? This matter is under our control. He is our prodigy. And now he is being hunted. How can we, the Chu family, remain indifferent?" The patriarch promptly commanded the dispatch of powerful members of the Chu family to retrieve this family hero. In an instant, the Changxing Chu family was set into motion. Numerous elite disciples were sent forth to assist in bringing back their prodigy. Meanwhile, Chu Changge had spent several days refining the celestial bones and had now fully mastered the power of the two celestial bones. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing one black and one white pupil, symbolizing the two forces. The black eye represented the power of the void celestial bone, while the white eye embodied the power of the chaos celestial bone. Chu Changge gradually began to consolidate these two powers. A panel manifested in his mind. Name: Chu Changge. Cultivation: Royal Realm, 9th level. Physique: Emperor's Fallen Double Pupil, Solar Divine Body, Void Immortal Bone. Chaos Immortal Bone. Techniques: 9 Transformations of the War God, Emperor Level 1st Stage, Indestructible 9 Blades, Saint Level 9th Stage, Stealing Heaven Divine Legs, Saint Level 9th Stage. Secret of the Fighter Character, Emperor Level 9th Stage. Secret of the Doer Character, Emperor Level 9th Stage. Divine Arts: Heaven and Earth 1 Blade Slash, 9th Grade. Items: Imitation of the Indestructible Heavenly Blade, Saint Level 3rd Stage, with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of the Royal Realm. He is more than prepared for the trials in the Liu Caves 3 months hence. Chu Changge remarked with a sense of reflection. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Chu Changge called out. Creak. An elderly man pushed the door open and stepped inside. Divine Son, the ancestor has issued a decree instructing you to venture out and retrieve the Chu family disciple currently being pursued by the Xiao family. A look of bewilderment crossed Chu Changge's face. A disciple of the Chu family being hunted by the Xiao family? When did our clan find itself in such peril? Listening to the elder's words, he felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, though he could not quite pinpoint the source of his unease. Where are they? Chu Changge inquired. Reports indicate that the individual has been relentlessly pursued, driving him into the depths of the 10,000 Sword Mountains. Chu Changge nodded and declared, "Very well. I shall set forth at once." With that, he exited the chamber, followed closely by an elder, and departed from the Changxing Chu family. At the ancient Xiao family, news of Chu Changge's departure reached them swiftly. Splendid. As anticipated by Changxing, the Chu family has indeed sent Chu Changge to assist. Now is the opportune moment for us to act, an excited elder from the Xiao family proclaimed. No, now is not the time for us to strike. Another elder from the Xiao family interjected urgently, insisting that they refrain from making a move. The 10,000 Sword Mountains lie perilously close to the Changxing Chu family. To act there might provoke an assault from the Chu family's elders, jeopardizing their return. We shall adhere to the original plan, the highest-ranking elder stated coldly. Under his command, the other elders and ancestors dared not voice further dissent, acquiescing obediently. Within the 10,000 Sword Mountains, after departing from the Chu family, Chu Changge hastened towards the location. Possessing the essence of speed, he swiftly executed the stealing heaven divine legs, covering vast distances in mere moments. Within half a day, he traversed hundreds of thousands of miles to arrive at the mountain range. There, numerous disciples of the Chu family awaited his arrival, all summoned to assist the esteemed Chu family hero. Greetings, divine son. Upon his arrival, they bowed in unison. Chu Changge nodded slightly and inquired, "What is the current situation?" "Divine son, the situation is dire. The individual has sustained severe injuries and is being pursued by many, not just members of the Shao family, but also disciples from various factions and rogue cultivators. We have been waiting here, and several rogue cultivators have attempted to ambush us, but we have successfully repelled them." Chu Changge listened intently to the current circumstances. He furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing sense of unease. Contemplating this, he lifted his gaze. His eyes shimmered with a blend of black and white, his formidable vision piercing through thousands of miles, revealing distant circumstances. A disheveled figure, pursued by a multitude, was sprinting toward him. Upon recognizing this individual, Chu Changge instantly comprehended the source of his discomfort. Name: Chu Hao. Cultivation: King Realm, Pinnacle. Physique: Supreme Divine Body. Techniques: Kuanping Treasure Technique, Imperial Level 1st Tier. True Dragon Treasure Technique, Imperial Level 1st Tier. Indestructible Sutra, Imperial Level 1st Tier. Fate: Perfect Emperor, Gold. Recent events: collaborated with the ancient Shao clan to infiltrate the Chongqing Chu clan, seeking vengeance for the grudge of having his divine body's essence extracted. After infiltrating the Chu clan, he repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, subsequently gaining the family's trust. Following the opening of the Liu Cave, he successfully assassinated Chu Changge upon entering. As Chu Changge perused the information regarding this esteemed figure of the Chu clan, a faint smile graced his lips. "So that is it. No wonder I felt something was amiss. The source lies with you." As memories of Chu Hao flooded his mind, he recalled that 15 years ago, he had orchestrated everything to extract the divine essence of this collateral descendant, only to find his own body too frail. After extracting the essence of the supreme divine body, he was unable to refine it and had to relinquish it to others. This was the reason he had only inherited the imperial falling double pupil physique upon his reincarnation. In a whisper, Chu Changge mused, "It seems this child of fortune has fully incurred my wrath. The only course now is to eliminate him completely." Chapter 52. Has Chu Changge seen through everything? The shock of Chu Hao. Chu Changge observed Chu Hao rushing toward him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He pointed toward the approaching figure and issued a loud command. "Everyone, heed my orders. Move forward and engage in indiscriminate attack." Upon hearing this decree, the surrounding disciples of the Chu clan were taken aback. They turned to their divine son, questioning with confusion. "Divine son, the one ahead is not merely a disciple of the Shao clan, but also a great benefactor of our Chu clan. Will attacking now not harm him?" "Divine son, we cannot strike now. If we all attack, we will surely injure our esteemed benefactor." The crowd urged Chu Changge, reluctant to take action. After all, this was the individual who had infiltrated the Shao clan and burned down their scripture pavilion. Now, not only were the Shao clan pursuing him, but other factions were also in hot pursuit. Failing to assist would only dishearten the disciples of the Chu clan. With an air of calmness, Chu Changge replied, "You may act without hesitation. This individual poses a significant problem, and should any calamity befall him, I, as the divine son, shall bear the responsibility." Chu Changge remained unperturbed. He understood that these individuals were under the influence of the child of fortune's aura, which had distorted their judgment. The absurdity of infiltrating the Shao clan, burning their scripture pavilion, and yet managing to escape was a feat that could only be believed due to the overwhelming aura of fortune surrounding him. Fortunately, with the protection of the system, he had remained unaffected. Otherwise, he might have come to believe such absurdity and ultimately perish at the hands of Chu Hao. Under the promise made by Chu Changge, those around him reluctantly took action. In an instant, countless mystical powers converged in the sky, hurtling forward. Enormous fireballs, hands radiating golden light, fist imprints, flashes of blades, and gleams of swords, all surged toward Chu Hao. As he hurried towards the Chongqing Chu family, Chu Hao suddenly sensed impending doom. Looking up, his expression darkened instantly. What on earth is happening? Are they truly targeting me? Why is this? Have they seen through my plan? Chu Hao said grimly. His plan was flawless, impossible to be uncovered. What could possibly be amiss? Just as he wore a scowl, he suddenly realized that the targets of these mystical powers were not him, but rather the disciples of the Shao family pursuing him, along with others intent on his demise. Not me. Indeed, I knew my plan was so immaculate that it could not have been discerned, Chu Hao declared with a smug expression. Upon confirming that the mystical powers were not aimed at him, he quickened his pace towards the location of Chu Changge and the others. Meanwhile, The disciples of the Shao family and members of other factions were intercepted by reinforcements from the Chu family. They halted in their tracks, leading the group. Chu Changge wore a frosty expression. Chu Ritian, you scoundrel. Daring to burn down my Shao family's scripture pavilion, I vow that we will not rest until you are dead. Do not let me see you again, Chu Changge. His words thundered through the heavens, echoing loudly. Everyone in the Wanjin mountain range heard this proclamation. At this moment, the disciples of the Chu family also learned the name of this illustrious figure. It turned out his name was Chu Ritian. What a formidable name. No wonder he dared to commit such audacious acts. Ritian, what a remarkable Chu Ritian. He has truly brought honor to our Chu family. Managing to escape from the clutches of the Shao family's divine son. Undoubtedly, his strength must rival that of the Chu divine son. The disciples of the Chu family expressed their admiration. Upon hearing this, Chu Changge's countenance grew even colder. This son of fortune is indeed a difficult adversary to eliminate. It was clear that several mystical powers had the potential to accurately strike him, yet for some unknown reason, they veered off course. Chu Changge pondered within. He had observed everything clearly. As the only one present unaffected by Chu Hao's protagonist aura, he possessed the capacity for independent thought. He had distinctly seen several mystical powers that could have hit Chu Hao, but were inexplicably deflected by an invisible force as they approached him. This was likely the result of the Son of Fortune's luck at work. Such a Son of Fortune is indeed hard to deal with, which is why he refrained from antagonizing these fateful protagonists. Alas, some Sons of Fortune had previously crossed him, and he could not reverse that, leaving him no choice but to eliminate them. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon seeing Chu Hao enter the territory of the Chu family from a distance, Chu Changge ceased his pursuit. A group of Shao family disciples, witnessing his stop, followed suit. Divine Son, what is it? Why should we halt? Chu Ritian is just ahead. A disciple of the Shao family remarked, perplexed. Indeed, Divine Son, we ought to press on. With our numbers, how could we be thwarted by a mere human? Chu Changge glanced at them, and upon sensing his icy gaze, they promptly fell silent. Observing their reaction, Chu Changge elaborated, ahead lies the territory of the Chu family. If we proceed, we will only incite animosity with them, and they may perceive it as a challenge from our Shao family. In that event, our family could find itself in dire straits. His explanation resonated well, swiftly awakening the understanding of the bewildered Shao disciples. I see now, fortunate that the Divine Son intervened. Or else we would be the villains of our clan. The Shao family disciples recognized that their current strength was insufficient to engage in conflict with the Chu family. Should war erupt, both great clans would suffer grievously, and the Shao family could face annihilation. They were unwilling to bear the guilt of their family's destruction. Satisfied that his point had been made, Chu Changge led the Shao disciples back to their family. Meanwhile, Chu Hao, battered and weary, staggered before the assembled members of the Chu family. The surrounding disciples gazed at him with admiration. Infiltrating the ancient Shao family and incinerating their scripture repository, such a feat had never been accomplished by any divine son of the Chu lineage, especially not by the current one. Yet he had achieved it. Brother Rishianshan, you have done remarkably well. Our family sent us to retrieve you, a junior disciple exclaimed, prompting a chorus of agreement from those nearby. Brother Rishianshan, could you share how you managed to infiltrate the Shao family? And how did you escape? Chu Hao gasped for breath, looking weak as he replied, esteemed ones, might you allow me a moment to catch my breath? I have been fleeing for days, barely escaping from the Shao family. While he feigned weakness, he cautiously assessed Chu Changge's expression. To his dismay, he found no change in Chu Changge's demeanor. His gaze remained cold and indifferent. This sent shivers down Chu Hao's spine, as if the Divine Son could see through all his machinations. Chapter 53. Return to the Chu family, Chu Hao's tactics. Chu Hao felt a pang of anxiety within. The situation had not even begun, yet it was already at risk of exposure. How could he seek vengeance now? Gritting his teeth, he greeted Chu Changge. I humbly present my respects to the Divine Son. Chu Changge nodded and inquired, what is your name, you great contributor? Chu Hao replied with a smile. In response to the Divine Son, I am not a great contributor. I merely did what every disciple of the Chu family aspires to do. My name is Chu Rishianshan. The name Rishianshan was clearly a pseudonym for the fated child. Rishianshan, when combined, echoed the character Hao. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changge asked, Chu Rishianshan, why did you set fire to the Shao family's scripture repository? Are you aware that such actions bring turmoil and calamity to our family? Chu Hao shook his head and said, Ritian does not understand. He merely wanders outside. I have heard that the relationship between the Chu family and the Shao family has recently soured. As a member of the Chu family, I wish to contribute to my clan. His words resonated with many disciples of the Chu family. Brother Ritian speaks true. How commendable. As a proud disciple of the Chu family, having grown up within its walls, I find it astonishing that I lack the insight that Brother Ritian, raised outside, possesses. The crowd erupted in cheers. Brother Ritian, you have endured hardships outside. From this day forth, you may return to the family and enjoy a life of comfort. Chu Changge furrowed his brow, surprised by the infectious power of Chu Hao's words, which had effortlessly stirred the emotions of the Chu family members. He inquired, Brother Ritian, what is it that you desire? Chu Hao replied, I wish to return to the Chu family. As soon as Ritian made his request, a panel appeared before Chu Changge. Ding. Current experience detected, triggering fateful choice. Choice 1. Agree to Chu Hao's request and allow him to return to the family. Reward, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Choice 2. Refuse Chu Hao's request and take action against him. Reward, Phoenix Treasure Technique. Please select, gazing at the choice panel. Chu Changge fell into deep contemplation. Oddly, previous rewards had always presented a good and a bad option, but now both rewards seemed equally enticing. How was he to discern which choice would yield the greater benefit? He pondered. The True Dragon Treasure Technique, passed down from the True Dragon, exudes immense might and power. The Phoenix Treasure Technique possesses the abilities of rebirth and restoration. Both techniques are legacies from the 10 great beasts, available for cultivation by both humans and beasts. Provided the techniques are complete, their power is formidable. After a moment's reflection, Chu Changge ultimately decided to keep Chu Hao. After all, driving him away could lead to unforeseen opportunities. However, keeping him close would allow the chance to seize any fortuitous encounters that may arise. He was not concerned about Chu Hao retaliating. At least, he would face no danger before the opening of the Liu Cave Heaven. With a smile, Chu Changge proclaimed, Very well, I shall escort you back to the family, great benefactor. Upon reaching his decision, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully completed Choice 1. Receiving the reward, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Chu Changge immediately felt a surge of profound memories flooding his mind. This was the method for cultivating the True Dragon Treasure Technique. He had previously refined a drop of True Dragon blood, possessing the essence of the True Dragon within him. His cultivation of the True Dragon Treasure Technique would unleash even greater power. In an instant, he fully grasped the True Dragon Treasure Technique. Looking at Chu Hao, he felt a renewed confidence in managing him. With a gentle smile, Chu Changge said, Let us go, great benefactor. Allow me and the other disciples of the Chu family to escort you home. Chu Hao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Changge in surprise. Originally, he believed that his scheme had been entirely discerned by the esteemed Chu Changge, rendering him incapable of infiltrating the Chu family. However, it now appeared that his plot remained undetected, and he had successfully entered the Chu household. A surge of joy filled Chu Hao's heart as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Changge. Thank you all. Soon, the group escorted Chu Hao away from the Wanjian mountain range and returned to the Chu family. Within the ancient Xiao family, Xiao Changxing received word of Chu Hao's successful endeavor. A faint smile graced his lips. Brother Chu has indeed not disappointed me. His plan has triumphed. Once he executes the assassination of Chu Changge, this will all come to an end, and my Xiao family can enjoy peace for millennia, Xiao Changxing declared with confidence. Meanwhile, at the Wanlong Cave, Longxi had just completed the fusion of the True Dragon's essence blood. Her lineage had reverted to its ancestral form, and her cultivation had significantly increased as she emerged from her secluded training. As she prepared to depart from the Chu family, she fortuitously encountered the returning Chu Changge. Chu Changge, I have fully refined the True Dragon's essence blood, and my bloodline has now returned to its ancestral state. The Wanlong Cave has dispatched powerful allies to escort us back. I am immensely grateful for the True Dragon's essence blood you provided. Should there ever arise a need for assistance from the Wanlong Cave, we shall lend our full support, Longxi remarked with a gentle smile. Chu Changge regarded Longxi, who had been in seclusion for several days within the Chu family. Information about her surfaced in his mind. Name, Longxi. Cultivation, King Realm, Peak. Physique, Ancient Dragon God Body. Technique, 9 transformations of the Dragon God, Emperor level. 4th stage, Fate, Eastern Wilderness Dragon Emperor, Orange. Recent events, Bloodline Reversion, returning to Wanlong Cave for true inheritance. Encountering the last pure-blooded true dragon from the lower realm after the opening of the Liu Cave in 3 months, and providing her assistance, thus obtaining the opportunity of the precious Sephora tree leaves. After confirming that she would not face any peril, he nodded and replied, Lady Longxi, this Changge understands. When the time comes, should I require the aid of the Wanlong Cave, I will surely call upon you. After bidding farewell to Longxi, Chu Changge, accompanied by the rescued Chu Hao, made his way toward the ancestral Forbidden Zone. At that moment, Chu Hao gazed upon the familiar surroundings of the Chu family. Everything remained unchanged as it had been before. The only difference was the absence of many individuals. Memories of past events surged within Chu Hao's mind, every experience he had endured within the Chu family. He could not forget the deep-seated grudge of being stripped of his divine body essence by Chu Changge, who intended to transplant it to another. As he observed the silhouette of Chu Changge, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chu Hao's eyes. Now was not the time for action. He would soon employ the method imparted by the tree god to deceive the elders of the Chu family and pass through undetected. Chapter 54. The Chu family's ranked disciple. Chu Changge. Within the sacred grounds of the Chu family, Chu Changge led the esteemed contributors to meet several of the family elders. Chu Hao feigned anxiety. Cautiously trailing behind Chu Changge. Is this the young hero who infiltrated the Shao family and burned down their scripture repository? So young, yet possessing peak king realm cultivation, truly impressive. An esteemed elder of the Chu family discerned the true cultivation level of Chu Hao with a single glance, exclaiming in astonishment, "This young lad possesses a divine physique." However, the nature of this divine physique remained a mystery. Another elder of the Chu family also recognized Chu Hao's exceptional talent, yet after Chu Hao invoked a secret technique, the elder was unable to ascertain the specific type of divine physique he possessed. After several moments of marvel, one elder finally ventured to inquire about more pressing matters. "Young one, what is your name? Are there any other members of the Chu family besides yourself?" Chu Hao respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Esteemed elders, I am called Chu Ritian, and aside from myself, there are no other family members." Upon hearing this, the elders displayed expressions of sorrow. To have such gifted disciples of the Chu family wandering outside was a source of shame for them. The thought of such an outstanding clan member being lost to the outside world would surely invite ridicule from other families. One elder then spoke up, "Young lad, you have done well. Is there anything you desire? Whatever is within my power, I shall grant you." Upon hearing this, Chu Hao's interest was piqued. He raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, "Elder, if I were to express a desire to become the divine son of the Chu family, would that be accepted?" His audacity in claiming the position of divine son in the presence of Chu Changge was unexpected, both for him and the elders. Their expressions stiffened, and their smiles diminished as they responded, "Young one, the position of divine son has already been determined. If you wish to contest for this title, you may challenge the current divine son at the family competition in a year's time. Should you emerge victorious, you will become the new divine son of the Chu family." In response, Chu Hao chuckled softly and said, "Esteemed elder, I merely spoke in jest. I do not truly harbor such ambitions. What I truly desire is but one thing: to return to the Chu family and have a place to reside within the clan, enjoying the same cultivation opportunities as my fellow disciples." Upon hearing his request, the elders' smiles returned to their original warmth. "This demand is not excessive. We can certainly accommodate you. Henceforth, little Ritian, as a benefactor of the Chu family, your cultivation treatment shall not be ordinary. It will be equivalent to that of our esteemed direct disciples." How does that sound? Chu Hao nodded gratefully. "Thank you, esteemed elder." After arranging for Chu Hao's needs, Chu Changge then led him away from the family's sacred grounds. As they made their way to the cultivation cave designated for him, it was evident that the elders held Chu Hao in high regard, as they had entrusted the divine son himself to personally escort him. On the journey, Chu Hao playfully inquired, "Divine son, did my earlier words offend you?" Chu Changge was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a question. He shook his head and replied, "Not at all. It is merely a trivial matter. This divine son harbors no such pettiness to dwell on such minor issues. Moreover, within our Chu family, there is an unwritten rule that every disciple aspires to become the divine son. Those who do not wish to pursue this path are not considered worthy disciples of the Chu family. Every year, at the dawn of a new cycle, a grand family competition is held. Only through victory can one continue to hold the esteemed position of the divine child. Failure necessitates relinquishing this honor. Brother Ritian, if you aspire to become the divine child of the Chu family, diligent effort is imperative, as the competition each year is exceedingly fierce." Listening to this information, a smile graced Chu Hao's face. "Rest assured, divine child, I shall strive earnestly and will not disappoint you." Chu Changge responded with a smile, "Excellent. This divine child eagerly anticipates your performance in the coming year." In their hearts, both Chu Changge and Chu Hao silently hoped, "May you live to see another year." With smiles adorning their faces, they approached a cultivation cave. Chu Changge pointed towards the cave and said, "Young one, this is the cultivation cave arranged for you by our ancestor. It shall be your home. Although you are not a direct disciple of the Chu family's lineage, the cave you inhabit is no less splendid than those of the true lineage disciples. I hope you will refrain from foolish actions. Do you understand?" Chu Hao nodded and then entered his cultivation cave alone. After ensuring the young one was settled, Chu Changge turned to leave. not returning to his own residence, but instead heading to another location. The first direct disciple of the lineage, Chu Changge, was the individual who had once absorbed the essence of Chu Hao's supreme divine body. Due to limitations in talent, he could only assimilate a portion of the supreme divine body's essence, thus failing to fully inherit it. He merely possessed the supreme sacred body. Although its overall efficacy and power fell considerably short of the supreme divine body, he had nonetheless become the strongest individual in the Chu family, save for Chu Changge. Ningshuang, are you there? Chu Changge called as he arrived at the entrance of his home. Divine child Changge, what brings you here? A youth clad in a blue and white robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes, emerged from the cave. Upon seeing the visitor, a look of joy spread across his face. He had not forgotten that his current accomplishments were due to Chu Changge's guidance. Without him, there would be no Chu Ningshuang today. At that moment, as Chu Changge regarded the young man before him, a panel manifested in his mind. Name, Chu Ningshuang. Cultivation, King Realm, First Layer. Physique, Supreme Sacred Body, Qingmu Spirit Body. Techniques, Immovable King Technique, Holy Level, 6th Tier. Celestial Covering Palm, Spirit Level, 7th Tier. Mountain Opening Seal, Heavenly Level, 6th Tier. Fate, Chu Family Lineage Disciple, Blue. Recent events, several years prior, due to the acquisition of Chu Hao's Supreme Divine Body Essence, Chu Hao sustained severe injuries. After a period of time spent infiltrating the Chu family and gaining the trust of its members, he encountered Chu Hao during an external training session 1 month later. He was ambushed and had the essence of the Supreme Divine Body extracted from him, resulting in the loss of his Supreme Sacred Body, the forfeiture of his cultivation talent, and ultimately, his status as a lineage disciple, rendering him a dispensable pawn within the Chu family. Observing the dismal future awaiting Chu Ningshuang, Chu Changge spoke with a calm demeanor. Ningshuang, I bear some troubling news. Chu Hao has returned. Chapter 55. The unpleasant news of Shun Jingqiu. Chu Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated, looking at Chu Changge, and inquired, Chu Hao? Which Chu Hao? Could it be? At this moment, Chu Ningshuang also felt a sense of unease. Indeed, it is that Chu Hao. Chu Changge replied, somewhat helplessly. He has now become a significant benefactor of our Chu family. Upon hearing this, Chu Ningshuang expressed his astonishment. Is he the one known as Chu Ritian? How did that fellow return? Did the ancestors not notice? Chu Ningshuang asked in confusion. I am uncertain. Chu Hao likely possesses some secret method to elude the ancestors' detection. However, he cannot deceive me. I have refrained from exposing him merely to observe his intentions, Chu Changge stated. Chu Ningshuang appeared increasingly anxious, fully aware of Chu Hao's formidable nature. Currently, not only could Chu Hao infiltrate the ancient Shao family, but he could also incinerate their scripture repository. His strength must be considerable. If not addressed promptly, he would undoubtedly become a source of trouble in the future. What should I do next, Divine Son? Chu Ningshuang asked with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changge replied, during this period, avoid any contact with Chu Hao. If he invites you for an outing to practice, simply refuse. He possesses numerous tricks, but rest assured, I will deal with him when I have the opportunity. With Chu Changge's assurance, Chu Ningshuang finally felt a sense of relief. Thank you for your concern, Divine Son. After imparting his advice, Chu Changge departed. He intended to resume his cultivation in preparation for the imminent opening of the Liu Cave. Just then, more news arrived. A disciple from the Ta-Ching sacred land sought him out. Elder brother, something grave has transpired. Our master is in trouble. The one who approached him was Zhang Pingfan, bearing a look of urgency similar to their previous encounter. What is it? Has there been another incident? Chu Changge furrowed his brow. He remembered that Shun Jingqiu's cultivation had significantly recovered. How could trouble arise again? Zhang Pingfan hurriedly explained, Elder brother, after your departure from the sacred land, Elder Mu stealthily visited our master several times, though I am unaware of his intentions. However, just a week ago, Elder Mu suddenly stormed into our Taishan peak, severely injuring our master, absconding with certain items, and then fleeing. Now, our master is afflicted by a peculiar poison, and the sacred land is pursuing Elder Mu. Upon hearing this news, Chu Changge's brow furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. He recalled that Elder Mu seemed to covet a fragment of the Tai-E secret realm map. Why had the situation changed? Wasn't he his plan to capture Chu Yang and coerce Master Shun Jingqiu into surrendering this fragment? This matter was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. How long has our master been injured? He inquired. Elder brother, our master has been injured for 7 or 8 days. Chu Changge calculated the timeline. This period coincided precisely with when he had slain Lin Jiej, the Lin family's divine son, and acquired the fragment of the Tai-E secret realm map. Could it be that my obtaining this fragment of the Tai-E secret realm map was the catalyst for these events? Chu Changge speculated silently. Master brother, Let us not dwell on this matter for too long. Our master has endured for quite some time, but now she is gravely afflicted by that peculiar poison. The Saint Lord has stated that only the most yang and pure substances can eradicate this strange toxin. Listening to Zhang Pingfan's words, Chu Changge raised an eyebrow and inquired, the most yang and pure? I recall that junior brother Chu Yang possesses the pure yang divine body, and his essence embodies that very quality. Why does our master not seek his aid? Zhang Pingfan replied, perplexed, I am unsure. Previously, junior brother Chu Yang volunteered to assist our master in her treatment, but she consistently declined, wishing to expel the poison on her own. However, after several days, not only has our master failed to improve, but her condition has worsened. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, she instructed me to find you, master brother. Chu Changge gradually comprehended the situation. At that moment, a celestial choice interface manifested before him. Ding. Current experience detected, triggering celestial choice. Choice 1. Return to save our master. She is my responsibility, and I cannot relinquish her to junior brother. Reward. 1 chaotic pureblood true dragon egg. Choice 2. Decline to return. I have pressing matters to attend to, and she rightfully belongs to junior brother now. Reward. 1 drop of celestial blood. Please make a selection. Both choices offered commendable rewards, both at the celestial level. However, after a glance, Chu Changge resolutely decided to choose the first option. The reward of a chaotic pureblood true dragon egg was an extraordinary treasure exclusive to the celestial realm. If he could obtain a pureblood true dragon as a companion, he would have access to true dragon essence at any time, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. With this thought in mind, Chu Changge spoke calmly. Let us depart and save our master. Zhang Pingfan nodded, knowing that as the closest disciple to their master, master brother would never stand idly by while she suffered. The two figures swiftly left the Chongqing Chu family, hastening back to the Taiqing Holy Land. At Taiqing Holy Land, on Taixian Peak, several elders stood vigil, their expressions grave. The peculiar poison afflicting Xinjingqiu was particularly insidious. It could take root in the host and emanate an intensely cold aura. Anyone permeated by this frigid essence would not only have their cultivation devoured, but also risk damaging their very foundation. Powerless against this strange toxin, they could only deploy a grand array to seal Taixian Peak, preventing the poison from spreading further. Damn Mu Wenliang. Who would have thought he was a dog planted here by the ancient Lin family? One elder cursed angrily. This Mu Wenliang has hidden himself well. I never imagined he had such deep ties to the ancient Lin family. One wonders what he has stolen from Elder Shun. Another elder lamented. As the elders maintained the grand array, they conversed among themselves. The Taiqing Holy Master said calmly, silence. Conserve your energy to uphold the array. We must not allow this essence to spread, for it could spell disaster for our Taiqing Holy Land. Some elders sighed in exasperation, Holy Master. We have maintained the formation for several days now, and the disciples of the Holy Land are becoming increasingly anxious. We cannot remain here indefinitely. We must find a way to deal with the poison afflicting Elder Shun. Just as the elders found themselves at a loss, a figure stepped forward. Esteemed elders and Holy Master, I, Chu Yang, a disciple of Taixian Peak, am willing to attempt to cure our esteemed teacher's poison. Chu Yang declared with unwavering resolve. Possessing the pure Yang divine body, he sensed the chilling energies recoiling in fear from him. They dared not invade his being, for he was the nemesis of this peculiar poison. Though he had been rebuffed once before, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. Even if his teacher were to resent him afterward, he felt it imperative to intervene to save her and the entire Taiqing Holy Land. He believed that in time, his teacher would come to understand his intentions. Chapter 56, Returning to the Holy Land, Providing Genuine Treatment for My Teacher. Chu Yang was about to unleash the supreme power of his pure Yang divine body and rush into Taixian Peak to forcefully treat Xinjingqiu. However, as he approached, Xinjingqiu sensed his presence and hastily called out, Chu Yang, do not come in. Undeterred, Chu Yang strode forward. Teacher, do not worry. I possess the pure Yang divine body. This minor poison cannot harm me, he proclaimed confidently. Indeed, the radiance of his supreme pure power repelled the venomous energies, causing them to retreat. Soon, he discovered a path leading to his teacher's quarters. Inside, Xinjingqiu's complexion was flushed as she struggled to withstand the torment of the poison. This malevolent toxin not only eroded her cultivation, but also amplified her desires, making her unwilling to let any male approach her. This was the reason for her reluctance to allow Chu Yang near her. Chu Yang, are you disregarding my words? Quickly leave this place and do not come near me. Xinjingqiu's voice turned icy, prompting Chu Yang to halt abruptly. He could not comprehend the sudden shift in his teacher's demeanor. Was he not merely trying to heal her? At that moment, Xinjingqiu continued, Chu Yang, I have summoned your senior brother back. With him here, I shall be fine. Your current cultivation level is insufficient to withstand my aura. Should you forcefully attempt to treat me, it may lead to your demise. Chuyang frowned slightly. Teacher, what your senior brother can accomplish, I, Chuyang, can also achieve. Besides, it is uncertain where he has gone or when he will return to Taishan Peak. Just as Chuyang insisted on entering the room to approach Shinjingqiu, Chu Changge returned. It is senior brother. He has come back. The exclamations of the disciples of Taishan Peak followed one after another. Wonderful. With senior brother here, our teacher should be safe. It was senior brother who aided our teacher in regaining her cultivation after her previous loss. This minor poison will be easily dealt with by him. As Chuyang reached the entrance, he heard the voice of Chu Changge announcing his return. He turned his head and, to his astonishment, beheld a remarkably handsome man, radiating an ethereal glow, standing before the peak of Taishan. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the moment Chuyang laid eyes on Chu Changge's return, an inexplicable discomfort welled up within his heart. Although he bore no grudge against Chu Changge, he could not fathom why such feelings arose. It felt as though the mere presence of Chu Changge caused something within him, or perhaps around him, to withdraw. The Lord of Taiching, witnessing Chu Changge's intent to ascend Taishan, was taken aback. After all, he was the scion of the Chongqing Chu family. The dangers of Taishan were palpable. What if something were to befall him inside? How would he explain that to the Chongqing Chu family? Hastily, he approached. Young Master Chu, your junior brother Chuyang has already ventured inside Taishan. It is perilous. I implore you not to proceed. The other elders gathered around, urging Chu Changge to reconsider. Indeed, young Master Chu, Taishan is currently ensnared by these toxic flames. Even we would find it exceedingly troublesome if we were to be invaded by such toxins. Perhaps even unable to expel them. Given your noble stature, it would be prudent to avoid such risks. Upon hearing that Chuyang had already entered, Chu Changge resolutely declined the elders and the lord's concerns. Thank you, esteemed elders and lord, but my junior brother's cultivation is too low. Even with his pure yang physique, which renders him resistant to these toxins, he cannot adequately heal our master. It is I who must venture forth. With that, Chu Changge strode purposefully towards Taishan. As he approached the peak, the surrounding toxins surged towards him like venomous serpents. The previous individual exuded an aura of utmost purity and vitality, deterring them from approaching. Now, faced with a young man devoid of such a presence, they dared to encroach upon him, as if to provoke him, displaying utter disdain. Unfazed by the toxins, as they sought to invade his body, the power of the sun god surged forth. A searing blaze of solar flames enveloped the approaching toxins, incinerating and refining them. In that moment, the toxins seemed to come alive, emitting piercing cries of agony. The power unleashed by Chu Changge's pure sun force surpassed even that of Chuyang. While Chuyang's pure yang energy could only protect him from harm, Chu Changge's radiant energy enveloped the entirety of Taishan. With exquisite control, the space enveloped by the pure yang energy gradually contracted, diminishing the toxins' range of movement. Those toxins, unable to escape the searing solar flames, were instantaneously consumed. The magnitude of Chu Changge's power, combined with his cultivation, left the elders of Taiching and the lord utterly astonished. The Emperor Realm. Young Master Changge has actually ascended to the Emperor Realm. How could this be? A man under 30, revealing the stature of an emperor. Chuyang gazed at the extraordinary man approaching him, radiating a dazzling brilliance that seemed to incinerate countless toxins with each step. Little junior brother, you may leave now. The rest shall be entrusted to your senior brother, Chu Changge announced as he approached their master's door, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chuyang hesitated for a moment before responding. Senior brother, I wish to assist as well. He yearned to contribute, to aid their master in any way he could. Just as Chu Changge pondered how to reply, a voice echoed from within the room. Chuyang, you should depart. Only your senior brother is needed here. Upon hearing this, Chuyang reluctantly acquiesced and exited. Once he had completely left, Chu Changge opened the door and stepped inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, suffocated by the pervasive toxins that barred any sunlight from penetrating. It felt as frigid as an ancient ice cavern. Their master, Shunjingqiu, curled up on the bed, trembling, her delicate visage devoid of color. However, upon Chu Changge's entrance, the radiant light emanating from him illuminated the chamber entirely, causing the toxins to wail in agony. The temperature rose noticeably, and Shunjingqiu's complexion began to regain a semblance of vitality. Master, I have arrived late. Allow me to take over from here. Shunjingqiu lifted her head slightly, meeting Chu Changge's gaze, and felt an overwhelming sense of security. Yes, Changge, I entrust the next steps to you. Chapter 57. The Pureblood Chaos Seed Dragon Egg. Chu Changge nodded and summoned all the solar true fire within him. He then infused this blazing energy into Shun Jingqiu's body. In an instant, She experienced excruciating pain as the toxins clinging to her sought to escape, but found themselves unable to do so, instead being forcefully refined by Chu Changge. This was a perfectly normal healing process. As Chu Changge began to treat his master, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has completed selection 1. Receiving reward. 1 pure blood chaos, seed dragon egg. Meanwhile, having escaped from the Ta Ching sacred grounds, Mu Wenliang was hastening towards the ancient Lin family, feeling quite disheveled. Although he had managed to inject toxins into Shun Jingqiu during their confrontation, he himself had received a grievous wound. The overwhelming intent of the blade clung to him, refusing to be refined away. Damn that woman. How dare she recover her cultivation so silently, leading me into her trap, Mu Wenliang remarked coldly. He had never anticipated that Shun Jingqiu could conceal herself so profoundly. When had she regained her powers? Or had she, from the very beginning, never truly lost them? If that were the case, then her ruse to draw him out was exceedingly cunning, masquerading as a powerless wretch for years, even allowing her disciples to leave one after another. Just as Mu Wenliang was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly halted, a pained expression creasing his face. No. Could it be that the brand of poison within Shun Jingqiu has been completely eradicated? How is this possible? Mu Wenliang wore an expression of perplexity. This poison was a peculiar venom he had discovered in an extraordinary place. It seemed to possess a life of its own, an independent consciousness. Once it latched onto its host, it would gradually consume their essence, vitality, and cultivation. If one were to be afflicted by this poison without prompt removal, not only would their cultivation slowly dissipate, but the poison would also grow increasingly powerful by devouring more and more. Moreover, this venom belonged to the realm of utmost Yin. Without a specially designed treasure of pure yang to eliminate it entirely, it would not perish. Mu Wenliang tore open his garments, revealing a large, dark hole where his heart resided. Within this cavity, a mass of black energy had coalesced into the shape of a heart, pulsating steadily. This was the poison he had originally encountered, which had once clung to him. However, he had utilized a certain secret technique to refine the venom into a part of himself. Now, the poison within Shun Jingqiu was merely a branch of this essence residing in him. Upon its removal from Shun Jingqiu, the venom sensed the demise of its progeny. Emitting a faint wail of sorrow, Mu Wenliang's complexion darkened. Damn it, I must hasten to the Lin family. Otherwise, once Shun Jingqiu regains her cultivation, she will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon me. Mu Wenliang spoke with a calm demeanor. He understood well that Shun Jingqiu was a woman who would repay even the smallest grievance. Previously, the poison had restrained her from pursuing him. But now, with the poison within Shun Jingqiu eliminated, once she recovers, she will surely track him down through the lingering aura of his blade. He needed to swiftly seek refuge with the Lin family. With this thought, Mu Wenliang quickened his pace towards the ancient Lin family. At the Ta Ching sacred ground, several days passed. With the poison eradicated, the threat of this peculiar venom had lifted, and the Ta Ching sacred ground returned to its former tranquility. At Taishan Peak, Shun Jingqiu's complexion had completely normalized. However, her cultivation had yet to return to its peak state of great saint. Presently, she only possessed the strength of a quasi-saint at its pinnacle, and it seemed unlikely that she would fully recover in the near term, unless she consumed extraordinary treasures to replenish the cultivation she had lost over the years. Changge, I must express my gratitude to you this time. Shun Jingqiu opened her eyes and spoke gratefully to the young man before her, who was meditating to recover. Master, it is only right for me to assist you, given our bond as teacher and disciple. Chu Changge replied nonchalantly. Teacher and disciple? Shun Jingqiu was noticeably displeased by this response. Had this rebellious disciple forgotten their past? How could he still perceive their relationship as merely one of teacher and disciple? A rebellious disciple is indeed a rebellious disciple. Shun Jingqiu's mood clearly soured. However, at this moment, Chu Changge remained oblivious to the shift in his master's emotions. After stabilizing his own cultivation, he opened his eyes to assess his master's condition. Name, Shun Jingqiu. Cultivation, Quasi-Saint, Peak. Physique, Metal Saint Body. Technique, Overlord Blade Saint Art, Saint Level 6. Indestructible 9 Blades, Saint Level 9. Fate, Tai Ching Blade Saint, Red. Recent events. After solidifying her cultivation, she set out to seek vengeance against Mu Wenliang, who had been marked by her blade aura. To her dismay, Mu Wenliang had gained the protection of the ancient Lin clan. Her attempt at revenge failed, and she was subsequently pursued by powerful adversaries from the ancient Lin clan, suffering further injuries. Upon fleeing to the Wanjian mountain range, she fortuitously encountered her disciple, Chu Yang, who utilized a secret technique to conceal their presence, allowing them to escape a dire fate. Seeing this, Chu Changge furrowed his brow. Is my master out of her mind? After barely regaining her strength, She dares to seek revenge against a saint? He could not fathom the reasoning behind his master's thoughts. Clearing his throat, he cautiously advised, Master, since your cultivation has only just been restored, it would be prudent to remain here in the sacred grounds for the time being. Shen Jingxiu replied with unwavering resolve, No, I must avenge myself. That old fool Mu has inflicted such suffering upon me. I shall not allow him to escape unscathed. Her determination was resolute, as if 100 leviathans could not sway her. Chu Changge felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He knew well that convincing his master to alter her course of action was a near impossibility. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, If you are truly set on revenge, then allow your disciple to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingxiu's eyes brightened, interpreting his words as concern for her well-being. With joy, she exclaimed, Excellent. We shall set forth in a few days. Her willingness to have Chu Changge by her side stemmed from the fact that his lineage was no ordinary one. As the heir of the Chu family, his presence would undoubtedly enhance her chances of achieving vengeance. Chu Changge breathed a sigh of relief for the moment. He examined his master's status, noting that there had yet to be any changes. Uncertain of what lay ahead, he decided to set aside these trivial matters and instead investigate the nature of the dragon egg. He promptly accessed his system space and retrieved the chaotic seed pure-blood dragon egg. As he gazed upon the egg, a surge of information flooded his mind. Chaotic seed pure-blood dragon egg, a pure-blood dragon egg possessing the formidable chaotic bloodline. Hatching it will yield a chaotic true dragon, capable of commanding all dragons across the realm. Chapter 58. Mu Wenliang enters the ancient Lin clan. Staring at the dragon egg, Chu Changge pricked his finger and allowed a drop of his blood to fall upon it. The blood was swiftly absorbed by the egg. In the next moment, he felt a faint life force establishing a connection with him. Is this the aura of the chaotic true dragon? Given his current circumstances, it would likely take a month or two for complete hatching. After estimating the time frame for the chaotic true dragon's emergence, he carefully stored the egg away and exited the room, allowing Shen Jingxiu to recuperate her strength in solitude. In the ancient Lin family, the entire clan is still in pursuit of the perpetrator who murdered their divine scion. At this moment, Mu Wenliang arrived at the Lin residence. Yet no member of the family came forth to receive him. As he waited quietly, a disciple of the Lin family approached him. Old man, you claim to be a dog of our divine scion. Do you possess any proof? The disciple spoke with great arrogance, referring to the sage as a mere dog, showing him no respect whatsoever. This reflects the Lin family's attitude towards outsiders. In their eyes, there are only Lin family members and outsiders, with those serving the Lin family considered mere dogs, not worthy of being regarded as humans. Although Mu Wenliang felt a surge of anger at being addressed in such a manner, he dared not express it. He had already offended the Ta Qing sacred land and had severely injured Shen Jingxiu, inadvertently antagonizing the Chongqing Chu family as well. Having offended such formidable powers, he found himself without protection in the entire eastern wilderness, save for a few dominant factions. Thus, he sought refuge with the ancient Lin family, having only the faintest connection to them compared to the other 3 dominant factions. With a forced smile, Mu Wenliang replied, Esteemed young master, this is the identification given to me by the divine scion of Jioga. He then produced a collar inscribed with the characters Jioga, originally intended for dogs. It now adorned a human, a clear affront. Yet many would willingly endure such humiliation to align themselves with the powerful Lin family. The Lin disciple examined the collar and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is the property of the divine scion. It seems you truly are one of his. However, he continued with a harsh glare, but the divine scion is now in peril. What brings you to the ancient Lin family? His disdainful gaze suggested that, as the divine scion's dog, Mu Wenliang should have the self-awareness to end his own life and accompany the fallen scion. Trembling under the disciple's scrutiny, Mu Wenliang hastily clarified his purpose. I seek the protection of the Lin family. I know who killed the divine scion of Jioga. He exclaimed loudly, disregarding all else. What? You know who was responsible for the death of the divine scion? The Lin disciple's expression became grave. The entire ancient Lin family was in disarray due to the scion's demise, even too preoccupied to select a new divine heir. If he could obtain this crucial information and report it, not only would he likely earn great merit, but he could also ascend to the rank of a sequential disciple. The disciple then turned, Come with me. This matter is of utmost importance. I hope you speak the truth and not mere nonsense, for if you deceive us, our ancestors will not spare you. Mu Wenliang breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely behind. As for the death of Lin Jioga, he only had his suspicions. Knowing that Lin Jioga was headed to the perilous land of Wanma, and he had previously learned that Chu Changge had also ventured there. Most importantly, he encountered the divine maiden, Xiao Yanran, whom the Xiao family had been seeking, alongside Chu Changge in the perilous realm of the 10,000 demons. It was indeed peculiar that 3 heirs from dominant factions appeared within this treacherous domain, while only Lin Zhuge had perished. Moreover, the ancient Lin family was a force of paramount strength, and it was inconceivable that any other faction would dare to strike against them. Such audacity would certainly originate from the other 3 major powers. This was the conjecture of Mu Wenliang. Although merely a hypothesis, he believed it was rooted in substantial reasoning. Deep within the ancient Lin estate, Mu Wenliang encountered the 3 esteemed ancestors of the Lin family. Upon their meeting, one of the ancestors inquired, "Young one, I have heard that you possess information regarding the identity of the one who slain our Lin family's divine son." As Mu Wenliang prepared to raise his head to respond, a formidable pressure enveloped him, rendering him immobile. "Young one, you are but a hound of the Lin family. Do you presume to behold our visages? Are you courting death?" Mu Wenliang was taken aback by the multitude of rules within the Lin family. Having just entered their domain, he inadvertently offended the ancestors. He dared not lift his head again, but pressed it firmly against the ground, uttering, "I beg your forgiveness, esteemed elders. I was unaware of the Lin family's customs, and have transgressed." The 3 ancestors withdrew their oppressive aura, and spoke indifferently, "Speak." With his forehead still pressed to the ground, Mu Wenliang recounted all he had learned and his speculations. After a considerable time, his voice faded, leaving only the silhouettes of the 3 ancestors within the Lin family's sacred grounds. The Chongqing Chu family and the Taiga Shao family. How intriguing. It appears these 2 clans have long conspired against our Lin family. One ancestor exclaimed, "Any talk of marriage is mere folly. It was but a ruse devised by the Chongqing Chu and Taiga Shao families to deceive us." The countenances of the 3 ancestors darkened. Initially, upon learning of the Shao family's proposal to ally with the Chu family, which was declined, they rashly sought to cast aside their long-standing grievances, hoping to unite against the rising Chu family. However, it now seemed they had been overly naive. The grudges that had persisted for millennia could not simply be discarded at will. From the outset, the Taiga Shao family had no intention of uniting with the Lin family. They had secretly forged a pact with the Chu family, and all ensuing events were merely a performance to ensnare the Lin family. "Well played, Chu family. Well played, Shao family," the Lin ancestor declared, his expression grim. "Summon the order. From this day forth, any encounter with a member of the Taiga Shao family, regardless of who they may be, shall be met with indiscriminate execution." An edict swiftly spread throughout the ancient Lin family. After issuing the command, the ancestor turned to Mu Wenliang and said, "Young one, since you were previously allied with Zhuge, you shall remain within my Lin family and continue to serve us." Mu Wenliang realized that the information he provided had indeed secured him a commendable reward. The head moved frantically, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ancestors, for taking in Wenliang." Meanwhile, in the Taiping sacred ground, several days had passed. Shun Jingxiu finally became adept at harnessing the power of the pinnacle of quasi-saints. However, her cultivation could only progress to this point. To regain her former great saint realm, she required some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures for assistance. Upon exiting her seclusion, Shun Jingxiu swiftly sought out Chu Changge. "Let us depart, Changge. I have nearly recovered." Chapter 59, A Great Change in the Eastern Wilderness. The Chu family's divine son blocks the ancient Lin family's path. Chu Changge observed his master's condition and noted her improved complexion before setting off with her to seek revenge on Mu Wenliang. Prior to their departure, the Taiping sacred master intended to accompany Shun Jingxiu along with the elders of the sacred ground to confront Mu Wenliang. However, she declined. Ultimately, only Chu Changge and Shun Jingxiu embarked on this journey. As they left the Taiping sacred ground, Chu Changge cautiously inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" Shun Jingxiu did not respond hastily. Instead, she closed her eyes to carefully sense the position of the sword energy lingering on Mu Wenliang. "He is to the east," she declared confidently upon opening her eyes. The sword energy she had detected was indeed situated in that direction, albeit it was gradually diminishing. She needed to locate Mu Wenliang before it vanished. Otherwise, once the trace faded, seeking him for revenge would prove exceedingly arduous. Chu Changge nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had already gathered from recent events concerning his master that Mu Wenliang was currently within the ancient Lin family, though he refrained from voicing this information to avoid any potential complications or subtle shifts. With Mu Wenliang's location confirmed, the master and disciple hastened towards the east. Within the ancient Lin family, Mu Wenliang had been residing there for several days. The rich spiritual energy of the location had nearly healed his injuries. At present, he was exerting his utmost to eradicate the sword energy left by Shun Jingxiu. However, this was the residual energy of a sword saint, imbued with profound intent, making it a formidable task to eliminate. Just as Mu Wenliang was striving to dispel the sword energy, An unexpected surge of emotion overwhelmed him, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. His pupils trembled as he attempted to deduce the situation, but found himself unable to comprehend anything. What is happening? Why can I not deduce anything? Why do I suddenly feel so agitated? An ominous premonition stirred within Mu Wenliang. It seemed that remaining in the ancient Lin family would lead to dire consequences. This place is no longer safe. I must leave at once. Mu Wenliang muttered to himself. Trusting his instincts, he recalled feeling secure when he first arrived at the ancient Lin family, which had allowed him to evade pursuit from the Taiping sacred ground. Now, sensing the increasing danger, he resolved to depart without delay. However, as Mu Wenliang stepped out, he had not ventured far when he was intercepted by several disciples of the Lin family. Elder Mu, where do you think you are going? They inquired. With a smile, Mu Wenliang responded, Esteemed young masters, I have matters to attend to and wish to temporarily leave the Lin family. I hope you will grant me this favor. His demeanor was one of ingratiation. The Lin disciples, witnessing a dignified sage humbling himself to appease them, felt a swell of satisfaction. Yet, allowing him to depart? That was out of the question. Shaking their heads, they denied his request. Elder Mu, you cannot leave the Lin family for now. There are numerous factions outside hunting for you. Wait until the threat has passed before you consider departing. With that, the Lin disciples turned and walked away. Mu Wenliang stood there, bewildered, realizing he was effectively imprisoned within the ancient Lin family. Meanwhile, within the ancient Shao family, the patriarch was seething with anger. Just days prior, the Lin family had ardently promised to find talented disciples to continue their alliance through marriage with the Shao family, yet they had audaciously attacked them. Many Shao disciples, still bewildered from their training, had fallen victim to the Lin family's assault, resulting in significant casualties. Several elders of the Shao family gathered in the patriarch's hall, their faces grim as they confronted their leader. Shao Dingtian, look at the decision you've made. To ally with the Lin family? How could you conceive such a notion? And now, they have turned against our people. How many of our young talents have perished at their hands? What do you propose we do now? One elder questioned gravely. Shao Dingtian, the patriarch, wore a similarly dark expression but held a different perspective than the elders. There must be a misunderstanding here. The Lin family's sudden aggression towards us surely stems from undisclosed reasons. Give me some time, and I will ensure the situation is thoroughly investigated. What shall we do in the meantime? The Lin disciples are merciless. Upon sighting our members, they attack without hesitation. Are we to remain passive? Another elder pressed. We cannot retaliate, absolutely not. We still seek to forge an alliance with the Lin family. If we strike back, what will become of that? For now, we must recall the Shao disciples and keep them safe within our family. Shao Dingtian's response left the elders astonished. How could he, as the patriarch, permit their kin to be bullied by another clan? In pursuit of an alliance with a foe they had contended with for millennia, he lowered himself to such an extent. Were the Shao disciples to have no dignity? Must they endure ridicule and violence from the Lin disciples for the sake of this union? The elders were thoroughly displeased with Shao Dingtian's actions. They had never supported the alliance with the Lin family. Shao Dingtian, we cannot acquiesce to your demands. We, the Elder Council, will jointly petition the ancestors to intervene and remove you from your position as patriarch. In a state of utter disarray, Shao Dingtian gazed in shock at the elders after hearing their words. With indignation, he exclaimed, On what grounds do you treat me this way? I have sacrificed so much for the future of the Shao family, and yet you wish to strip me of my position as the family head? The elders regarded Shao Dingtian with frigid eyes. His actions had severely tarnished the dignity of the Shao clan, leaving them no choice but to act. Shao Dingtian. Any further words should be reserved for the ancestors, they replied sternly. Soon, this group of elders ventured to the forbidden grounds of the Shao family, where they collectively petitioned the ancestors to intervene. Upon the ancestors' involvement, they expressed their dissatisfaction with Shao Dingtian's conduct, leading to a swift replacement of his position as the head of the Shao family. The new leader adopted a resolute stance, ordering all disciples of the Shao clan, who were being pursued by the ancient Lin family, to retaliate. In an unexpected turn, the disciples of the ancient Lin family were taken by surprise and suffered considerable casualties. At this moment, the entire Eastern Desolation domain was observing this unfolding drama, a mere skirmish between two dominant powers. However, should the situation escalate poorly, it could ignite a full-blown conflict between these two formidable factions, potentially resulting in mutual destruction or a fight to the death. Over the course of a day, Chu Changge and Shun Jingxiu followed the aura of Mu Wenliang to the territory of the ancient Lin family. As the scion of the Chu family, stepping onto the grounds of another clan raised alarms. The elder of the Chu family, Chu Quangren, promptly appeared to caution, Young master. This is the territory of the ancient Lin family. We must not venture any further, lest we provoke misunderstandings. Chu Changge reassured him, Elder, rest assured. We come not to stir trouble, but to seek a person. If the ancient Lin family surrenders the individual we desire, we shall depart peacefully. Should they refuse, we shall adhere to custom. I shall personally block the Lin family's entrance, preventing their younger disciples from embarking on their training journeys. Chapter 60. Chu Changge's demands. Upon entering the domain of the ancient Lin family, Chu Changge's presence was swiftly detected by the elders and ancestors of the Lin clan. The murderer of their beloved scion, Ningshuang, had audaciously intruded upon their territory, and they had no intention of letting Chu Changge escape unscathed. They sought vengeance for Ningshuang. In an instant, disciples of the Lin family emerged, encircling Chu Changge along with several elders and ancestors. Jingqiu, sensing the dire situation, felt a wave of panic. Is this truly the Lin family's domain? Has that old ghost found refuge with the ancient Lin family? Her expression shifted. She could distinctly sense the blade aura she had left within Mu Wenliang was located ahead. Yet it was within the territory of the ancient Lin family, a development she had not anticipated. This predicament had become rather troublesome. Aware of her identity as a rebellious disciple, the scion of the dominant Chu family now found himself on the grounds of another powerful clan, the Lin family. Should this matter be mishandled, it could be perceived as a provocation between two major powers. Jingqiu contemplated abandoning her quest for vengeance against Mu Wenliang. Changge, something feels amiss here. We shall seek another opportunity for vengeance, Jingqiu declared with unwavering resolve, intending to lead Chu Changge away. However, their path of retreat was swiftly obstructed by several elders of the Lin family. Chu Changge, you've entered our Lin family's territory without a word of greeting and now wish to depart? This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? One elder remarked. And this esteemed Ta Ching Blade Saint, your master and you have intruded upon our domain, bearing hostility. Might you provide us with an explanation? The elders of the Lin family were not inclined to let Chu Changge escape so easily. He was the one who had slain their divine son. While they dared not eliminate him outright, confining him within the Lin family compound for torment until an opportune moment arose to finish the deed was certainly feasible. Seeing their escape route blocked, Jingqiu's expression turned icy. Esteemed elders, my disciple and I were in pursuit of a traitor from the Ta Ching sacred ground and inadvertently trespassed upon your territory. It was our error, and I kindly ask that you overlook this matter out of respect for my position. Jingqiu spoke with calm composure, not wishing to provoke further conflict. An elder of the Lin family chuckled lightly. Overlook it for your sake? What regard does a mere woman hold? Your incursion into our territory cannot be dismissed based on your words alone. It is imperative that our Lin family conducts its own investigation. Therefore, I must ask you both to remain here temporarily to assist in our inquiries. Upon hearing such insolent remarks, a glint of cold fury flashed in Jingqiu's eyes. Had she still possessed her former peak saintly prowess, she would have swiftly dealt with such disrespectful words. As Jingqiu pondered how to navigate this predicament, Chu Changge stepped forward. With a smile, he addressed the elders, esteemed seniors. I have come in pursuit of one named Mu Wenliang, a former elder of the Ta Ching sacred ground, who betrayed our sanctuary and harmed my master. Today, I have deduced that he is among you. I implore you not to misjudge the situation and to surrender him promptly. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to invoke the customary protocol and seal your Lin family's gates, preventing your disciples from engaging in their training. Chu Changge boldly asserted his identity, and the elder known as Chu Quangren appeared behind him, further solidifying their stature. The expressions of the Lin family's elders shifted noticeably. Blocking the gates was a method employed by the great powers of the eastern wilderness to cultivate their successors. To nurture a disciple of unparalleled potential, prominent factions would challenge other sects, engaging their disciples in battles of equal standing. During such confrontations, the senior experts of the involved factions could not interfere, as any combatants must be restrained to the same realm of power. This method of gate blocking was exclusive to formidable forces, for the one doing the blocking faced the young disciples of a major faction. Should the blocked faction suffer defeat, it would likely result in a significant blow to their morale. Such an act could effectively cripple the younger generation of a sect, a tactic many factions found distasteful. In the process of blocking the door, if there is no absolute powerhouse to maintain order, the opposing party will certainly disregard the rules. Now, with the presence of the peak quasi-emperor, the elder Chu Quangren, even the Lin family, despite being a dominant force, would bear heavy consequences if they attempted to break the rules. The expressions of the Lin family elders fluctuated between dark and light, and the numerous disciples were filled with indignation. They were, after all, a dominant power, one of the four great forces in the eastern wilderness domain. It had always been them who blocked others' doors. Today, they found themselves on the receiving end. This was a disgrace. Among the four dominant forces, only the Lin family had the record of being blocked. The elder had agreed, and the disciples had long heard of the Chu family's divine son. renowned for his unparalleled might. Yet, this was merely a rumor. And one disciple wished to test whether the divine son of the Chu family was truly as formidable as claimed. A true disciple of the Lin family's line stepped forward. His expression frosty. Esteemed elder, please grant the request of the divine son of the Chu family. His uninvited arrival at our Lin family's threshold is an affront to our honor. I shall defeat this divine son of the Chu family and uphold our Lin family's dignity. One by one, Lin family disciples stepped forward to make their pleas, causing the elders' expressions to darken further. They had no desire to acquiesce to Chu Changge's blockade. Yet, with so many young disciples, blinded by anger, stepping forth to make their demands, if the elders were to refuse, it would be a humiliation for the Lin family, essentially proving to the entire eastern wilderness domain that the ancient Lin family was inferior to the long-lived Chu family. At that moment, as the Lin family elders hesitated, voices of the ancestors echoed from deep within the Lin residence. Agree to him. Since the divine son of the Chu family has personally come to our Lin family to block the door, would refusing not imply that we fear the Chu family? With the ancestors' agreement, the Lin family elders ceased their deliberations. They cast indifferent gazes toward Chu Changge. Since you wish to challenge our Lin family's disciples according to the rules, we have no reason to refuse. However, before we begin, our Lin family has certain conditions. Divine son Chu, I trust you won't take offense? Chu Changge replied in a calm tone. None at all, for I too have a small request. Both parties had their respective demands, which was not unreasonable. The Lin family elder stated, if you, divine son Chu, were to be defeated by our Lin family's disciples, we hope you would assist us in investigating the death of our divine son. Would that be acceptable? Chu Changge nodded. Naturally, that is agreeable. However, should I emerge victorious, I expect that not a single disciple of the Lin family will stand as my equal, and I request the surrender of that old fellow Mu Wenliang. This request was not excessive, was it? Chapter 61. The Might of the Chu family's divine son. The Lin family quickly acquiesced to Chu Changge's request. Agreed. They viewed Mu Wenliang merely as a pawn of the Lin family. It was preferable to trade him than any other member of the Lin family. Observing this, Chu Changge smiled broadly at the Lin family disciples. Well then, my terms have been laid out. Who among you wishes to step forward first? At this moment, the Lin family disciples regained their composure. As their gazes met with that of Chu Changge, they instinctively lowered their heads, unable to bear the weight of his penetrating stare. Under the scrutiny of this scion of the Chu family, they felt as though they were facing a formidable beast from ancient times. What happened? Just a moment ago. Weren't you all so boisterous? Now why the sudden dread? Chu Changge mocked. The expression of the Lin family elder darkened considerably. Just moments earlier, these individuals had been clamoring, boldly suggesting that they should not refuse Chu Changge. Yet now, as the moment approached, they began to cower, faced with Chu Changge's derision. Several disciples of the Lin family steeled themselves against their fear and one stepped forward. I will, a young man declared, taking the initiative. The elder of the Lin family felt a sense of relief upon witnessing someone from the younger generation finally daring to confront Chu Changge. He then introduced Chu Sion. This is a talented disciple of our Lin family, Lin Jiutian, who has recently broken through to the Golden Core realm. The elder provided only a brief introduction regarding Lin Jiutian's name and cultivation level, offering no further details. Just entered the Golden Core realm. Has he? Very well. I shall seal my cultivation at the Golden Core level to compete with you. As Chu Changge spoke, he, who originally possessed the cultivation of the Imperial realm, consecutively suppressed several major levels, ultimately restraining himself to the Golden Core realm for this contest against Lin Jiutian. Once both sides were prepared, the crowd cleared a space for the duel. Let the battle commence, Chu Changge declared, placing one hand behind his back while beckoning Lin Jiutian with the other. This brazen gesture ignited a surge of anger within Lin Jiutian. Arrogant. He acted decisively, launching a powerful punch that unleashed a torrential fist wind. Roar. A tiger's roar echoed, imbued with the power to assault the very souls of others. After delivering the blow, Lin Jiutian confidently withdrew his fist. Observing that Chu Changge remained still, filled with pride. Is this the extent of the Chu family's scion's prowess? It appears rather trivial. Chu Changge suddenly smiled. A commendable technique. Splendid physique, and even a means to attack one's soul. Unfortunately, you are simply too weak. He brushed off the dust from his clothing and tidied his disheveled hair. Remnants of Lin Jiutian's earlier assault. Stunned, Lin Jiutian's expression shifted to one of shock. The scion of the Chu family had withstood his soul attack? He remained unscathed? Before he could fully process this, Chu Changge stepped forward. Heavenly stealing leg. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Jiutian, delivering a punch. True dragon treasure technique. Accompanied by a phantom of a true dragon formed from condensed vitality, it pierced through Lin Jiutian's body, sending him hurtling away. The battle concluded effortlessly in Chu Changge's favor. Jiutian, a delicately featured woman, cried out in alarm upon witnessing Lin Jiutian's dire state. The other disciples of the Lin family wore grim expressions. This was merely a contest. Yet Chu Changge had struck with such severity. Lin Jiutian, now weakened and with his dantian damaged, faced an uncertain future regarding his cultivation. This is not a contest. It is an act of murder. Chu Changge, what do you mean by this? Are you truly seeking a contest, or do you intend to silence your opponents? The exquisite woman, concerned for Lin Jiutian, abruptly turned to question him. Chu Changge, with a look of helplessness, spread his hands in explanation. Esteemed guests, do not cast blame upon this divine son. I have yet to unleash my full potential, revealing merely the strength of a nascent soul at less than the first level. Who could have anticipated that my opponent would be so feeble? Might I suggest that you send forth individuals of greater prowess to compete with me? If that is not feasible, simply concede and hand over that old fellow Mu Wenliang. Chu Changge's words ignited a burning shame among the disciples of the Lin family, akin to receiving a flurry of stinging slaps. It was evident that he looked down upon them. At that moment, an elder of the Lin family spoke solemnly. Disciples, heed my command. If you lack the capacity to defeat an opponent across a significant realm, do not recklessly challenge the scion of the Chu family. The elder had discerned Chu Changge's combat prowess, which had showcased the potential of an emperor possessing the strength to vanquish foes across great realms. To challenge him without such capability would only lead to a fate similar to Lin Jiutian's. They had already witnessed Lin Jiutian's downfall. They could not afford to ruin others further. With the elder's command, many disciples of the Lin family abandoned the notion of confronting Chu Changge. At that moment, the graceful woman stepped forward. Chu Changge, I am Lin Yan, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Please, enlighten me. Lin Yan glared at Chu Changge, her expression filled with fury. No, it was more akin to murderous intent. One could only wonder about the connection between her and the injured Lin Jiutian. As her concern was palpable, Chu Changge welcomed the challenge, nodding in assent. Pray enlighten me. As his words faded, he remained in position, awaiting Lin Yan's move. Chu Changge, will you not restore your cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm? Lin Yan inquired, hesitating to strike. After all, this was a battle within the same realm, and she wished not to claim any unfair advantage. However, what Chu Changge said next ignited her desire to eliminate him. Alas, Miss Lin, as a woman of delicate constitution, should I return to my peak cultivation in the nascent soul realm, a mere punch would cause your body to explode. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's beautiful eyes flared with intense rage. Chu Changge, feigning concern for her well-being, was in fact belittling her, looking down upon her. Very well, Chu Changge. I hope you do not come to regret this. There is no remedy for regret in this world. With that, Lin Yan moved with astonishing speed, her figure eluding the eyes of ordinary observers. In an instant, she found herself behind Chu Changge, her body pressed closely against him, the blade of her sword poised against his throat. Chu Changge, I warned you not to underestimate anyone from the Lin family. You have lost. Lin Yan spoke in a cold tone, her breath brushing against his ear. The sword she wielded was a quasi-holy artifact. With her cultivation, even a being 2 realms above her could be effortlessly pierced by its edge. Chu Changge smiled faintly and said, Lose? You haven't even managed to injure me. The divine son. How can there be talk of winning or losing? Lin Yan scoffed. It seems that divine son Chu is one of those who won't shed tears until faced with the coffin. Very well, I hope that when the blood flows later, you will not regret it. With unwavering confidence, Lin Yan swung her sword, a blade sharp enough to easily pierce the bodies of Imperial Realm experts, gliding across Chu Changge's neck. Yet, the scene of blood splattering that the Lin family disciples had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, sparks flew in all directions. Lin Yan was stunned. How is this possible? Why is your physical body so formidable? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within Chu Changge, sending Lin Yan flying. He swiftly turned, seizing her delicate neck with his large hand. The strength of this divine son is not something that mere mortals like you can comprehend. Chapter 62. The battle at the door, 1 against 10. The elders of the Lin family observed Chu Changge's unusual demeanor, their eyes filled with a palpable killing intent. They quickly shouted, Divine Son Chu, cease at once. Do you intend to violate the rules? Divine Son Chu, wait. Release Lin Yan. This is a misunderstanding. But Chu Changge paid no heed to their words. He struck with a fist, landing a devastating blow to Lin Yan's abdomen, an overwhelming force penetrating her body, utterly annihilating her dantian and golden core. Lin Yan was rendered powerless. Bang! Chu Changge flung her aside. He then turned his gaze towards the other disciples of the Lin family and spoke in a calm tone. Is there anyone else? The faces of the Lin family disciples darkened, and the expression of the elders was even more ghastly. How could the divine son of the Chu family show them such disrespect? They had clearly urged him to show mercy, yet he acted as if he had not heard them at all. What do you mean by this, divine son? Is this how one blocks the door? Do you intend to disrupt the rules established by our four great powers? One elder from the Lin family questioned defiantly. He had clearly witnessed Lin Yan exhibiting murderous intent towards Chu Changge, but had not intervened. Now, with the roles reversed, as soon as Chu Changge revealed a hint of killing intent, they spoke out against him, even criticizing his actions. What a blatant double standard. Chu Changge replied indifferently. Esteemed elder, when Lin Yan harbored murderous thoughts towards me, why did you not step in to stop her? Had I not been powerful enough to withstand her, I might have already met my demise. His words silenced the Lin family elders, leaving them unable to retort. They could only swallow their indignation and digest their grievances in silence. Turning back to the Lin family disciples, Chu Changge inquired, do you wish to continue? My time is limited. If you feel that one of you is not courageous enough to face me, I grant you the opportunity to send 2, 3, 4, or even 10 of you to challenge me together. His words provoked the disciples of the Lin family, as they felt insulted by the implication that they could not hold their own. Meanwhile, Shen Jingqiu, standing nearby, was filled with concern. In the midst of fervent discourse, Changge cautioned against recklessness and urged not to underestimate humanity, for this world is replete with extraordinary talents and brilliant minds. One must tread carefully to avoid missteps. Rest assured, Master, he stated calmly, I am confident in my ability to handle them. Observing the unwavering confidence of the esteemed Changge, the disciples of the Lin family began to step forward, one by one. Very well. Since this is your request, if you should falter, do not blame us for adhering to the rules and overwhelming you with our numbers. I am Ningshuang, the third disciple of the Lin family. A robust young man clad in white emerged. I am Ningshuang, the fourth disciple of the Lin family, and I seek your guidance. Changge, another youthful figure, distinguished with striking features and the demeanor of a swordsman, approached, emanating an intense aura of blade intent that was palpable to all in attendance. Lin Bufan, disciple of the Lin family. Lin Miao Yi, disciple of the Lin family. Before long, a stream of ambitious youths from the Lin family emerged, eager to defend their honor. Their cultivation levels varied significantly, with some reaching the heights of the celestial realm, while others had just entered the golden core stage. These were the finest of the Lin family's younger generation, as inferred from the excited murmurs that enveloped the surroundings upon their appearance. After a brief pause, Changge surveyed the 10 before him and inquired, is it only you 10? Does anyone else wish to take the stage? As silence enveloped the gathering, and seeing no further challengers from the Lin family, Changge smiled gently. It appears you are indeed the bravest among the Lin family. The highest among you stands at the 5th layer of the celestial realm, while the lowest is at the 2nd layer of the golden core. You shall all confront me at once. I shall reveal only my 6th layer of the golden core to match your collective strength, which seems fair enough, does it not? Changge deliberately chose not to engage them with his full prowess, opting instead to match them at the median of their abilities. Not excessive at all, Ningshuang replied, shaking his head. Then let us commence. Upon finishing his words, Changge's cultivation surged dramatically, ascending from the initial stage of the golden core to the 6th layer, thereby regaining a portion of his formidable strength. The 10 disciples of the Lin family wasted no time. Under Ningshuang's command, they moved into action. Go. Do not hold back against the Changge, strike fiercely. The 10 disciples launched their attacks from various angles, encircling Changge. For an ordinary person, such a situation would instill paralyzing fear, causing trembling limbs and quaking bodies. Yet, their target was the revered son of the Chu family, Changge. Disregarding the onslaught, Changge summoned the golden core within him. Suddenly, a searing wave of energy erupted, sending the 10 Lin disciples hurtling backward. What is this? Such blinding light, such scorching heat. I am aflame. One of the Lin disciples cried out in terror. Is that the sun? How is it possible? The son of the Chu family harbors a son within him? Is he even human? Has he transcended to immortality? The disciples of the Lin family trembled in fear as they beheld the resplendent golden core emerging from Chu Changge's body, causing them to collapse onto the ground, an odd, foul stench wafting from their trousers. This was no ordinary golden core. Could it be the purest of the pure, the ultimate Yang golden core? How could this be? It was a golden core surpassing the highest quality. An elder from the Lin family finally recognized the situation. The dazzling brilliance, the intense aura radiating from the golden core, was indeed a special golden core. Chu Changge wielded this pure Yang golden core with mastery. As the fiery golden core spun gracefully in the air, true solar flames descended from the heavens, soon engulfing several Lin disciples. Boom! The flames erupted, incinerating their garments and scorching their flesh. The searing pain quickly forced a number of Lin disciples to capitulate. Lord Chu, I concede. Lin Zhuyao, surrender. Please spare my life. Lord Chu, do not burn my face. I, Lin Miaoi, also yield. Within mere moments, several Lin disciples could no longer endure the searing solar flames and hastily surrendered. They had not even brushed against a corner of Chu Changge's robe before conceding, leaving the elders of the Lin family feeling as though they had been soundly slapped in the face. The remaining Lin disciples possessed the cultivation of the celestial realm, allowing them to withstand the onslaught of the true solar flames. Chu Changge regarded them coolly. Well, the troublesome weaklings have been dealt with. Now it is your turn. Chapter 63. The conclusion of the gate battle and Lin family's forced compromise. The few individuals whose garments had been completely incinerated by the solar flames darkened in countenance upon hearing Chu Changge's remarks. They wished to retort, but were silenced by their own elder. Enough. Must you further disgrace yourselves? With the elder's intervention, they dared not speak further. At this moment, Chu Changge and the remaining Lin disciples began to engage in combat. Multiple figures soared from the ground to the sky and back again. Chu Changge's eyes radiated with black and white light, rendering all their movements as slow as molasses in his imperial falling twin eyes, which effortlessly captured their every action. Is this all you are capable of? Are you not renowned for your prowess to defeat foes of higher cultivation? I have suppressed my cultivation several realms below yours. Yet you still cannot best me? Perhaps you should concede. Continuing this battle will only bring you further humiliation. Chu Changge's words struck deeply at their pride. Chu Changge, do not insult us. Cold Moon's sacred body, activate. A wave of frigid energy erupted from one Lin disciple, coalescing into a thick layer of dark clouds that obscured the sky. The atmosphere dimmed instantly. Heavenly Sword Spirit Body, activate. Another Lin disciple unleashed his innate power. A fierce sword intent surging forth, summoning thousands of long swords that rained down upon Chu Changge. The disciples of the Lin family ceased their restraint, each unleashing their most formidable technique, intent on subduing this audacious individual, aiming to demonstrate that the Lin family's heirs are by no means feeble. How intriguing. The situation is finally becoming captivating. Alas, it seems your prowess still falls short. Chu Changge, without hesitation, summoned the energy of his unique physique. Void Celestial Bone. An enigmatic force suddenly enveloped the surrounding space, rendering the air around the Lin disciples devoid of substance. An invisible hand confined them, halting their movements, leaving them utterly motionless. A voice, tinged with indifference, resounded. Spatial execution. A wave of lethal spatial energy surged towards the disciples. Chu Changge intended to eliminate them. The elders of the Lin family discerned this intent and acted instantaneously. Hold on, divine son of Chu, we concede. The Lin family concedes. Stop, divine son of Chu. You have overstepped. This is excessive. Several elders, all possessing the cultivation of the sacred realm, swiftly dismantled Chu Changge's spatial confinement. However, the formless spatial blades still inflicted injuries upon the Lin disciples. While they were not slain, they suffered severed limbs. Chu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a disapproving gaze at the intervening Lin elders. Esteemed elders, what is the meaning of this? You interfere in my battle with them. This constitutes a breach of conduct. Divine son of Chu, it is you who has breached the rules. The blockade battle is meant to be a test of skill, not a fight to the death. You clearly intended to kill them. Chu Changge shook his head, refuting the elder's assertion. I merely exerted a bit more force. I did not slay them. My battle with them is not yet concluded, yet you intervene. It seems the Lin family cannot bear to lose. With a deep sigh, Chu Changge expressed his discontent. Behind him, Chu Quangren stepped forward. With his presence, Chu Changge's words carried considerable weight. Esteemed elders, an explanation is in order. Chu Quangren stated coldly. The Lin elders exchanged glances, eager to refute, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate the claim that Chu Changge sought to slay their disciples. After all, throughout the blockade battle thus far, which included 3 fierce confrontations, there had been no casualties. To now insist that Chu Changge aimed to kill their disciples would imply that the Lin family cannot endure defeat. If word of this were to spread, would the Lin family then dare to confront other factions for training their heirs? The elders found themselves in a precarious position, especially under the pressure of Chu Quangren. They felt increasingly anxious. He was a peak quasi-emperor, after all. At that moment, a sigh echoed from deep within the Lin family. Alas, Quangren, do not frighten our juniors. Let this blockade battle conclude here. You, the Chu family, have emerged victorious, and the commitments made previously will be honored by the Lin family. It was the voice of the Lin family's ancestor. Should he fail to make an appearance to provide an explanation to the madman of Chu, it is conceivable that the few elder members of the Lin family who acted might not survive. The madman of Chu discerned the identity of the voice as owner and chuckled. How delightful. It seems there are still individuals of reason within the vast Lin family. Hand him over quickly. We must take our leave. Although the Lin elders harbored reluctance to surrender the troublesome Mu Wenliang, they dared not defy the ancestral decree. With clasped fists and a slight bow, they addressed him, "Senior madman, we beg your pardon for our earlier transgressions, and we hope you will not hold it against us. We shall fetch the individual forthwith." Meanwhile, within the ancient Lin family's confines, Mu Wenliang, engrossed in his cultivation, increasingly sensed a disquietude in his heart. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Something felt amiss. Why was his heartbeat accelerating? It seemed as though an ominous event was imminent. Just as he pondered this, a loud crash resounded as someone forcefully kicked open his door. Several furious Lin elders stormed into his abode. "What is the meaning of this, elders?" he inquired with confusion. "You appear agitated. Has something grave occurred within the Lin family that requires my assistance?" One elder barked with fury. "What do you mean, your Lin family? You are no kin of ours. You are a harbinger of misfortune, bringing us nothing but calamity." Mu Wenliang, bewildered, failed to comprehend their words. They were speaking too much. First, they should deal with him. This fellow had caused them to be humiliated by the Chu family today, and soon. Word of this incident would spread throughout the eastern wilderness, tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. Without hesitation, several Lin elders seized Mu Wenliang and delivered a severe beating. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds would grasp the implication of the phrase Chu family. This was vengeance from Chu Changge against his master. Realizing that remaining would lead to certain death, Mu Wenliang felt no hesitation as he attempted to resist and flee. However, the Lin elders were quick to see through his intentions. "Humph, you think you can escape? If we do not present you to the son of Chu, we are the ones who will perish." In an instant, they subdued the fleeing Mu Wenliang and dragged his battered form to the entrance of the Lin family estate. They tossed him, resembling a beaten dog, before Chu Changge. "Son of Chu, we have brought what you sought. May we now take our leave from the Lin family?" Just as Chu Changge was about to nod in agreement and depart with Mu Wenliang, a panel of destiny choices materialized before him. Chapter 64, Destiny Choice. Demand compensation from the ancient Lin family. Beep. Current experiences detected, triggering destiny choice. Option 1. Depart immediately, avoiding further trouble. Reward, 1 divine bone. Option 2. Remain. Demand the ancient Lin family pay for their interference in the battle. Reward, chaotic immortal eye. Please make your selection. Chu Changge gazed at the rewards presented on this choice panel, noting the disparities anew, and a look of puzzlement crossed his face. How strange. Has this panel malfunctioned again? In his heart, Chu Changge mused. However, there was little to contemplate this time. After all, there were no fortunate heirs among the ancient Lin clan, and the reward naturally had to be adjusted accordingly. After accepting Mu Wenliang, Chu Changge did not hasten to depart. With a smile, he remarked, "Leave? It is not yet time to leave. Just now, your Lin clan rashly intervened in the battle between this divine son and others. While you provided a reasonable explanation, no compensation has been offered." The mention of recent events caused the faces of the Lin elders to darken considerably. "What do you mean, divine son? Was it not agreed that this matter would not be pursued? Who said it would not be pursued? Compensation must be provided for it to be considered resolved." The elders of the Lin clan, though visibly troubled, found themselves powerless against Chu Changge. Just as they struggled to reach a decision, a detached voice floated from deep within the Lin clan's ancestral grounds. "Grant him what he seeks." Within the forbidden area of the ancient Lin clan, several ancestral figures had been closely monitoring the situation outside. Their expressions were equally grim, yet they understood that now was not the time to provoke the Chu clan. After all, they still faced the ancient Shao clan. Should they stir trouble with the Chu clan now, the combined forces of the Chu and Shao clans would spell disaster for the ancient Lin clan. At this moment, they could only wait for the opening of the Liu Cave in 3 months, await the celestial fortunes within, and anticipate breakthroughs in their cultivation. When that time came, they would be unfazed by either the Shao or Chu clans, even if the two families chose to ally. Outside, Chu Changge was surprised by how readily the Lin clan acquiesced to his demands. This unexpected compliance left him somewhat astonished, as he had perceived this choice to be rather challenging. Otherwise, the reward would not be so substantial. Yet, the progress was surprisingly smooth. It appeared that his choice had not been in vain. Chu Changge secretly reveled in his good fortune. The chaotic celestial eye was indeed a power surpassing even his emperor's falling eye. One of the Lin elders, obeying the ancestral command, solemnly inquired, "Divine son Chu, since the ancestor has acquiesced to your request, please specify what you desire as compensation from our Lin clan." Upon hearing this, Chu Changge turned to the Grand Elder and asked, "Elder, what treasures does the Lin clan possess?" Since the Lin clan was willing to compensate, he intended to select the finest treasures. However, he was not well acquainted with the clan's assets. Only someone like the Grand Elder, who had lived for countless years and dealt extensively with the Lin clan, could grasp their true wealth. After a moment of contemplation, the eccentric elder, Chu Changge, seemed to recall something valuable and spoke up. I have heard that within the ancient Lin clan lies a celestial divine tree, purportedly brought from a certain forbidden area. This tree bears fruit once every 3,000 years. I do not ask for much, merely 10 Inyang Xianlong fruits. With his declaration, Chu Changge made a bold demand. The Inyang Xianlong fruit was a sacred treasure, possessing the power to reverse fate and alter destinies. For those with spiritual bodies, consuming one could potentially elevate their spiritual form to a kingly or even saintly body. Such treasures, the madman from Chu demands 10 at once. This caused the expressions of the Lin family members to darken considerably. Even the Lin family's elder, who was concealed within the forbidden grounds, bore a similar countenance. How audacious of this madman from Chu to make such a request. The Inyang mystic dragon tree has only borne fruit for a mere 30,000 years within our Lin family, yielding fruit once every 3,000 years, totaling less than 10 times, with each harvest at most producing 10 fruits. Yet he dares to request 10 in one go. What insatiable greed. Humph. This Chu madman truly does not know his place. Does he not fear that our Lin family might turn hostile? We have yet to settle the score for the incident where the son of the Chu family murdered our own. The elder of the Lin family said, his anger palpable. Subsequently, a detached voice resonated from the forbidden grounds. 10 is excessive. Our Lin family shall only provide your Chu family with 5. If you do not accept this, then let the matter rest. The elder's decision unequivocally expressed the stance of the Lin family. The Chu madman was unconcerned. He never truly expected to obtain 5 fruits, as his aim was merely 2 or 3 of the Inyang mystic dragon fruits. However, in pursuit of greater gains, he made such a bold demand. To receive 5 would already surpass his expectations. The Chu madman smiled faintly, stating, 5 will suffice. I am grateful to the Lin family for this generous gift. The elders of the Lin family wore grim expressions as they proceeded to retrieve the treasures from the vault. At that moment, a notification chimed in Chu Changge's mind. Ding. Host has completed choice 2, earning the reward, Chaos Celestial Eye. Does the host wish to merge with the Chaos Celestial Eye now? Chu Changge promptly declined. To merge with such a formidable artifact on the Lin family's territory would be tantamount to courting death. Should the Lin family discover the extent of his talent, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him, preventing his growth. As Chu Changge and his companions awaited, he handed Mu Wenliang over to Shenzhengqiu. Master, please deal with this person, Chu Changge stated coldly. At that moment, Mu Wenliang was battered and bruised, his acupoint sealed, rendering him immobile and incapable of speech. His swollen eyes, filled with dread, gazed at Shenzhengqiu, as if pleading for mercy. Humph, old ghost Mu. Did you ever anticipate that your ambush would lead to your swift downfall at my hands? Shenzhengqiu remarked coldly as she unsheathed an unremarkable long blade. In the next moment, she decisively struck. One slash shattered the heavens and fractured the earth. With but a single stroke, Shenzhengqiu, at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, felled Mu Wenliang. A vicious fissure tore towards the Lin family's direction, halting just as it reached the entrance. Witnessing the gaping chasm created by Shenzhengqiu's strike, which perfectly aligned with the Lin family's doorstep, left the elders of the Lin family in a state of alarm. Shenzhengqiu's display served as a warning, a reminder to the elders of the Lin family not to dare bully her disciple. Faced with such a threat from a quasi-saint, the expressions of the Lin elders were exceedingly grim. However, since Shenzhengqiu was Chu Changge's master, they refrained from voicing their grievances, choosing to act as though nothing had transpired. Before long, 5 Inyang mystic dragon fruits were retrieved from the Lin family's treasury. The esteemed Lord Chu, we have procured what you requested. This is compensation for our abrupt interference in your battle. The reparations have now been delivered. We kindly ask that you vacate the Lin family territory at once. Chapter 65. The Demise of Chu Tianxiong and the Fusion of the Chaotic Celestial Eye. Chu Changge and his companions exchanged no further words. With the compensation secured and Mu Wenliang thoroughly vanquished, there was no longer any reason for them to linger. They swiftly departed from the ancient Lin clan. After their exit, the ancient Lin clan hastily summoned all disciples engaged in battle with the Shao clan back to their stronghold. Shortly thereafter, the ancient Lin clan announced their retreat from the world, causing a stir throughout the Eastern Desolation domain. Even Chu Changge and his party, who had only recently departed, were taken aback by the news. Was the ancient Lin clan truly so fragile as to withdraw from the world over a few lost contests? Such a prominent power, reduced to this. Chu Changge scoffed. The ancient Lin clan indeed seems to be declining with each generation. Observing the current youth of the clan, he noted that only a handful of them were exceptional, and those few were arrogant and domineering. The ancient Lin clan appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Chu Changge echoed the mockery. The commotion surrounding this blockade was rather muted. After all, the ancient Lin clan's immediate retreat prevented the news from spreading widely. Thus, few were aware of the events. Divine One, where shall we proceed next? Chu Changge inquired. Let us return to the family, Chu Changge replied. He wished to see how Chu Hao and Chu Tianxiong were faring in his absence. It had been several days since he had ventured out. And if any misfortune had befallen Chu Tianxiong during this time, it would imply that Chu Hao possessed formidable tactics. He had previously cautioned Chu Tianxiong. If Chu Hao could deceive someone into leaving and then eliminate them, it showcased his considerable prowess. Nodding in understanding, Chu Changge chose to remain silent, concealing himself in the void to continue his silent protection of Chu Changge. Master, what are your plans moving forward? Chu Changge asked, turning to Shun Jingxiu. I shall return to the sacred land to seek treasures that will restore my cultivation, Shun Jingxiu replied nonchalantly. The two harbored diverging goals, and after a brief moment, they parted ways. Outside the eternal Chang family, amidst a mountain range, Chu Hao surveyed the corpse lying on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. At last, I have reclaimed my supreme sacred body's essence. The lifeless form was none other than Chu Tianxiong, whom Chu Changge had recently warned about. Utilizing some unknown means, Chu Hao had deceived him out of the family and into this secluded mountain where he had met his demise, allowing Chu Hao to reclaim the supreme sacred body's essence that had once been taken from him. Now, Chu Hao had grown significantly stronger, having ascended to the Emperor realm, making him the most formidable of the younger generation within the eternal Chang family, aside from Chu Changge. Rest assured, Chu Changge, your turn will come soon. You extracted my essence, and the suffering I endured will surely be visited upon you, Chu Hao declared with malice. Following this, he incinerated the body and returned to his family. Everything he did was shrouded in secrecy. Even the demise of Chu Tianxiong, a disciple of the series, went unnoticed by anyone within the Chu family. For behind Chu Hao stood a peerless being who safeguarded his path, cloaking his presence and obstructing the prying eyes of others. Upon returning to the eternal life Chu family, Chu Changge immediately sought out Chu Tianxiong. Unfortunately, within his cave dwelling, he found no trace of Chu Tianxiong. Damn. It seems he has encountered trouble after all, Chu Changge muttered inwardly. Evidently, Chu Hao's fortune was far greater than those protagonists he had previously encountered. He could silently influence a person's thoughts. He believed that Chu Tianxiong was quite obedient to him. Logically, having already warned Chu Tianxiong, the latter should not have ventured out recklessly, yet he had still left his cave. Now, it was likely a matter of life and death. Just as Chu Changge clung to a sliver of hope, contemplating the possible locations where Chu Tianxiong might appear, Chu Hao silently approached him from behind. Changge, you have returned. A faint voice came from behind. Chu Changge turned to see Chu Hao, who wore a proud expression. Datian brother, what brings you here? Chu Changge replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the information regarding Chu Hao. Name, Chu Hao. Cultivation, Emperor Realm, First Layer. Physique, Supreme Divine Body. Techniques, Kuanping Treasure Art, Emperor Level, First Stage. True Dragon Treasure Art, Emperor Level, First Stage. Indestructible Scripture, Emperor Level, First Stage. Fate, Perfect Emperor, Gold. Recent events. After employing cunning to slay Chu Tianxiong, he reclaimed the essence of his original supreme holy body from within, and upon completion of refinement, his cultivation was enhanced. He then ventured to the 10,000 Sword Mountain range, where he acquired the 10 Fiend Treasure Art and the Grass Character Sword Technique. Observing the information before him, a cold glint gradually emerged in Chu Changge's eyes. Chu Hao's cultivation had indeed risen. His suspicions had proven correct. Chu Tianxiong had ultimately perished at Chu Hao's hands. Furthermore, Chu Hao had recently encountered fortuitous opportunities. The 10 Fiend Treasure Art and the Grass Character Sword Technique were renowned for their potency, capable of severing the sun, moon, and stars with but a single blade. Should this fall into Chu Hao's possession, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength significantly. Noticing the coldness in Chu Changge's gaze, Chu Hao felt a twinge of surprise. How curious. Why does he exhibit such overt hostility towards me? Chu Hao pondered in confusion, unable to grasp why. With his identity undisclosed and Chu Changge unable to see through his facade, the latter, a benefactor of the Chu family, would harbor such animosity. Could it be that my excellence has incited jealousy in Chu Changge, instilling fear of losing his position as the son? The only rationale Chu Hao could conceive was this. This individual remains as he was, easily consumed by envy of others' superiority. Yet, such traits only invite sorrow for the envious. Chu Hao was entirely unfazed by the hostility emanating from Chu Changge. With a faint smile, he inquired, Changge, what do you think of me? Is there something amiss? Chu Changge shook his head and said, No, it's just that Tianxiong has gone missing. Brother Ritian, have you seen him? Chu Hao also shook his head and replied, Longashensei, I have not encountered Brother Tianxiu. Perhaps he has gone out to train. His cultivation is formidable, and you need not worry about him. Chu Changge gazed deeply at Chu Hao for a moment. Very well, I understand. After uttering these words, Chu Changge departed from the residence of the disciples under Chu Tianxiu. Once he left, Chu Hao's smile gradually faded. The aura of Chu Changge had grown stronger. He realized he must exert greater effort in his cultivation, lest he becomes outmatched in the future. Sensing the overwhelming presence emanating from Chu Changge, Chu Hao understood that he would certainly fall short in a confrontation. Thus, he resolved to continue his diligent training. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Chu Hao, you may continue your training outside. Venture to the Wanjian mountain range. The very place you once fled, there lies an opportunity that is most suitable for you. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Hao's heart leaped with joy. Yes, Sister Lucienne. Chu Changge returned to the residence of the Shinsi and retrieved the chaotic Immortal Eye. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Chu Hao's rate of growth surpassed his expectations. He needed to swiftly merge with this unique physique to elevate his strength. System, initiate the fusion with the chaotic Immortal Eye. Chapter 66. The nine-leaf sword grasped deep within the Wanjian mountain range. As his voice fell, Chu Changge felt a peculiar energy surge into his eyes. This energy integrated with his gaze. The once pitch-black pupils underwent a transformation. The left pupil turned white, while the right became black. Each eye now possessed distinct abilities. With the fusion of the chaotic Immortal Eye, Chu Changge's cultivation progressed rapidly, breaking through to the Nirvana realm. When the energy within him completely assimilated, his cultivation stabilized at the first layer of Nirvana. Having merged with the chaotic Immortal Eye, Chu Changge finally rose to his feet. It is time to set forth to the Wanjian mountain range, he murmured. Although the time taken for the fusion seemed but a fleeting moment, several days had actually passed. He needed to hasten his journey to the Wanjian mountain range, aiming to intercept the grass character sword technique before Chu Hao could obtain it. With this thought, Chu Changge departed from the Chu family, heading towards the Wanjian mountain range. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Wanjian mountain range, Chu Hao was aimlessly searching for the opportunity mentioned by Lucienne. How strange, there should be precious treasures here, yet after wandering for so long, I have yet to find anything. Chu Hao expressed his bewilderment. He had spent 2 days in the Wanjian mountain range, almost without rest, exploring every nook and cranny. However, despite traversing a significant portion of the mountain range, he had not encountered the opportunity Lucienne had alluded to. Was it necessary to delve deeper? Chu Hao glanced towards the heart of the Wanjian mountain range, hesitating for a moment. The truly perilous areas were said to lie within. It was rumored that even a sage could enter and never return. A place capable of causing even saints to fall must undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Chu Hao gazed into the depths of the Wanjian mountain range, his resolve gradually solidifying. I shall venture forth, even if it is a den of dragons and tigers. I must enter. Without daring to explore these treacherous lands, how can my strength be rapidly enhanced? Motivated, Chu Hao proceeded deeper into the Wanjian mountain range, that ominous realm where even saints have met their demise. Shortly after Chu Hao ventured into the heart of the mountains, Chu Changge also arrived within the Wanjian mountain range. He did not search aimlessly. Instead, his once pitch-black eyes transformed into a striking duality of black and white. Upon activating his chaotic celestial eyes, the world around him shifted in his perception. Streams of vibrant, multicolored auras spread throughout the area. These were the harbingers of fortune, with each hue signifying a different opportunity. However, Chu Changge disregarded these fortunes, his mind recalling the essence of Chu Hao. Soon, the colorful auras gradually faded from his vision, leaving only an intensely fiery aura guiding him deeper into the Wanjian mountain range. This was the essence of Chu Hao he remembered. So, he has ventured deep into the mountains. This lad possesses remarkable courage, daring to explore the depths of the Wanjian mountain range all alone. Despite only being at the Emperor realm, Chu Changge mused about the audacity of those destined for greatness. He had heard of the dangers that lurked deep within the Wanjian mountain range, a place where even the mightiest of saints could fall. Nonetheless, given his current foundation, he was not deterred by such threats. Following the guiding essence of Chu Hao, he too made his way deeper into the Wanjian mountain range. Meanwhile, within the same mountain range, a stealthy figure was swiftly traversing the terrain. Had Chu Changge been present, he would have recognized this figure as Xiao Fan, who he had encountered previously. Clad in dark garments, Xiao Fan moved with incredible speed through the Wanjian mountain range. Master, where exactly is that opportunity you spoke of? It is perilous here. Powerful beasts are everywhere, and we cannot linger, Xiao Fan said cautiously. With the aid of his master, the true immortal of Yaotai, he had successfully broken the curse of the ancestral sacred body and embarked on his path of cultivation. In just over a month, He had ascended to the pinnacle of the Meridian realm, a feat that even his master praised, declaring him a once-in-an-era genius. Xiaofan, you must exercise caution. I recall when I descended to the mortal realm, accompanying your rebellious disciple during their trials in the eastern wilderness. I once spotted a 9-leaf sword grass deep within the Wanjian mountain range. If you can obtain it in its mature state, consuming it will grant you a powerful inheritance. A formidable treasure technique that will allow you to dominate this realm. Guided by his master's words, Xiaofan too set his course toward the Wanjian mountain range. Though he felt small in stature, he was bolstered by the strength of his formidable master. However, what Xiaofan was unaware of was that as he ventured deep into the Wanjian mountain range, his master furrowed her brow. How peculiar. Why does this place exude a familiar aura? It seems I have encountered this essence before. Could it belong to that wayward disciple? Mused the Yaoqi true immortal. The wayward disciple she referred to was the first apprentice she had met when cast down from the celestial realm, who had accompanied her to the depths of Wanjian Mountain. He was aware of the presence of the 9-leaf sword grass and the inheritance it guarded. Calculating the passage of time, several millennia had elapsed, and the grass was now ripe for harvesting. It was unlikely that this former disciple had perished so swiftly. He would surely have sealed his divine source, biding his time for a resurgence to seize this legacy. With this thought, the Yaoqi true immortal dismissed her concerns about the familiar aura's true identity and directly warned Xiaofan. Xiaofan, I have sensed a familiar presence. You must exercise caution, for it is highly probable that this is the wayward disciple I once trained. What? Master, did you not say you have been in slumber for millennia? How could my senior brother, who is yet to ascend to emperorhood, possibly survive for such an extended period? Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment. Young one, there are myriad means for the powerful to prolong their lives. Some consume divine elixirs, while others seal their divine source, minimizing the rate at which their vitality wanes. If your senior brother possesses the cultivation of a great sage, he could indeed endure this long through the sealing of his divine source. In any case, remain vigilant. The Yaoqi true immortal cautioned sternly. Yes, master, I shall be exceedingly careful, Xiaofan replied earnestly. The master and disciple then continued deeper into the mountain, undeterred by fear. In the depths of Wanjian Mountain, upon entering the recesses, Chu Hao felt an inexplicable sensation, as if a different energy was guiding him toward a specific location. Without further thought, he followed this instinct. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the object of his desire, a small grass with 9 sword-shaped leaves. This is the 9-leaf sword grass. Is this the opportunity that Lucien spoke of? Chapter 67. Chu Hao's confidence, Xiaofan's attempt to seize the chance. Gazing at the 9-leaf sword grass, enveloped in boundless sword energy, Chu Hao's eyes shimmered with excitement. He was about to reach out for it when, suddenly, a faint blade aura sliced toward him from behind. In that instant, a surge of intuition compelled Chu Hao to retract his hand. Had he persisted in grasping the 9-leaf sword grass, his hand would surely have been severed. With a swift motion, Chu Hao withdrew his hand, a frown of anger etching his features as he turned to discover the identity of his assailant. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with none other than Chu Changge, the scion of the Chu family. Chu Changge, it is you. Chu Hao glared at the figure before him, seething with fury. The one who dared to ambush him was indeed the illustrious Chu Changge. However, what bewildered him further was how Chu Changge had come to be in this place. Had he been covertly tracking him all along? Oh, it turns out to be Brother Ritian. I sincerely apologize. I initially believed that someone else intended to seize this opportunity from me, Chu Changge said with an awkward smile. Although he spoke words of apology, his expression bore no trace of remorse, only a palpable air of derision. Changge, what do you mean by that? Chu Hao inquired coldly, gazing at Chu Changge. It was not yet the opportune moment to confront him. He could only endure. Nothing much. This, indeed, is the legendary 9-leaf sword grass. As I passed through this area, I noticed someone attempting to take it, so I intervened. Who would have thought it would be Brother Ritian? Chu Changge explained with a faint smile. Changge, now that you have discerned that the 9-leaf sword grass was discovered by me, Chu Ritian, do you feel reassured? This opportunity has not fallen into the hands of outsiders. It remains with a member of the Chu family. Chu Hao's sole desire was to compel Chu Changge to depart. He sought to refine the 9-leaf sword grass, for according to Lucien, it was only by consuming it that one could attain the true opportunity. This method was known only to the denizens of the celestial realm, and he did not wish for it to fall into Chu Changge's grasp. However, Chu Changge showed no intent to leave. He stated calmly, Brother Ritian, you appear to be mistaken. This opportunity has caught my eye, so you should take your leave. You are too young to grasp such a chance. Chu Changge, you have gone too far. Chu Hao exclaimed, his anger palpable. This opportunity was his discovery. He had arrived first, and according to the principle of first come, first served, it rightfully belonged to him. Yet Chu Changge dared to attempt a brazen theft. He remained obstinately unchanged, resorting to his usual tactics of strong-arming. Too far. Brother Ritian, what do you mean by that? Opportunities belong to the capable. I am superior to you. Thus, this opportunity is rightfully mine, Chu Changge proclaimed, wearing an expression as if it were self-evident. The capable? Changge. If I were stronger than you, would this opportunity then belong to me? Chu Hao clenched his fists. Although now was not the time to eliminate Chu Changge, he still held confidence in his ability to defeat him. Oh, Brother Ritian, I advise you to think twice before acting. Should you challenge me and lose, your heart's resolve may shatter. Chu Changge smiled. Humph. It is commendable for you to have confidence in your strength. But should you become blindly self-assured and underestimate the talents of the world, you may very well find yourself in dire straits. Chu Hao suddenly leaped, unleashing his formidable royal realm cultivation. The pressure he emanated was comparable to that of powerful beings in the Nirvana realm. Chu Changge's smile gradually faded. These faded protagonists were truly vexing. Despite possessing merely royal realm cultivation, they could exert pressure akin to that of beings in the Nirvana realm. No wonder these faded protagonists consistently battled beyond their level, Chu Changge remarked. As Chu Hao charged towards him, Chu Changge activated his Chaos Celestial Eye, rendering the movements of all living beings traceable in his perception, even allowing him to anticipate their actions. The once lightning-fast Chu Hao appeared to him as sluggish as a tortoise. This punch comes from the left. Having discerned Chu Hao's intentions, Chu Changge swiftly sidestepped. After evading, he caught the astonishment on Chu Hao's face, a reaction he keenly noted. Next, he would pivot to deliver a kick. Chu Changge anticipated Chu Hao's maneuver. He then raised his hand, fingers splayed beside his head, preparing for the incoming kick. Bang! In the next moment, Chu Hao indeed executed a swift turn to kick, aligning perfectly with Chu Changge's predictions. By sheer coincidence, his leg struck Chu Changge's palm. With a claw-like grip, Chu Changge seized Chu Hao's leg in an instant. What? How is this possible? Chu Hao was momentarily bewildered. How could all his moves be so clearly perceived? Before he could react, he was flung away. Brother, cease your resistance. You are no match for me, the Divine Son. Depart obediently and relinquish this opportunity to avoid damaging our brotherly bond, Chu Changge said with a smile, in contrast to Chu Hao's earnest and all-out approach to the battle. To Chu Changge, this contest was merely a trifling game. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had stealthily approached the vicinity of the nine-leaf sword grass. Upon arrival, he witnessed the clash between Chu Changge and Chu Hao. At this moment, due to the soul power shielding his presence bestowed by his master, neither Chu Hao nor Chu Changge noticed the quiet presence of the mouse nearby. Xiao Fan, quickly, retrieve the nine-leaf sword grass while there is still a chance. Xiao Fan contemplated continuing to observe, but his master would not permit it. She urgently urged him on. What is the matter, master? Why are you suddenly so anxious? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. The true immortal of the Yaoqi replied hastily. Boy, do you remember the divine son of the Chu family you encountered before? For some unknown reason, he now possesses an additional pair of celestial eyes and 2 celestial bones. If you do not act swiftly and leave this place, you will be doomed if he discovers you. Xiao Fan was startled by her words. How can this be? Master, isn't a person's constitution determined at birth? Didn't this divine son only have a pair of double pupils and a divine physique? How can he now possess 2 more celestial bones? Xiao Fan questioned in confusion. Now is not the time for such discussions. Once we are away from here, I will explain everything. For now, hurry and collect the 9-leaf sword grass. At the urging of the true immortal of the Yaoqi, Xiao Fan cautiously stepped out from the thicket. Just as he was about to seize the 9-leaf sword grass, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, and all sounds of battle ceased abruptly. A cold voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, I didn't expect there to be a sneaky little thief lurking about." This is the voice of Chu Changge, his gaze laced with mockery as he observes the figure of Xiao Fan, clad in black and wielding a spade, already appearing beside the 9-leaf sword grass below. Though he cannot sense Xiao Fan's aura, he is certainly not blind. A figure dressed in nocturnal attire of such considerable size is impossible to overlook. If he cannot see it, then his eyes would indeed be rendered useless. At this moment, Chu Hao has also ceased his duel with Chu Changge, his icy gaze fixed upon the shadow below. Damn that wretched rat. How dare he attempt to seize my opportunity? Xiao Fan stands with his back turned to both Chu Hao and Chu Changge, trembling under the weight of their scrutinizing stares. Master, what shall we do now? Xiao Fan inquires. What to do? Quickly seize the 9-leaf sword grass and flee. The true immortal of the Yao Pool urges with urgency. Xiao Fan, without hesitation, glances at Chu Changge and the others, who remain motionless, and swiftly turns to abscond with the 9-leaf sword grass. Chu Hao watches Xiao Fan's decisive actions, unable to suppress his exclamation. Cunning lad, daring to snatch treasure right before our eyes. He temporarily halts his intent to strike at Chu Changge. Divine Son, let us put our matters on hold for now and capture this crafty rascal first. Just as Chu Changge is about to nod in agreement, a panel of celestial choices materializes before him. Ding. Current experiences detected, triggering heavenly selection. Choice 1. Agree to cooperate with Chu Hao to deal with Xiao Fan and reclaim the 9-leaf swordgrass. Reward. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Choice 2. Refuse to cooperate with Chu Hao and continue the duel to determine the victor. Reward. Void Devouring Flame. Please make a selection. Upon gazing at this selection panel, Chu Changge contemplates for but a moment before decisively opting for the first choice. After all, it aligns perfectly with his own intentions. Moreover, with Chu Hao's assistance, the outcome may prove even more fruitful. After all, both are favored children of destiny. Their collaboration might yield unforeseen consequences. In Chu Changge's mind, an information panel regarding Xiao Fan emerges. Name: Xiao Fan, cultivation, Meridian Opening Realm, peak. Recent events: after breaking through to the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm, guided by the true immortal of the Yao Pool, he ventured deep into the 10,000 Sword Mountain range in search of the 9-leaf swordgrass. A legacy from millennia past. Having seized it from the fated protagonist, Chu Hao, he was relentlessly pursued, inadvertently entering a mysterious cave where he discovered the remnants of an ancient true phoenix and a phoenix egg. To confront Xiao Fan not only promises rewards, but also the chance to intercept his fortune. Very well, let us set aside our own matters for the time being, Chu Changge declares. With their objectives now aligned, the two hasten to pursue Xiao Fan. Within the 10,000 Sword Mountain range, Xiao Fan races onward. Although he is merely at the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm, he possesses a formidable master who continually supplies him with a torrent of energy, enabling him to unleash strength far beyond his current cultivation. Hurry, Xiao Fan. Allow your body to be controlled by your master. Those two are closing in fast. The true immortal of Yaoqi urgently shouted. Her cultivation was already formidable, and as a true immortal descending from the celestial realm, even with her powers nearly depleted, she could effortlessly sense the rapidly approaching auras of Chu Changge and his companions. Master, I entrust my body to you. Please cherish it well. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan relinquished control of his body. In the next moment, the true immortal of Yaoqi seized command of Xiao Fan's form, and he, originally only at the Meridian realm, suddenly unleashed a power comparable to that of the Nirvana realm. This astonishing leap across several realms momentarily stunned both Chu Hao and Chu Changge, who were in pursuit. That cunning little brat is extraordinary. He has unleashed such formidable power. Is he concealing his true cultivation? Or has he employed some arcane technique? Chu Hao mused with curiosity. Chu Changge, however, understood the reason behind this. With a faint smile, he replied, What arcane technique? What concealed cultivation? It is merely the use of power that does not belong to him. As soon as Chu Changge's words fell, he struck with a single blade. Divine technique. Heaven and Earth Blade Slash. A fierce beam of sword light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Xiao Fan. The true immortal of Yaoqi sensed the terrifying nature of the sword light and was taken aback. 9th rank divine technique. How can this be? How old is this person to have comprehended such a technique? Moreover, there was something peculiar about the aura of this divine technique. It did not belong to this world, but rather, it emanated from the celestial realm. The true immortal of Yaoqi was utterly astonished. Her expression turned grave as a technique from the celestial realm appeared in this lower realm, and worse still, it was aimed at her. Could it be that her enemies had sent this? The true immortal of Yaoqi dared not advance further, and Chu Changge's blade struck empty air. Empty. This is troublesome. Chu Changge furrowed his brow. He had not forgotten the warning he received upon acquiring this divine technique. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be severed by a single slash. If there is, then turn and flee. With that thought, Chu Changge sheathed the undying heavenly blade and silently moved behind Chu Hao, shielding him with his own body. Young master, what do you mean by this? He is merely at the Nirvana realm, and you are afraid? Seeing Chu Changge's peculiar behavior, Chu Hao could not help but mock him. Someone like him can actually become the divine son of the Chu family? How the mighty have fallen. Chu Hao inwardly derided Chu Changge once more. My brother, I am not afraid. This is an opportunity for you to shine. Since our contest has been interrupted by this fellow, let us make him our target instead. Whoever can defeat him shall claim the 9-leaf swordgrass. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao contemplated. This challenge was acceptable if he could vanquish Xiao Fan. The 9-leaf swordgrass would be his. This would also spare them from further contention over the grass after dealing with Xiao Fan. Very well, it is settled then. I hope the divine son will not go back on his word. Chu Hao cautioned Chu Changge. He was not concerned about Chu Changge's integrity, for as a scion of a distinguished clan, maintaining one's credibility was paramount. After reaching a consensus, Chu Hao swiftly took action. A phantom of the Kunpeng materialized beneath his feet, and in an instant, he stood before Xiao Fan. You are indeed cunning, young man. Seizing the 9-leaf sword grasp while we were preoccupied, surrender it now, and I shall spare your life. Chu Hao proclaimed nonchalantly, extending his hand to demand the treasured herb. Humph, such rare treasures belong to the capable. Your failure to acquire the 9-leaf sword grasp merely reflects your inadequacy. Step aside quickly. I have no desire to spill blood today. Xiao Fan, masked and enigmatic, spoke with a voice that was both masculine and feminine, exuding an air of mystery that caused Chu Hao to furrow his brow. Humph, playing tricks, are we? It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. In that case, I shall not hold back. Without hesitation, Chu Hao unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by the resonant sound of a dragon's roar. Xiao Fan's expression wavered, as this sound possessed a debilitating effect on the spirit. The true immortal of the Yaoqi nearly found herself jolted from Xiao Fan's form. However, being a true immortal, despite her diminished strength, her experience and insight remained intact. In a fleeting moment of confusion, she regained her composure and simply retaliated with a standard punch. With a resounding crash, she effortlessly absorbed Chu Hao's full-force strike. At that moment, Chu Hao understood why Chu Changge had earlier stepped back to shield him. It was evident that Chu Changge had already discerned the formidable strength of this cunning individual, capable of threatening their very lives. Chapter 69. The Origins of the 10,000 Sword Mountain and the Remains of the Phoenix Deep Beneath the Earth. Damn you, Chu Changge. No wonder you chose not to take action. Chu Hao internally cursed him. However, this was not the time for reproach. He scrutinized Xiao Fan, noticing that the energy he wielded was not his own, but rather a foreign soul energy. This immense power would surely not endure for long. Chu Hao promptly devised a different approach. Senior, we bear no grudge against one another. Let us negotiate. Hand over the 9-leaf sword grass, and I shall ensure your safe departure from this place. Xiao Fan shook his head resolutely. No, I would rather slay you and depart with the 9-leaf sword grass. Hearing such audacious words, Chu Hao felt no anger. Instead, he observed the faint golden blood seeping from Xiao Fan's body. With a smile, he remarked, Senior, if you wish to eliminate me, you should consider whether time is on your side. The body you inhabit was merely at the Meridian realm. Its physical form is frail, and yet you demand it to unleash the strength of the Nirvana realm. Even with the ancient sacred body, it cannot endure for long. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan glanced at his own form, seemingly unconcerned. Rest assured, before my disciple's body can no longer sustain itself, I shall deal with you. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Fan's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Chu Hao. What incredible speed! A sudden shock coursed through Chu Hao's heart. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck his back, sending him sprawling. After delivering the blow to Chu Hao, Xiao Fan wasted no time and turned to flee. Observing from a distance, Chu Changge would not allow Xiao Fan to escape so easily. He immediately gave chase. You think you can flee from my sight, young man? How utterly naive. Chu Changge, a formidable being of the Nirvana realm, swiftly advanced with a single stride, positioning himself directly in Xiao Fan's path. Upon recognizing Chu Changge, Xiao Fan momentarily froze. He had no desire to engage with him. This man bore too many connections to the celestial realm. There was a chance that his adversaries from the heavenly domain were lurking behind him. Xiao Fan quickly altered his escape route towards a nearby cave. Observing Xiao Fan's departure, Chu Changge smirked, having successfully executed his plan, and followed at a distance. Master, what should we do now? I can't shake off that Chu godson. The true soul of Xiao Fan anxiously exclaimed within his mind. Do not fret, Xiao Fan. Ahead lies a place where we can elude him. The Yaoqi true immortal urgently replied. I can assist you only to this extent. Your body is too frail to sustain such immense power for long, lest you risk self-destruction. Blood began to seep from Xiao Fan, each drop representing the essence of the ancient sacred body, infused with unparalleled energy and fragrance. This spectacle attracted numerous ferocious beasts surrounding them. Although these beasts did not catch up to Xiao Fan, they posed considerable trouble for Chu Changge and Chu Hao. Damn beasts, clear the way. Chu Hao shouted as he pursued Xiao Fan, simultaneously battling the encroaching feral creatures. In a brief moment, the depths of the Wanjian mountain range were littered with the remains of these beasts. Chu Changge refrained from engaging. He avoided confronting any beasts he could evade, conserving his strength for the impending confrontation with Xiao Fan. Shortly thereafter, they pursued Xiao Fan to the base of a colossal sword mountain. Rather than a mere mountain, it resembled an immense ancient sword, the origin of the Wanjian mountain range. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, an unparalleled sword emperor waged a fierce battle against a powerful beast in the eastern wilderness. The clash was so cataclysmic that it shook the heavens and earth, enduring for an extended period before the sword emperor emerged victorious. This enormous sword is the legacy left behind by that supreme sword emperor. Towering at a height of 10,000 meters, half of this ancient sword is embedded in the earth. After millennia of erosion, it has gradually transformed into a mountain, adorned with countless swords belonging to sword cultivators, commemorating the sword emperor from millennia past. As Xiao Fan approached this sword mountain, he swiftly entered a cave. Without hesitation, Chu Hao and Chu Changge followed suit. However, as they stepped inside, they were disoriented by the labyrinthine network of subterranean passages. What is this place? Why are there so many underground tunnels? Chu Hao grumbled. Xiao Fan stepped into the passage, his vision obscured. Was he to navigate this alone? Chu Changge, however, paid him no mind. He could discern the aura surrounding Xiao Fan, whether it was his own or that of his master, with remarkable clarity. His chaotic celestial eyes began to exert their power, guiding him towards a specific corridor. Yet, Chu Changge refrained from taking immediate action. He turned to Chu Hao with a smile, saying, "Brother Ritian, with so many paths before us, it appears we must part ways for now." Chu Hao cast a sidelong glance at him. Noticing the smile on Chu Changge's face, he realized the man harbored ulterior motives. He chuckled and replied, "Divine Son, please, you go ahead first. Your formidable cultivation will surely allow you to deal with Xiao Fan at once, unlike me earlier, who inadvertently gave him the chance to escape." Chu Changge, not one for idle chatter, followed the guidance of his chaotic celestial eyes towards the corridor chosen by Xiao Fan. Observing this, Chu Hao wore a smug expression, confident that Chu Changge had a means to ascertain Xiao Fan's choice of path. In the next moment, Chu Hao moved swiftly, his feet transforming into the shadow of a kunpeng, racing ahead of Chu Changge into a passage, quickly pursuing Xiao Fan. Chu Changge, unperturbed, thought it wise to let this foolish lad take the lead. He would let him confront Xiao Fan first. With that thought, he leisurely followed behind. Deep within the sword mountain, upon entering, Xiao Fan felt the control of the Yaoqi true immortal slip away, allowing him to return to his own body. "Master, what shall we do next?" he inquired. The Yaoqi true immortal, looking increasingly feeble, replied, "Continue onward. If I recall correctly, there should be the remains of a phoenix here. If you refine its essence, you can restore your body and even elevate your cultivation. You must hasten. Although I have concealed your aura, they will not be able to catch up. However, I will soon fall into a deep slumber, and I cannot shield your presence for long. In time, they will undoubtedly discover you here." Listening to his master's increasingly weakened voice, Xiao Fan disregarded the excruciating pain coursing through his nearly shattered body and dashed frantically towards the depths. Moments later, he emerged from the passage to behold the remains of a phoenix, impaled by a colossal sword. Chapter 70. Reclaim the 9-leaf sword grass. Reward. 9 heavens, divine thunder. This was the remnant of an ancient divine beast, the phoenix. Though long deceased for countless millennia, some of its essence still lingered within its remains. Xiao Fan, now is the time to swiftly refine and consume the phoenix's essence. This will allow your body to undergo a rebirth. Echoed the voice of the Yaoqi true immortal in Xiao Fan's mind, though it grew fainter with each passing moment. As the voice faded to silence, Xiao Fan called out anxiously, "Master." Yet, the Yaoqi true immortal had succumbed to slumber, too weak to respond. "Master, rest assured, I will ensure your recovery." Xiao Fan vowed earnestly. The reason Master has succumbed to slumber is due to the earlier events where he acted to assist him, resulting in the current predicament. Contemplating this, two figures emerged in Xiao Fan's mind, the appearances of Chu Changge and Chu Hao. Chu Changge, Chu Hao. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and spoke with a voice steeped in resentment toward the two. He then approached the remains of the phoenix, commencing the process of refining it. He aimed to extract the phoenix's essence hidden within the remnants. At that moment, Chu Changge was trailing behind Chu Hao, rapidly advancing through a passageway. Suddenly, Chu Hao halted, as if struck by a thought. "What's wrong?" Chu Changge inquired, noticing Chu Hao's unusual demeanor. With a smile, Chu Hao replied, "Divine Son, how about you lead the way? Your formidable strength warrants you as the pathfinder." Having suffered once already, he was reluctant to be used as a shield again, preferring that Chu Changge take the forefront. Should they encounter that cunning adversary again, it would be beneficial for Chu Changge to absorb the brunt of the confrontation, allowing Chu Hao to strategize for a perfect ambush. Chu Hao's intentions were easily discerned by Chu Changge. "Very well, my brother, if you are fearful, then take refuge behind this divine son." Chu Changge was unconcerned about any potential treachery from Chu Hao while they had yet to enter the Liu Cave. With this in mind, Chu Changge switched positions with Chu Hao, now leading the way while Chu Hao followed. However, as soon as the positions changed, an unsettling sensation washed over Chu Hao. This peculiar feeling caused him to furrow his brow. "What is this? Why do I still sense something amiss even after the switch?" he murmured to himself. Surely, it must be an illusion, Chu Hao muttered, deciding against reverting to their original positions and allowing Chu Changge to guide them. Compared to being a mere shield in front of Chu Changge, he preferred to hide behind it and act as a formidable spear. After walking for a while, they soon detected an intense heat emanating from ahead. Chu Changge noted the increasingly potent aura left by Xiao Fan, realizing that he was just ahead. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from Chu Hao. The latter, realizing this, cursed under his breath. Damn it, Chu Changge, you are truly sly. With a surge of speed, he conjured an illusory figure of a Kuanping beneath him and pursued after Chu Changge. In no time, the two burst forth from the subterranean passage into the underground realm, where they beheld the colossal remains of the phoenix, an opportunity that belonged to Xiao Fan. At that moment, Xiao Fan was engrossed in refining the remains to extract the phoenix's essence and had taken notice of the arrival of Chu Changge and Chu Hao. Panic surged within him. Damn it, how could they catch up so swiftly? Master, what should I do now? Despair marred the countenance of Xiao Fan beneath his mask. Without his master's assistance, he was merely a fledgling martial artist at the meridian opening stage. Chu Changge and Chu Hao arrived at this juncture, observing Xiao Fan without launching an immediate attack. Seemingly wary of the hidden prowess harbored by this cunning lad, Chu Hao glanced at Xiao Fan, noting that his strength had returned to its original meridian opening state. However, having suffered a setback, he dared not underestimate the situation. He remarked coolly, "Cunning boy, let us see where you can flee now, and whether that power within you can save you." Chu Changge then interjected, "Boy, surrender the 9-leaf sword herb, and I shall grant you clemency." Xiao Fan's face contorted in struggle. The 9-leaf sword herb was a fortuitous gift bestowed upon him by his master. His master had even succumbed to slumber to secure this opportunity for him. To relinquish it now would be a betrayal of his master's sacrifices. Yet, failing to yield the 9-leaf sword herb posed a grave question about his survival. After a moment of deliberation, he concluded that preserving his life took precedence. He could repay his master's kindness at a later time. Xiao Fan raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Chu Changge and Chu Hao. "If I surrender the 9-leaf sword herb, will you truly allow me to go?" Without hesitation, Chu Changge nodded with a smile. "Of course. I am a man of my word." Chu Hao also affirmed, "Indeed, as long as you hand over the 9-leaf sword herb, I shall ensure your safe passage from this place." Xiao Fan scrutinized both individuals, pondering to whom he should yield the herb. After all, there was but a single plant, yet two claimants before him. Ultimately, he realized that no matter whom he chose, he would incur the wrath of the other. After a brief contemplation, his gaze settled on Chu Changge. Compared to Chu Hao, he felt somewhat acquainted with Chu Changge, having crossed paths on several occasions, which might afford him a greater chance of survival. "Chu Godson, I hope you keep your word," Xiao Fan exclaimed, tossing the 9-leaf sword herb towards him. Quick as a flash, Chu Hao attempted to snatch it away, but his speed paled in comparison to that of Chu Changge. The 9-leaf sword herb landed firmly in Chu Changge's grasp. Ding! Host has completed Choice 1, receiving the reward of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Does the host wish to merge with the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? Chu Changge remained unhurried, opting to decline. He then secured the 9-leaf sword herb and, without further ado, launched an assault on Xiao Fan. "Chu Godson, what is the meaning of this? You are not honoring your word." Xiao Fan seethed with fury, realizing he had been blind to trust the wrong person. Chu Changge smiled lightly. "Boy, you have misunderstood. Although I am a man of my word, I occasionally indulge in small deceptions. You have taken my opportunity and caused me to waste considerable time. Thus, a little interest must be settled." As Chu Changge's palm descended, poised to annihilate Xiao Fan, the Yaoqi true immortal, who was meant to remain in slumber, erupted once more. Xiao Fan run. A formidable force not only thwarted Chu Changge's attack, but also possessed the strength to tear apart the fabric of space, whisking Xiao Fan away into its depths, thereby vacating the premises. Chapter 71. Fusion of the 9 Heavens, Divine Thunder. What an awe-inspiring power. Indeed, there is treachery afoot, Chu Changge remarked coolly from the side. Chu Hao, still shaken, recognized that terrifying force far exceeded the Nirvana realm, reaching the heights of the Saint realm. Had he intervened at that moment, he would undoubtedly have been grievously injured, perhaps even facing mortal peril. Chu Hao felt a sense of survival against the odds. However, he cast a dark glance at Chu Changge, his expression grim. The 9-leaf sword grasp ultimately fell into this man's hands. Truly infuriating, Chu Changge disregarded Chu Hao's gaze, focusing instead on the remnants of the phoenix, on the brink of successful refinement. Unlike Xiao Fan, who was merely at the meridian opening stage and struggled with the process, Chu Changge unleashed the solar true fire from within, instantly refining the remnants, resulting in a drop of phoenix blood that hovered in the air before descending into his palm. Witnessing this scene, Chu Hao was consumed by rage. Enough, Chu Changge. You have already acquired the 9-leaf swordgrass. That drop of phoenix blood should rightfully belong to me. Chu Hao attempted to seize the precious blood. However, he was immediately halted. Wait. This drop of blood was personally refined by this divine son. You cunning rascal, do you think you can reap all the rewards without exerting any effort? Chu Changge said with evident displeasure. He found Chu Hao's behavior to be disgraceful. What do you mean by me not exerting effort? Did I not help you fend off that young man just now? Chu Changge chuckled, but he escaped from your grasp. Chu Hao's face flushed crimson with anger. While he had indeed tried to assist, the undeniable truth remained that Xiao Fan had fled his clutches. Enough, Brother Ritian. Let us not dwell on this further. You should step outside for a while. Perhaps you might stumble upon other opportunities. Chu Changge ceased his chatter, securing the phoenix blood, and began to survey the surroundings once more. With the aid of the Chaos Celestial Eye, he swiftly located a phoenix egg buried beneath the skeletal remains of the phoenix. As he gazed intently, information materialized in his mind. Phoenix egg, a nirvana egg left behind by an ancient phoenix before its demise. Due to a lack of immense energy, it cannot undergo rebirth. Providing sufficient energy can facilitate its hatching, allowing the ancient phoenix to be reborn through nirvana. Chu Changge discerned that this was the means employed by the ancient phoenix he had just refined for its rebirth. The process of rebirth through nirvana is a divine ability inherent to every phoenix. However, this ability does not guarantee success for all. Take, for instance, this current phoenix egg. It represents a state of partial success, having transformed into an egg before its fall, yet lacking the requisite energy for hatching. Nevertheless, this fortuitously benefits Chu Changge. This ancient phoenix perished at the hands of a powerful adversary tens of thousands of years ago, possessing considerable strength. Once it achieves rebirth, its minimum accomplishment would be to restore its previous cultivation level. Should fortune smile upon it and opportunities abound, it could surpass its former prowess. At that moment, Chu Hao was about to depart when he caught sight of Chu Changge acquiring yet another fortuitous opportunity. Upon seeing the phoenix egg, he couldn't help but drool. Divine One. Surely this opportunity is meant for me, considering this place was discovered together. Wiping his mouth, Chu Hao approached Chu Changge. Since leaving Chu village, he had not tasted such beast eggs or drunk beast milk for quite some time. The sight of the phoenix egg evoked fond memories of the carefree days spent in Chu village, where he had savored ancient beast eggs and meat infused with the bloodline of chaos. It was precisely due to the energy provided by those precious beast meats that his frail body had swiftly regained its strength after the extraction of the sacred body's essence. Chu Changge quietly stowed away the phoenix egg and replied coolly, "This was discovered by this divine one, and thus cannot be given to you. If you desire it, seek for yourself. Perhaps you might uncover something." With that, Chu Changge stepped into the passageway to leave. Chu Hao was taken aback by the divine one's stinginess. In this underground realm, aside from a heap of phoenix bones, what else could there possibly be? Disinterested, he sulkily followed Chu Changge out of the place, knowing that without a guide, he might easily become lost amid the winding paths. Before long, Chu Changge exited the Wanjian mountain range and returned to the Chongqing Chu family. He had been away from his clan for several days, and with the opening of the Liu Cave Heaven approaching, he needed to hasten his cultivation to avoid having any opportunities snatched away once he entered. With this thought in mind, Chu Changge summoned the 9 heavens' divine thunder. A purple lightning bolt enveloped in a white light orb appeared in his palm. He silently commanded in his heart, "System, fuse the 9 heavens' divine thunder." As he finished speaking, the white orb shattered, and the purple lightning surged into Chu Changge's body, beginning the fusion with the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Meanwhile, on an island 100 miles off the coast of the eastern wilderness Dao domain, a spatial rift opened, and Xiao Fan tumbled out in a rather disheveled state. "Master, are you all right?" Xiao Fan's immediate concern was not for his own injuries, but for his master's well-being, which deeply moved the Yaoqi true immortal. "No, I'm fine, little Fan. However, I must now enter a profound slumber. Be cautious and trust no one. This master has brought you to an island with many opportunities. Hone your skills here, and do not return until you have achieved the Golden Core realm. Do you understand?" The Yaoqi true immortal earnestly advised Xiao Fan, wary of the overwhelming strength possessed by Chu Changge and his companions, wishing to protect her naive disciple from danger. "Yes, master, I understand," Xiao Fan replied. "Please, do not speak any further. Rest well." The Yaoqi true immortal's voice grew increasingly faint. After the Yaoqi immortal softly acknowledged Xiao Fan, she fell silent, succumbing completely to slumber. At that moment, Xiao Fan's prior affection for Chu Changge had vanished entirely. He removed his mask, his countenance icy and grotesque, and declared, "Chu Changge, you have plunged my master into eternal sleep. This grudge will never be forgotten." Meanwhile, Within the Chongqing Chu family, Chu Hao returned home with a furrowed brow. In his mind, a towering silhouette of a willow tree materialized. Willow immortal, the opportunity has been seized by that Chu Changge. What shall I do now? After a brief silence, the willow immortal responded, Fear not, young one. Allow me to discern your fate and ascertain whether any new opportunities may arise for you in this time. Chapter 72. The Willow Immortal Peering into the Future. As the Willow Immortal spoke, she began to divine the location of Chu Hao's next opportunity. However, after a considerable time, she furrowed her brow in perplexity. Strange. Why can I not glean your fortune? The Willow Immortal was filled with confusion. Previously, she could easily predict the opportunities destined for Chu Hao. Yet now, the once bright future appeared shrouded in chaos. She pondered whether the emergence of that individual had altered everything. Contemplating further, she decided to shift her focus to another subject, Chu Changge. As she prepared to conduct the divination, an overwhelming presence suddenly descended upon her consciousness. The Willow Immortal gazed in astonishment at the figure, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Was that not Chu Changge? However, this apparition differed significantly from the current Chu Changge, who lacked the enigmatic and formidable aura he once possessed. Yet the image of Chu Changge in her mind instilled a sense of helplessness, leaving no room for resistance. It seemed that Chu Changge had noticed the Willow Immortal. Standing upon the river of time, he cast a glance back at her, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He has discovered me. The Willow Immortal yearned to flee, but found herself trapped in this peculiar space. Fortunately, Chu Changge did not strike at her. Rather, he raised a finger to his lips, whispering, "Shh, do not make a sound." Upon the gentle utterance of those words, the Willow Immortal regained her senses, returning to the realm of reality. At that moment, Chu Hao awaited her insights regarding the location of his fortune. Was that glimpse into the future? The Willow Immortal spoke uncertainly. The future she had just witnessed diverged significantly from her previous visions, leaving her puzzled as to the cause of this transformation. Something is amiss. Chu Changge is not as he seems, she murmured. The projection of the future Chu Changge had startled her profoundly. That imposing figure felt more powerful than she had ever been in her prime. She is indeed a true celestial being. And anything more formidable than her would surely be a celestial king, or even a celestial emperor, or perhaps a celestial sovereign. This individual is beyond our capacity to confront. Liu Xian resolved firmly that she could never stand against Chu Changge, although she was unaware of why the future Chu Changge did not eliminate her. She was certain it was not due to an inability to do so, but rather a disdain for her. Indeed, it was disdain. Even if she understood the circumstances of the future Chu Changge would not fear her taking advantage of her current weakness to extinguish her in her infancy. Such confidence. Liu Xian cast a complex glance at Chu Hao. She was reluctant to burden this young soul with the harsh realities of their world. After all, this young one had endured countless hardships in pursuit of vengeance. How would he react if she revealed that the person he sought to confront was an untouchable entity? Yet, if she withheld this information, it would be too late when he found himself irrevocably at odds with Chu Changge. Young one, this celestial being has discerned where your fortunes lie, but to seize that opportunity, you must journey to a distant place. And you will be away from the Chu family for quite some time. Will you still proceed? Upon hearing this, Chu Hao hesitated. He had infiltrated the Chu family solely for revenge. Now, before he could exact his vengeance, he was to leave the Chu family? This was not in alignment with his plans. Chu Hao shook his head and replied, Liu Xian, since it requires a long absence from the Chu family, I shall not go. I will remain here to cultivate, and when the Liu Cave opens, I will seek my fortunes within. Liu Xian stated sternly, No? You cannot enter the Liu Cave this time. I have just glimpsed a fragment of the future, and if you venture into the Liu Cave, you will surely meet your demise. Her expression was graver than ever, which filled Chu Hao with a sense of foreboding. Liu Xian, are you saying that if I go to the Liu Cave, I will die inside? Liu Xian neither confirmed nor denied this, remaining silent. Observing her silence, Chu Hao recognized the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, Liu Xian, no matter what, I will enter the Liu Cave. My journey there is not solely for my own revenge. I also aim to procure rare treasures to aid in your recovery. His words rendered Liu Xian momentarily speechless. A peculiar emotion stirred within her heart. This young one, Liu Xian murmured. She felt a surge of emotion and reflected. It seems that certain events in the future cannot be altered after all. Thus, Liu Xian gazed at Chu Hao, her heart already formulating a plan. Regardless of the circumstances, she would protect Chu Hao and ensure he did not fall victim to Chu Changge's hands. Meanwhile, Chu Changge was silently refining the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. After enduring more than half a month, he successfully refined the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. His cultivation also ascended to a new minor realm. Reaching the second layer of the Nirvana realm, Chu Changge opened his eyes, extending his palm. A streak of violet lightning danced erratically in his hand. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder he had refined. Excellent. With the acquisition of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, the prospects of obtaining treasures from the Liu Cave Heaven have significantly increased. Chu Changge remarked with a hint of nonchalance. After all, the Liu Cave Heaven is not solely the destination for those from the Eastern Wilderness domain. Individuals from other domains will also venture there. The elite from all 10 great domains of the world will gather at the Liu Cave Heaven in search of opportunities. It is certain that he will encounter numerous prodigies. The more trump cards he possesses, the better. Otherwise, should he cross paths with the fated protagonists from other domains, he could find himself in a predicament. By the way, it took him half a month to refine the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. I wonder how Chu Hao is faring now. Chu Changge recalled another favored child of fortune within the Chu family. Having neglected Chu Hao for half a month, he assumed the latter must have accomplished quite a bit during this time. He summoned the elder, Chu Quangren. Elder, how has that rascal Chu Ritian been during my seclusion? Chu Quangren replied, Young master, during your half-month retreat, the lad has not ventured anywhere. He has remained within the family, diligently cultivating. This revelation took Chu Changge by surprise. How peculiar. After I seized the opportunities of this favored child, he has done nothing. Chu Changge pondered in his letter. He then instructed the elder to keep a close watch on Chu Hao. He had the 9-leaf sword grass to refine while he had the time. If he recalled correctly, there was a significant opportunity within the Liu Cave Heaven, one that required unparalleled swordsmanship to seize. Although he had never practiced the sword path, he hoped that obtaining the inheritance of the grass character sword technique from the 9-leaf sword grass would enhance his sword talent. With that thought, Chu Changge took out the 9-leaf sword grass and directly consumed it for refinement. Chapter 73. A return to the Confronting the Su family. Ningshuang's subtle reminder. As the 9-leaf sword grass was ingested, an influx of profound scriptures surged into Chu Changge's mind. This was the cultivation method of the grass character sword technique, renowned for its assertion that a single blade of grass could sever the stars of the universe. Waves of astonishing sword intent emanated from within him. In an instant, the 9-leaf sword grass was swiftly refined by Chu Changge. So fast, he exclaimed upon opening his eyes. He was somewhat astonished by his innate talent for swordsmanship. He had initially thought that refining this 9-leaf sword grass would require at least half a month, but he had not anticipated that the grass character sword technique would be comprehended so quickly after entering his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had grasped the fundamentals. How intriguing. I never imagined I would also be a sword genius. Chu Changge mused. Since it had not taken much time, he decided to prepare for the impending opening of the Liu Cave Heaven during the remaining time of his month and a half. Rising, he resolved to visit the Su family. It had been nearly a month since he last saw Xiao Yanran and Su Ningshuang. He was quite curious about their relationship and what recent events might unfold. With this in mind, he hurriedly took the elder along and departed from the Chu family. Shortly after his departure, Chu Hao, who had been in seclusion, also emerged. Lucien, where are we headed next? Chu Hao inquired. Venture into the lair of the true dragon and seize an opportunity that belongs to you. Lucien spoke softly. This was an opportunity she had painstakingly deduced for Chu Hao over the past few days. With the imminent opening of the Liu Cave, it was imperative that Chu Hao swiftly elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, he would lack the means to protect himself upon entering. She was untroubled by the other prodigies from various realms, confident in Chu Hao's ability to handle them. However, her concern lay solely with Chu Changge. After all, the future Chu Changge was formidable, and he was already aware of her probing, even though he had not taken any action to thwart her or erase her memories. Her anxiety persisted. Despite possessing foreknowledge of many events, she still found herself no match for Chu Changge. Chu Hao nodded in agreement, and under Lucien's guidance, he departed from the Chu family, heading toward the location of his destined opportunity, the Su family of eternal life. In the courtyard of Su Ningshuang, although Chu Changge had arranged for Xiao Yanran to reside there, the two had not caused any discord. In fact, due to certain feelings of guilt, Xiao Yanran treated Su Ningshuang with great kindness, and they interacted as if they were close sisters. Ningshuang, your cultivation has advanced once more. Xiao Yanran exclaimed upon observing Su Ningshuang's newfound prowess. Indeed, my physique is rather unique. As long as I possess sufficient energy, I can continuously break through. Su Ningshuang replied with a smile. Blessed with the devouring immortal bone and the memories of her past cultivation, she could swiftly enhance her strength without fearing instability from rapid advancement. Just over a month ago, when she parted ways with Chu Changge, she had only reached the 3rd layer of the fetal origin realm. Now, after just over a month, she had attained the golden core realm, her progress astonishingly rapid. At that moment, the voice of Ningshuang resonated within Su Ningshuang's mind. Well done, little girl. Your cultivation has ascended swiftly, and your foundation is solid. It appears that with the devouring immortal bone, you are indeed well suited for the practice of the heavenly devouring demonic art. Ningshuang expressed her satisfaction with her disciple. Thanks to this disciple, she had acquired a soul-nurturing wood to cultivate her spirit, allowing her to move freely without the fear of excessive soul energy consumption leading to slumber. Master, all of this is your merit. Without you, there would be no present-day disciple. Su Ningshuang held her master in high regard, though she had only been a disciple for a little over a month. If one were to consider their past lives, they had been master and disciple for thousands of years, sharing countless experiences. Ningshuang smiled knowingly. Sensing Su Ningshuang's situation and recognizing her as a powerful being returned from the future. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed a familiar aura. With a smile, she remarked, "Little girl, your young man has come to find you. You two should have a good chat. I shall not intrude." "Master, you tease me again." Su Ningshuang playfully chided inwardly. Despite having a heart cultivated over thousands of years, she had been preoccupied with vengeance in her past life, leaving her utterly inexperienced in matters of romance. Only in the presence of her master does she reveal her childlike demeanor. When her master jested, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Ningshuang fell silent, retreating into the soul-nurturing wood, seemingly shielding her awareness from eavesdropping on her disciples' whispered conversations. However, her innate curiosity led her to subtly extend her senses and listen in from the sidelines. Before long, a disciple of the Su family ushered Chu Changge inside. "Divine son Chu, ahead lies the residence of the divine maiden. We are not permitted to enter. The path ahead is yours to traverse," said the disciple. Chu Changge nodded, responding, "All right, you may continue with your duties." With that, he stepped into the small courtyard. Soon, he spotted Xiao Yanran and Su Ningshuang seated together, appearing to enjoy each other's company. As he gazed at Su Ningshuang, her information panel surfaced in his mind. "Schwer, have you broken through to the Golden Core realm?" Name, Su Ningshuang. Cultivation, Golden Core realm. First layer premium Golden Core. Recent events. Due to various circumstances, certain events in the Eastern Wilderness domain have occurred prematurely. The Chaos Divine Mountains Dojo, which was supposed to open a year later, has suddenly become accessible. To seek greater opportunities within the Liu Cave Heaven, she ventured to the Chaos Divine Mountains Dojo, where she seized a fragment of the Heavenly Tao to merge into her Golden Core, elevating it to a Heavenly Tao Golden Core, thereby gaining mastery over the powers of the Heavenly Tao. Chu Changge looked upon this revelation with astonishment. Is this the formidable strength of a reincarnata? In just over a month, she progressed from the Tao embryo realm to the Golden Core realm, even discovering a method to enhance the quality of her already condensed Golden Core. He marveled inwardly. Su Ningshuang approached with a smile. "Brother Changge, what brings you here?" After all that had transpired in recent days, her impression of Chu Changge had undergone significant transformation. Just as her fondness for him was surging, Ningshuang's cold, unyielding voice echoed in Su Ningshuang's mind. "Disciple, though it may be abrupt for me to interject, I must caution you. The aura surrounding your fiancé seems somewhat amiss. It is no longer as pure as before." Confused, Su Ningshuang inquired, "Master, what do you mean? Could you clarify?" Ningshuang sighed deeply, then spoke plainly. "What I mean is that your fiancé is no longer the same Xiao Chunan." "What does that mean, master?" Su Ningshuang was bewildered. "What Xiao Chunan? What is this about?" Cough, cough. "My dear girl, what I mean to convey is that your fiancé is no longer a virgin," Ningshuang stated solemnly. She was trying to make her foolish disciple aware of her fiancé's unworthiness, as he had already tarnished his virtue by consorting with another woman before their marriage, which she found utterly despicable. Consorting with another woman? Su Ningshuang turned her gaze towards Chu Changge. Under the scrutiny of the young girl, Chu Changge felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if some hidden secret had been inadvertently exposed. Su Ningshuang, however, remained unfazed, silently reflecting, "Master, with such excellence, it is only natural that Brother Changge has more than one woman by his side in the future. At his age, it is quite normal for him not to be a virgin." Unperturbed, she recalled that in her memories, the future Chu Changge was never short of female companions, with goddesses and saintesses continually surrounding him. In this world, whether male or female, a true powerhouse was often accompanied by a multitude of wives or concubines. To illustrate, even within her own family, her father had more than one wife, and her cousins were even more audacious, learning to frequent brothels at merely a decade old. Growing up in such an environment, she had long since become accustomed to it. How should I address this foolish disciple of mine? Ningshuang pondered. "Schwer, why do you gaze at me so? Is there something amiss on my face?" Chu Changge inquired with curiosity. "And no, it's just that after not seeing you for a month, you've changed so much that I nearly didn't recognize you." Su Ningshuang replied shyly, her head lowered. Upon the mention of change, Ningshuang finally took notice and began to assess Chu Changge's condition. The moment she did, hidden behind the soul-nurturing wood, she almost lost her composure. What on earth has this lad been up to this past month? His dual pupils have transformed into celestial eyes, and he possesses 2 celestial bones within him. How has his cultivation ascended so rapidly? Ningshuang exclaimed with excitement, her voice resonating painfully in Su Ningshuang's mind. Master, why are you so startled? Su Ningshuang queried. This was the first time she had witnessed such astonishment from her master. Even during their previous life when great enemies loomed, such a reaction had never surfaced. Swear. I retract my earlier statement. Your fiancé is indeed remarkable. He has now become a formidable practitioner in the Nirvana realm. Moreover, I sensed 9 true intents within him. He has reached a level that even the emperors and immortals of past generations could not achieve. As a reborn powerhouse and a near emperor in her past life, Su Ningshuang comprehended the significance of Ningshuang's words. Brother Changge has indeed grown more exceptional. In this life, he has managed to condense 9 true intents. Her expression reflected her astonishment, for in her previous life, Chu Changge had not reached such heights. Even at this moment, he had yet to break into the king realm. In her recollections, he had only achieved that breakthrough after his return from the Liu Cave. Now, everything had transpired far too swiftly. Despite the many changes that had unfolded, she was relieved that certain destined opportunities still awaited her. This would not hinder her development. As she observed Chu Changge, who appeared shy and occasionally murmured to himself, she felt a sense of warmth. He understood that this must be related to her mysterious master communicating within her. Swear, how is your master recovering? Chu Changge inquired with concern. After all, she was a formidable being from the celestial realm, and it was prudent to foster a good relationship. Upon hearing this, Su Ningshuang regained her composure and smiled. Brother Changge, thanks to your soul-nurturing wood, my master is recovering quite well. She is currently unable to manifest herself, but she asked me to convey her gratitude to you. Chu Changge waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality, esteemed one. As your master, it is only right that I assist you, swear. As he spoke, he produced a drop of phoenix blood, which he had previously refined, containing a potent energy. However, this energy was of little use to him at the moment. The amount of energy needed for his Nirvana realm breakthrough was vast, and a single drop would not suffice. Instead, it could greatly benefit Su Ningshuang, as the energy within this drop could elevate her significantly. Swear, this drop of blood is extracted from an ancient phoenix. It holds little value for me now, so please take it for yourself. Su Ningshuang gazed at the blood in Chu Changge's hand with immense joy. Thank you so much, Brother Changge, she said, not hesitating to accept it. After all, as Chu Changge had mentioned, it would not greatly enhance his abilities, while for her, it could elevate her several small realms. Such a breakthrough would be immensely beneficial when seeking opportunities in the Liu Cave in the future. The two exchanged words of concern and gifts, which made Xiao Yanran, watching from a distance, feel increasingly uncomfortable. She could not quite understand why, but a sour feeling brewed within her heart, leaving her quite unsettled. Damn Chu Changge, giving gifts to others without including me. Xiao Yanran fumed. After all, she had once shared a marital bond with him. How could he have forgotten? Watching the smiling Su Ningshuang only intensified her jealousy. She coveted the phoenix blood and desired the precious treasures even more. After the two had exchanged sweet nothings for a while, Chu Changge finally noticed Xiao Yanran. He approached her to greet. Goddess Xiao, how has your time at the Su residence been? With the Xiao family now at odds with the Lin family, you need not worry about a renewed union between the two houses. When do you plan to return to the Xiao family? Chu Changge asked. It was indeed not ideal for Xiao Yanran to remain at the Su residence, considering the rumors of their previous engagement. Xiao Yanran shook her head, stating, Son of Chu, I cannot return to the Xiao family for the time being. I will continue to stay at the Su residence. However, rest assured, while you spend time with Sister Ningshuang, I shall not intrude. Chu Changge felt a sense of helplessness, detecting a hint of bitterness in her tone. Was she feeling jealous? All because he hadn't brought her a gift? Very well, Goddess Xiao, you may remain for as long as you wish, provided that Shuer is willing to keep you here. Su Ningshuang harbors no animosity towards Xiao Yanran and readily agrees to allow her to continue residing in the Su family. Meanwhile, an unexpected event unfolds in the Eastern Desolation domain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly becomes remarkably active, drawn towards a singular location by a peculiar force. Countless ancient powers and reclusive experts emerge from their long seclusion. What could be transpiring? Why has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grown so scarce? Is the end of the law age upon us? Something is amiss. Why is the spiritual energy converging in one direction? Could it be the emergence of a legacy from an ancient powerhouse? Many voices express their inner doubts. From a distance, Chu Changge observes the heavenly phenomena in the eastern desolation domain. He understands the nature of the situation. This is not the onset of the end of the Law Age. This marks the opening of a trial ground known as the chaotic divine mountain. Chapter 75. The heirs of the three dominant powers gather. What is that? Both Su Ningshuang and Xiao Yanran inquire with puzzled expressions. Although Su Ningshuang is a reborn individual, the timing of the chaotic divine mountain's opening is not as she remembers, and she does not recognize it immediately. At this moment, Chu Changge begins to explain. This is the chaotic divine mountain, a secret realm and a trial ground. The chaotic divine mountain? The two women exclaim in unison. Xiao Yanran has never heard of this chaotic divine mountain, but Su Ningshuang has. She is utterly astonished. How could this be? This secret realm was supposed to open only after the Liu Cave Heaven, and yet it is now unfolding? Su Ningshuang feels as though her mind is expanding with the revelation. The timing of the chaotic divine mountain's appearance seems rather unsettling. Will the opportunities she knows of also be altered? This is a matter of uncertainty for her. Nevertheless, now that the chaotic divine mountain has indeed opened, she hopes that the opportunities and trials within remain unchanged. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a magnificent and imposing phantom of a divine mountain suddenly appears in the sky above the eastern desolation domain. This mountain radiates a kaleidoscope of colors, surrounded by profound and mysterious Tao rhythms, making it evident at a glance that this mountain is extraordinary. This is the chaotic divine mountain, with the trial ground nestled within its heights. To participate in the trials and claim rewards, one must enter the trial ground. The true chaotic divine mountain. Su Ningshuang's previously anxious heart is now at ease. Numerous heirs of ancient powers emerge. I never expected the chaotic divine mountain to appear in this era. This divine son shall partake in the trials and seize the strongest legacy. A tall and handsome golden-haired man soars into the sky, exclaiming excitedly. His flowing golden hair dances wildly in the wind generated by his overwhelming aura. The greatest opportunity of the chaotic divine mountain belongs to me. You younglings shall not compete with me for it. A young man, emanating an overwhelming aura of darkness and sporting a pallid visage, appeared in the sky, vying alongside a golden-haired youth to be the first to enter the chaotic divine mountain. Both individuals were renowned prodigies from the eastern wilderness domain. Although neither had yet stepped into the sacred realm, their strength and combat prowess rivaled that of sacred realm experts. As these two figures emerged, an increasing number of talented individuals soared towards the ethereal silhouette of the divine mountain in the sky. Brother Changge, we should hasten our departure. The opportunities within the chaotic divine mountain are extraordinary. It conceals great secrets, Su Ningshuang remarked gravely. In her previous life, she had not ventured into the chaotic divine mountain for the trials, yet she had heard numerous rumors. Among these, the most significant was the rumored fragment of the map to the Taichi secret realm. Those who passed the trials of the chaotic divine mountain were said to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Chu Changge nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us set forth now. He then turned to Xiao Yanran and inquired, Goddess Xiao, will you join us? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yanran nodded, affirming her acceptance of Chu Changge's invitation. Within the Eternal Life Su clan, aside from the three of them, many disciples of the Su family were also making their way to the chaotic divine mountain. The once tranquil eastern wilderness domain had become exceedingly lively due to the emergence of the chaotic divine mountain's venue. Before the ethereal image of the divine mountain, several prodigies found themselves obstructed, unable to advance. What is happening? Why is there an invisible barrier preventing our passage? Has that esteemed figure set up a formation to block our entrance into the chaotic divine mountain? A disgruntled young man exclaimed. The proximity of opportunity, yet the inability to seize it, filled him with ire. A barrier is hindering us. Is it possible that entry into the chaotic divine mountain requires some form of credential? A perceptive individual speculated, recalling that some secret realm trials indeed necessitated proof for entry, viewing the chaotic divine mountain in a similar light. At this juncture, the heirs of the four dominant powers of the eastern wilderness domain began to appear. Look, that is the contemporary scion of the ancient Xiao clan, Chu Changge. He has actually arrived, a young woman exclaimed, pointing at the man who was approaching them with an air of confidence. Chu Changge stood poised in the void, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by a retinue of Xiao family disciples, exuding an impressive aura as he advanced towards the assembly. A gathering of simpletons. To enter the chaotic divine mountain for trials, one must be patient. The chaotic divine mountain has only just manifested. It will not truly open for another day, he stated, imparting this knowledge with a hint of condescension. Upon realizing the situation, a young woman gazed at Chu Changge with admiration. Wow, truly the scion of the Xiao family. His understanding is unparalleled, far beyond our mundane comprehension. Ah, I see now. Thank you, Scion Xiao, for enlightening us. Otherwise, we would have been left in anxious anticipation. Xiao Changsheng relished the praise, closing his eyes slightly and tilting his head back, embodying a demeanor that seemed to invite further adulation. Suddenly, resonating from the distance, came the sound of dragon roars. Roar! The gazes of the crowd swiftly shifted away from Xiao Changsheng, redirecting towards the source of the resounding dragon's roar. Before them, several dragon-like creatures bore a magnificent, resplendent palace of gold, shimmering with brilliance. It was the dragon's nest. They had indeed arrived. One could not help but wonder if the dragon maiden of the dragon's nest would also make her appearance here. And indeed, she had come. The dragon maiden of the dragon's nest, Long Shi, had arrived, with the manifestation of the chaotic divine mountain. It was inconceivable that the dragon's nest would forego such an extraordinary opportunity. Amidst exclamations of astonishment, Long Shi, the dragon maiden, approached the chaotic divine mountain. Xiao Changsheng cast a hostile glare at her. The moment this woman appeared, she eclipsed all his glory, inciting his displeasure. With two of the four paramount powers now present, Chu Changge soon followed. His entrance, however, differed from that of the other two factions. He appeared in the most unpretentious manner, accompanied by Xiao Yanran and Su Ningshuang. It was Chu Changge, the son of God. He had also arrived. But why did his entrance contrast so starkly with that of Xiao Changsheng? Xiao Changsheng was nothing but a pretentious fool, while Chu Changge preferred to eschew such ostentatious displays. As Xiao Changsheng listened to the murmurs surrounding him, his expression darkened progressively. He glanced at Chu Changge, poised to mock him for not arriving with his family. However, his attention was drawn to Xiao Yanran standing beside Chu Changge. Was that truly Xiao Yanran? She was standing next to Chu Changge? Xiao Changsheng's countenance grew increasingly grim. The plight of the Xiao family stemmed from the troubles caused by Xiao Yanran. Their entire clan was suffering, yet she was out there relishing life? Observing the rosy complexion of Xiao Yanran compared to the pallid faces of the other family members, he realized she had been living well during this time. Finding a reason to confront him, Xiao Changsheng approached Chu Changge and coldly stated, "Son of God Changge, my family's goddess has been missing for many days. How could she be by your side? I implore you to provide an explanation, or do not blame me for being impolite." Xiao Changsheng's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Chu Changge, reflecting on the current enmity between the Xiao and Lin families. He suspected that Chu Changge was intricately involved. Chu Changge, with an air of calmness, replied, "Explanation? What is it that you wish for me to explain?" "The disappearance of Miss Xiao is a matter concerning your family. Her presence beside me does not imply that I have taken her captive. If I had intended to do anything to her, I would have acted long ago. Could she move as freely as she does now if I had bound her?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng found some merit in Chu Changge's words. Indeed, Xiao Yanran was not constrained by Chu Changge. If she desired to leave, she could do so at any moment. Yet, why did she choose to remain by his side instead of returning to her family? With a furrowed brow, Xiao Changsheng turned to Xiao Yanran and inquired, "Yanran, come here quickly. Do you have any idea what we have done and the price we have paid to find you during your absence from the family?" Xiao Changsheng's tone was not one of negotiation, but rather an authoritative command. Yanran shook her head, hiding behind Chu Changge, unwilling to return to the family camp. Witnessing Yanran's demeanor, Xiao Changsheng's face turned an ominous shade of green with rage. "Divine Son, I will not return to the Xiao family, nor will I unite with the Lin family." Yanran boldly declared the reason for her departure from the Xiao clan. At that moment, those present realized that only 3 of the 4 dominant factions of the Eastern Wilderness had arrived, with not a single figure from the ancient Lin family in sight. Many looked on in puzzlement. How strange. Why has not a single person from the Lin family appeared? With the emergence of the Chaos Divine Mountain, it is inconceivable that the Lin family would willingly forfeit such a grand opportunity. Alas, the absence of the Lin family from the 4 dominant factions may have thwarted what could have been a legendary event. Could something have transpired within the ancient Lin family? Why else would they be absent? The crowd buzzed with speculation, pondering what had befallen the Lin family, who had been at odds with the Xiao family recently. However, with the Xiao family present, it was implausible that the Lin family would be absent as well. Amidst the crowd's confusion, one individual spoke up. "You mortals seem to be behind the times. I have heard that not long ago, the divine son Chu went alone to confront the Lin family, and none of their prodigies could stand against him. In fact, the ancient Lin family has proclaimed a retreat into seclusion because their young prodigies were defeated by the divine son Chu." Upon hearing such news, the surrounding prodigies regarded Chu Changge with a newfound wariness. With the Chaos Divine Mountain about to be unveiled, most prodigies were aware of each other's strengths and had not taken them seriously. Yet now, they learned that Chu Changge, who was previously on par with them, had single-handedly dismantled the entire ancient Lin family. This revelation instilled a cautious respect towards Chu Changge among them. Some even began to contemplate forming an alliance to confront him first upon entering the Chaos Divine Mountain. At that moment, Chu Changge cast a glance at the middle-aged man who had revealed his triumph over the young prodigies of the ancient Lin family. Information about him flashed in Chu Changge's mind. Name, Zhou Chun. Cultivation, King Realm, 9th Layer. Physique, Heavenly Spirit Body. Techniques, Heavenly Machine Calculation, Imperial Grade 1st Tier. Divine Transformation Technique, Holy Grade 3rd Tier. Fate, Senior Disciple of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Purple. Recent events, after entering the Chaos Divine Mountain. He obtained the Heavenly Machine Abacus left by the former head of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, using it to deduce the secrets of the Heavenly Machine and locate an ancient formation within the Chaos Divine Mountain, leading to the defeat of multiple prodigies. Observing this individual's profile, Chu Changge smiled. So he is a disciple of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. No wonder he is aware of my actions. He mused, recalling that during his confrontation with the Lin family, he had not made a significant impact. After achieving success at the Gambling Gate and defeating all the prodigies of the Lin family, he refrained from boasting about his victory. The Lin family, having lost face, also chose to remain silent on the matter. It was reasonable to assume that no one would be aware of this occurrence. Yet, disciples from the Tiangong Pavilion managed to deduce the events through various means. At that moment, Xiao Changsheng gazed at Chu Changge with a look of deep apprehension. It was no wonder that all the disciples of the ancient Lin family had retreated. It was due to this individual. However, despite his assistance to the Xiao family, this divine scion would not easily forgive him. Had it not been for his deceit in taking Yinran away, how could the Xiao and Lin families have fallen into conflict? Xiao Changsheng pondered. Just as everyone was beginning to regain their composure, a tremendous commotion arose from a distance. The roar of a dragon and the rumble of colossal beasts echoed across the heavens. What force could that be? Someone pointed towards a cloud of smoke rolling towards them and exclaimed in astonishment. It was the ancient Lin family. They had emerged once more. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. They had initially thought one of the 4 great powers would be absent, but it seemed that all 4 dominant factions had gathered. It was only natural, considering the immense opportunities hidden within the Chaos Divine Mountain. All 3 of the major hegemonic forces of the Dao domain had arrived. How could the remaining one possibly stay away? After all, this was a significant era. One misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. A middle-aged man named Zhou Chun furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, "How strange. What is happening? How could the Lin family appear?" Under the gaze of the crowd, the members of the Lin family approached the ethereal visage of the Chaos Divine Mountain. Among them, Chu Changge recognized several familiar faces. Those were his former adversaries, some of whom had not yet recovered from their injuries, their faces still bearing the marks of defeat. However, amidst this group, Chu Changge noticed a strikingly poised stranger exuding a powerful aura. How intriguing. It appeared that the Lin family had awakened an ancient anomaly that had long been sealed within their lineage. He mused with a faint smile. The leader of the Lin family, filled with arrogance, regarded Chu Changge with a condescending demeanor. "You are the divine scion Chu? The one who recently confronted my Lin family and wounded numerous prodigies?" Chu Changge nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am. How do you address yourself?" "I am Lin Tianqi. Regarding your injury to my Lin disciples, I shall seek retribution once we enter the Chaos Divine Mountain." Lin Tianqi stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The onlookers sensed the tension between Lin Tianqi and Chu Changge and instinctively retreated several hundred meters, clearing a space to avoid being caught in the crossfire should they engage in battle. At that moment, Xiao Changxing frowned, as the name Lin Tianqi sounded vaguely familiar. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Lin Tianqi? Could he be the unparalleled prodigy from 1,000 years ago, the Lin family's young emperor?" Chapter 77. The Suppressing Prison Divine Body of Lin Tianqi. Upon hearing Xiao Changxing's exclamation, several elders from that era quickly recognized Lin Tianqi's true identity. A decade ago, Lin Tianqi, could it possibly be the unparalleled prodigy of the Lin family, who possesses the formidable prison god body? I am astonished to find that he is still alive, despite the Lin family proclaiming his demise. How is it that he appears so youthful? It seems we have all been deceived by the Lin family. They must have sealed Lin Tianqi within the divine source, only to let him emerge in this grand era. A decade ago, Lin Tianqi was an unparalleled genius, a being with few rivals throughout the Eastern Wilderness domain. Now that he has re-emerged, it is likely that the entire Eastern Wilderness domain will soon be abuzz with excitement. Listening to the surrounding crowd's admiration, astonishment, and discussions, Lin Tianqi could not help but raise his head, wearing a proud expression as he surveyed those present. Chu Changge cast a glance at Lin Tianqi, and noted that the information displayed on this individual was quite remarkable. Name: Lin Tianqi. Cultivation: Nirvana Realm, Peak. Physique: Prison God Body. Techniques: Prison God Art, Imperial Level 9. Six Path Divine Fist, Saint Level 9. Prison God Leg, Saint Level 1. Fate: Prison God Sovereign, Orange. Recent events: within the Chaos Divine Mountains Dojo, leveraging his powerful Prison God Body, he overwhelmed countless prodigies and ultimately passed numerous tests to obtain the supreme divine weapon, the Prison God Spear. This individual appears to be a false child of destiny. Chu Changge mused after reviewing Lin Tianqi's information. Beside him, Su Ningshuang furrowed her brow as she regarded Lin Tianqi. Is this not the future Prison God Sovereign? How could he possibly appear at this moment? Su Ningshuang recognized Lin Tianqi's identity. In her recollection, Lin Tianqi was an undeniable genius. In her past life, even though she ultimately perished at the hands of the extraterrestrial demons, Lin Tianqi continued to thrive and garnered significant renown. Under his leadership, the ancient Lin family was on the verge of becoming the foremost power in the Eastern Wilderness domain. However, she could not witness whether they succeeded, for by that time, she had already succumbed to the extraterrestrial demons. Nevertheless, Lin Tianqi's strength was undeniably formidable. Chu Changge withdrew his gaze, opting not to regard Lin Tianqi further. Given his current capabilities, dealing with Lin Tianqi would be a rather straightforward endeavor. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqi's eyes remained fixed on Chu Changge. Observing that he was being ignored caused Lin Tianqi to feel a sense of disdain. He remarked coolly, "Chu Godchild, not long ago, you besieged my Lin family, severely injuring numerous disciples. How about this? If you apologize to my Lin family disciples here, then I, as the Godchild, may consider refraining from taking action against you once I enter the Chaos Divine Mountain." Chu Changge rolled his eyes at Lin Tianqi and replied flatly, "Are you out of your mind? In a contest between two individuals, injuries are a normal occurrence, are they not?" Without hesitation, Chu Changge dismissed Lin Tianqi's unreasonable demand. This response left Lin Tianqi's face burning with humiliation, and he sensed the peculiar glances of those around him. Feeling a loss of dignity, he realized that his command had fallen on deaf ears. With a darkened expression, he retorted, "Since you refuse to comply, I shall have no choice but to take matters into my own hands and compel you to apologize properly to my Lin family disciples." As Lin Tianqi's voice faded, a formidable surge of blood and energy erupted from within him. Echoes of a divine statue's roar resonated throughout his being. Six Paths Divine Fist. Lin Tianqi bellowed, unleashing a punch imbued with such terrifying force that it seemed poised to rend the very fabric of this space and realm. Truly, the strength of the prison suppressing divine body was awe-inspiring. Yet, it was a pity that he fell just short. Chu Changge commented indifferently, his eyes suddenly transforming into a striking contrast of black and white. The powers of space and time interwove, and within a radius of 100 miles. It felt as though the passage of time for all living beings had been slowed down several dozen times. With a mere glance, Chu Changge discerned Lin Tianqi's weakness. He approached Lin Tianqi step by step. Boom! Chu Changge's fist struck Lin Tianqi's chest, and in that instant, the flow of time in this space resumed its normal pace, sending Lin Tianqi hurtling backward. To Chu Changge's perception, the duration from his strike to Lin Tianqi being flung away felt prolonged, yet to the eyes of the onlookers, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The gathered crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. When did the son of God, Chu, make his move? How did Lin Tianqi get sent flying? Was this a mere display of circus tricks? Some questioned, for during the moment when time had slowed, they were unable to move as freely as Chu Changge, left utterly perplexed by Lin Tianqi's sudden flight. In the distance, the Lin family disciples, once proud to have Lin Tianqi's backing, felt their confidence weighing. What was happening? How did Lin Tianqi get sent flying? How did Chu Changge strike? Why were they unable to perceive a thing? Was this truly the battle of top-tier experts? With no back-and-forth exchanges, a single strike determined the outcome. Su Ningshuang watched in astonishment as Chu Changge effortlessly defeated Lin Tianqi. She had witnessed Lin Tianqi's might in her past life, and would have retreated in the face of his power. Yet now, Chu Changge had so easily bested him. It was utterly inconceivable. In Su Ningshuang's mind, Ningshuang spoke gravely. "Little girl, you must quickly inform your young husband to refrain from recklessly utilizing the energies of the celestial bone and celestial eye. He has yet to step into the saint realm, and careless use of that power could lead to significant problems, even attracting unnecessary troubles." Among those present, only Ningshuang, the sixth soul entity, could comprehend how Chu Changge had acted. He had harnessed the energy of the celestial bone to manipulate time, slowing the flow of time in this 100-mile space, thus executing his previous attack. However, such power was beyond Chu Changge's current mastery. To wield the energies of the celestial bone and celestial eye freely, one must enter the saint realm. Otherwise, it would result in a severe loss of one's essence. In the distance, Lin Tianqi returned, looking disheveled. The pride and confidence that once adorned his face upon entering had vanished, replaced with confusion. What had just transpired? Where was he? Why did I suddenly fly out for no reason? Lin Tianqi pondered this question multiple times in his mind, yet he found himself devoid of any answers. He gazed at Chu Changge and coldly remarked, "Was it you who orchestrated this?" Chu Changge nodded and replied, "Indeed, it was I, the Divine Son, who intervened just now. Consider this a mere warning. Should you, Divine Son Lin, persist in seeking trouble with me, I shall not hesitate to end your life." Chapter 78. The Chaotic Divine Mountain opens early. Lin Tianqi was taken aback. He had not anticipated being threatened, especially by a junior born a millennium later. He chuckled. How amusing. Truly amusing. A millennium ago, I was unmatched in the eastern wilderness realm, and you, a mere fledgling, were still a figment of the future. How bold of you to threaten me today. The youth of today are indeed intriguing. Hearing Lin Tianqi's words, Chu Changge wore an expression of indifference. So you are merely a relic of the past. No wonder you could not withstand a single blow from me. Chu Changge's words, though not fatal, were laced with profound insult, instantly riling Lin Tianqi. You dare, young one. If I do not bring you to your knees today, I shall take your surname. But I have no desire for a son with such a deranged mind. Chu Changge's retort only fueled Lin Tianqi's fury. Just as the two were about to clash, unexpectedly, the chaotic divine mountain, which was supposed to open after a day's wait, suddenly revealed itself. Rumbling. The previously invisible barrier that had obstructed their path now manifested, swinging wide open to allow entry. Instantly, all attention shifted from the confrontation between Chu Changge and Lin Tianqi to the chaotic divine mountain. Hurry! The chaotic divine mountain has opened. Rush in before the opportunity slips away, shouted an eager young cultivator, who was the first to dash into the mountain without hesitation. Ha! The greatest fortune within the chaotic divine mountain is mine. None shall vie with me, exclaimed a young disciple from a small clan as he swiftly entered the mountain. In the blink of an eye, countless individuals surged into the chaotic divine mountain as the barrier dissipated. Observing the unfolding situation, Lin Tianqi let out a cold laugh. Youngster, if you have the courage, enter the chaotic divine mountain. I shall await you within, and should you dare to step inside, I will ensure your demise. With that, Lin Tianqi charged into the chaotic divine mountain alongside numerous disciples from the Lin family. In the distance, Xiao Changsheng glanced at Xiao Yin before turning to lead the disciples of the Xiao family inside as well. One after another, disciples from various formidable factions entered the chaotic divine mountain. Chu Changge followed suit, bringing along the disciples of the Chu and Su families. Upon entering the chaotic divine mountain, Chu Changge noticed that everyone around him had vanished, as if they had been randomly teleported to a specific location within the mountain. Now that he had entered, his only path to fortune lay in ascending to the summit of this divine mountain to access the true trial and seize immense opportunities. It seems I must aim for the peak, Chu Changge murmured to himself as he lifted his gaze. The towering chaos divine mountain stood majestically, its peak piercing the clouds. Seemingly endless, he focused his energy, yearning to leap to its summit. However, as he exerted strength in his legs to ascend, he found himself merely a few dozen meters above the ground when an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, forcing him back down. Intriguingly, it became clear that this chaos divine mountain was no ordinary place. It was a forbidden zone. Chu Changge understood the situation. Reaching the pinnacle would require a gradual ascent. Once this revelation dawned upon him, he swiftly located the path upward. Yet, after only a few steps, he stumbled upon several corpses littering the trail. These were the first wave of rogue cultivators who had rushed into the chaos divine mountain. Lacking connections and strength, they were the first to fall, mere fodder in this perilous realm. Chu Changge disregarded the lifeless bodies and continued onward. Before long, he encountered adversaries. It's the divine son of Chu, someone exclaimed excitedly, their demeanor revealing they considered Chu Changge their prey. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed several formidable figures had appeared, their vitality radiating strength. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he taunted. Do you intend to make a move against me? Are you not afraid of facing death at my hands? The leader of the group scoffed in response. Afraid? Of course we are, but only outside. Now that we are within the chaos divine mountain, we harbor no fear of you, the divine son of the Chu family. Surely, you have yet to realize the truth. Within the chaos divine mountain, no matter how powerful your cultivation is outside, it holds no weight here. The only thing that matters is the strength of the physical body. We are disciples of the body refinement sect, having honed our physiques since childhood. making us more than capable of dealing with someone like you. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, relinquish your valuables to us, and we shall spare your life for the sake of the Chu family." Their words echoed among the group. Chu Changge soon recognized that the once mighty essence within him was now rendered impotent by a mysterious force. His formidable cultivation had been sealed, rendering many of his techniques unusable. At this moment, only his physical strength remained. Had it been in the past, without having tempered his body, he would have had to concede before these body refinement experts. However, having consumed the blood of the true dragon and undergone the refinement of various rare materials, his physique surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Dealing with these specialized warriors was, therefore, a trivial matter. Gazing at these unfortunate foes, he sighed deeply. You rogue cultivators seem to misunderstand the capabilities of disciples from illustrious families. Do you truly believe that apart from my profound cultivation, I possess nothing of worth? Chu Changge clenched his fists, his heart racing. The sound of his heartbeat resonated like a war drum, his blood coursing through his veins with the roar of mighty rivers, even audible from several miles away. The sound of each heartbeat reverberated, causing the eardrums of these men to tremble, and they instantly displayed expressions of dismay. How could this be possible? How could his physical form be so formidable? Is this the progeny cultivated by a dominant force? They are truly remarkable, a veritable embodiment of versatility. As Chu Changge observed the despair etched upon the faces of these body refinement warriors, he unleashed a punch without hesitation. Although he could not draw upon the powers of the Nirvana realm, the sheer strength of his physique, comparable to that of a pure-blood dragon, was sufficient to obliterate the bodies of this group from a distance. Bang! Several individuals were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Chu Changge retracted his fist, his rapidly beating heart returning to its natural rhythm as the turbulent flow of his vital energy gradually settled. With an expression of indifference, he remarked, "Boring." Having said that, he continued on his journey. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes were fixated on him intently. "Chu Changge, it is you. It truly is you. But how have you become so powerful? Regardless of your transformation, I, Chen Fan, will ensure that I do not allow you to come near Yunruo Wei, nor will I permit you to harm her." Chapter 79. The Pursuit of the Eternal Emperor Chen Fan. Along the way, Chu Changge encountered several groups who, emboldened by their status as body refinement warriors, attempted to intercept him. Unfortunately for them, they found themselves outmatched, gaining nothing in their encounters with him. However, from these individuals, he gleaned some information regarding the disciples of the Chu family. "I should go find Su Ningshuang," he muttered to himself. He had just learned that this girl was nearby, and he could conveniently seek her out. Being in the presence of such a fortunate protagonist provided him with a sense of reassurance. Just as Chu Changge was about to head towards Su Ningshuang's location, he paused after taking only a few steps. He then coldly addressed the person trailing behind him. "Come forth. You have been following me for some time now. What is your intention?" His words startled Chen Fan, who had been maintaining a distance. His heart raced. How could this be? How did he discover me? I have a concealment pearl masking my aura. How could he possibly detect me? Chen Fan remained composed, unwilling to reveal himself immediately. In his mind, this was merely Chu Changge trying to deceive him. In his previous life, he had employed similar tactics to flush out those wishing to harm him. Are you unwilling to show yourself? If I must take action, it will not end well for you. Chu Changge slowly turned, his gaze fixed intently on an empty space. At that moment, Chen Fan tensed, realizing that the direction of Chu Changge's gaze aligned precisely with his position. How could it be? He truly has discovered me. After a moment, as Chu Changge observed the continued silence from the other party, his brow furrowed. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. In that case, I shall be compelled to act. Just as Chu Changge prepared to make his move, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself and revealed himself. Wait, divine son Chu. Please halt. I shall reveal myself at once. Chen Fan ceased utilizing the concealment pearl, allowing his form to materialize out of thin air. This concealment pearl, a treasure he obtained upon entering the chaotic divine mountain, not only cloaked his aura but also rendered his body ethereal, invisible to the naked eye. As Chu Changge beheld Chen Fan's sudden appearance, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Name, Chen Fan. Cultivation, body refinement realm, 10th layer. Physique, longevity body. Technique, longevity art, imperial level. First rank, fate, Emperor of Longevity, red. Recent events, the reborn Emperor of Longevity, recalling memories from a previous life, has navigated through trials since the opening of the chaotic Divine Mountains dojo, acquiring the secret methods to penetrate the 10th layer of the body refinement realm and establish an unparalleled foundation. Chu Changge furrowed his brow, realizing that Chen Fan was indeed a protagonist of fortune, and a reborn one at that. This revelation sparked his curiosity. Why are there so many reborn protagonists? Is some great upheaval on the horizon? Chu Changge pondered, initially believing that only Su Ningshuang was a reborn soul, but now another had emerged. Moreover, this individual was stealthily trailing him. Did he intend to assassinate him, or was there some other motive? Chu Changge inquired, "Young man, why have you stalked this divine son for so long? Furthermore, what treasure do you possess in your hands?" At present, Chun Fan was merely at the body refinement realm. Although he could disregard realms within the chaotic divine mountain, relying solely on his physical prowess, after witnessing Chu Changge's formidable strength, he realized he was far from a match. Therefore, he dared not confront Chu Changge directly and chose instead to follow him from a distance, relying on Chu Changge to pave the way to the summit of the chaotic divine mountain. After all, the timing of the mountain's emergence was far earlier than he had recalled from his previous life, leaving him with little preparation. To reach the pinnacle, he had no choice but to depend on Chu Changge. Recalling the nuances of Chu Changge's character from his past life, Chun Fan remembered his fondness for flattery. Thus, he began, "Divine Son, you misunderstand me. I have long admired you. Alas, my humble strength is insufficient to accompany you, to serve you diligently. And thus I can only gaze from afar at your magnificent form and divine presence." With a respectful bow, Chun Fan expressed his sentiments, convinced that such words would surely endear him to Chu Changge and secure his place by his side. Unfortunately, the current Chu Changge was not the same as he remembered. Deceptive and insincere. This divine son perceives your intent as one that seeks death. Chu Changge retorted coldly. Terrified, Chun Fan trembled uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground as he stammered, "Divine son, I speak only the truth. I dare not conceal anything from you, nor show you any disrespect. If you disapprove of me following you, I shall depart at once. I implore your mercy, grant me my life." Observing Chun Fan's timorous demeanor, Chu Changge questioned the reliability of the system's information. Could a reborn individual truly be so timid? Was he genuinely a reborn soul? Shouldn't a reincarnator possess foresight and the ability to strategize? How could there exist such a cowardly reincarnator? Chu Changge silently criticized in his heart. At that moment, a choice panel appeared before him. It had been some time since he last encountered such a phenomenon. Ding! Detected the current experiences of the host, triggering a fateful choice. Option 1. Kill Chun Fan. Reward: 1 ordinary spirit stone. Option 2. Spare Chun Fan, allowing him to accompany you. Reward: 1 celestial spirit stone. Please make your selection. The rewards this time were rather peculiar. One was an ordinary spirit stone, while the other was a celestial spirit stone used in the immortal realm. This presented a dilemma for him. Killing Chun Fan would be effortless given his current strength. Yet the reward was merely a single ordinary spirit stone. On the other hand, sparing him promised a more enticing reward, but it left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Never mind. It seems ill-fated to eliminate him now. I shall keep him around for the time being, Chu Changge murmured to himself. Currently, Chun Fan's cultivation was low and his strength weak. He posed no threat to him. Keeping him close might even yield numerous fateful choice rewards due to his red destiny. Gazing at Chun Fan, who knelt on the ground, he spoke, "Very well, rise. Under the duress of this divine son, you have maintained your words. It appears you speak the truth. Since you wish to accompany me, you may remain. However, following me is no simple matter. That treasure of yours is quite remarkable. So lend it to me for a few days." Chun Fan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement, yet internally he cursed. Damn it, a bandit. Despite his grievances towards Chu Changge, his body acted obediently. He presented the chi-avoiding pearl to Chu Changge. "Since the divine son has taken an interest in this humble one's treasure, I willingly offer it to you, my lord." As Chu Changge accepted the chi-avoiding pearl, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has completed option 2, receiving 1 celestial spirit stone as a reward. Chapter 80, The Strongest Physique. The godly body of suppression. A celestial spirit stone materialized within the system space. With just a glance, an information panel appeared in his mind. Celestial spirit stone, a universal cultivation resource in the immortal realm, containing immense celestial energy. Upon viewing this information, Chu Changge's expression brightened. His chaotic immortal eye and immortal bone required an enormous amount of celestial energy for further cultivation to achieve great mastery. Otherwise, they would remain at a mere ordinary stage. Now possessing a celestial spirit stone, albeit just one, was sufficient for his cultivation needs. Moreover, acquiring this celestial spirit stone would pave the way for more in the future. Looking at Chun Fan, Chu Changge commanded, "Let us proceed. Since you will accompany me, you must serve me diligently." Chun Fan nodded fervently, "Yes. Thank you, noble divine son, for taking me in. I shall exert myself to serve you with utmost dedication." Like a loyal servant, Chun Fan followed closely behind Chu Changge. A reluctant yet resolute decision on his part. However, his psyche remained unscathed. He possessed an immortal body. having ascended to the quasi-emperor realm in his past life by virtue of his longevity. Countless times, he had bent his knee to accompany those illustrious figures. In this new life, he contemplated leveraging his past memories to seize opportunities in advance. Yet, he now realized that the timeline of the Chaos Divine Mountain diverged significantly from that of his previous existence, leading him to suspect that unforeseen events had transpired. Consequently, he found himself, much like in his former life, compelled to continue serving these powerful individuals, hoping to rapidly elevate his own status through their influence. Among them, Chu Changge presented a commendable choice. Simultaneously, being in proximity to Chu Changge would allow him to encounter the one he yearned to meet most, Yun Ruowei. Rest assured, Ruowei, in this life, I shall spare no effort to alter your fate, ensuring you do not suffer a tragic ending as you did in your previous life. Trailing behind Chu Changge, Chun Fan resolutely affirmed in his heart. Chu Changge remained oblivious to the thoughts occupying Chun Fan's mind as he silently trekked towards the Chaos Divine Mountain. Along the way, he encountered no ambushes from others. Soon, he and Chun Fan reached the summit of the mountain, a place designated as both a dojo and a trial ground. Remarkably, he was the first to arrive. However, upon his arrival, the trials had yet to commence, seemingly awaiting a certain number of participants before activation. After a while, others began to ascend to the peak. But the second group that arrived astonished Chu Changge. Lin Tianqi had also taken note of him. How intriguing. I never expected the divine son of Chu to reach the summit even before me. Lin Tianqi's gaze was fixated on Chu Changge, outside the Chaos Divine Mountain. During their skirmish, Chu Changge might have been able to suppress him with his techniques and superior cultivation. However, within the confines of the Chaos Divine Mountain, all cultivation levels and techniques were suppressed, leaving only physical prowess to be tested. His suppression divine body bore the title of the foremost physical form. Lin Tianqi advanced towards Chu Changge, each step reverberating with such weight that the ground quaked, as if the entire Chaos Divine Mountain might collapse at any moment. Chun Fan recognized Lin Tianqi, a formidable figure destined to become the suppression divine sovereign in the future. Under his leadership, the Lin family nearly ascended to the pinnacle of power in the eastern wilderness. Such a powerhouse exhibited extraordinary combat prowess even in his youth. Yet, in Chun Fan's memories, Lin Tianqi was not supposed to appear until after the closure of the Liu Cave. Now, with the Liu Cave yet to open, this individual had arrived prematurely. What on earth had transpired? Chun Fan's mind was engulfed in confusion. The current circumstances bore little resemblance to what he had gleaned in his previous life. Once estranged from Chu Changge, Su Ningshuang now inexplicably maintains a bond with him. Similarly, the once unrelated goddess of the Shao family, Xiao Yinran, now finds herself entangled with him as well. Even the Dragon Maiden of the 10,000 Dragon Cave seems to harbor undisclosed secrets with Chu Changge. At this moment, Chun Fan's mind swirled in confusion, standing idly like a fool at the side. Lin Tianqi approached Chu Changge and coldly remarked, "Chu Godzi, I previously warned you not to encounter me within the Chaos Divine Mountain, or I shall ensure you regret it." As his icy words fell, Lin Tianqi swung his arm, launching a punch aimed squarely at Chu Changge's face. Seeing this, Chu Changge swiftly raised his hand to block. Bang! The terrifying force of the town prison divine body unleashed a punch that resonated with a thunderous sound, enough to rupture eardrums. Chun Fan, at a distance, covered his ears, blood seeping from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. Had he not reacted swiftly to distance himself from the two, that single punch would have been his final farewell to this world. Damn, Lin Tianqi is indeed formidable, worthy of being the unparalleled prodigy capable of grievously wounding an emperor with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor in the future. My cultivation remains woefully inadequate. Chun Fan mused bitterly from afar. Chu Changge, relying on his physique refined by the blood of a true dragon, barely withstood the full force of the town prison divine body strike. After enduring the blow, he stepped back, increasing the distance between himself and Lin Tianqi. Shaking off the numbness in his arm, he remarked, "Your strength is commendable, but alas, your speed leaves something to be desired." Lin Tianqi furrowed his brow at the sight of Chu Changge, now a considerable distance away. Although the town prison divine body is powerful, it possesses a fatal flaw, its sluggishness. Previously, when his cultivation and Taoist techniques were intact, he would supplement the town prison divine body with unparalleled speed techniques to enhance his velocity. However, now within the Chaos Divine Mountain, utilizing the town prison divine body rendered him exceedingly heavy, making each movement arduous. The fact that he could not subdue Chu Changge with a single punch surprised him greatly. After shaking off the numbness in his arm, Chu Changge smirked and declared, "Lin Godzi, since you initiated this confrontation, I shall no longer hold back." With that, Chu Changge moved with astonishing speed, appearing instantaneously behind Lin Tianqi. How fast? Lin Tianqi felt a jolt of astonishment as he registered Chu Changge's presence behind him. Chu Changge unleashed a punch. Thud. This strike landed solidly on Lin Tianqi, producing a dull thud. This time, it was Lin Tianqi who mocked Chu Changge. Heh, Chu Godzi, your speed is indeed commendable, but your power is somewhat lacking. Oh, is that so? Chu Changge retorted with a cold laugh, his fist delivering a sudden surge of energy that penetrated Lin Tianqi's body. Uffed. As this strange force infiltrated him, Lin Tianqi violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 81. The Chaos Divine Mountain Assessment begins. What manner of fist technique is this? Lin Tianqi's expression darkened as he spoke. Ordinary martial arts. Does Lin Shenzi still wish to test Chu's prowess? Chu Changge casually waved his fist, his gaze unruffled as he regarded Lin Tianqi. Very well, this matter is acknowledged by this divine son. Lin Tianqi murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite the formidable strength of his prison-suppressing divine body, his speed was lacking. Chu Changge's agility rendered him no match. Engaging now would only invite suffering. As their confrontation ceased, individuals gradually ascended to the mountain's summit, including renowned prodigies from the eastern wilderness such as Xiao Yanran, Su Ningshuang, and Xiao Changxing. Brother Changge, when did you arrive? Su Ningshuang inquired eagerly upon reaching the peak and spotting Chu Changge. I was the first to arrive and have been waiting for you all. Chu Changge replied with a smile. The first? Su Ningshuang's eyes flickered. In her recollections of the Chaos Divine Mountain, she remembered that the first to reach its summit in her previous life was not Chu Changge, but rather the individual named Lin Tianqi. The first arrival faced trials that were distinct and more arduous than those of others. However, if one could prevail, the rewards would be extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Chu Changge, Su Ningshuang hesitated for a moment before quietly advising him. Brother Changge, when the trials commence, you must approach them with utmost seriousness. It is imperative that you succeed. Chu Changge looked down at her with a puzzled gaze. Such a serious reminder. Does the examination of the Chaos Divine Mountain hold that much significance? He mused internally. As a reincarnator, Su Ningshuang surely possessed knowledge of certain matters. Yet, Chu Changge refrained from pressing her further, for the crowd was vast. And should their conversation attract the attention of the wrong ears, it could lead to complications regarding Su Ningshuang's identity as a reincarnator. Nodding, Chu Changge reassured her, fear not. Swear, your brother Changge shall undoubtedly pass the examination. As their exchange continued, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the Taoist hall at the summit of the Chaos Divine Mountain, captivating everyone's attention. It begins, the trials commence. I shall surely succeed in the examination and bring glory to my family. The crowd surged towards the central hall. As individuals entered the dazzling white light, their figures were swiftly engulfed and vanished from sight. They had entered the realm of trials, each facing unique challenges. Su Ningshuang prepared to depart as well. Brother Changge, we shall meet again soon. With that, she turned and plunged into the white light, her figure swiftly disappearing as she was transported to the trial grounds. Before long, the summit of the Chaos Divine Mountain was significantly less populated. Lin Tianqi, too, made his way to the central hall. Chu Changge, once this divine son completes the trials and acquires the divine weapon, I shall assuredly defeat you. With that declaration, he too vanished from sight. Your Excellency, I too wish to partake in the assessment. I humbly implore your permission. At this moment, Chen Fan felt an urge to set forth. However, as he was now a follower of Chu Changge, he understood that to earn more of Chu Changge's trust, he must effectively embody the role of a devoted acolyte. Obedience was paramount among these duties. Without a command from the divine son, he, as a follower, could not act recklessly. Very well, you may proceed. Chu Changge nodded in agreement to Chen Fan's request. Subsequently, Chen Fan entered the trial. Once all had gathered at the central arena, Chu Changge made his entrance in a leisurely manner, being the last to participate in the assessment. As his figure was enveloped by radiant light, the brilliance of the arena gradually faded, returning to a serene stillness. Those arriving subsequently missed their chance to enter the trial. Within the chaotic Divine Mountains arena, Chu Changge was transported into an enigmatic space, resembling a grand platform. It appeared he had been summoned as the defender, tasked with facing challenges from other participants. What is this situation? Am I to be the sovereign of this arena, accepting the challenges of other contenders? He murmured to himself. He soon realized that within this realm, his cultivation could be freely exercised, and his Taoist techniques could be wielded without restraint. There were no prohibitive constraints within this space. Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, the first challenger ascended the stage. Swear, what brings you here? Chu Changge exclaimed in astonishment. The challenger was none other than Su Ningshuang. However, this incarnation of Su Ningshuang bore a frosty demeanor, starkly different from the one he knew. Her eyes held a trace of weariness. as if she had endured numerous trials. Upon seeing Chu Changge, Su Ningshuang spoke with a voice devoid of emotion. Chu Changge, why did you come to my Su family to annul our engagement? Had you not done so, my Su family would not have faced annihilation at the hands of the ancient divine sect. You are to blame. You are to blame. Following her chilling words, she struck with a palm. At that moment, Chu Changge understood the unfolding of events. This was not the Shia he cherished. This was the Su Ningshuang from the original historical trajectory. The chaotic divine mountains arena was indeed remarkable, capable of manifesting figures from a future unaffected by prior influences. Chu Changge mused. The Su Ningshuang before him was the one who had progressed to the Nirvana realm, following the original timeline, which led to the Su family's downfall after he had annulled the engagement. However, the trajectory had now been altered by his actions. To him, the figure before him was merely a puppet resembling Su Ningshuang. Such audacity! Foolish fiend, daring to assume the guise of the divine son's betrothed, seeking death. With the everlasting celestial blade in hand, Chu Changge unleashed a series of fierce slashes. In an instant, Su Ningshuang's form was reduced to countless fragments, and he emerged victorious against the first challenger with ease. Just as it seemed the assessment was nearing its conclusion, Chu Changge beheld the arrival of a second contender. The figure approaching was Xiao Fan, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality, while several strands of ethereal fire floated behind him, gravitating towards him. He murmured, Chu Changge, return my Yinran's life. It was evident that the Xiao Fan before him was merely a manifestation within this realm of consciousness, following the course of his original trajectory. In that trajectory, when the ancient Xiao family sought to forge a union with the Chu family, he had readily acquiesced. Hence, the Xiao Fan of that original path harbored such deep animosity towards Chu Changge. Chapter 82. The peculiar examination method of the chaotic divine mountains Dao Field Xiao Fan. Upon witnessing the second challenger, Chu Changge paused momentarily. This iteration of Xiao Fan was significantly more formidable than the previous opponent, Su Ningshuang. As soon as Xiao Fan appeared, he unleashed his most powerful attack. Several strands of ethereal fire erupted from behind him, converging in his palm to form a resplendent lotus. The moment the lotus amalgamated, it unleashed an immense force. Chu Changge, perish, Xiao Fan declared, his intentions crystal clear as he launched his assault. However, within this realm of consciousness, Chu Changge had access to his chaotic immortal eye and immortal bone. Sensing the impending threat, he activated the void immortal bone within him, causing an endless void to suddenly tear open, swallowing the imminent explosion of the lotus and Xiao Fan whole. With that, he effortlessly eliminated another challenger. The ensuing challengers were familiar faces: Chu Hao, Xiao Changsheng, Lin Tianqi, Long Shi, and others, some of whom he could scarcely name. Without exception, each bore an intense hatred towards him, as if they longed to flay him alive. At that moment, Chu Changge felt a tinge of fatigue. Before him knelt a strikingly handsome man, radiating an otherworldly aura, marked by a golden sigil between his brows. Clutching a long spear, he half knelt before Chu Changge. Chu Changge, one day, I shall trample you beneath my feet. Remember this, the golden-haired man declared with bravado. Yet he knew he was no match for Chu Changge and chose to self-destruct. Observing this, Chu Changge sighed in relief. Are these individuals truly my adversaries in the original trajectory? He murmured. If so, what kind of person had he been in that timeline, committing acts that had drawn such vehement hatred from them? Chu Changge pondered this conundrum, noting that the golden-haired man was far superior to any previous challengers he had encountered. Arguably the mightiest of them all. Surely, this must be the last of them, Chu Changge remarked, calculating that with the golden-haired man included, he had faced a total of 99 challengers. In this context, 9 represented the extremity. Double 9 must signify the pinnacle of extremes. However, after waiting in place for a moment, he found himself still present, without being transported away. Instead, a new adversary emerged before him, a woman of breathtaking beauty, exuding an extraordinary presence, even more powerful than the golden-haired man who wielded 8 martial truths. The woman, astonishingly, was akin to him, both having comprehended the 9 true intents within the realm of kings and subsequently breaking through to the imperial realm, ascending to the pinnacle of nirvana cultivation as extraordinary prodigies. Chu Changge recognized that these individuals possessed a certain awareness. He inquired directly, "Who are you? State your name." The enchanting woman smiled slightly and replied, "Yun Ruowei." Chu Changge, the unfaithful scoundrel, exclaimed, "At long last, we meet again." In the various trial spaces, each individual faced distinct challenges. At that moment, Su Ningshuang found herself in a trial space reminiscent of her family's domain, a scene from her past where Chu Changge had come to annul their engagement. Confusion washed over her face. What is happening? Why does the trial in the Chaos Divine Mountain differ completely from my previous encounters? Is it because I arrived too early? Or is it? Furrowing her brows, Su Ningshuang recalled that her earlier trial involved a fierce battle against disciples of the ancient divine sect. Yet now, the trial she confronted mirrored the moment Chu Changge had come to her family to sever their betrothal. In the vision she beheld, Chu Changge's gaze was cold and proud as he surveyed the Su family members. I have come to the Su family today solely to annul our engagement. The Su family's divine maiden's cultivation talent has waned. Continuing this union would be detrimental to the future development of my Chu family. However, rest assured, my mother has a good relationship with Su Ningshuang's mother. Although the engagement between our families is no more, should the Su family require assistance from the Chu family, we shall be more than willing to lend a hand. Witnessing this scene, Su Ningshuang rushed forward to intervene. No, I do not consent to the annulment. She understood that if the engagement were successfully annulled, the Su family would face catastrophic consequences. Oh, you do not agree? The moment Su Ningshuang vehemently declared her dissent, the entire scene transformed. The once familiar figures of the Su family and the Chu family morphed into ghastly apparitions, grinning menacingly at her. If you refuse, then let us all perish. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Yanran was also undergoing the trials of the Chaos Divine Mountain. Her test was equally unique. At that moment, she was transported to the Yinyang Valley, the very cave where she had shared the Ascension Night with Chu Changge. She gazed at him with tender affection. Just as they were about to delve deeper into a discussion of their respective paths and the nature of life, an unexpected figure burst into their view. Yanran Yu. The intruder was none other than Xiao Fan. Xiao Yanran's expression shifted to one of alarm as she hurriedly explained, Brother Xiao Fan, please, do not misunderstand. It is not what you think. We have done nothing. Xiao Fan's countenance turned icy. Xiao Yanran, you wretched woman. Do you remember what you promised me when you borrowed the fragment of the Tai secret realm map? You claimed you had no ties to Chu Changge. Now that I have witnessed this with my own eyes, do you still wish to quibble? Today, I shall slay you both, this pair of wretched lovers. With overwhelming murderous intent, Xiao Fan advanced menacingly. No matter how Xiao Yanran pleaded, he showed no sign of stopping. She wished to call upon Chu Changge for assistance to restrain Xiao Fan, but upon turning her head, she found that Chu Changge had already vanished. This space was no longer the cave of Yinyang Valley. In this pitch-black void, it was only she and Xiao Fan. Do not panic, do not panic. This is merely an illusion conjured by the chaotic divine mountain's trial. It seems that to pass the assessment, she must eliminate her brother Xiao Fan. Xiao Yanran understood the situation. The test was designed to manifest the most terrifying aspects of one's heart as a trial. She began to hypnotize herself, convincing herself that the figure before her was not her brother Xiao Fan, thus enabling her to strike without hesitation. Once she succeeded in her self-hypnosis, her gaze turned sharp, effortlessly countering the attacks from the false Xiao Fan, and subsequently reversing the situation entirely. Chapter 83. Concluding the trial, Reward of the Seven-Colored Divine Stone. Meanwhile, returning to Chu Changge, he found himself being relentlessly assaulted by Yun Ruowei. Who was this formidable adversary? She was astonishingly powerful. Despite possessing the chaotic immortal bone and 2 pieces of immortal bone of such caliber, he was being bested by this woman before him. Chu Changge found himself outmatched. Yun Ruowei, in that moment, resembled a madwoman, unleashing an array of terrifying divine abilities and a multitude of rare treasures upon him. With each fierce strike, she shouted, Scoundrel! Perish! Today, I shall sever the roots of your wickedness. Chu Changge was drenched in cold sweat from the onslaught of this frenzied woman. This could not continue. She only grew stronger with each passing moment, and this could lead to fatal consequences. Suddenly, he recalled his other piece of immortal bone. The chaotic immortal bone possessed the ability to manipulate time. It appeared that to defeat this madwoman, he would have to expend his lifespan to activate the chaotic immortal bone. Chu Changge resolved himself. Initially, he had no intention of using the power of this immortal bone, as the price of controlling time was far greater than that of manipulating space. However, he found himself with no other options. Without hesitation, he activated the immortal bone, feeling his vitality gradually diminish. The other piece of immortal bone on his chest finally stirred to life, once as swift as lightning. Even the chaotic immortal eye unable to trace her movements, Yun Ruowei's actions began to slow. It was not that Chu Changge had managed to perceive her movements. Rather, he had consumed a century of his lifespan to decelerate the flow of time in this space by a factor of 10,000, enabling him to finally see her clearly. Damn it, who is this woman? Forcing me to expend 100 years of lifespan just to perceive her movements at a slowed rate. Chu Changge thought, astonished. Yun Ruowei was undoubtedly the most formidable peer he had ever encountered. With others, he could discern their movements without activating the chaotic immortal bone, solely relying on his vision. Yet now, that was no longer possible. Yun Ruowei could not perceive the trajectory of the other's movements. In this moment, Her heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. Though her physical speed had been decelerated 100,000 times, her mind remained alert, still capable of thought. How could this be? How could Chu Changge possess celestial bones? How could he possess the chaotic celestial bones? Yun Ruowei exclaimed in disbelief. In the original trajectory, Chu Changge merely had the imperial falling double pupils. Yet now, his eyes had undergone a transformation. He even possessed 2 celestial bones and a divine body. The current Chu Changge could not possibly be this formidable. Realization dawned upon Yun Ruowei. This was not the true Chu Changge. This version of him was entirely different from the heartless man she remembered. How intriguing. A faint smile graced her lips as she seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that someone had traveled back in time, altering the future. Very well. Since the future had been transformed, there were many things she had initially failed to accomplish that she would now ensure her counterpart in this world would achieve. Chu Changge, the heartless man, I shall make you pay the price. Yun Ruowei silently vowed. At that moment, Chu Changge remained unaware of her thoughts. If he were to discover her intentions, he would surely be taken aback. It turned out that the challengers appearing in his trials were projections summoned from other timelines by the chaotic divine mountain. They possessed their own independent consciousness and the memories of their counterparts from the original trajectory. Unfortunately, Chu Changge was oblivious to this. Although he had the ability to penetrate others' thoughts, it had no effect on Yun Ruowei and her companions. As she watched Chu Changge approach, her expression gradually returned to calm. With a quiet resignation, she allowed him to end her life, thus perfectly passing this trial. Phew, it was over. After slaying this version of Yun Ruowei from the original trajectory, Chu Changge also breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he thought it was finished, Yun Ruowei's voice echoed in his mind. Heartless man, do you think killing me means everything is over? You are mistaken. This is only the beginning. After uttering these words, she suddenly vanished. Chu Changge was left bewildered. What did this person mean? He had no recollection of her, yet she referred to him as a heartless man. He racked his mind for anyone he had offended in his lifetime, but found no memory of Yun Ruowei. It seemed that she was someone he would encounter in the future. Although he was unaware of what would transpire in the original trajectory, he believed that since he had yet to meet her, everything would change upon their encounter. She was right. Everything was just beginning. Chu Changge dismissed further thoughts. And at that moment, he noticed a brilliant light gradually illuminating the dark space. He had passed his trial. Before him now floated the reward for this assessment. Chu Changge furrowed his brow as he regarded the prize suspended in the air. It was a colorful stone. In his mind, the form of this stone appeared even more peculiar. 7-colored divine stone. What an odd prompt. All question marks? This is something even the system is unaware of its function. Evidently, this 7-colored divine stone harbors significant implications. I shall stow this artifact away, murmured Chu Changge. Regardless of its nature, the fact that even the system is oblivious to its efficacy suggests it must possess great power. I shall secure this item first. After accepting his rewards, Chu Changge found his consciousness expelled from that space. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered he had returned to the dojo of the Chaos Divine Mountain. Many others had also departed alongside him. Each individual faced a unique trial, experiencing different durations, yet they emerged simultaneously. This piqued Chu Changge's curiosity regarding the individual who orchestrated their exit from the Chaos Divine Mountain. Brother Changge, are you all right? Su Ningshuang awakened and approached Chu Changge. She had nearly become lost in her trial moments earlier. Fortunately, she had regained her senses. The original trajectory had shifted, and the ancient divine sect poised to annihilate the Su family had now perished. The former future was no longer hers. The unknown future now belonged to her. Yes, I am well, Schwer. How did your trial go? Chu Changge inquired with a smile. Not bad. Through this trial, I believe I have come to understand many things. As the two conversed, the surrounding crowd began to emerge from the confusion of their trials. Just as they prepared to take a moment to rest, suddenly, a figure ascended into the air, wielding a formation plate. Before everyone, he activated the formation. Boom! A blood-red curtain enveloped the Chaos Divine Mountain. Following this, the figure emitted a familiar voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Blood Refinement Grand Formation. Within this formation, should I entertain even a fleeting thought, I can refine you all in an instant. If you wish to avoid demise, surrender the treasures obtained from your trials. Chu Changge looked up to see that the individual controlling the formation was none other than Zhou Chun, a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Unexpectedly, I have even made it onto the new book rankings. Dear readers, please bestow upon me a 5-star review. Chapter 84, The Blood Refinement Grand Formation Broken, Zhou Chun's Shock. Observing Zhou Chun brandishing the formation and threatening the crowd, everyone wore expressions of rage. What audacity from a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Thinking to coerce us into relinquishing our trial rewards merely through a formation? Dream on. Humph. When did disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion become so arrogant? Do they not fear the powerful forces backing us? Ha! Zhou Chun, I do not believe your Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion possesses the audacity to refine us. Among us are many heirs of dominant forces, as well as Holy Land science. How dare a mere disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion lay hands on us? Amidst the jeers, Zhou Chun remained unfazed. He sneered, "Humph. It appears that you individuals have become accustomed to a lofty demeanor. I initially sought to negotiate with you in a calm manner, but since you are oblivious to your own shortcomings, I shall no longer feign civility. I will lay my cards on the table." Zhou Chun activated the formation, and a crimson light curtain materialized, suddenly shooting several strands of blood towards those who had previously mocked him. With a piercing sound, the blood strands penetrated their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, their forms began to decay rapidly, transforming into a mist of blood. These were formidable beings of the King Realm. Zhou Chun utilized the formation to refine them, accomplishing this feat in mere seconds. Such speed and power instantly instilled fear in many. This lad, he truly dares to take action. Some individuals darkened in countenance, having initially believed Zhou Chun's threats to be mere bluster, but now it was evident that he was serious. Curse it, Zhou Chun is indeed playing for keeps. Let us unite and attack the formation, combining our strength. Surely, we can break even a single formation. Zhou Chun is doomed, a son of a sacred land bellowed, rallying others to join in. Many responded to his call, subsequently launching assaults on the crimson light curtain. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of divine abilities crashed against the curtain, producing a cacophony of explosions. However, once the noise subsided, the crimson light curtain exhibited no signs of damage. Instead, those who had attacked found themselves targeted by Zhou Chun. Those who seek their own demise, since you are so eager to perish, allow me to escort you on your journey. With that declaration, Zhou Chun activated the formation once more, and the assailants were directly refined. Zhou Chun's cruelty rendered the onlookers hesitant to act further. They gazed intently at him. Meanwhile, Chu Changge remained composed. Through the observation of the chaos Immortal Eye, he discerned the formation's core and understood the process by which those individuals were being refined. This blood-refining formation harbored a fatal flaw. As long as it could not lock onto you, you would remain immune to its refining. Many others, equally composed, were either heirs of dominant factions or some discreetly powerful individuals. Su Ningshuang wore a grave expression and quietly inquired, "Brother Changge, what shall we do next?" Chu Changge replied with a gentle smile, "Do not worry, Shia. This formation cannot harm us, should he dare to strike at us. It would be tantamount to seeking his own demise." Hearing Chu Changge's words, Su Ningshuang felt a profound sense of security. Nevertheless, to be prudent, she still mentioned it to her master, the soul cultivating wood. "Master, if Brother Changge is unable to handle the situation later, please lend your assistance." Ningshuang shot a disapproving glance at her disciple. "You little girl, how adept you are at ordering your master around. I beg of you, master." All right. As you wish. But worry not too much. This blood-refining grand formation is indeed remarkable. Yet your brother Changge possesses the Immortal Eye and will be able to perceive its weaknesses. Ningshuang's use of Brother Changge in her disciple's tone caused Su Ningshuang's cheeks to flush. "Master, please refrain from mimicking my speech." As the master and disciple conversed, Zhou Chun had already begun to demand treasures from the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, are your eyes now wide open to the situation? Surrender the treasures you acquired during the trial, and I, Zhou, may spare you." Under Zhou Chun's intimidation, one by one, the people helplessly relinquished their possessions, heavenly-grade artifacts, precious items, spirit-grade elixirs, and sacred techniques. Zhou Chun's bounty was truly abundant. Soon, he had collected rewards from those of ordinary status, and it was expected that he would cease, especially considering the remaining individuals were disciples from sacred lineages and dominant powers. Yet Zhou Chun's ambition was insatiable. He desired all that belonged to everyone, including those from the sacred lineages and dominant factions. His gaze swept across the assembly, eventually resting upon Chu Changge. Earlier, during the trial, he had encountered Chu Changge and had nearly fallen victim to this individual. Fortunately, as a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, he had utilized his astute calculations and a technique of deduction to narrowly pass the trial and obtain the array disc of the blood refinement grand formation. Reflecting on the events of the trial, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Chu Changge. "Chu, you are the divine son of the eternal Chang family, of noble status, and your life is far more precious than that of us mere mortals. I, Zhou, merely seek wealth, and I hope you will cooperate by handing over the rewards you obtained during the trial." Zhou Chun continued, "Of course, do not think to deceive me with ordinary items. I possess means to discern whether what you offer is indeed from the trial." He smiled slyly, fixating his gaze on Chu Changge. In his estimation, this blood refinement grand formation was insurmountable. Individuals of Chu Change's stature undoubtedly cherished their lives immensely, and he was certain that he would choose to preserve his existence. Just as Chu Changge was about to make a decision, a panel of fateful choices appeared before him. Beep. Current experiences detected, triggering fateful choice. Choice 1. Agree with Zhou Chun and surrender the 7-colored divine stone. Endure for a moment of tranquility, and retreat for a broader horizon. Reward, Imperial Artifact. Xuanwu Divine Shield. Choice 2. Refuse Zhou Chun, shatter the formation, and subdue Zhou Chun. Reward, Imperial Artifact, Chaos Bell. Please make your selection. Gazing at the options presented on the fateful selection, Chu Changge quickly came to a resolution. He looked at Zhou Chun and remarked coolly, "Young man, you seem to harbor a misunderstanding regarding us heirs of the dominant factions. Do you truly believe this trivial blood refinement formation can confine us? Do you think you can coerce us into surrendering our rewards? Such notions are mere delusions." Upon hearing Chu Changge's words, Zhou Chun's smile gradually faded. He comprehended Chu Changge's choice. With a chill in his voice, Zhou Chun warned, "Divine Son Chu, I hope you do not make an erroneous choice. Sometimes preserving your life opens up endless possibilities. Do not sacrifice your existence for a handful of worthless trinkets." Chu Changge scoffed, and his previously jet-black eyes transformed into a striking duality of black and white. He began to ascend, meeting Zhou Chun's gaze at eye level. "Young man, do you think this insignificant blood refinement formation can ensnare me, the Divine Son?" Foolishness. As the voice fell, Chu Changge had already pinpointed the core of the blood refining great formation. Raising his hand, he struck the air with a fist. Bang! This left everyone astounded, as the blood refining great formation that had ensnared them was effortlessly shattered by Chu Changge. Chapter 85. These are the spoils of this divine son. How is this possible? Zhou Chun gazed in shock at the shattered formation disc in his hand. This was a reward he had obtained from the trial. How could Chu Changge have dismantled it so easily? Zhou Chun could scarcely believe the outcome. Meanwhile, those he had coerced into surrendering their rewards began to regain their courage upon witnessing the collapse of Zhou Chun's support. "Zhou Chun, return my belongings. I might consider sparing your life, but I shall cripple your cultivation. Zhou Chun, restore what belongs to me, and I may contemplate leaving you with a complete corpse." A chorus of furious shouts erupted, and Zhou Chun's expression grew increasingly grim. He glared at Chu Changge, cursing inwardly, "That damned scoundrel. I should have killed you first." Zhou Chun's countenance was a portrait of displeasure. However, he was not without his contingencies. He had many tricks up his sleeve. Upon ascending the Chaos Divine Mountain, he had utilized the heavenly calculation abacus to deduce the existence of an ancient formation, which he had mastered thoroughly before the trial commenced. Initially, with the blood-refining great formation at his disposal, he believed he would not need the ancient formation. Yet now, it seemed that the time to utilize it had finally arrived. "You force my hand," Zhou Chun declared coldly. The blood-refining great formation was within his control, allowing him to dictate life and death with precision. Yet, the ancient formation was shrouded in mystery. He understood it to be a killing array, but he could not stabilize its control. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun activated the ancient formation. Boom! The blood-red light that had enveloped the Chaos Divine Mountain transformed into a black luminescence, with intricate golden runes suspended in the air, emanating a formidable aura. The once arrogant crowd was once again subdued to the ground. What formation is this? How does Zhou Chun possess such diverse capabilities? Someone gritted their teeth, witnessing the return of Zhou Chun's formidable backup, just as they were poised to reclaim their possessions. This is an ancient killing formation, rife with lethal intent. Everyone must exercise caution. At this moment, Xiao Changxing finally moved, his expression grave as he focused on the ancient killing formation, warning the crowd. An ancient killing formation? Damn it! Just as we dismantled one blood-refining great formation, another ancient array emerges. Those versed in formations, hurry and destroy this array. Damn! This is an ancient formation, steeped in antiquity. How can we mere mortals contend with such formidable constructs? Chu Changge must have a solution. He surely possesses the means. Having just dismantled the blood-refining great formation, quickly, the crowd placed their hopes upon Chu Changge. After all, when they were helpless against the blood-refining great formation, he had emerged like a savior, determined to dismantle it despite the risk of failure. This grand act of righteousness has once again instilled hope in the hearts of the people, placing their faith in Chu Changge. They yearn for him to wield his power once more and dismantle this ancient formation. At this moment, Zhou Chun stands outside the ancient killing array, gazing intently within. He can distinctly see individuals collapsing to their knees, wailing in despair and pleading for mercy. A smug expression adorns Zhou Chen's face as he declares, Chu Changge, I bear tidings that are less than favorable. I lack the capability to control this ancient killing array, so it would be wise for you to surrender the item before I fully activate it. Should you comply, I might consider granting you a chance at survival. Otherwise, once the ancient formation is fully unleashed, it will not be as simple as choosing who lives and who dies. Rather, all of you shall perish. Zhou Chun's words echoed through the formation, prompting those inside to hastily persuade Chu Changge. Chu Changge, perhaps you should hand over the trial rewards to Zhou Chen first. Once we escape, we can unite our families and forces to retaliate against Tianji Pavilion and Zhou Chen. Indeed, Chu Changge, you might as well heed Zhou Chen's words. After all, we have all agreed to bestow our rewards upon him, so your contribution would not tarnish your reputation. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, feeling it unjust that Chu Changge should be exempt from giving up his rewards when they had already surrendered theirs. As Zhou Chen pressured Chu Changge, they joined in the chorus of persuasion. At this moment, Chu Changge was intently examining the ancient killing array, searching for its core. Hearing the voices around him, he furrowed his brow. A bunch of useless fools. It became clear to him that once he dealt with Zhou Chen, he would not be returning those rewards. Initially, he had considered vanquishing Zhou Chen and then being magnanimous by returning the trial rewards, but it now seemed a futile endeavor. The expressions of those around him darkened at being labeled as useless, yet due to his status, they could not retaliate openly. Instead, they continued to feign goodwill, urging Chu Changge to comply. I have found it. Ignoring their clamoring, Chu Changge quickly discerned the focal point of the ancient killing array. Upon noticing the shift in his demeanor, Zhou Chen sensed impending danger. This is bad. He has indeed located the core of the ancient killing array. It seems I must not hold back any longer. I must eliminate him swiftly. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen activated the formation. Since Chu Changge was unwilling to relinquish the trial rewards voluntarily, he would take them by force. However, as the ancient killing array was just beginning to stir, a terrifying aura emanated briefly. The next moment, a deafening crash resounded from the array, followed by a black veil shattering into a spiderweb of cracks. Resembling glass struck by a hammer, any slight touch would cause it to shatter. Crash! A figure suddenly burst forth from the array. Observing this, Zhou Chen prepared to burn his essence and flee the scene. Yet before he could react, a hand had already seized his throat. Still seeking to escape? Zhou Chen's face was a mask of terror, disbelief etched upon his features. He had previously calculated that his fortune for today would be exceptionally auspicious. How could it be that thus far, everything he undertook had met with failure? Lord Chu, spare my life. Zhou is willing to exchange a monumental secret for his survival. A secret? Chu Changge scoffed, showing no interest in such trivialities. With a sudden surge of strength, he snapped Zhou Chen's neck with a sharp crack. In an instant, the flicker of life within Zhou Chen extinguished. Ding! The host has completed option 2 and acquired the Imperial Artifact, the Chaos Bell. Chaos Bell, a flawless Imperial artifact capable of suppressing chaos and confining time and space. Chu Changge felt a profound satisfaction at having obtained this Imperial artifact. Though his cultivation was insufficient to unleash its full potential, his family's quasi-imperial ancestor could wield it effectively. This enhancement would exponentially increase his family's strength, granting him greater confidence when confronting more formidable clans in the future. As he dealt with Zhou Chen, a group of survivors approached him, their eyes fixated on Zhou Chen's lifeless form, clearly intent on reclaiming their trial rewards. However, Chu Changge, before their very eyes, began to stow away all the rewards Zhou Chen had recently amassed into his storage ring. This act instantly incited their ire. Lord Chu, what is the meaning of this? Those rewards belong to us. We beseech you to return them. Thank you, Lord Chu, for saving our lives. But we implore you to restore the trial rewards to their rightful owners. Gazing at the agitated crowd, Chu Changge replied with an icy demeanor, Get lost. None of this belongs to you. These are the spoils of battle belonging to this deity. Chapter 86. Shao Changxing to be the scapegoat? It is precisely the scapegoat that must be eliminated. Chu Changge's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. They quickly regained their composure, anger propelling them to question him vehemently. Lord Chu, what do you mean by this? It was Zhou Chen who stole our possessions. Do you intend to emulate him? Do not deceive yourself, Lord Chu. Return our belongings at once. Their furious glares were laden with a wrath that seemed capable of consuming him whole. Chu Changge, unfazed by their wrathful gazes, retorted dismissively. If you wish to reclaim what is yours, seek Zhou Chen. Why come to me? I did not pilfer your belongings. I only seized what Zhou Chen possessed. His words left them momentarily speechless. They could not fault his reasoning. The thief was Zhou Chen. Lord Chu, spare us your rhetoric. While it is true that Zhou Chen stole our belongings, you have likewise taken from him. The items in your possession rightfully belong to us. A holy son from a sacred land stepped forth to vehemently denounce Chu Changge's actions. Oh, you were too afraid to confront Zhou Chen earlier. Yet now you dare to challenge me? It seems that in your eyes, I am easily bullied. Chu Changge's gaze gradually turned frigid, as he regarded the group before him with the same indifference one might reserve for lifeless corpses. The onlookers were rendered speechless, trembling in fear, their voices stifled. They had witnessed Chu Changge's formidable power firsthand, effortlessly dismantling the great formation laid by Zhou Chen and slaying him. Such strength was beyond their capacity to confront. It was evident now that reclaiming their possessions was an impossibility. A bunch of cowards. Noticing the silence that enveloped the gathering, Chu Changge prepared to depart with Su Ningshuang and the others. At that moment, however, a bold individual stepped forward. Hold on, Chu Changge, return what you have taken. It was Xiao Changsheng who spoke. Chu Changge's actions had effectively antagonized all of the great powers present, and the Xiao family was in dire need of their support. If he intervened at this moment, these factions would rally to the Xiao family's side, should a conflict arise between the Chu and Xiao families thereafter. The Chu family's overall strength would undoubtedly be considerably weaker than that of the Xiao clan. Xiao Changsheng's timely interjection garnered the goodwill of many. It's the son of the Xiao family. How splendid. With his involvement, surely Chu Changge will show him some respect and return our belongings. The reward I received during the trial was a sacred level technique. Without it, I shall never hope to break through to the sacred realm. What an overreach by Chu Changge today. Thankfully, the son of the Xiao family, also a descendant of a hegemonic force, is reasonable and willing to advocate for us. Chu Changge let out a long sigh and turned to Xiao Changsheng, asking with a hint of disdain, are you really stepping forward for them? At that moment, his eyes still harnessed the energy of the chaotic celestial pupils, the black and white lights swirling within, emanating a terrifying aura that gradually unfurled. Xiao Changsheng felt as though his throat were gripped by an unseen hand, rendering him breathless. Yes, Chu Changge, your actions have crossed a line. Their backing is weak, and they dare not confront you for what was stolen, but as one of the 4 hegemonic powers in the eastern wilderness. My Xiao family is one of the architects of its rules. Naturally, I must prevent you from overstepping your authority. Xiao Changsheng's declaration ignited fervor among his followers. Excellent. Xiao Changsheng speaks well. I once thought the heirs of the 4 hegemonic powers in the eastern wilderness were nothing but arrogant brutes. But it seems we have a reasonable figure in Xiao Changsheng. Perhaps the eastern wilderness is poised for revival. We support you, son of the Xiao. Defeat this arrogant fellow and reclaim what was stolen from us. Chu Changge sighed deeply. Xiao Changsheng, I had no intention of engaging you, for such actions could jeopardize the relationship between our families. However, you are meddling far too much. Have you never heard the saying? What saying? Xiao Changsheng asked, puzzled. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. The cold, icy words fell, and Chu Changge's eyes narrowed as he effortlessly grasped the flow of time and the trajectory of breaths around him. This was not a manifestation of the chaotic celestial bone's power. He did not manipulate the flow of time. Rather, his speed had increased, and his perception had sharpened. In Chu Changge's eyes, Xiao Changsheng's expression was gradually shifting. It seemed he sensed an impending attack upon him and was reacting accordingly. Bang! Chu Changge raised his hand and lightly tapped, unleashing a terrifying pressure that bore down on Xiao Changsheng, pinning him to the ground with his forehead pressed firmly against the earth. Boom! This sudden turn of events astonished those around them. In the distance, Lin Tianqi observed this scene, his expression becoming significantly more solemn. Chu Changge had grown even stronger. This thought crossed his mind. Among skilled practitioners, one often gauges an opponent's strength through a single exchange. Lin Tianqi had not anticipated that, in such a brief trial period, Chu Changge would become so formidable. This realization caused him to abandon his impractical intentions of confronting Chu Changge after the trial's conclusion. Chu Changge, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill me? Do you comprehend the immense price you would pay to eliminate this divine scion? Xiao Changsheng bellowed with great effort, attempting to rise against the overwhelming pressure. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he was relentlessly forced back to the ground. After several futile attempts, he finally recognized a harsh truth. He was no match for Chu Changge. Chu Changge disregarded Xiao Changsheng's incessant protests and coolly remarked, Divine Scion Xiao, next time you consider striking, measure your own strength. And remember to keep your eyes wide open. Do not provoke those beyond your means. Chu Changge's words sparked a flicker of hope within Xiao Changsheng. He vowed that the next time he encountered Chu Changge, he would ensure the latter paid dearly. However, the oppressive force from Chu Changge showed no signs of relenting. A weightless phrase fell upon his ears, sending chills throughout his being. Oh, no, I misspoke. It is not next time, but in the next lifetime. Xiao Changsheng widened his eyes and shouted in fury, Chu Changge, do you dare kill me? Dare. With the final word spoken, Chu Changge unleashed a palm strike from afar. This single strike caused Xiao Changxing's body to explode, transforming into a mist of blood that splattered upon those he sought to protect. Chapter 87. Chu Changge's disparate treatment. Outside the Chaos Divine Mountain, the patriarch of the Xiao family sensed something amiss with Xiao Changxing. His expression shifted drastically. Changxing, he roared, attempting to rush into the Chaos Divine Mountain, only to be met with an enigmatic energy that barred his entry. Damn it! The patriarch of the Xiao family, thwarted by the transparent energy barrier, struck it with a fist, yielding no effect whatsoever. In fact, the rebound from the force sent him flying. With a frosty demeanor, the patriarch realized that accessing the Chaos Divine Mountain was futile. Nevertheless, he was determined to uncover who had slain his divine scion. Before long, the venerable ancestor of the Xiao family felt a surge of divine light emanating from his eyes. This ethereal glow traversed layers of space, ultimately settling atop the Chaos Divine Mountain, where he beheld the perpetrator of Xiao Changxing's demise. It was none other than Chu Changge, a member of the Chu family. Upon recognizing the killer, the Xiao family ancestor turned his furious gaze toward the elder of the Chu family. Chu Quangren, I demand an explanation, he declared through gritted teeth. The abduction of Xiao Yanran by Chu Changge was one matter, but now Xiao Changxing had also fallen at the hands of Chu Changge. The Xiao family's prodigy was utterly extinguished, and the root of all this calamity lay with the Chu family. An explanation? What explanation do you seek? Chu Quangren responded with indifference. This is merely an ordinary trial. Your Xiao family's divine son was no match for my Changge and perished at his hands. Whom can you blame for that? He said with a nonchalant smile. If everyone were to act as you do, seeking retribution whenever their kin fell during external training, it would be wiser to keep your divine son hidden away within your family, preventing him from ever venturing out. Chu Quangren's words flowed like a relentless barrage, leaving the Xiao family ancestors' countenance a tumult of black and green, utterly discomposed. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Divine Mountain, after dispatching Xiao Changxing, Chu Changge paid no heed to the other saints, and simply turned away with his entourage. In the distance, Lin Tianqi hesitated, contemplating whether to act, but ultimately refrained. He conceded defeat. Anyone capable of effortlessly slaying Xiao Changxing was beyond his reach, even if he were to exert every ounce of his strength. However, he did not succumb to despair. In his own era, even those who were invincible throughout their lives did not necessarily ascend to the status of emperor. Chu Changge was no exception. No matter how formidable he appeared now, it did not guarantee his eventual attainment of the Tao and ascendance to emperor. Yet, Lin Tianqi himself harbored a genuine possibility of achieving such greatness. Watching Chu Changge's retreating figure, Lin Tianqi felt a sense of smugness. Chu Changge, enjoy your moment of triumph. I shall settle the score with you in due time. With that, he too departed the Chaos Divine Mountain alongside the disciples of the Lin family. Although many of his kin had lost their rewards, he was not foolish enough to contest their retrieval, for he knew he could not contend with Chu Changge's might. The Lin family disciples, having experienced Chu Changge's overwhelming strength firsthand, were fully aware of his prowess and did not urge their divine son to reclaim their possessions. In contrast, Long Shi, the dragon maiden of the Wanlong Cave, hesitated as she watched Chu Changge's figure grow distant. After casting a glance at the 10 or so disciples behind her, she gritted her teeth and soared forward. Her actions immediately drew the attention of others. Is this the dragon maiden of the Wanlong Cave? What does she intend to do? Does she wish to reclaim the rewards for the disciples of the Wanlong Cave from Chu's divine son? Many scoffed at her boldness. Humph, that foolish bear. Thinking her beauty and charm could persuade Chu's divine son to return what belongs to her, they jeered. Perhaps she will meet the same fate as Zhao's divine son. Numerous onlookers were skeptical of Long Shi's prospects, with many secretly hoping for an even more disastrous outcome for her, as the Wanlong Cave was not of the same ilk as their human race. At this moment, Long Shi approached the back of Chu Changge, greeting him with a smile. It has been a long time, son of Changge. Chu Changge halted his steps and turned with a smile in response. Indeed. Miss Long, it has been quite a while. Is there something you wish to discuss? Long Shi nodded and said, Son of Chu, I have an ungracious request. I hope you could return the rewards obtained by the disciples of Wanlong Cave during the trial. Of course, we are willing to pay a price to reclaim them. As she spoke, she glanced back at the 10 or so individuals from Wanlong Cave. At that moment, a destiny selection panel appeared before Chu Changge. Ding. Host's current experience detected, triggering destiny selection. Option 1. Agree to Long Shi's request. Establish a friendly cooperation with Wanlong Cave, receiving a reward of 1 ton of celestial spirit stones. Option 2. Refuse Long Shi's request. This will result in the loss of Wanlong Cave's friendship, but you will receive a reward of 1 ton of spirit stones. Please make your selection. Upon seeing the selection panel, Chu Changge did not hesitate and directly chose the first option. He smiled and said, "So it turns out Miss Long came for this matter. Initially, I intended to return the items to Liu Cave after departing from this chaotic divine mountain. Since you have brought it up, let the disciples of Liu Cave come and see that these items rightfully belong to them. Returning them is also a step towards establishing a good friendship between the Chu family and Liu Cave." Chu Changge's words greatly astonished Long Shi. She had just witnessed how cold and unfeeling he could be. Initially, she thought this matter would be difficult, but now it seemed quite simple. Soon, Long Shi called over the other disciples from Liu Cave to retrieve their belongings from Chu Changge. Ding. Host completed option 1. Receiving a reward of 1 ton of celestial spirit stones. This ton of celestial spirit stones equated to over 10,000 spirit stones, allowing him to properly cultivate his celestial bones and celestial eyes. Meanwhile, the others below looked on with envy at Liu Cave. This was unfair. What did Chu Changge mean by this? Did he not realize that the human race and the demon race have always been at odds? It was one thing for him not to return the treasures to us, but how could he return them to Liu Cave? How outrageous. Chu Changge was simply a traitor, returning such a vast amount of treasures to Liu Cave, significantly enhancing their strength. Our human race is in grave danger. On the other side, Lin Tianqi observed how easily Liu Cave could reclaim what belonged to their own. He began to feel tempted. Previously, Xiao Changsheng had acted on behalf of everyone, and thus he deserved to fail. This time, he would act solely for his own family, and surely he would succeed. After all, as one of the 4 dominant powers of the Eastern Wilderness Dao domain, the Chang family would not want to create another formidable enemy for themselves. With this thought, Lin Tianqi stepped forward to Chu Changge's side. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Changge cast him a glance and casually remarked, "Are you also looking to help your Lin family reclaim their rewards?" Lin Tianqi nodded. Chu Changge chuckled and replied, "Not a chance, be gone." Chapter 88. The ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Chusheng, and the peculiar destiny selection. The voice of Chu Changge was not loud, yet it resonated in the ears of everyone present, leaving Lin Tianqi utterly humiliated. His face turned a shade of deep iron, as he had not anticipated that Chu Changge would show him such blatant disregard, rejecting him in front of so many witnesses. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Changge inquired calmly. Lin Tianqi, however, found himself at a loss for words. The chilling gaze fixed upon him instilled a profound sense of dread. He felt that any further indiscretion could lead to dire consequences. And no matter, Lin Tianqi forced a smile, suppressing his anger as he retreated to the Lin family's ranks in shame. Chu Changge then departed the Chaos Divine Mountain with Su Ningshuang and several others. Outside the mountain, the members of the Xiao family wore grim expressions as they confronted the Chu family. Xiao Changsheng had perished, slain by the hands of the Chu family's divine son. Unless the Chu family provided a satisfactory explanation, the Xiao family vowed to exact retribution. At that moment, Chu Changge emerged from the Chaos Divine Mountain, and upon his exit, an elder from the Xiao family suddenly fixed a fierce gaze upon him, brimming with lethal intent. Just one glance rendered Chu Changge momentarily immobile. This elder, a figure of quasi-imperial strength, could annihilate an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior with merely a look. Yet, Chu Changge, bolstered by extraordinary physical prowess, withstood the pressure of that gaze. The elder, Chu Quangren, observed the scene with a frigid expression. "Xiao Chusheng, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to harm a scion of the Chu family? Are you seeking to ignite a familial war?" Xiao Chusheng was the name of the elder who had made the threatening move, a name once renowned in the Eastern Wilderness domain. He had previously been an unmatched prodigy, yet ultimately fell to Chu Quangren. Now, with Chu Quangren standing before him, he realized that extinguishing Chu Changge was an impossibility. Moreover, he was astounded by the young man's formidable strength. This lad's physical constitution was remarkably robust, rivaling that of an ancient true dragon, and within him seemed to dwell several streams of martial intent. How had he cultivated such prowess? It was no wonder that Xiao Changsheng had met his demise at his hands. Xiao Chusheng lamented inwardly the missed opportunity to avenge Xiao Changsheng's death. Furthermore, should this young man continue to grow, the Xiao family would inevitably face retribution. He resolved to find a way to eliminate Chu Changge right there. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure behind Chu Changge. "Xiao Yanran, what brings you to the side of that insufferable brat?" Xiao Chusheng questioned coldly. Their divine son had perished at the hands of Chu Changge, yet their divine daughter remained alive, standing beside him like a mere handmaiden. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chusheng felt his rage boiling over. "Elder." Xiao Yanran trembled as she bowed to the elder, unsure of how to explain her presence. Should she honestly confess that she was taken by Chu Changge and is now bearing his child? Or should she concoct a falsehood, claiming she was abducted by him, pleading for help from the ancestor? Regardless of which narrative she chooses, it seems she is facing an inevitable dead end. If she opts for the first, the ancestor of the Shao family would undoubtedly abandon her, perhaps even execute her on the spot. If she chooses the latter, falsely slandering the divine scion of the Chu family, the ancestor of the Chu family would surely not let her off lightly. Caught between two insurmountable dilemmas, Xiao Yinran decided it best to remain silent. Little girl, why do you bow your head in silence? Are you embarrassed? Or do you feel ashamed? Unable to speak the truth? Xiao Chusheng interrogated Xiao Yinran. In his view, Xiao Changsheng was an exceptionally sensible youth, certainly not one to recklessly confront Chu Changge. It must have been due to some extraordinary circumstance that led Xiao Changsheng to lose his composure and engage with an opponent he knew he could not defeat. Xiao Yinran shook her head fervently. Ancestor, you misunderstand me. I would never commit such an act. The reason Xiao Changsheng perished at the hands of Chu Changge was entirely of his own making. Hearing this, Xiao Chusheng fell into a long silence. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yinran, and after a while, he spoke. Very well, Ancestor believes you. Since you are here, then return with me to the Xiao family. Seeing no way to contend with Chu Changge, Xiao Chusheng sought to take Xiao Yinran away. She was the most beautiful among the younger generation of the Xiao family. With the union with the Lin family now impossible, there remained the potential for alliances with certain reclusive families or other powerful clans from different realms. If such a union could be achieved, the Xiao family would gain the strength to confront the Chu family and avenge Xiao Changsheng. At this moment, Xiao Yinran shook her head repeatedly. Ancestor, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply with your wishes. There are pressing matters I must attend to. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. Never had he anticipated a junior in the family would dare defy his decision, especially in front of so many witnesses. This was a family disgrace, a misfortune to their lineage. Xiao Chusheng felt the penetrating gaze of many onlookers, their eyes filled with mockery, causing his face to flush with shame. Xiao Yinran, what do you mean by this? Are you defying the words of your ancestor? No matter how significant your personal affairs, can they outweigh the matters of the family? Without hesitation, he prepared to take action against Xiao Yinran, intending to forcibly bring her back to the Xiao family. In the next moment, Xiao Yinran quickly darted behind Chu Changge, with Su Ningshuang stepping forward to shield her. Observing this scene, Xiao Chusheng coldly remarked, Boy, step aside. This concerns the Xiao family. Do not meddle. I have chosen to overlook your slaying of our divine scion, but should you interfere here, I will not be so lenient. Xiao Chusheng believed his words would instill fear in Chu Changge. However, he was unprepared for the manifestation of a fateful choice panel before Chu Changge as a result. Ding. Detecting the current experience of the host, triggering fateful choice. Choice 1. Agree to the request of the patriarch of the Xiao family, surrender Xiao Yinran, and receive a spatial talisman for escape. Choice 2. Refuse the patriarch's demand, protect Xiao Yinran, and receive a chaotic preservation pill for the fetus. Please choose. Observing the two options before him, Chu Changge felt a peculiar sensation. He understood the spatial talisman for escape. But what did the chaotic preservation pill for the fetus signify? Whose fetus was it meant to protect? His own. Chapter 89. The surprise of Chu Changge upon learning of Xiao Yinran's condition. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changge resolved firmly. Predecessor, are you threatening me? His words effectively indicated his choice. Chu Quangren instantly comprehended the implications, a smile emerging on his face. Xiao Chusheng, as for the affairs of the youth, what business is it of yours, old man? Let the young ones do as they wish. We, the elders, should refrain from intervening. However, should you insist on meddling, we shall have to reckon with your earlier threat against the scion of the Chu family. Upon uttering the last sentence, Chu Quangren's smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng's countenance darkened significantly. He realized that in a confrontation, he was no match for Chu Quangren. Moreover, should hostilities erupt, it would ignite a war between their two families. Given the current strength of the Xiao family, they would undoubtedly fall short against the Chu family. Furthermore, if the Xiao family initiated an attack, the recently involved Huang ancient Lin family and the ambiguously aligned Wanlong Cave would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike at the Xiao family. Very well. The Chu family remains as domineering as ever. However, Chu Quangren, you must remember and understand that while your family is the leader today, such supremacy cannot last forever. I shall not forget today's events. With that, Xiao Chusheng departed, accompanied by other members of the Xiao family. After safeguarding Xiao Yinran, a notification echoed within Chu Changge's mind. Ding. Host has completed choice 2, receiving a chaotic preservation pill for the fetus. Chaotic preservation pill, a divine-grade elixir. When consumed during fetal development, it grants the fetus an unparalleled constitution, the chaotic divine body. Chu Changge gazed at the pill's effects, his heart filled with perplexity. Such a reward could not have appeared without reason. There was undoubtedly a deeper issue at play. He turned to glance at Xiao Yinran. who remained silently with her head bowed, lost in thought. However, he could discern no signs of trouble within her. Changge, now that the trial of the chaotic divine mountain has concluded, let us depart. Chu Changge spoke. Chu Changge nodded and, accompanied by Su Ningshuang and the other disciples of the Chu family, left the chaotic divine mountain under the protection of the elders, all heading back to the Chu family. As everyone evacuated the chaotic divine mountain, this mysterious and majestic mountain shattered the void, vanishing from sight. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the chaotic divine mountain had never existed at all. On the road, Chen Fan, who had been following Chu Changge, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chu Changge did not abandon him. As long as he could continue to accompany him, he would eventually reach the Liu Cave and meet Yunruowei. Chen Fan silently reflected. He had never forgotten the reason he was willing to submit and serve Chu Changge. It was all because of the tragic girl he would encounter in the future, named Yunruowei, the girl who would sacrifice everything for Chu Changge, only to be ultimately cast aside by him. He did not wish for her to endure such suffering. Clenching his fists tightly, Chen Fan understood that achieving this goal would be exceedingly difficult, for he was far too weak. However, by staying close to Chu Changge, he would be able to grow stronger more rapidly than in his previous life. Meanwhile, Su Ningshuang remained by Xiao Yinran's side. At that moment, the voice of Ningshuang echoed in her mind. Little girl, you must be cautious. I sense an extremely faint life force within this woman. Ningshuang's sudden proclamation startled Su Ningshuang. What? Master, what do you mean? Is Sister Yinran nurturing a new life within her? Su Ningshuang exclaimed, astonished. For some reason, she felt a twinge of envy. She was already aware of the relationship between Xiao Yinran and Chu Changge. Now, hearing her master's words, she understood the implications as a woman. Rest assured, though, this life force is still very weak. It will likely take several years for it to fully develop. Ningshuang continued. Most importantly, both of their constitutions are extraordinary. Perhaps the manner in which they are conceiving this life is incorrect. For this new being actually harbors a trace of demonic energy. This is a demonic embryo, Ningshuang stated with a serious expression. A fetus imbued with demonic energy, once born, would undoubtedly grow into a formidable figure in the demonic path, posing a threat to the world. The reason she shared this with Su Ningshuang was to alert Chu Changge through her, urging him to address this embryo. Master, I understand. When the time is right, I will inform Brother Changge. Su Ningshuang took a deep breath and resolved internally. At this moment, Chu Changge remained unaware of the thoughts of the women behind him. He was preoccupied with how to utilize the chaotic pregnancy preservation pill. On the other side, Chu Hao emerged from a secret realm. Within this realm, he had obtained a legacy known as the Kunping treasure technique and acquired 2 drops of exceptionally pure true dragon blood. After refining them, his cultivation had significantly advanced, now reaching the 9th layer of the Emperor realm. Lucien, with my current strength, I should be able to handle that Chu Changge, right? Chu Hao inquired confidently. Previously, he was merely at the 1st layer of the Emperor realm and could contend with Chu Changge. Now that he had broken through multiple realms, it would be more than sufficient to subdue Chu Changge, wouldn't it? After a moment of silence, the voice of Lu Xian in his mind finally replied. The little fellow, you now possess 2 formidable techniques and 1 secret skill, your foundation nearly on par with that of Chu Changge. However, if you truly aspire to challenge him as a god of war, it is imperative that you elevate your cultivation. Chu Hao nodded and reassured. Rest assured, Lu Xian. I shall not recklessly confront Chu Changge this time. Hearing this, Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, news arrived that Chu Changge had returned to the Chu family. Alongside this news was the grim tidings of the demise of the Chaos Divine Mountain and Xiao Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao's expression turned grave. Brother Changsheng has actually perished? Lu Xian looked bewildered. How could the Chaos Divine Mountain have opened ahead of schedule? She had been aware of its expected opening time, but never anticipated that it would commence so early, causing Chu Hao to miss a significant opportunity. This is troublesome. The next opening of the Chaos Divine Mountain will not be for a considerable time. Chu Hao has missed a grand opportunity due to my misguidance. Meanwhile, within the residence of Chu Changge, Chen Fan stood respectfully behind him like a servant. Across from Chu Changge sat 2 women. Su Ningshuang moved her lips. Chu Changge's pupils trembled slightly as he suddenly stood up, incredulously gazing at Xiao Yinran. What? You are with child? Upon hearing Chu Changge's exclamation, Chen Fan felt an even deeper disdain for him. That wretched man, who had no children in his previous life for thousands of years, is suddenly expecting so soon in this life. He is indeed a scoundrel. I must ensure that he does not come into contact with Ruowei. Chen Fan's resolve to prevent any meeting between Chu Changge and Yun Ruowei intensified upon hearing the news of the child. Chapter 90. Utilizing the Chaos Pregnancy Preserving Pill. Chu Changge now fixated his gaze upon Xiao Yinran. The dual-colored radiance of his chaos, celestial eyes surged forth once more. After a moment of earnest observation, he finally discerned a faint life force developing within Xiao Yinran. My goodness, is it truly this potent? We have scarcely interacted, yet it seems to have penetrated so deeply. Chu Changge inwardly lamented. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Xiao Yinran calmly inquired, Chu Changge, since you have already discovered it, how do you intend to proceed? Chu Changge, caught off guard by the question, felt his mind spiral into confusion. How to deal with this? He had never had a child in his previous life, and now one had suddenly appeared. What was he to do? Moreover, he was still bound by a betrothal, with his fiancée present beside him. After a moment of silence, Chu Changge cautiously suggested, perhaps we should consider terminating the pregnancy while the child has not fully developed? This response not only widened Xiao Yinran's beautiful eyes in disbelief, but also left Su Ningshuang beside her staring at Chu Changge with incredulity. Furious, Xiao Yinran trembled with anger. Humph, Chu Changge, you truly are heartless. You would wish to eliminate your own child. If you are unwilling to take responsibility, then I shall not require it from you. Child, I shall remain and raise myself. Xiao Yinran declared, her teeth clenched in determination, before turning and exiting the residence of the Divine Sun. At this moment, Su Ningshuang approached, her voice considerably subdued, devoid of the fervor it once held. Brother Changge, I never anticipated that you would be this kind of person. You have greatly disappointed me. With that, she hurried after Xiao Yinran, fearing for her safety. Chu Changge stood there, bewildered. Had he misspoken? Behind him, Chen Fan tensed. Realizing that his initial assessment was correct, Chu Changge remained as cold and unfeeling as ever, exhibiting an alarming indifference even towards his own child. It was no wonder that, in the future, he could so easily cast aside Yun Ruowei, even exploiting her. This time, he must not, under any circumstances, allow him to encounter Ruowei. Chen Fan mentally reinforced his resolve. Chen Fan, do you believe what this Divine Sun has just done was right? Chu Changge inquired curiously. The decision made by the Divine Sun is the most sagacious and correct in the world. Chen Fan instinctively bowed and clasped his fists, his expression one of reverence. Upon hearing such obsequious words, Chu Changge's demeanor shifted. With a sharp slap, he struck Chen Fan. Humph, this Divine Sun desires the truth, not flattery. Should there be a next time, I shall take your life. With that, Chu Changge departed the residence, pursuing Xiao Yinran. Given that she now bore his child, he could not afford to neglect her. The chaotic sustaining pill was meant to be utilized at this very moment. After Chu Changge left, Chen Fan laboriously rose from the ground, his face contorted with displeasure as he watched him depart. Damn it, I shall remember this slap, and I will repay you tenfold. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. At that moment, he noticed a figure approaching the vicinity of the Divine Sun's residence. He turned, coldly demanding, who goes there? A figure emerged and calmly stated, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Hao. Chen Fan's expression shifted to one of shock upon hearing the name. Chu Hao? Was this not the very individual from his past life who defeated Chu Changge and ascended to become the future Divine Son of the Chu family? Why was he appearing at this time? Chen Fan was perplexed. According to his memories, Chu Hao should not have been present in the Chu family at this juncture. It seemed evident that the world had undergone changes unknown to him, resulting in numerous events diverging from his previous experiences. The pregnant Xiao Yinran, the previously betrothed Su Ningshuang, as well as the chaotic Divine Mountain, which would not appear for another year. Everything had altered. Observing Chen Fan's astonishment, Chu Hao remarked, it appears your master does not value you. Do you intend to abandon the shadows and seek a brighter path? Chen Fan was acutely aware of the strained relationship between Chu Hao and Chu Changge. After all, in Chu Hao's childhood, Chu Changge had led efforts to extract his sacred body's essence, imprisoning or slaying nearly all the powerful members of Chu Hao's lineage. The two individuals share an antagonistic relationship, and his rapport with Chu Changge is far from amicable. Were it not for his grand scheme in motion, he would not linger by Chu Changge's side. However, as the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, when Chu Hao proactively sought him out for collaboration, it was indeed fortuitous. Chen Fan, discerning the situation, nodded in understanding. Observing this exchange, Chu Hao remarked with a smile. Very well, then accompany me. By the way, my true name is known only to you now. Within the Chu family, you may refer to me as Young Master Ritian. Chen Fan obediently clasped his fists and responded respectfully, indeed, Young Master Ritian. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinran was engaged in conversation with Su Ningshuang, her right hand gently caressing her abdomen. Although the faint life force within was still in the process of gestation, she could sense its burgeoning strength. It would not be long before it fully formed, becoming a true divine being. Sister Yinran, please do not take to heart what Brother Changge said earlier. He is not usually like that. Su Ningshuang continued to speak well of Chu Changge. In her memory, despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, he had always been quite amiable. Xiao Yinran offered a resigned smile and shook her head. The careless words he had spoken earlier would not weigh upon her, especially coming from a woman who had no stake in the matter. Only those bound by an engagement would remain unfazed. Just as her thoughts wandered, she noticed Chu Changge approaching them. The smile that had graced her face vanished in an instant. Divine Son Changge, what brings you here? Xiao Yinran inquired coldly. Chu Changge chuckled helplessly, then produced a chaos-preserving pill. I may have spoken too harshly earlier, leading to a misunderstanding. Since the child is indeed mine, I shall take full responsibility. This is a chaos-preserving pill, an ancient elixir that, when consumed during gestation, yields extraordinary effects. Initially, Xiao Yinran had intended to mock Chu Changge, but upon seeing the chaos-preserving pill in his hand, her eyes widened in astonishment. The pill, enveloped in a rhythm of Tao, was a multicolored orb. Though she had yet to ingest it, the aroma wafting from the pill invigorated her, and the nascent life force within her seemed to yearn to consume it. This is a divine-grade elixir. It exists between imperial and celestial-grade pills. In Chapter 91, the Tian Nan Dao Domain, the eve of the opening of the Liu Cave Heaven, both Xiao Yinran and Su Ningshuang gazed at the elixir in Chu Changge's hand with sheer astonishment, especially Su Ningshuang, whose eyes were filled with shock. As a reborn individual with foresight and the comprehension of a quasi-imperial realm, she recognized the exceptional nature of the elixir. Moreover, her mind was informed by her master, Ningshuang, a top-tier power from the celestial realm. This elixir is remarkable, little girl. Your fiancé has managed to procure such a high-quality pill in this realm. He is indeed extraordinary. Ningshuang mused thoughtfully. The treasures surrounding Chu Changge seemed endless. She simply could not fathom how Chu Changge managed to acquire such extraordinary items. Celestial pupils, celestial bones, and even now, he had obtained divine-level artifacts. Miss Xiao, please take this elixir and consume it, Chu Changge said with a smile. Xiao Yinran, not one to be polite, readily accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole. Gulp. As the chaos preservation pill slid down her throat, Xiao Yinran immediately felt the pill transform into a surge of energy that flowed into her lower abdomen, intertwining with a faint life force. The previously weak life aura suddenly underwent a transformation, becoming richer and more vibrant. With a heart brimming with maternal love, Xiao Yinran gently caressed her belly, sensing the gradually strengthening essence within. Thoughts of her elder brother Xiao Fan faded away, replaced solely by the realization of her life's bond with Chu Changge. At that moment, Su Ningshuang leaned closer and inquired with a smile, Brother Changge, where did you obtain this elixir? Chu Changge suddenly felt a shiver run through him. He detected a hint of menace in her words. If mishandled, this could lead to trouble. Swear. I received this elixir as a reward for passing the trials at the Chaos Divine Mountain, he replied with a smile. Su Ningshuang, upon hearing this, fell silent as she mentally consulted her master. Master, do you believe what Brother Changge said is true? Ningshuang pondered for a moment before responding. It is possible. The Chaos Divine Mountain is no ordinary place. It is not unlikely to obtain divine treasures as rewards there. With her master's explanation, Su Ningshuang decided not to dwell further on the matter. Very well, Brother Changge, I believe you. However, such occurrences must not happen again, she stated lightly. She understood that Chu Changge was exceptional, and that in the future, he would likely be surrounded by more than one woman. Yet, she harbored a selfish desire for herself to be the only woman by his side. However, circumstances had changed with the addition of Xiao Yinran. After conversing with Xiao Yinran for a while, she discovered that the latter was quite agreeable. Having one more person around did not bother her. Nevertheless, that would not be the case moving forward. Chu Changge, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. He had another master whom he had not disclosed to Su Ningshuang. Among the individuals he encountered in the Chaos Divine Mountain, there were several women who harbored hatred towards him and wished him harm. How could he explain this to her? Is it truly difficult for Brother Changge to manage this situation? Su Ningshuang asked. Chu Changge shook his head. Not at all. I will simply endeavor to avoid contact with other women. He chuckled, pondering that the future was uncertain. Some matters were beyond his control. After their conversation, Chu Changge successfully navigated the relationship between Su Ningshuang and Xiao Yinran, leading them back to the residence of the Divine Son. Meanwhile, in another realm known as the Tian Nan Dao Domain, within the illustrious family of the Taiguyun clan, a stunning woman suddenly awoke from her slumber. Chu Changge, why did you betray me? The woman abruptly rose from her bed, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and back, leaving one to ponder the nature of her dreams. Her sudden movements drew the attention of two female guards stationed outside her room. Goddess, is something amiss? Your complexion appears quite troubling. Should we summon the family physician? This woman was Yun Ruawei, the most illustrious talent of the illustrious Yun family, revered as their goddess. Shaking her head, she gestured dismissively to her guardians. You may leave. I am fine. Satisfied by her reassurance, the two guards exited her chamber, resuming their vigilant watch outside. Yun Ruawei rubbed her temples, perplexed by the lingering remnants of a lengthy dream. In this dream, a woman bearing her exact likeness solemnly cautioned her to avoid any interaction with a certain individual named Chu Changge during her upcoming trial at Liu Cave in a month's time. The dreamer recalled many of the woman's words, but as dreams often do, the details eluded her. Yet, one admonition remained vividly etched in her mind. Do not engage with the man named Chu Changge. Who is this Chu Changge? She mused quietly, having never heard of him in the southern celestial domain. Strangely, as she uttered his name, a sharp pain pricked at her heart. She placed her hand over her chest, attempting to discern the cause, but the sensation was too profound. She could not detect her heartbeat after much searching. Best to disregard this individual. Surely, he is but a fool seeking to disrupt my resolve with beguiling words, she declared with a fierce determination, embodying the essence of a regal queen. Someone, investigate this Chu Changge and ascertain his identity. He may not reside in the southern celestial domain, but perhaps in another realm. She commanded into the air. Moments later, a ripple coursed through the atmosphere, and a distant, impassive voice resonated from the void. As you wish, goddess. I shall commence the investigation forthwith. Time passed, and with only a day remaining until the opening of Liu Cave, Chu Changge was diligently cultivating in the Chu family estate. After a month of earnest training, bolstered by the formidable talent of two celestial bones and the family's continuous supply of resources, he had successfully ascended through two minor realms, now reaching the fourth level of nirvana. At that moment, news arrived from his family. The tokens for entering Liu Cave had materialized. These tokens served as the necessary credentials for entry. Without them, one could face perilous consequences within. The tokens were now available at a spatial trading fair, requiring considerable sacrifice to obtain through competitive bidding. Changge, it is time to embark on our journey. After waiting for Chu Changge to stabilize his breathing, Chu Quangren finally appeared to announce the commencement of the event. Chapter 92. The Space Trading Fair begins. Elders, let us proceed. Chu Changge responded affirmatively to the elder's words, promptly following him towards the space trading fair. Meanwhile, Su Ningshuang had returned to the Su family prior to the start of the fair. Now, under the guidance of her family, she was set to enter the space trading fair to obtain the token needed to access the Liu Cave Heaven. At this moment, various major domains and influential forces were making their way to the fair. Above the boundless sea, a colossal spatial rift manifested, serving as the entrance to the space trading fair. Numerous factions, led by their family elders and ancestors, had gathered here. Master Huoling, it has been years since we last met. How is it that you still draw breath? If you old fellow are still alive, how could I possibly depart before you? Outside the entrance of the space trading fair, rival factions confronted each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if on the brink of conflict. However, they all restrained themselves, for this place adhered to strict rules. Any reckless action could result in disqualification from entering the fair. Soon, an increasing number of warships congregated around the immense spatial rift, with ancient powers gradually making their appearance. Look, that is the war god hall of the war god domain. They have been silent for millennia. Their appearance now suggests the arrival of a golden era. Suddenly, someone excitedly pointed to several ancient warships approaching from afar. This was a force with a remarkably ancient lineage, said to herald the coming of a golden age whenever they emerged, indicating that someone in this era was destined to become an emperor. My word, that is the foremost power of the Eastern Wilderness domain, the Chongqing Chu family. They have arrived as well. Someone excitedly pointed at the warship of the Chongqing Chu family. Renowned as the leading force in the Eastern Wilderness domain, their reputation was formidable even across other domains, wielding significant influence. I heard that the fiancée of their family scion is said to be a woman incapable of cultivation. The Chu family must be in decline. Someone shared a rumor, seemingly intent on spreading unfavorable news about the Chu family. Youngster, your information is outdated. The scion's fiancée has long since begun her cultivation, and it is said she is nearing the golden core stage. An individual promptly defended the Chu family. At this moment, Chu Changge stood aboard the Chu family's warship, gazing at the figures lingering before the colossal spatial rift as images flashed through his mind. Truly, this was a grand world, and its denizens were far from ordinary. As Chu Changge swept his gaze across the crowd, he quickly identified several prominent figures among them, though they hailed from other domains and would likely have no connection with him. Since there was no animosity, he naturally refrained from engaging with these prominent figures. unless they chose to provoke him. The eccentric Chu Changge brought Chu Changge to a vast, desolate chasm before halting. He then greeted familiar faces around him, casually introducing Chu Changge. Meanwhile, a colossal warship was approaching the entrance of the spatial fissure, drawing the attention of the onlookers. It was said to belong to the Yun family, the foremost power of the Tian Nan Dao domain. Whispers had circulated about their divine maiden of this generation, who, despite her youth, had already transcended to the king realm and comprehended the true essence of 8 martial arts. Presently, she was on the verge of grasping the ninth. What? A king realm adept with 9 martial arts true essences? Such an unprecedented achievement. Even the mightiest ancient emperor had only fathomed 6. 9. Could this signify a path to immortality? The crowd buzzed with excitement over the Yun family's divine maiden. The discussions reached Chu Changge's ears, and he soon learned of the divine maiden's name and details. Yunruowei? Is she the one I encountered on the chaotic divine mountain? Chu Changge mused internally. Following the gazes of the crowd, the distant figure gradually came into focus, revealing a stunning silhouette standing at the forefront of the warship. Information about her surfaced in his mind. Name, Yunruowei. Cultivation, King Realm, 9th level. Physique, 7 apertures Linglong Heart. Technique, Hunyuan 9 apertures Art, Imperial level 9th tier. Destiny, Red Dust Immortal, Red. Recent events, secured a token of entry into the Liu Cave Heaven during the Spatial Trade Fair. Subsequently entering the cave to seek opportunities, upgraded from 7 apertures Linglong Heart to 9 apertures Linglong Heart, and comprehended the 9th martial art's true essence. The fate of a Red Dust Immortal? Chu Changge pondered as he scrutinized her information. In the distance, Yunruowei, her beautiful eyes glinting with a cold light, seemed to sense someone observing her, prompting her to lift her gaze toward Chu Changge. The next moment, she froze. Is it him? The one mentioned in my dreams? Yunruowei murmured within her heart. Upon seeing Chu Changge, an inexplicable pain pierced her heart, as if a sharp blade had once stabbed it. She could not comprehend the source of this feeling. Could it truly be, as her dream self had warned, that if she were to engage with Chu Changge, she would inevitably meet her demise at his hands? Yunruowei's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a hint of chill manifesting as she regarded Chu Changge. Something felt amiss. After all, this was merely their first encounter. Why would he harbor any intent to harm her? I should seek an opportunity for further contact, she whispered softly to herself. On the other side, as Chu Changge and Yunruowei's eyes met for a fleeting moment, he remarked with astonishment, what remarkable perceptiveness! Has she truly grasped those martial arts' true essences? Just as he murmured this, a warship drew closer to him, and a figure leaped from its deck. Brother Changge, Su Ningshuang called sweetly. Ah, Schwer, you have arrived. Chu Changge replied with a smile. He briefly glanced at the information regarding Su Ningshuang. Name, Su Ningshuang, Cultivation, Golden Core Stage, 3rd layer. Recent event, after obtaining the identity credentials to enter Liu Cave Heaven, she acquired a formidable imperial artifact known as the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar. At last, there was a notable change in Su Ningshuang's information. Observing her fortuitous encounters, Chu Changge couldn't help but feel astonished. It is indeed fitting that she is the protagonist of destiny. Even her casual acquisitions begin at the level of imperial artifacts. At this moment, as more and more forces gathered, the mysterious power that had been obstructing the crowd at the spatial rift was gradually dissipating. A wave of joy surged through the hearts of the people. The spatial trading event was about to commence.